At 2:49 a.m. on July 3rd, 2030, the island volcano, which had been silent for 300 years, suddenly erupted without warning for a whole week. A once glorious country was instantly vaporized. At first, everyone thought it was nature's way of punishing the island nation for discharging nuclear wastewater into the ocean. But the following month, temperatures soared to 75 degrees, and the extreme heat continued through October, claiming countless lives in the blistering heat. What followed was a monstrous flood. The torrential rains were like tearing the sky apart, getting more violent by the day, and in just 1 month, metropolises around the globe were reduced to oceans and civilization came to a halt. Before people could catch their breath from the horror of the floods, extreme cold quickly hit the globe. A succession of disasters, earthquakes, typhoons, dust storms, tsunamis, and melting glaciers, as if nature were engaged in a final frantic shuffle. Human beings have repeatedly collapsed in these natural disasters, and those who have survived can no longer be called real human beings. And Fu Ning, who had struggled for 5 years in this post-apocalyptic world, died tragically from the betrayal of her own father and sister, being cut and not alive. However, everything did not end. When Fu Ning opened her eyes again, she gasped and sat up violently from the bed. The strange yet familiar bedroom shocked Fu Ning greatly. Wasn't she dead? The memories before death were so appalling that Fu Ning broke out in a cold sweat. The cell phone was still ringing. She wiped her cold sweat and fished it out from under her pillow. Fu Jiao's name bounced on the caller ID, and Fu Ning's eyes scratched a shade, ruthlessly hanging up the phone. Her account with Fu Jiao, there was still time to settle. But the next second, Fu Ning stared in shock. On the screen of the phone, the time, May 15th, 2030 at 14:29, was clearly displayed. Was it a dream? Fu Ning twisted her arm hard, and the sharp pain reminded her that she was really reborn. Reborn 5 years ago, the last quiet before the end times opened. With the end approaching and less than 2 months left in the countdown, Fu Ning glanced at her cell phone calendar and felt an inexplicable sense of oppression. She took a deep breath, walked into the restroom, and slapped her face hard with cold water. The mirror reflected Fu Ning's delicate googly egg face, her features soft but not too three-dimensional, as if the gloom of doom had no effect on her. But Fu Ning knew that the end times did not spare anyone. She lowered her head, her eyes falling on the smooth jade guanine pendant on her chest. It was a relic left to her by her grandmother, mysterious and uncomplicated. Remembering her previous life, in the 5th year of the end times, she had been hunted down by her half-sister Fu Jiao to the point of desperation. The jade pendant is inadvertently stained with Fu Ning's blood, only to reveal the secret hidden within, a small world with a space of its own, capable of storing supplies, growing crops, and most importantly, a space in which time stands still. If I could do it all over again, I would definitely not let myself fall into that desperate situation again. Fu Ning muttered, his fists clenching involuntarily as he recalled that humiliating moment of being imprisoned in a cave and used as food. Without hesitation, Fu Ning picked up the eyebrow scraper and cut his finger, dripping blood onto the jade goddess's brow. In an instant, a strong light flashed, and Fu Ning once again entered that familiar space. The clear stream gurgled, and in front of Fu Ning's eyes was a low hillside with 100 acres of good field strewn about, and in the center stood a wide 2-story wooden house with an area of 5,000 square feet. Fu Ning walked into the wooden house, his eyes swept through the empty living room, a thought, only to hear the swoosh sound. A 4-door refrigerator appeared out of thin air in the corner of the wall, standing quietly. The corners of Fu Ning's mouth were slightly raised, and sure enough, it was the same as in his previous life. Suddenly, dizziness struck, and Fu Ning knew that this was the aftermath of staying in space. In her previous life, Fu Ning had felt this side effect countless times: nosebleeds, dizziness, and blurred eyes. Only back then she hadn't found a solution. In this life, she would never allow herself to be dragged down by these symptoms again. Wiping away the nosebleed, Fu Ning returned to reality, his mind full of plans. Time was running out. There was no time to waste anymore. Fu Ning sat down in front of the computer, quickly tapped the keyboard, opened the Word document, and began to make a list. The 5 years of experience in the post-apocalyptic world had long been deeply embedded in her mind, and she knew which supplies would be the most scarce for survival when the end came. In less than 2 hours, the 7-page A4 paper list of supplies was already full. After checking some more information on the internet, Fu Ning added 3 pages and finally improved the list to 10 pages. The supplies are there. Where's the money? Fu Ning began to calculate her funds, and as soon as she accounted for it, she nearly cried out. As the chartered wife of 3 buildings in the heart of the deep city, Fu Ning was left with less than $200,000. This was simply unacceptable to her. The huge fortune that Grandma had made from gambling on stones was almost lost with her mother's marriage to that good gambler, Fu Rongchang. Fortunately, Grandma had seen through Fu Rongchang's true colors, and on her deathbed, she transferred all 3 buildings in the Fujian district of Shenzhen City to Fu Ning's name and forbade her to change the property holders. Otherwise, she would have been left with nothing. Without the shelter of her grandmother, Fu Ning's mother jumped to her death because she couldn't bear the blow of Fu Rongchang bringing back a mistress and her illegitimate daughter, Fu Jiao. And Fu Ning, then still stupid, naive to believe in affection, became Fu Rongchang's ATM until the end of the world. She was completely awake. Enough! My old lady will never pay another penny for this pair of brutes. Fu Ning sneered. Afterwards, Fu Ning pulled out her cell phone, dragged the phone number of the real estate agent that had been pestering her earlier out of her blacklist, and coldly spoke. General Manager Zhang, do you still want the 3 buildings? $2 billion jumping price. Transfer the money today. Sign the contract immediately. Mr. Zhang on the other end of the phone was flabbergasted for a moment, and then he agreed dryly. Okay, I'll immediately send someone to prepare the contract. Fu Ning hung up the phone and sneered in her heart. She knew that Mr. Zhang had long been eyeing her buildings, especially since that area was about to be remodeled by the government, and $2 billion to buy these 3 buildings was simply a pie in the sky. But she didn't care. The end was coming. Money was just numbers. What could really save her life was supplies. 2 hours later, Fu Ning walked out of Mr. Zhang's company, and with an extra 9-digit deposit on her cell phone bank, her heart finally settled down a bit. Now, she could finally let go of buying. In the next few moments, Fu Ning began to furiously sweep up all types of supplies. Fu Ning first rented several warehouses with a total area of more than 3,000 square meters, and then drove nonstop to the farmer's market, purchasing a large number of high-quality grains and oils, spices, canned goods, bacon, ham sausage, and a variety of soy products. Each transaction is clean and clear, spent $2 million. Fu Ning eyelids did not blink. With food, the next thing to consider was clothing. With the extreme climate of the end times, she knew the importance of warm clothing. Fu Ning rented a van and went straight to the garment factory in the Kaiyun district. After some bargaining between Fu Ning and the factory manager, he finally ordered a large batch of clothes from spring and summer to fall and winter: t-shirts, jeans, sweaters, down jackets, snow boots, tents, cold weather clothing, hiking boots, and everything in between. In order not to arouse suspicion, Fu Ning had to implicitly say that this is for a new company to prepare goods. The factory manager was obviously shocked by Fu Ning's large sum of money. Looking at the order she listed, his eyes were filled with confusion. Girl, are you opening a Four Seasons clothing show? Is it the end of days now? Fu Ning smiled without saying a word and swiped a deposit of $20 million, directly shutting the factory manager's mouth. Complete all the orders for me within a month. The quality must pass. Otherwise, I won't be merciful. Fu Ning said coldly. The factory director immediately looked fawning and nodded repeatedly. Don't worry, Ms. Fu. I promise to finish it on time. After paying the deposit, Fu Ning casually handed the warehouse address to the boss and turned to leave the factory. As soon as he went out, the warm wind hit his face, giving Fu Ning some sense of reality. The streets were bustling, just at the peak of the off-work rush, and the city was still full of vigor and hustle and bustle. Fu Ning's eyes glanced over and happened to see the door and window store and hardware store on the side of the road. Thinking for a moment, she pulled over and walked into the store with the list. Boss, I want to order 2 of the strongest security doors, 20 blast-proof glass windows, an electric door, security windows, screens, and surround the house with thickened stainless steel. Can you do it? Fu Ning calmly pulled out a plot layout map from a thick stack of lists and handed it to the boss. That neighborhood is in a hidden location and was bought casually when Fu Ning and Fu Rongchang had a fight. Fu Ning remembers clearly. At that time, the salesman blew the whistle, saying something about earthquake, typhoon, and tsunami resistance. She was upset, collected the rent, and bought it by hand. Thankfully, that place has now become one of her bottom cards. The boss looked at her, his mouth wide open, and for a moment he didn't know how to answer. Fu Ning silently wrapped her sunscreen shirt a little tighter, her eyes narrowing slightly. I'm paranoid of being victimized. The boss suddenly realized that there are all kinds of strange and weird people these days. He thought in his heart that this business must not be missed, and hurriedly nodded. It can be done, but you have to pay a deposit first. Fu Ning, no nonsense, directly paid the money, and the boss to make an appointment with the next day to install the door. Subsequently, Fu Ning rushed into the hardware store, a sweep of goods, all kinds of messy objects are bought. Even the warehouse shelves are customized a batch. The owner of the hardware store was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth, but Fu Ning pretended not to see it and only thought about completing the purchase as soon as possible. Just as he was about to walk out of the store, Fu Ning smelled a strong aroma of food, and in an instant his stomach let out a strong protest. Fu Ning followed the scent, only to see a takeout boy hurrying past. Too lazy to drive and find a restaurant, Fu Ning turned directly into a small, unassuming fly shop next door. The boss's wife greeted her with a smile. "Little sister, what would you like to eat?" Fu Ning took the menu and ticked off more than 10 dishes without hesitation. The boss's wife was a bit surprised. After all, Fu Ning looked thin and petite, so she kindly reminded, "Our family portion is sufficient. 3 dishes are enough." Fu Ning raised his head, looked at her seriously, and calmly said, "I can finish it." The boss's wife saw the situation, did not say more. Holding the money is not earned is a son of a bitch mentality. Take the menu to the kitchen to order. It didn't take long for a table of dishes to be brought up, fragrant. Fu Ning looked at the table full of delicacies, her hand with the chopsticks trembling slightly. How long had it been since she had eaten such a sumptuous meal? For 5 years in her previous post-apocalyptic life, she had often eaten weeds and mud in order to survive, but in the end, she had actually become the dish of those closest to her. Thinking of this, a flash of gloom flashed under Fu Ning's eyes, but it was quickly washed away by the temptation of food. Fu Ning pounced on the meal like a hungry wolf and swept away 3 plates in a few moments. But when it came to the 5th plate, his stomach was so full that he could barely breathe, and Fu Ning secretly loosened 2 belt buckles before continuing to feast. Finally, Fu Ning covered her rounded stomach, and an uncontrollable sense of satisfaction surged through her heart. She gently patted her stomach and admonished herself, "I can't do this next time. If the end is not yet here, and I'm propped up first, that would truly be the most tragic rebirth in history." At the checkout, Fu Ning packed the remaining dishes and rice. Back in the car, she softly chanted, "Collect!" With a slight swish sound, the meal instantly disappeared in front of Fu Ning's eyes and entered the cabin in the Jade pendant space. After making sure that everything was put away, Fu Ning felt much more relieved, and with her stomach filled, it was time to move on with her purchases next. Fu Ning understood that the supermarket was not the best choice. The supplies were too much to buy, and just pushing a shopping cart through the supermarket would be noticeable enough. And she just wanted to keep a low profile and stock up now. When she returned home, Fu Ning saw the 2 figures standing at the door at a glance. She instantly sank her face. Those 2 people she would never forget, Fu Rongchang and Fu Jiao. In her previous life, these 2 men had held her captive, cutting off her flesh alive and eating it for an entire month until she died in agony. The anger in Fu Ning's heart erupted like a volcano, but she knew that now was not the time. When Fu Rongchang saw her, he immediately walked over with a stern face and ordered in an overbearing manner, "Stupid, who told you to sell those 3 buildings? Now that they're sold, it's just right. Jiao Jiao has her eye on a Lamborghini. You go and buy it for her. I've been shorthanded lately, so I'll transfer another $1 billion over." Fu Ning only felt disgusted when she heard these words. How stupid was she in her previous life that she would willingly be their ATM for that pathetic recognition from her father? And now, she only wanted this disgusting father and daughter to get as far away as possible. Fu Ning coldly swept a glance at Fu Rongchang, his voice icy. "Get lost." Fu Rongchang was stunned, not expecting Fu Ning to actually dare to contradict him. Where had the rebellious little girl of the past gone? His face instantly became gloomy, and he raised his hand to hit Fu Ning. "You beast, how dare you talk back to me?" However, before his hand could fall, he was kicked to the ground by Fu Ning. Her grandmother had taught her self-defense since she was a child, and now Fu Ning was even more relentless after her post-apocalyptic rebirth. This kick not only made Fu Rongchang fall to a bruise, but even knocked out 2 teeth. Seeing this, Fu Jiao pounced over with a scream, "Dad!" Fu Jiao violently pulled Fu Rongchang back, raised her eyes to angrily glare at Fu Ning, and viciously said, "Bitch, how dare you hit Dad? What's wrong with you selling the building and giving him $1 billion? An unfilial thing like you deserves your mom to die early." When Fu Ning heard this, a cold light flashed in her eyes as she sneered. "You have such a mouth that owes you so much. You deserve your mom to have terminal lung cancer." After saying that, Fu Ning unceremoniously slammed Fu Jiao against the wall with one hand, raised his hand left and right, and slapped her hard several times until Fu Jiao fell to the ground in a daze. Fu Ning looked down at Fu Jiao, her voice so cold that it seeped. "Don't come and mess with me again, or next time, I'll make you pay an even worse price." Fu Ning no longer looked at the two men more than once, turned around and entered the house, shutting the door forcefully before sitting calmly on the sofa. Subsequently, Fu Ning took out his cell phone, opened a stocking app, began to frantically order mineral water, Fat House Happy Water, potato chips, spicy noodles, instant noodles, self-heating hot pot. All kinds of food and living supplies all bought all over, and even bought home appliances, fitness equipment, weapons, protective equipment, and so on. Everything piled up the shopping cart. This night, Fu Ning's shopping frenzy didn't stop, and by the time she finished her last order, it was already 3 in the morning. Fu Ning's eyes were as red as rabbits, but his heart was incredibly solid. The supplies were hoarded enough to survive the apocalypse. In his dream, Fu Ning is still frantically placing orders and killing himself. The next morning, Fu Ning woke up. Fu Ning washed up and couldn't wait to enter his Jade pendant space to check the meals he packed last night. The 8 meals were still quietly placed in the corner, and with a touch of the hand, they were indeed still warm. Fu Ning didn't intend to eat this rice now, but exited the space and walked straight to the food stall at the entrance of the neighborhood, ordered a bowl of hot rice noodles, and in the meantime, asked the boss to pack 30 breakfasts of rice noodles, buns, donuts, soy milk, and sesame balls. The boss moved sharply to load it up, and Fu Ning took advantage of the fact that no one was around to notice and quickly stowed all the food into space. After eating and drinking, Fu Ning started a new day of hoarding. She first drove to a familiar 24-hour auto repair shop. The boss was gnawing on a large meat bun, saw Fu Ning coming and greeted her with a smile. "Fu's sister, ready to go out exploring with your boyfriend again?" Hearing the word boyfriend, Fu Ning was slightly stunned, and her heart was flooded with complicated emotions. She almost forgot that she had a boyfriend named Zhou Yuqi. In his previous life, after the end of the world came, Zhou Yuqi wanted her to follow him because of her force value, but Fu Ning had a feverish head at that time, and her motherly heart was overflowing, and she insisted on protecting Fu Rongchang and Fu Jiao, who were unarmed and unarmed. After a big fight, the two go their separate ways. When they meet again, Zhou Yuqi sneeringly kicks at the rotting flesh on her body and eventually disappears from her view. Returning to her senses, Fu Ning revealed a faint smile to her boss, while preparing for a round-the-world trip. "Help me replace all the car parts with the best, and the glass with thickened bulletproof glass." The owner scared. "Globetrotting, huh? They'll have to get you top-of-the-line gear." After saying that, he nimbly wiped his greasy hands down his pants leg. "Give me 2 weeks, and I guarantee you'll be satisfied." Fu Ning nodded and left the repair shop after a few words of conversation. After getting on the car, Fu Ning quickly sent a simple message to Zhou Yuqi. "Tired. Let's break up." Without waiting for the other party to reply, she decisively deleted all contact information, completely breaking the ties of the past. Fu Ning then rented a minivan and drove to the countryside's greenhouses and farmlands and began to buy the freshest vegetables in a big way. Cabbage, turnips, potatoes, bok choy, tomatoes, pumpkins, winter squash, onions. Fu Ning waited until no one else was around each time before putting all of these supplies into space. Not only vegetables, fruit. She is also not soft. Apples, bananas, watermelons, mangoes, oranges, mangosteens. Whether in season or not, Fu Ning sweeps clean. Fu Ning even ran dozens of slaughterhouses and bought a large amount of pork, beef, chicken, fish, shrimp, and other meats. Every time someone asks, Fu Ning said with a smile that the family to host a banquet, listening to everyone believe it. After buying the meat, Fu Ning also went to the seed store and purchased all the vegetable and fruit seeds he could find along with relevant planting books. Fu Ning planned to fully utilize the 100 acres of wasteland in the space to grow her own food. After all, water resources she was not lacking. With supplies mostly ready, Fu Ning felt it was time to start stocking up on medicine. The end times are plagued by natural disasters, and a cold can kill you, not to mention other illnesses. Fu Ning thought for a moment and decided that buying a pharmacy outright would be the best option. Thinking of this, Fu Ning made a call to Mr. Zhang, explaining his needs. Mr. Zhang had just picked up 3 buildings from Fu Ning and was so pleased with his spring that he immediately patted his chest and guaranteed, "No problem. The pharmacy will be under your name tomorrow." Putting down the phone, the big stone in Fu Ning's heart fell to the ground. With the medicines taken care of, she began to wonder if she should stock up on more books. Just thinking about it, the cell phone suddenly rang. Is the door and window store owner's phone, told Fu Ning workers have arrived in Huxianyuan. Fu Ning rushed to Hua Tianyuan and saw the workers squatting in front of the door eating ice cream, all sweating. Even though it was the middle of May and the temperature was already close to 40 degrees, no one seemed to notice the unusual climate change. Fu Ning greeted them, took a fingerprint verification, and brought them into the neighborhood. This 10-story upscale neighborhood is where Fu Ning hid in her last life, where she and Fu Rongchang's father and daughter meet out their lives for 2 whole years. Back here, Fu Ning had mixed feelings in her mind. She subconsciously touched the jade pendant around her neck, reminding herself that she would not make the same mistake this time. The workers quickly got to work, and as Fu Ning turned around, it suddenly occurred to him that he had completely forgotten one important point. The house was surprisingly unfurnished. In her last life, Fu Ning relied on the $0 purchase from the empty house to move back to the furniture. But this life she is not going to be so easy. It seems to be necessary to rebuy a batch of furniture. Doors and windows reinforcement project takes a few days. Fu Ning does not intend to always guard, then said to the workers, do not give the final payment. Do a good job, I give bonus." The words just fell, the attitude of the workers really meticulous. Fu Ning was about to leave when she suddenly saw a probing middle-aged man with a slightly convex stomach standing at the door looking in. She frowned and walked over with a cold face. "What are you doing?" The man smiled, full of grease. "You're a new resident, aren't you?" "I'm Huangda, from across the street." "You're the only one living at home, huh?" Fu Ning instantly recognized him. In his previous life, this Huangda had teamed up with a few people to take over the supplies of an entire building, and had also committed atrocities against the pretty female residents. Fu Ning remembers clearly that Fu Jiao was also captured by him at that time, and he himself desperately tried to save Fu Jiao, but as a result, Fu Jiao instead hooked up with Huangda, and even conspired to harm her, resulting in her crippling a leg. That leg was the beginning of the Fu family's father and daughter treating her as a meal on a plate. With the past fresh in her mind, a chill rose in Fu Ning's heart. She coldly glared at Huangda and mercilessly threw down, "None of your business." After saying that, she directly turned around and walked away. Huangda's face sank as he reached out to grab Fu Ning's arm, but he underestimated Fu Ning's reaction speed. Fu Ning backhanded grabbed, pushed, only to hear a click. Huangda's arm dislocated. His face instantly turned pale, and he shivered in pain. Fu Ning came closer to him, her eyes cold. "Don't mess with me." Her voice was low and cold, as if a poisonous snake was spitting in her ear. Fu Ning knew she was changing, and she realized that the anger and hatred from her previous life had completely fueled her killing intent. And this time, she would no longer hesitate. Huangda's name had already been silently written on her death list. When the end times came, she would definitely make this disgusting guy pay. Only when Fu Ning's figure disappeared into the elevator entrance did Huangda climb up from the ground, his face grim, spitting fiercely towards the ground and gritting his teeth. "Little bitch, I'll get you killed sooner or later." Fu Ning ignored him. She drove directly to the warehouse and took all the piled-up supplies into space. Huangda's appearance made her realize that hot weapons and other self-defense tools must also be prepared as soon as possible. Fu Ning does not want to become a granary in the eyes of others. After completing this, Fu Ning pulled out his cell phone and sent a message to a GI from a beautiful country he had befriended while traveling, asking if he had time to chat. Waiting for half a day, did not see a reply. Fu Ning guessed that the other side may be busy and did not think much more. After a busy day, Fu Ning felt it was time to treat herself to a good dinner. She went to an authentic Sichuan hot pot restaurant and ordered a table full of dishes. Unlike last night's overeating, this time Fu Ning held back the hunger in his heart and slowly savored the taste of each dish. After the meal, her cell phone suddenly lit up for a moment, and it was a reply from the beautiful country soldier. He asked her enthusiastically what she was up to. Fu Ning did not dare to directly mention the procurement of weapons for fear that her cell phone would be tapped, so she implicitly said that she would go to the beautiful country next week and that she could get together when she had the chance. The other party agreed very quickly, and Fu Ning put down her cell phone, her mood slightly lighter. She knew that this beautiful country soldier could help her get a lot of good stuff. It was just that sensitive materials like weapons still needed to be handled carefully. She planned to negotiate in depth when she left the country next week. Next, Fu Ning drove to the car dealership. She simply bought 10 off-road vehicles with superior performance in one go and sent these vehicles to the previous garage, allowing the owner to help her carry out a complete modification, especially strengthening the body protection and adding bulletproof equipment. The boss saw Fu Ning ordered so many cars at once, smiled from ear to ear, and joked, "Little Fu, you are really rich. Change the car to give you a 20% discount." Fu Ning agreed to the boss's proposal, secretly calculating in her mind that these modified vehicles would be her future mobile fortress in the post-apocalyptic world. With these off-road vehicles, she would be able to move quickly in extreme environments to ensure her survival. After all this, Fu Ning went back to the computer city and walked around the major electronic stores, furiously sweeping a number of high-performance computers, cell phones, tablets, and even game consoles and related accessories. Fu Ning had bought dozens of high-capacity USB flash drives, intending to stuff all of these devices with useful content. Not only were they a guarantee of entertainment for her future post-apocalyptic life, they were also the key to an information stockpile. After returning home, Fu Ning nonstop began to download a large number of classic movies and TV shows, novels, comics, and survival documentaries. Fu Ning paid special attention to classic American shows such as Game of Thrones, and although he was full of vitriol about the final season, he couldn't resist downloading the entire season to a USB flash drive. While downloading the movie and television materials, Fu Ning also opened the takeaway platform and ordered food frantically. Fried chicken, barbecue, milk tea, cakes, burgers. She almost ordered all the various cuisines available on the platform. The next morning, Mr. Zhang's phone call came over, indicating that the formalities for the large pharmacy that Fu Ning had taken over had all been completed. $2 million to buy a complete drugstore, Fu Ning in a good mood. She temporarily closed the pharmacy in the name of redecoration and quickly put all the drugs and shelves into her Jade pendant space. Next, Fu Ning made a long list of purchase orders and handed them to the pharmacy stockist. The list not only included all kinds of commonly used medicines, bruise ointment, and various Chinese herbs, but also included a large number of masks, gas masks, oxygen cylinders, respirators, and various first aid equipment. Fu Ning was aware that any small infection in the post-apocalyptic world could be fatal, so these things were essential. For the next week or so, Fu Ning was busy, constantly running between the major warehouses and hotels, putting the supplies he could hoard into the space piece by piece. Fu Ning went to all kinds of restaurants every day to buy a large number of meals, and did not forget to inspect the house that had been remodeled to be as strong as an iron barrel. Finally, it was on the day she was preparing to leave for the beautiful country that Fu Ning's shopping frenzy came to a temporary end. Fu Ning decides to move to Huatian Yuan after returning to China, while the villa is sold through an agent for $40 million. Upon arriving in the beautiful country, Fu Ning settled into her place and immediately contacted James, a GI she knew from the beautiful country. James, a blonde, tall white man with a warm personality, met Fu Ning and rattled off stories of his recent adventures in the Middle East. Fu Ning smiled as she listened, taking the opportunity to mention her real purpose. "Hearing you talk about the Middle East is exciting. I'm tempted, but it's too dangerous there. I need to buy some weapons to defend myself." Fu Ning pretended to ask casually, "Do you know where to buy weapons? I want to buy some self-defense stuff." James didn't expect Fu Ning to set him up and slapped his thighs. "You're looking for the right person to find me. I happen to know an arms dealer. He has hot weapons in his hands. There must be something you want." Fu Ning smoothly asked, "Then can you take me to meet him? I'd like to pick him out in person." James agreed cheerfully, "No problem." The next day, he took Fu Ning to a hidden underground mall in New Mexico. Upon arriving at his destination, James led Fu Ning around the dark alleyways of the mall, eventually stopping in front of a rather grand-looking store. James skillfully typed in the code, made another confirmation call, and waited for the electronic door to open before leading Fu Ning inside. Fu Ning originally thought that this would be a shady little workshop, but I didn't expect the store to be decorated like a supermarket, with all kinds of guns and ammunitions neatly arranged on the shelves, with price tags attached underneath. Fu Ning instantly froze. Did not expect the arms trade can be so formalized. James laughed and stepped aside, picking up a heavy machine gun and snickering, "Fu, that's a powerful gun. I'm afraid you can't handle it." Tell me, what kind of weapon do you want? Fu Ning was instantly mesmerized by the wide array of weapons, with only one thought in his mind. Children only make choices. Of course, they want them all. Just as Fu Ning was considering it, a slender, muscular man in camouflage uniform walked over. James smiled and hammered his chest. Song, let me introduce you. This is Fu, a great beauty. The man's name was Song Yi, and when he heard James' introduction, he looked up at Fu Ning with a cold gaze. But Fu Ning noticed that his eyes quickly turned to the weapons on the shelves. Song Yi asked, "What weapons do you want?" After a moment of deliberation, Fu Ning asked directly, "Is it restricted?" Song Yi snorted coldly, his tone casual. "Just give the money." Hearing this, Fu Ning breathed a sigh of relief and instantly began to let herself go. Fu Ning's eyes lit up. Even helicopters and submarines were included in her shopping list. "I want pistols, heavy machine guns, binoculars, bulletproof vests, Swiss Army knives, riot gear, military flashlights, electric batons, drones, bows and crossbows, helicopters, submarines, kayaks, scuba diving suits, and sleigh rides." James couldn't help but gulp as he listened to Fu Ning report a long list. All of these things added up to several $100 million at least. But Song Yi was not surprised by the huge list and only asked lightly, "All of these are fine. Where to?" Fu Ning originally only wanted to buy a few guns for defense, but seeing that Song Yi had everything here, he said, "I'll go rent a warehouse tomorrow, and you can help me transport it there then." Song Yi nodded and handed her a POS. "Pay the deposit first." Fu Ning double-checked that the list was correct and quickly swiped her card in an excited mood. These weapons and equipment were enough to give her a not-so-small advantage in the post-apocalyptic world. After coming out of the underground mall, Fu Ning was still full of joy, so excited that her hands were shaking. James didn't ask too many questions when he saw how happy Fu Ning was. And by the way, he took her to rent a warehouse. After renting the warehouse, James also invited Fu Ning to have a meal to express some landlord friendship. Because of his work schedule, he could not accompany Fu Ning the next day. Before saying goodbye, Fu Ning suddenly thought of something and grabbed James' arm to remind him. "I have a friend who works in the Weather Bureau. He said that there will be extreme heat soon that will lead to a reduction in global food production. You'd better stock up on supplies in advance." James froze for a moment, looking at Fu Ning's sincere expression, then smiled and nodded, giving an okay sign. Fu Ning looked at James back, a little apprehensive in her heart, unsure if James was really listening. But she had done her best to remind and ask her heart. After returning to the hotel, Fu Ning was so excited that he didn't sleep all night because of the thought of the hot weapon that was about to arrive. At noon the next day, Fu Ning received a text message from Song Yi, informing him that the weapons had been shipped to the warehouse. Fu Ning immediately rushed to check, confirmed that there is no error, and quickly settled the final payment. Once Song Yi left, Fu Ning stuffed all the weapons and equipment into space in one fell swoop. Since she was in the beautiful country, and she had no intention of letting go of the world's largest industrial and agricultural country, Fu Ning took the opportunity to continue her shopping spree. Flour, corn, soybean products, milk, meat products. Fu Ning bought all of them. Considering that cars were also cheap here, she also bought dozens of cars to send for modification. Cold suits, insulated suits, generators, solar equipment. Fu Ning didn't spare any of them. Fu Ning even purchased live animals such as cows, sheep, pigs, and chickens, intending to build a small ranch in the post-apocalyptic world. In addition, Fu Ning had hoarded a large amount of agricultural machinery, fertilizers, insecticides, and timber, intending to reclaim the land on his own in case a future natural disaster passed. Fu Ning did not go directly back to China, but went around to the Middle East, bought a large number of cheaper-than-water, gasoline, and aviation kerosene, to ensure that she can use all kinds of machinery and equipment in the future long-term post-apocalyptic. When all the supplies were in order, Fu Ning was content to embark on her flight back home. She knew that the next step was to wait patiently for the natural disaster to come. Returning to the deep city, the familiar surroundings made Fu Ning feel a hint of long-lost belonging. The consecutive days of running around and being busy had left her completely exhausted. She hurriedly washed her face, collapsed onto the bed, and soon fell into a deep sleep. However, the quiet of the early morning was broken by a sharp knock on the door. The knocking sound was very strong, as if it wanted to break the door. Fu Ning's heart was full of annoyance. She got up from the bed and opened the door. What came in her eyes was actually Fu Jiao and Fu Rongchang sitting in the wheelchair. "Here to find pain again?" Fu Ning sneered, his hands gripping the door handle, his face icy. "Something wrong?" Fu Rongchang slapped a smelly face, his tone tinged with dissatisfaction and skepticism. Where have you been these past few days? Fu Ning knew that what these two people had in mind was precisely the $2 billion in property sales in her hands. A few days could not find her. They were uneasy and anxious, full of thoughts about how to pull the money out of her hands. Before Fu Ning could say anything, Fu Jiao jumped out and shouted aggressively. Dad's calf was fractured by your kick. You're responsible for this money. Fu Ning looked at Fu Jiao without a care in the world and snorted coldly. The last time she had punched Fu Jiao, this careful woman had been holding a grudge, and she had obviously come here today to find an opportunity to throw a fit as well. Your calculations are good. Fu Ning walked back to the living room, opened the drawer, took out a stack of slips, walked back to the door, and threw them directly in front of Fu Rongchang and Fu Jiao. Just to let you know, I went to Las Vegas in the past few days, gambled my eyes out, and lost all $2 billion. Fu Ning's face was filled with cynicism, as if she was talking about something trivial. Those slips she had long ago asked James to help her get from the casino were good enough to pass off as fake. Fu Rongchang looked at those slips, and his eyes instantly glowed. He himself was a gambler, and as soon as he touched the security markings on those transfer slips, he knew that they were all real. His face instantly turned pale, his eyes rolled over, and he almost fainted. $2 billion, that's my money. She even spent it all? Fu Rongchang was so angry that he was trembling all over, itching to have a seizure on the spot. Fu Jiao was also stunned at the side. She had always felt that everything Fu Ning had belonged to her as a matter of course. How could she not be mad when so much money was just gone? How could you spend my money? She screamed and lunged towards Fu Ning like a madman. Ha! Fu Ning backhanded Fu Jiao in the face. Then, Fu Ning shook off his numb hand and coldly looked at Fu Jiao's already red and swollen face. Thinking about fart eating? Fu Jiao was hit to the head and immediately screamed and took a few steps back. Fu Ning wasn't going to bullshit her and was ready to slap her again. But Fu Jiao was so scared that she turned around and ran away, rolling and crawling. How did your mom give birth to such a sinful animal like you? Fu Rongchang gritted his teeth, killing intent in his eyes, as if he wanted to eat Fu Ning alive. What qualifications do you have to mention my mom? Fu Ning's eyes instantly turned cold, raising his foot and directly kicking Fu Rongchang's wheelchair over. Fu Rongchang fell to the ground, struggling halfway to get up. Fu Ning looked at his calf, and his heart was moved, so he had really fractured it. Then what can I do as a daughter? I can only wish you a lifetime of legs that won't heal. Fu Ning let out a cold laugh and directly called the security guards, instructing them to drive Fu Rongchang's father and daughter out, and specially cautioned the security guards that they would never be allowed to let these two in again. After settling down, Fu Ning went back to her room and continued to sleep for the rest of the day, and it wasn't until the evening that she recovered most of her spirit. She cleaned herself up and prepared to go out to forage for food. Fu Ning drove her car around the city, bought a whole bunch of delicious food in the meantime, and even hired a few people to drive the modified cars from the auto repair store to the place she designated, and then put them all into the space. After settling the final payment, Fu Ning sat beside the car and watched the setting sun sinking to the west, her mood relaxing like never before. In this life, she would definitely be able to live peacefully until the end of the natural disaster. Fu Ning is enjoying a moment of peace. The cell phone suddenly drip rang. Fu Ning unlocked her phone and saw a WeChat from her junior high school classmate Chen Rue. Ning Ning, what's the situation between you and Zhou Yuqi? Chen Gei was her only close friend. After her mother's death, Grain Chan was there for her and helped her through that darkest of times. It's just that Chen Grains, unlike Fu Ning, is a college bully. Last year, she also got a degree from Stanford University, and now she is working as a middle level in a top 300 company in Magic City, with a good annual salary. Seeing the message sent by Chun Zhel, Fu Ning was in a bit of a trance. In her last life, the natural disaster came suddenly, and the communication facilities were damaged due to the heat, so she and Chen Ru completely lost contact. Thinking of this, Fu Ning felt a pang of self-condemnation in her heart. She had been so busy stocking up on supplies during this period of time that she had forgotten to pay attention to Chen Rue's situation. Fu Ning immediately called Chen Zhel. On the other end of the phone, Chen Rue's voice was still soft and gentle. Ning Ning, is Zhou Yuqi bullying you? Fu Ning shook her head in denial, explaining that they were only together because of similar interests, and that it was normal for them to break up now. She was more concerned about Chen Rue than these trivial matters. Fu Ning couldn't directly tell her that the natural disaster was coming, and could only ask her sideways if she was interested in returning to the deep city for development. Chen Rui laughed on the other end of the phone. You're really right. It just so happens that a headhunter dubbed me up to go to a company in the deep city, and I'm quite moved. Since you suggested it, I've decided I'll quit my job next week and go back to the deep city to develop. You can treat me to dinner then. No problem. Fu Ning agreed readily. Chen Zhao was one of the few friends she had in her life, and she didn't want to lose this dear friend again. She hoped that she could better protect Chen Zhao after she returned to Deep City. After the two of them chatted for a while, Chen Rui asked Fu Ning carefully about Zhou Yuqi. Fu Ning thought about it and lied with a smile. Yes, he cheated on me, so I split up with him. Scum! Chen Rui was furious on the other end of the phone, fighting for Fu Ning with righteous indignation. Fu Ning smiled and snorted, then changed the topic. I don't really like him anyway, so it doesn't matter if we split up. By the way, remember to notify me when you return to Deep City. Chen Rui answered, and the two hung up. After hanging up, Fu Ning looked at his cell phone and realized that he was drenched in sweat. Fu Ning opened the weather software and checked, realizing that even in the evening, the temperature was still as high as 38 degrees. In the next period of time, Fu Ning moved one piece of furniture and household items into Huatian Yuan like ants moving. She was clear that she would be spending at least the next 2 years in this house, so she did not skimp on her quality of life. Watching the little home being filled up a little bit, Fu Ning felt very satisfied. However, she always felt as if she had forgotten something, but she couldn't think of it for a while, so she stopped dwelling on it. When the new home was finally set up, Fu Ning decisively packed up her things and moved into Huatian Yuan. In his last life, when Fu Ning and Fu Rongchang's father and daughter moved to this building, the world had already begun to be chaotic, and the building was controlled by Huangde. But in this life, Fu Ning would never let Huangde get away with it again like he did in his previous life. Fu Ning didn't tell anyone about her move, and in the past few days she's been concentrating on staying home, cleaning, and going to the gym to practice boxing, not even knowing that Fu Rongchang and Fu Jiao are still squatting in the neighborhood where she lived before trying to find her. After a busy day, Fu Ning cleaned up his room and went to the rooftop. There was only blue sky and white clouds on the empty rooftop. Fu Ning suddenly slapped her forehead and finally remembered what she had forgotten: solar charging panels. She had stocked up on a lot of solar charging panels, but had forgotten to utilize the rooftop as a good natural place. Thinking that he still had tens of millions of dollars on his card, Fu Ning did not hesitate to go to the mall and make an appointment for the installation service of 2 large solar charging panels. In the afternoon, the installer came to the door on time, and Fu Ning greeted them and let them go to the rooftop to work. During this time, she also thoughtfully delivered 2 bottles of ice water. One of the masters wiped his sweat and lamented, "The weather this year is so abnormal. It's only June and the temperature is over 40 degrees. Another master couldn't help but chime in, "That's right, it wasn't this hot last year at this time, and now it's almost impossible to survive." Fu Ning silently calculating in his heart. The time is already close to the end of June. The volcanic eruption of the island is less than a week from now. In the middle of thinking, there was a knock at the door. Fu Ning came back to his senses and turned around to go downstairs to open the door. As soon as the door opened, Huang Da's greasy face appeared in front of him. He also grabbed the door frame strongly. Half of his body poked in. His eyes kept glancing towards Fu Ning. His eyes were colorful, and his mouth was emitting a heavy smell of smoke. "Yo, big sis, is it necessary to install 3 doors? This is an upscale neighborhood. Where would any bad guys come in?" Huangda said with a smile, his tone full of frivolity. Ever since Fu Ning moved into Huatian Yuan, Huangda had his eyes on her. A single beautiful woman, thin and tall, who had even gotten under his skin before, which had caused Huangda to harbor a grudge, and today he was here to find a chance to retaliate. Fu Ning sneered. "Is that so? Then what I'm standing in front of is an animal, right?" Huang Da's face instantly grimaced, viciously saying, "Stinking bitch, what a poisonous mouth. Believe it or not, I'll teach you a lesson with my hands today." Saying that, he pushed the door open with force, and his hand was about to greet Fu Ning's face. Fu Ning reacted quickly, tilting his head to avoid his hand while kicking him hard in the knee. Huang Da's center of gravity was unsteady, and he fell to the ground with a plop. Huang Da, enraged by Fu Ning's beating, reached out and grabbed Fu Ning's pants leg, cursing under his breath, "Bitch!" Without hesitation, Fu Ning kicked again, directly at Huang Da's face, and said coldly, Get lost. This kick caused Huang Da's entire body to be confused, and his nose bled. He then realized that Fu Ning wasn't like those weak women. This woman was really not to be messed with. Huang Da had wanted to come to step on the spot today, but as a result, he was beaten by Fu Ning. He didn't even dare to call the police, and after swearing a few profanities, he slipped back, closing the door without forgetting to continue cursing. Fu Ning was too lazy to care about him. Anyway, the end times were almost here. It wouldn't hurt for her to let Huang Da be arrogant for a few more days. The installers upstairs also heard the commotion, but the two said nothing and quickly finished the installation. Fu Ning inspected it and paid the final payment with alacrity. After dealing with this, Fu Ning went back to his room to change into clean clothes and drove the unobtrusive beetle out the door. Chen Grain at noon just arrived in the city of Shenzhen. The afternoon after finishing the entry formalities, then asked Fu Ning to have dinner together. When she arrived at the restaurant, Fu Ning saw Chen Rui waving at a glance. She walked over with big strides and opened her arms to give Chen Rui a big hug. Chen Rui had a gentle character and blushed somewhat embarrassedly, gently tugging on Fu Ning's arm. Ning Ning, why are you suddenly so enthusiastic? She was a bit puzzled. Fu Ning had always been introverted, and today's behavior surprised her. Fu Ning knew in her heart that it was not just a few months, but life and death that separated them this time they met. This hug was not just an expression of friendship, but also a celebration that they still had the chance to meet. Chen Ru mistakenly thought that Fu Ning was in a bad mood because of Zhou Yuqi's matter, and in her heart, she felt more and more unfair for her. She remembered Fu Ning's previous topic of breaking up and instantly had a worse impression of Zhou Yuqi. After dinner, the two of them went to the parking lot together to get their cars. However, in the parking lot, Fu Ning unexpectedly saw a familiar figure. A man in camouflage uniform was getting into the Humvee neatly and driving away. Fu Ning froze for a moment, his heart filled with doubt. That man was clearly Song Yi. Why is he here? Fu Ning muttered, his heart filled with questions. Seeing Fu Ning dazed, Chen Rui couldn't help but pull on her arm and asked with concern, "What are you looking at?" Fu Ning returned to her senses and shook her head, not voicing her doubts. She then changed the topic and asked about Chen Jelly's residence. "Jelly, your new company is not far from your home, right?" Chinru nodded and said happily, "Yeah, it's only 20 minutes by car. It's just as well that I can stay at home and not have to rent a room." Hearing this, Fu Ning's heart slightly lowered her heart. She was worried about Chen Zhel's safety, and now that she was living at home, the danger would be much less. Then, she gave Chen Rui the same advice about stocking up on supplies that she had mentioned to James earlier. Although Chen Rui had a gentle character, she was also very cautious. Hearing Fu Ning's suggestion, she nodded seriously. "Good. I'll go back and discuss this with my mom so she can hurry up and stock up on more stuff." When we parted ways, Chun Grain immediately called her mom and began to implement a stockpile of supplies. Fu Ning looked at her departing back, and her heart settled a little. She hoped that this time, both herself and Chen Rui would be able to get through the upcoming crisis safely. Fu Ning didn't rush home, but went to a nearby upscale shopping district. Thinking that there were still tens of millions of dollars on her card, she decided to go to a jewelry store to exchange for a few gold bars to store. This shopping district was of a higher grade, and the gold bullion reserve should also be sufficient. However, as soon as she entered the store, Fu Ning was deeply attracted by a piece of warm jade in the counter. As if there was some pull in the underworld, she, who had originally intended to buy gold bars, was directly attracted to that piece of jade. Fu Ning's heart shook. Could it be that she had inherited her grandmother's poisonous vision? She hadn't even touched it yet, and just by looking at it with her naked eyes, she knew it was an excellent piece of jade. Fu Ning walked forward and signaled the teller to take out the piece of jade for her to see. The store manager was also a human savant. Seeing that Fu Ning was not dressed in a vulgar manner, he immediately put on white gloves and carefully took the jade out of the cupboard, saying with a smile, "Miss, you really know your stuff. This piece of warm jade is the treasure of the store in our store." Fu Ning ignored the sales platitudes and just carefully surveyed the color and texture of the piece of jade, and finally pressed it against the back of her hand to feel the warmth of the jade. Sure enough, the jade was of excellent quality. She glanced at the price tag, $15 million. Without hesitation, Fu Ning pulled out her bank card and handed it over. "I'll buy it." The store manager, who had prepared a bellyful of sales talk, was momentarily speechless, not expecting Fu Ning to be so dry, and quickly went to swipe her card for fear that she would back out. Just when she was about to ask Fu Ning if she needed packaging, Fu Ning had already neatly tied the warm jade with a red string and hung it directly around her neck. She pulled open her t-shirt and put the warm Jade into it, leaving only a red string outside. Seeing this scene, the store manager sighed in his heart. This is really a woman with a lot of money. The store manager wanted to give Fu Ning some small gifts in order to please her, but Fu Ning didn't want them and just asked them to help replace the gold bars worth $5 million with a discount along the way. When the gold bars were blended, Fu Ning put them away in space and returned home with his bare hands. Just after entering the door, Fu Ning heard a rustling sound from across the room. Fu Ning quietly walked to the cat's eye and saw that Huangde was smoking a cigarette and standing outside the door muttering. His expression carried a hint of grimace, and from time to time he scanned towards Fu Ning's door, obviously playing something bad again. Fu Ning snorted coldly. You want to beat me up? Then we'll see. Fu Ning touched the warm Jade around her neck, realizing that it was a bit inappropriate to wear something so conspicuous in the post-apocalyptic world, so she also put it away in space. Right at the moment the warm Jade entered the space, Fu Ning suddenly felt a tremor in her heart, as if a trickle of water was flowing through her, and her entire being was so relieved that she just wanted to hum. Fu Ning froze for a moment, and an unbelievable thought popped up. Grandmother's Jade itself had a spiritual chi, and the fact that she would get dizzy and have nosebleeds when she entered the space for a long time was perhaps due to the fact that she didn't have enough spiritual chi. Perhaps a Jade with sufficient aura could prolong the time she spent in space. Fu Ning wanted to verify her suspicions and quickly entered the space. She glanced at the time, which happened to be 9:27 p.m. Entering the space, Fu Ning casually organized the previously hoarded supplies. In the past, she had only focused on piling things in and hadn't organized them properly in her haste. But now that she had quieted down, she realized that the workload was quite heavy. Without realizing it, time passed quietly. It wasn't until Fu Ning's nose became a little itchy that Fu Ning realized that bright red blood had dripped onto the back of her hand. She had another nosebleed. She didn't dare to continue staying and hurriedly exited the space. Returning to reality, Fu Ning took a look at the time, and it was already 10:31. Fu Ning was shocked. This time, she had actually stayed in space for over an hour before her body started to react. Previously, she would get dizzy after less than 5 minutes in space. What does this mean? Fu Ning's guess was right. The Jade with aura was able to delay her uncomfortable reaction to being in space. Fu Ning's heartbeat accelerated. Originally, she was just thinking that it would be good to survive in the post-apocalyptic world, but now she thought that maybe she could survive in space forever through the Jade. As for how to get more Jade, Fu Ning did not think too much. Anyway, the end of the world will soon come. When the world is in chaos, all the treasures can be $0 purchase. This night, Fu Ning slept especially peacefully. For the first time since she was reborn, she felt truly at ease. Even the loud rumbling that came in the middle of the night, she didn't hear it. It wasn't until she woke up early in the morning and saw the message on her cell phone that Fu Ning's smile disappeared. Breaking news! The island country's once-in-a-thousand-years volcano erupted, communication was interrupted, and the entire territory was lost. 3:05 a.m., the island's Red Rock Mountain volcano erupted, and the smoke column at the top of the mountain rose 4,000 meters into the air, setting a global record. Fu Ning's fingers clenched and her heart contracted sharply. She read the news content carefully. Her body was covered in cold sweat, and her back was already soaked with cold sweat. Today was June 29th. However, Fu Ning clearly remembered that in the last life, the island's volcano erupted on the night of July 3rd. But in this life, the volcano erupted a full 5 days earlier. Fu Ning felt that she had been slapped hard in the face. She had thought that the foresight brought about by her rebirth would allow her to deal with the natural disaster with ease. But the early eruption of the volcano had shattered her plans. If the volcano could even advance, would the next natural disaster still come as she remembered? The more Fu Ning read the news on his cell phone, the heavier his mood became. The posts discussing the eruption of the volcano on the various apps had been overwhelming, and the comments underneath were 1,001, with some people horrified and others bashful. Fu Ning forced herself to put down her phone and took a few deep breaths before realizing that she was already drenched in sweat. She hugged her arms and felt goosebumps all over her hands. It's okay, Fu Ning comforted herself. She had supplies and hot weapons in space, and in this life, no one could hurt her. Fu Ning tried to calm herself down. Even though the course of a natural disaster had been disrupted in this life, she was still prepared for anything. After calming down, Fu Ning got up and made a breakfast. After finishing breakfast, Fu Ning thought that from today, the natural disaster had torn a rift, and in the next few days, the world was afraid that it would be in complete chaos. Although Fu Ning was powerless to change the status quo, she wasn't going to let the negativity fester. She decided to find something for herself to do, such as stocking up on supplies again. But Fu Ning had just stepped out of the unit building when he realized how wrong this decision was. The strong smell of soot hit his nose, and a pungent burning sensation filled the air. Fu Ning subconsciously covered his mouth and nose. Looked up. The green belt of the district has been shrouded in dust. The original vibrant greenery is now all gray. What shocked Fu Ning even more was that today's temperature was perversely high, and the sunlight was like a handful of needles piercing the skin, as if it was going to bake people. Fu quickly pulled out his cell phone and opened the weather app. 55 degrees. Fu Ning's pupils contracted violently, his heart beating wildly. The natural disaster had really advanced. Chapter 8. Standing at the door of the unit building, looking at the ground that was blackened by a large amount of dust, Fu Ning turned around and went back. These days she had been preparing for the natural disaster, and she had stocked up enough supplies in her space to be able to deal with it. She even bought a number of psychological books to give herself a psychological intervention. In coping with another natural disaster, Fu Ning felt that she could survive it. When she got home, Fu Ning locked the doors and windows, pulled out a hot Kung Pao chicken casserole from her space, and ate it while watching the news. The front page headlines continue to feature the island's sudden volcanic eruption, and the column of smoke has gone from 4,000 meters in the early morning hours to a height of 7,000 meters. A highly developed country that has been out of contact for 8 hours now. The crowd could only detect the severity of the disaster on the island through satellite positioning. Netizens who were gloating in the comments section in the morning will not be able to help but sigh. Fu Ning exited the story and moved on to the next one. A red heat warning has been issued for several areas of the country, with high temperatures reaching up to 58 degrees, so please take personal precautions. Countless people began to analyze the reasons for the sudden weather anomaly, and many people pointed their swords at the sudden volcanic eruption on the island, and felt optimistically that the weather would return to normal when the magma from that volcano on Red Rock Mountain finished erupting. Fu Ning wouldn't laugh at them for being so naive. She had been one of the optimists in her last life. After eating, Fu Ning wiped his mouth and threw the lunchbox and paper napkin into the trash, and went to the refrigerator to get a bottle of iced Coke, tons and tons of drinking, the boredom of the bottom of the heart to get relief. Originally, she was ready to continue to go out and exchange some gold bars today. The sudden disaster disrupted her entire rhythm. Fu Ning simply became a salted fish. She hugged her cell phone and lay on the sofa, not paying attention to breaking news after breaking news on the internet, but instead opened WeChat, ready to ask Shinrue what the situation was like over there right now. Either that or they were good friends. She felt that she and Shinrue counted themselves as kindred spirits. Fu Ning had only just thought about sending a message to Shinrue when Shinrue's message came over. Ning Ning, today's weather is too abnormal. Our boss gave us a high-temperature vacation. Let's wait until this wave of abnormal high temperature passes before we go to work, and you stay home and don't go out for the next 2 days. Fu Ning smiled and typed back to her. Okay, you tell Annie and Uncle not to go out either, lest they get sunburned. I'd also like to thank you for what you said to me last night. I went to the supermarket with my parents last night and bought a lot of living supplies and piled them up in a utility room. My parents were busy organizing the goods to go. Learning that Shinru bought a lot of supplies, Fu Ning was completely relieved. After briefly chatting with Shinrue, Fu Ning ended the chat. She opened another group message from Watian Yuan 99+ and scrolled up to this morning's message. As she had expected, many people were spouting off about that volcanic eruption on the island and the sudden heat anomaly in the country that had caused the vacation. Huxianyuan is a high-class neighborhood, and no one worries about money. This is the time, though, when the downside of having money becomes apparent. Most young people do not have the habit of cooking, or even have no kitchen supplies at home. And those who usually rely on takeout to renew their lives will realize that this disaster is also closely related to their own lives. The excitement was over before anyone realized that the takeout platform was closed due to the sudden extreme heat. Love on the banks of the Seine. The takeaway platform is so ineffective. Even all closed, I will be starving to death. There is no kind-hearted person to save me. Sell me a packet of instant noodles? Bin. I also squat a good man to buy noodles. Last night, working late into the night, did not have time to eat a good meal. I'm going to be starving. Chow. Snickering. Who let you all usually do not stock up on food? My house has instant noodles. You come to my house to get it, no charge. My house lives in building 6702. Fu Ning's finger paused and tapped on her WeChat. Her avatar is supposed to be a selfie, and she looks very clean and sort of pretty. As for why she clicked on her WeChat, it was naturally because Fu Ning also lived in building 6. Love on the Seine. What a coincidence. I also live in the 6th building. Thanks to Miss, I'm coming to get it now. Bin Bin. I live in 3 buildings. This ghost weather cannot go out. I just want to go to the neighborhood supermarket to buy some food. Only to go out 2 minutes on the arm with sunburn off the skin. So hard to bear. Jojo's Jojo. That's a big bummer. Ask someone else. There were quite a few people responding below, from those asking for supplies to those sending goodwill. After looking at it, Fu Ning felt that it was not interesting. She turned off WeChat and went to the gym again, put on boxing gloves and started practicing boxing. The further into the post-apocalyptic world she got, the more she had to bring her fitness up. After all, the time of cannibalism is just around the corner. After practicing for more than 2 hours until she was covered in sweat, Fu Ning painfully went to take a shower. After getting out of the bathroom, Fu Ning had just dried her hair when there was a knock on the door. Her brow furrowed momentarily. Fu Rongchang's father and daughter were unaware of her current residence, and last night she was so happy to meet with Qin Rui that she forgot to tell her about her move. But who else would be knocking on the door at this hour but these two? She took a spring-loaded knife out of her space and put it in her pants pocket and walked over to open the door. Huang Da's face, which was creased with laughter, appeared in her pupils, and he reached out against the door the moment she opened it. Beauty, I have no malice. I just want to ask you to borrow some food. It's too hot. I really can't afford to go out. He was afraid that Fu Ning would refuse and hurriedly lifted his arm to show Fu Ning. Both of his arms were red and torn from the sun, and he looked miserable. Fu Ning glanced at it, a little alarmed. It's only the first day of the end times, and the sun is this hot? The topic had only just begun when Fu Ning interrupted. In this life, from the eruption of the island volcano, things were no longer moving in the direction she remembered. She shouldn't still be comparing things to the previous life. When Huangda saw her staring at her arm with no expression on her face and thought of her hands, he was a little scared for a moment. But he was really hungry. He was a big man, did not have the habit of putting snacks in the house. This will be hungry for almost a day. Some cannot stand it. The dirty thoughts in his mind for the moment. He will just want to find something to eat. Fu Ning returned to her senses, her eyes slightly cold. Sharp refused. No. As she spoke, the vicious Wangda sniffed extraordinarily well. Smelling the Kung Pao chicken, he immediately looked menacing and yelled through his neck. I can smell the Kung Pao chicken. Are you that petty? It's not like I'm not paying. Despite cursing, he still didn't quite dare to directly confront Fu Ning. Let this woman be arrogant for a few more days. When the extreme heat was over, he called on a few of his brothers and made sure to pack this bitch into submission. In her previous life, Fu Ning had dealt with quite a few of these people and knew that the harder her fist was, the more he would not dare to stomp his nose. She raised her foot and kicked him hard in the knee. I said no. Get the hell away from me. Chapter 9. Closing the door. Fu Ning's hostility in the bottom of his eyes has not completely receded. According to the experience of dealing with Huangda in his last life, this person's heart is not big, and 3 times in a row to meet in the crossfire. Fu Ning is clear that Huangda must hate her. It was okay, she just needed to be patient for a little while longer. Fu Ning pressed his fingers against the spring-loaded knife in his pants pocket. Back in the living room, she gathered up all her hostile energy and went to the fridge to touch a popsicle and lick it slowly. After some thought, she went back to the window, lifted a corner of the heavy curtains, and looked out through the thick glass window. It was past 6 o'clock in the evening, but the sun was halfway down, shining white on the walls. There was no one downstairs in the neighborhood, and if it wasn't for the occasional cry of a small child that could be heard from the window, it would make one think that this was an empty city. By 8 o'clock, the sun had finally withdrawn its dazzling rays, leaving only warmth baking one's skin. Fu Ning fished out the thermometer from the space and opened the window to probe outside. It's 43 degrees outside at the moment. A frighteningly high temperature, but that was still too kind compared to 58 degrees. Apparently others were thinking the same thing, and the neighborhood was already gathering crowds of people in 2s and 3s, looking like they were going to the supermarket in pairs. Fu Ning didn't want to be special. She wore a sunscreen shirt and also grabbed her car keys and went downstairs. She does have more supplies than she can eat in this lifetime, but when everyone else goes shopping and she doesn't go out once, isn't that a clear message to others that she has food at home? Besides, she was now being watched by Huangda. and that careful middle-aged man would definitely not miss her every move. Fu Ning drove with the crowd to a large shopping mall nearby. Unsurprisingly, the mall was stacked with people, and it actually looked a little more lively than New Year's Eve. Fu Ning has no intention of competing with those people for the most important living supplies. She turned her head to the snack area, picking and choosing to take a large pile of potato chips and bread Coke, pushing the cart to the checkout. She was a young girl, and taking a bunch of snacks wasn't eye-catching. At most, someone would lament that she was too much of a loser. After settling the bill, Fu Ning carried a large bag of things to the car. As soon as she got in the car, she took off her son's shirt and turned on the air conditioning, and took a paper towel to wipe the sweat from her neck. Turning on the mirror in the car and looking at it, her not-so-pale skin was red through and through. "It's really hot." Fu Ning spat out a sentence in his mind. Suddenly, alarm bells rang in her mind. After almost 2 months of acclimatizing in the peaceful years, how did she become so delicate? At this rate, will she be able to cope with those unpredictable weather extremes? Fu Ning self-examined that she shouldn't enjoy comfort too soon. It's only the first day of the end times, and she can't stand it already. So how is she going to get through it for so long to come? Fu Ning decided that she would turn off the air conditioning and work out in the gym for 2 hours every night from now on, not for any other reason than to adapt to the rules of the end times. She rubbed her face twice as hard and turned off the car's air conditioning. It was hot, and the afterglow of the air conditioner dissipated quickly. Fu Ning put on an anti-haze mask and opened the windows again to ventilate the car. She didn't drive fast, and the wind pouring in from all sides carried waves of heat. And initially she found it too hot to bear, but gradually, that heat could be gotten used to. Originally she wanted to go straight home, but on second thought she drove around town again. She wanted to see if this sudden disaster would cause any new changes in the city. Perhaps it was because everyone had been cooped up in the house during the day, although it was still hot at night, but there were still plenty of people out foraging for food. The city was still functioning normally, and looked even more lively than usual. Come all the way here, Fu Ning does not buy something is also a bit of a statement. She went to the gold store and exchanged it for a dozen gold bars, and went to the bank and withdrew $100,000 in cash so that she wouldn't have much money left on her card. When she got home, she was soaked to the skin. Fu Ning couldn't stand being covered in sweat and went to take a combat shower, which made him much more comfortable. Lying in bed, Fu Ning habitually picked up his cell phone to brush the news. Unsurprisingly, the island is lost so far. And with the sudden extreme heat in the country, some experts are speculating that it will last for a week and are recommending shutdowns and shutdowns all week. And the next news item was the deaths from pyrexia caused by the extreme heat in the country, where as many as 500 people had died of pyrexia after just one day had passed. It's only the first day. The natural disasters in this world seem to be even more aggressive than in the last. Fu Ning closed Weibo and clicked on WeChat again. Hua Tianyuan's group was very lively. Many people were basking in the living supplies they bought today, among which Xiao Xiao, who lived on the 7th floor, was the most active one. At the moment, they don't realize that the more supplies they'll sunbathe in this, the more they'll invite murder for their family in the near future. Fu Ning didn't get any useful information from the group and simply stopped looking. She listened to what would be soothing music and quickly fell into a dream. The next day, Fu Ning was woken up by heat. She rolled over and subconsciously reached for the air conditioning remote to adjust the temperature. Pressing the air conditioner several times, but did not hear the familiar drip sound, Fu Ning then opened his eyes in dismay. Not believing the air conditioner was broken, she reached for the bedside lamp again. Sure enough, it didn't respond half as well when pressed. This is power outage? Fu Ning opened WeChat at the first time, and Hua Tianyuan's group was really noisy again. Xiao Xiao's Xiao Xiao. How can the power go out on such a hot day, still letting people live? Blossoms of fortune. Isn't this a high-class neighborhood? What's going on? My grandson has been woken up twice by the heat, and the property owners still care about whether people live or die. Love on the banks of the Seine. I asked around, and it seems that the wires have shorted out, so I guess the call will come in soon. Property. Owners sorry. The wire temporarily short-circuited. We have sent maintenance personnel to repair. Soon call. Everyone a little restful. Sorry. There was a flurry of reassurance from the property, and those people were calmed down. Seeing that they started talking about other things, Fu Ning didn't continue to look at WeChat. She went to the window and lifted the curtains to look out. The greenery was still wrapped in thick dust, and the sun was hot and blinding. She picked up the thermometer and measured it, 63 degrees. Fu Ning was secretly shocked. She still remembered that the highest temperature in the daytime yesterday was 58 degrees. It's only been a day, and it's gone up 5 degrees. Fu Ning was alarmed that the temperature had risen too quickly, and without her previous life as a reference, she didn't know to what extent the temperature could be perverse in this life. But since it wasn't the worst of it, she'd just have to adjust herself to it. Over the next few days, the temperatures broke record one day at a time. Fu Ning did not go out again. She was at home boxing and reading books, and then eat some good food to treat her hardworking self. So, she wouldn't know that she was being watched for a few days when she didn't go out for a few days. Chapter 10. This day, Fu Ning as usual, before going to bed boxing practice exercises. After the bath, lying in bed, habitually brush a moment Huxianyuan group messages. There's not much new in the group. It's all about the increasing extreme heat and the so far lost island. After casually watching, when sleepiness took over, Fu Ning played soothing music and closed her eyes to sleep. Since returning from the post-apocalyptic world, Fu Ning's sleep had been so shallow that the slightest movement could wake her up. So, when that rustling sound came from the doorway, Fu Ning opened his eyes. She stared and listened carefully. It wasn't a hallucination. Someone was indeed prying at the door. Fu Ning's face sank by 2 points. She took out a Swiss Army knife from her space and held it in her palm. Her body leaned against the wall of the entrance hall and pressed her ear against the top of the wall, listening to the movements outside. From the sound of the talking, there were at least 3 people outside. Damn, the locks on this woman's house are too hard to open. The man's gruff voice carried a few complaints, immediately followed by a slightly familiar laughter. Isn't this more indicative of her being rich? I saw it 2 days ago. Her house has 3 doors, the defense is tight. You guys move a little less. Don't wake people up. This stinking bitch is evil. Unsurprisingly, it was Huang Da's voice. Someone snored lightly. She's still a pussy, even if she's evil. Can't the 3 of us still beat a pussy? The other was a little hesitant. Would that be a bad idea? Huang Da hemmed and hawed. Who let her offend me? I, Huang Da, am not something to be messed with. The man thought that he had nothing to fear with Huang Da in the lead, and swallowed his worries in his stomach. A few people why, and their hands moved a few moments faster. Listening to the foul-smelling ee of several men, Fu Ning couldn't stop her nausea. She wanted to just pull out her gun and fuck these guys up, but the world wasn't in complete chaos yet, so if her gunshot attracted the attention of the others, she'd probably still have to go to jail. Fu Ning frowned as she kept an eye on the movement in front of her, while her mind rummaged through the infirmary that had been packed away in space. Having found the tranquilizer gun, Fu Ning's heart was determined that she wouldn't have to go to jail this time. At the same time, the door handle suddenly pressed downward. The man bowed and opened the door, rushing behind him as he walked excitedly inside. It's open. You guys get your tools and follow Dash. He didn't finish his sentence when he felt a pain in the small of his back. Subconsciously lowering his head, he only saw a cold, gleaming knife twisting at the small of his back, and then the knife suddenly withdrew. Bubbling blood was like an unscrewed faucet, frantically spraying out. The sudden loss of blood caused a dizzying flash before the man's eyes, and he lurched, falling straight toward the floor. Huang Da and the other man also realized that something was wrong. The lightheartedness on their faces simultaneously retracted, and they looked up towards the doorway to see Fu Ning standing there in black, covered in a chilling aura, and the knife in his hand was still dripping blood. Even though Huang Da boasted that he had seen a lot, the scene in front of him still made him feel shocked. The man beside him was even less courageous, and when he saw this, his feet were soft, and he almost fell to the ground. Kill? Someone. Seeing Fu Ning raise his leg and cross the threshold, Huang Da's heart thumped. His hands were stained with blood. Fu Ning's eyes were too familiar. It was clearly running to take his life. Returning to his senses, Huang Da subconsciously felt a knife from his waist. It's just that he didn't move as fast as Fu Ning. Before he could cut Fu Ning's throat with his knife, Fu Ning had already shot his tranquilizer gun at Huang Da's neck. With a bang, Huang Da's body stumbled and fell to the ground unconscious. After giving Huang Da a sharp shot, Fu Ning aimed the tranquilizer gun at the man who was cowering and hiding in the corner again, tilting his head to look at him. You want to try it too? Don't want to. The crimson blood on the ground and Fu Ning's eyes that were so cold that they didn't see half the temperature made the man's calves tremble, and he shook his head frantically with a pale face. Fu Ning's right hand tightly gripped the tranquilizer gun, but his eyes were fixed on the tools on the floor. It's pretty well equipped. She took another step forward and lifted her foot to kick the twine on the ground. Tie them up then. Where the men dared to talk too much, they hurriedly took the rope and tied up Huangda and the other man who had lost too much blood. The ground was covered in blood, and the air was filled with an unpleasant smell of iron. Fu Ning frowned, cleaned up. The man wanted to resist, but the tranquilizer gun and blood-stained knife in Fu Ning's hand made him balk from the bottom of his heart. Although I know that I'm probably going to have to explain myself here today, but people will always take a few chances. He wiped his cold sweat and nodded, and went back to Huang Da's house to get a mop and towel, squatting on the ground to carefully clean the blood. Cleaning finished, did not wait for Fu Ning to speak. He plopped down towards Fu Ning, kneeled down. "Beautiful woman, I am wrong. I should not hit your idea. Please let me go. I have an old man and a young man. I cannot die." In response to him, Fu Ning let out a cold laugh. No matter how pitiful he said it, Fu Ning would not sympathize with him. She knew full well that he was apologizing solely because she had the weapon in her hand to subdue him. If her hands were tied today, then their encounter would have to be turned around. Fu Ning looked at him coldly, then walked over to the pile of tools, kicked open the toolkit, and was surprised to see the blackened camera. She frowned. "Why are there cameras?" The man prostrated himself and stammered, half-heartedly. Fu Ning picked up his tranquilizer gun and stepped forward. "Are you going to fight for hand speed?" The tranquilizer gun in her hand made the man tremble, and he couldn't care less, telling Fu Ning everything he knew. "Yang San and I are gamblers. We gambled away our fortune last month. Huangda told us that you sold 2 buildings worth $2 billion 2 months ago. Yang San and I were really pushed by those debt collectors. That's why we thought of risking our fortune. I didn't think of anything else, really." Fu Ning was secretly shocked, not thinking that Huangda had even already found out how rich her family was. In his last life, when Huangda was able to take this building, Fu Ning guessed that he wasn't small in his ability, and he didn't realize that he had even found out about her family background already. She gripped the knife in her hand tighter. "What about cameras?" There was cold sweat running down the man's forehead, and he took several deep breaths one after another before he said, "It's Huangda. He wants to forcefully annihilate you and take your fallen photos to threaten you." Saying that, he carefully went to look at Fu Ning's expression. Seeing Fu Ning's face gloomy and frightening, he was even more terrified in his heart. "Annie, I really didn't hit you. Please let me go. I won't dare anymore." He kowtowed so hard at the ground that he didn't stop even when he cracked his forehead. If he hadn't been hiding in the corner earlier and heard their calculations, I'm afraid Fu Ning would have to think that he really didn't have an idea. It's a shame. However, even if he really didn't have that idea, Fu Ning didn't think of letting him go. In her opinion, he could be half innocent. He was one of the men who hung out with Huangda in his last life to do wrong. Fernine pressed the tranquilizer gun. With a swoosh, the tranquilizer gun pierced the man's skin, and he stiffened, quickly falling to the ground unaware. Chapter 11. Fu Ning clipped the man's hand backward and backwards, took out a bundle of tape from space, and wrapped it several times with it. On such a hot day, Fu Ning tossed the circle down and was drenched in sweat again. She wiped the sweat from her forehead and crouched down in front of the man, looking thoughtfully at his slightly heaving chest. She could get living things in her space, and other creatures live the same in space as they did in the outside world, but not people. Every time she stayed in space for a long time, she would feel dizzy and weak in her limbs. That's why Fu Ning never stayed in the space for a long time. Now that the 3 mice had been delivered to the door, Fu Ning felt that she could make good use of them. So she searched the 3 people, took away all the sharp weapons on these people, and then tied the fainted 3 people solidly once again and threw them into the space. After getting it done, Fu Ning looked at his wristwatch. It was now 3:27 in the morning. She was going to get these guys off the beaten path and dump them tomorrow during the day. Now that the daytime temperature has broken through 70 degrees Celsius, a person exposed to the sun can be turned into jerky in less than half an hour. So on weekdays the crowd is now day and night. It's easy for her to dump the body. Fu Ning put the toolbox on the floor into the space and turned his head to look at his pride door again. It was obvious that this group of people were very professional. Her door only showed signs of being moved at the locking eye, but it was still very difficult for an ordinary person to open it. Earlier, Fu Ning was wondering when the electric door she had installed was going to come in handy, but now it seemed that it would come in handy now. She went back to her room, plugged in that electric door, and turned it on the lowest setting again. When I got close, I could hear a nuisance current. Fu Ning grabbed a mountain rabbit from space and threw it on the corridor. The sudden change in environment startled the mountain rabbit, and it slammed headless toward the electric door. There was a soft thud, and the mountain rabbit fell to the ground, foaming at the mouth and stiffening in all four limbs. Fu Ning touched it, and the mountain rabbit was still alive. Good, it's a level that can electrocute people without killing them. Fu Ning was satisfied. Anyway, now that he could no longer sleep, Fu Ning simply did the traces in the corridor to close, and then carried the rabbit that had been electrocuted over into the kitchen, ready to slaughter the rabbit to make a spicy diced rabbit for dinner tomorrow. Her grandmother is from Sichuan province, although Fu Ning grew up in the deep city, but is soaked in millet spicy. She often felt that she was marinated in chili peppers. Fu Ning stared at the mountain rabbit in front of him, his thoughts somewhat scattered. Fu Rongchang and Fu Jiao are both native to the deep city, and I don't know if they were spiced to death when they ate her meat in their past lives. Returning to her senses, Fu Ning rubbed the tip of her nose and picked up the knife and aimed it at the stunned rabbit. After several gestures from side to side, she still couldn't get started. What's the deal? She's only killed people. She's never killed a rabbit. Killing was easy for her, rabbits not so much. Sighing helplessly, she pulled out her phone and opened the instructional video, following the steps in the video to kill the rabbit and stripping it of its fur less than completely. Rabbit fur is a good thing. Fu Ning intends to dry it and save it to make a rabbit fur scarf in extremely cold weather. After cleaning and butchering the rabbit into small pieces, soak it in clear water with spirits added to deodorize it. After doing so, Fu Ning realized that it was already dawn. She checked the time, 6:52. Fu Ning wiped the water on her hands with a paper towel, a little curious about what those few people in space were like now. She pressed her curiosity and went to take another shower, change her clothes, and get sun protection before picking up her car keys and heading out the door. Just out of the neighborhood, the sunlight stung my eyes, and pulling down the visor didn't help. Fu Ning put on his sunglasses and skillfully drove to the outskirts of the city. Thanks to her love of outdoor adventures, Deep City was more than familiar to her. Finding a place off the beaten path was still pretty easy for Fu Ning. Arriving at an unattended piece of abandoned reservoir, Fu Ning stopped the car, put on his sun hat, and pushed the door to get out. Getting out of the car, a wave of heat burned through, carrying temperatures that were going to bake a person to ashes. It was a good thing that all this time Fu Ning was trying her best to adapt herself to the rules of nature. Otherwise, she would have been knocked out this time. After getting out of the car, Fu Ning looked around to make sure there was no one around. She opened the trunk, and through the cover of the trunk, she pretended to drag out the 3 huangda from the space and threw them on the ground. Previously, Fu Ning suppressed his curiosity and didn't look at huangda's several people. And now, after throwing them out of the car, Fu Ning could really see the 3 people's appearance. Upon seeing the faces of a few people, Fu Ning couldn't help but widen her eyes in surprise. Several of them had gray hair and wrinkles all over their faces, as if they had been given an aging agent, and they looked heavily belated. The age of the other 2 Fu Ning did not know, but Huangda had not yet turned 40 so far. It's amazing how much they've changed in just under 6 hours. This space, how did it work? So what's going to end up happening to her with the space? Fu Ning stood there a little stunned, a heart poofing loudly. What goes around comes around. Fu Ning also didn't know what disasters this space of hers would bring for her. But right now, it seemed obvious that there were more benefits. She withdrew her gaze and turned to her car before pulling under a large tree to get out of the heat. Apparently, it didn't help that she was still hot and bothered. After eating 3 ice creams in a row, the dryness in Fu Ning's heart was relieved a lot. She lowered the seat, closed her eyes, and comfortably turned on the music and blew the air conditioning for a while, quietly waiting for the time to pass. She waited for almost 10 minutes before she pinched her stethoscope and got out of the car, walking over to a few of Huangda's people and crouching down to try their heartbeats. The skin of the 3 men exposed to the sun was peeling, and the skin in direct contact with the ground was even more scorched. Fu Ning averted his eyes and pressed the stethoscope to the chest of the 3 people and listened carefully, making sure that all 3 people had hiccuped, before he untied the 3 people and picked up the stethoscope and went back to the car. She spent no more than half an hour back and forth at the reservoir and quickly drove off in the souped-up Hummer. She was in such a hurry to get here that she didn't notice the man on a watchtower less than 50 meters away, wrinkling his nose and taking off his binoculars. As they got closer, a pungent smell of roasting meat rushed into their nostrils. He bent down and reached out to probe the arteries in the necks of several men. Sure enough, the men were dead. The man frowned, looking thoughtfully in the direction Fu Ning had left, his gaze sinking. Chapter 12. Fu Ning had stayed up most of the night, and when she returned to Hua Tianyuan, she just wanted to get a good night's sleep. Parking her car, she didn't take the elevator up for one thing because of the extreme heat right now. Who knows if the power supply will not be able to supply the electricity in the next second. And for another, she felt that this body of hers was still a bit weak, and when she could drill herself, Fu Ning was never soft. She jogged all the way up the stairs, and when she got home, Fu Ning casually rinsed off, threw herself on the bed, and quickly fell asleep. Waking up again, it was 3 in the afternoon. Confusing her biological clock, she was still a little groggy when she woke up, but with spicy diced rabbit on her mind, she forced herself to get up. After simply washing his face, Fu Ning habitually took out the outdoor temperature detector and measured the outdoor temperature. 73 degrees. Yesterday, she remembered, it was still 71 degrees. It was not too much of a surprise. After all, in Fu Ning's cognizance, the highest temperature was going to break 79 degrees. Fu Ning went to the kitchen and started preparing the ingredients for the spicy diced rabbit. After the ingredients were prepared, she fried the spicy diced rabbit twice in white oil, then fished it out and poured the ingredients into the oil to explode, and then added the diced rabbit to stir-fry together. Finally, add white sesame seeds and green onions. A plate of colorful and fragrant spicy diced rabbit is ready. After serving the rice, Fu Ning took a bottle of Fat House Happy Water from the refrigerator and was about to watch Guan Yu dry the rice when a knock came from the door. Fu Ning took a sip of Sprite and frowned at the electric door switch at the entrance. She kind of regretted not leaving the electric door switch on when she got back in the morning. But Huangda, who had been harassing her, had already hiccuped, and she didn't know anyone else in Huatian Yuan. So who could be knocking on the door? Walking over and opening the door, she was still a little surprised when a bright, smiling face appeared in front of Fu Ning's eyes. Isn't this the Jojo who lives on the 7th floor? Fu Ning narrowed his eyes, a wary look on his face. Xiao Xiao smiled curtly at Fu Ning. Miss Sister, your cooking smells so good. Can I rub a meal in your place? This week I've been eating instant noodles, and I'm about to vomit. She looked like the kind of young lady who had been pampered and not eaten the food of the world, so she behaved so innocently and adorably even when she came to the door to beg for food. It really hasn't taken a beating from life. Fu Ning was half-heartedly trying to be compassionate. Her voice was cold as she pressed her hand against the doorframe. I can't. Xiao Xiao inhaled hard and was hooked by the clear aroma of Fu Ning's family's meal. Her mouth came down. I can pay for it. My dad is the chairman of Xiao's group. When my dad returns to China, I will definitely not let you suffer. Fernin was still the same. No need. Can you go now? She knew all too well how precious food was, and understood all too well what a steady stream of trouble awaited her if she gave the girl the slip today. Jojo's face finally collapsed, probably because no one had ever treated her like that, and she left with red eyes. Fu Ning closed the door without mercy. Only this time, she wouldn't have much of an appetite for dry food, and Jojo's presence had alerted her. She seems a little too high profile when everyone is eating bubbly cookies. Fu Ning doesn't want to be high profile. She picked up her phone to swipe through the group messages. 我悄悄地瞧瞧，好香好香，谁在做饭了？好想去蹭饭，一勺就好。图片 JPG. Sure, bye. Eating instant noodles for a week in a row. I'm gonna vomit. Who cooks so fragrantly? It's too much. Love on the Seine. It seems to be from our building. I haven't heard of anyone in our building who can cook. Xiao Xiao's Xiao Xiao. The smell seems to be coming from the 10th floor. So fragrant, I can't take the bird. I'm gonna dabble in the meal. Chen Xiuyu. The one who cooks. You've aroused the anger of the group. Hand over all the food, or we'll go to your house to rob it. It's followed by a screen full of grabbing rice plus 1S. Fu Ning sneered. That's only if you can grab it. She made up her mind that she'd have to seal the doors and windows tightly to cook more flavorful meals in the future. After a beautiful meal, Fu Ning lay on the sofa rubbing her belly and brushing her microblogging to pass the time. The island is still out of contact. While the volcano is still erupting, the high temperatures in the country are still going on, and over in the beautiful country, which is at the moment experiencing a once-in-a-thousand-years mega flood. Not only the beautiful country, but all those perennially arid desert areas are experiencing mega flooding at the moment. Unlike before when those on the internet were still slightly relaxed and felt that it was just a short-lived disaster, the word Armageddon began to be mentioned constantly. Countless people have lost their lives in this disaster, and countless others have chosen to relieve themselves because they can't stand the extreme weather. There are experts who are appealing to the crowd for counseling, and there are many people who keep spreading demoralizing negative energy online. After noticing that she was a bit negative, Fu Ning turned off her cell phone and stopped paying attention to the news online. She touched her hard belly and raised her eyes to see a pile of objects on the coffee table. It was something she'd stripped from the three Huangdas last night. Her eyes fell on one of the keys, and she fell into a brief moment of contemplation. 2 minutes later, she used the set of keys to open the door to Huangda's house. The pungent smell of smoke hit his nose, choking Fu Ning to cough twice. Huangda's home is a very typical thug style of decoration. Everywhere is golden. See Fu Ning some spicy eyes. But there are advantages to being a thug, just like that gold sunkenwood sofa. It looks very, very expensive. Fu Ning walked over and collected it into space. After circling the living room, she shoved everything she could use into the open area of the space, and then couldn't wait to get into the den. Since Huangda was a thuggish tycoon, Fu Ning guessed that there would be a lot of big treasures in his study that would surprise her. She guessed that Huangda's house would have a lot of big treasures, but she still couldn't help but gulp when she saw a wall of valuable jade in the study. I'm really disturbed. The $0 purchase came out of nowhere. Fu Ning touched his fingers over those jades and collected all of them into space. Not only that, but she found a number of gold bars and cash bills in the study. What surprised Fu Ning the most was that Huangda had stocked up on a box full of guns. What puzzled Fu Ning the most in his last life was how Huangda, who didn't seem to be able to fight, could become the bully of the neighborhood. Now this box of guns and ammo gave Fu Ning the answer. But what's Huangda doing with so many guns? It was only at this point that Fu Ning vaguely felt that Huangda's identity might not be that simple. Anyway, this would be idle. Fu Ning simply rummaged around in Huangda's study. She had a hunch that Huangda's study would give her the answer she wanted. It didn't take long for Fu Ning to find a number of resumes about King's Point and many of the young men in Huangda's bookcase. The young people, both male and female, had resumes that clearly stated that the organization they were applying to was some infamous GA waste group in Jinshan Cape. Obviously, Huangda is the middleman who tricked the countrymen into going to the GA waste group. Fu Ning's expression sank suddenly. She counted. Those materials were as many as 200. This information made all the joy of Fernand's $0 purchase fade away. This Huangda really not worth dying for. Chapter 13. Thinking of the evil that Huangda had done, Fu Ning was even more nonchalant and took all the things that could be used in his house. However, she didn't take Huangda's cell phone, so she didn't know that not long after she left Huangda's house, Huangda's cell phone rang several times one after another. In a large flat house with an ocean view, a couple of men dressed for society with menacing gazes were gathered together and were smoking. Huang Yong called a few times in succession. The opposite side was unanswered. He could not help but feel a little anxious. Stuffing the unanswered phone into his pants pocket, he wiped his face and walked into the living room, squatting in front of a man with a deep knife scar on the left side of his face. Kung, something must have happened to my brother and the others. None of the three of them can get through on their cell phones. Snort. The scarred man called Chong pressed his cigarette into the ashtray. Didn't Huang to say that bitch was choking? What's your hurry? Huang Yong's tone was resolute. Yang San's cell phone is always away from him. And now that it's been almost a day in the past, and he hasn't returned my message, something must have happened on their side. Brother Chong lit another cigarette for himself. Unimpressed, put the kickstand on top of the coffee table. What can I do if something happens? I can't go to them. Now this ghost weather out his death. Wait for the weather to cool down. Thinking of his brother, who was a mother, Huang Yong gritted his teeth and still said, Brother Chong, you don't know, in fact, my brother, they're looking at that bitch. Only 2 months ago, they sold 2 buildings in Futian District. My brother checked it out and sold it for $2 billion. $2 billion made Chong's eyes suddenly narrow and his body set a few points straighter with it. Tell me more carefully. When Huang Yong finished, Chong took a drag on his cigarette with interest and murmured, Fu Ning. Very good. I'll remember that name. Coming back from Huang Da's house, Fu Ning went to the gym and drilled hard. There is so much filth in a peaceful world, and in the end times, this kind of thing will only increase. She doesn't have the power to save the world. She can only manage to preserve herself without losing her nature as a human being. But halfway through practicing boxing, she suddenly heard a loud bang. A mournful yell followed from downstairs. She frowned and wiped the sweat from her body with a towel as she walked over to the window and lifted the curtains to look out, only to see the entrance to the district. A Mercedes-Benz sedan crashed and the green belt is burning in the fire. A man hard to open the door to climb down, hissed and climbed forward, did not climb 2 steps. He was completely motionless. Fu Ning's fingers that were wiping off the sweat paused, and she narrowed her eyes at the man who had fallen to the ground. One plopped down on the ground in this weather, and it's a second-degree burn. Kind of want to see the follow-up. Fu Ning took out his binoculars and stood by the window watching intently. Not a moment later, two middle-aged men and women wearing sunscreen hats with parasols hurriedly ran over to the man collapsed on the ground, unconscious hard back up, and hurriedly toward a unit of the building. Fu Ning felt that the group would probably be discussing this matter this time as well. She exited the gym, turned on her phone, and started swiping through the group messages. Jojo's Jojo. What's going on? Why are people running out in this heat? Is that little brother okay? Love and the sane. I inquired about, seems to be his family foreign trade factory. Because of the high temperature fire, he did not feel at ease want to go to the factory to see, so he ran out. It looks like his car, because of the high temperature to the car tires sun-blown, only led to crash into the wall fire. I hope people are okay. Bin, it's 73 degrees today, and he has the nerve to drive. Is he crazy about money? Chun Xiaoyu. Wasn't there another car that drove out in the morning? I saw it clearly, it was a black Hummer, and I don't know which family it belonged to. Seeing his message, Fu Ning was stunned. It seemed that she was still too high profile. If she was stared at 2 more times, she might be famous in the neighborhood. Fu Ning had stayed at home for the past few days and had not gone out to buy supplies, but now it seemed that she would have to go out with the crowd tonight in order to do so. As night fell, the temperature dropped, and by 11 or 12 a.m., it was less than 50 degrees. Many people would choose to go out at this time of the day, and Fu Ning also changed his clothes and went down the stairs with his car keys. Walking to the 7th floor, a furry head suddenly sprang out, frightening Fu Ning reflexively to pull out a weapon. Fixing his eyes, it was Jojo. She was dressed in a t-shirt and jean shorts, with a pair of sneakers on her feet and a smile that curved her eyes. Seeing that it was her, Fu Ning pulled the defense value in her mind down a bit, but still didn't lower her guard. She put her fingers in her coat pocket and pinched a spring-loaded knife, frowning at Xiao Xiao with vigilance. Doing what? You relax, La, I don't mean any harm. Xiao Xiao held up her hands towards Fu Ning as she said, I know that you drove that Hummer out in the morning, but I didn't say anything to anyone. Fu Ning's eyes sank 2 points, his voice shallow. What do you want to do? Are you going to buy supplies? Can you give me a ride? I'm almost out of food at home, and I'm a little scared to be alone. Xiao Xiao pointed at her finger, pouting and looking at Fu Ning pitifully. Fu Ning was never one to eat the set of pampering and cute. She refused stiffly, can't. After saying that, Fu Ning went downstairs on his own. Soon there was the sound of trotting down the hallway, and it was Jojo running down after her with her car keys. She grunted in exasperation, disgruntled and accusing. You're a really cold person, oh. Fu Ning didn't care what he thought in other people's eyes. His long legs moved fast, and he soon reached the underground parking lot and drove the Hummer out of the parking lot. In the rearview mirror, Jojo arrogantly followed in a red Ferrari and honked her horn openly behind her. It had been a long time since Fu Ning had encountered such energetic people. After spending a long time in the post-apocalyptic world, people would turn into ghosts. However, ghosts would also yearn for the light. She silently reduced her speed. Xiao Xiao opened the window, made a face at Fu Ning, and drove the car past Fu Ning. Fu Ning frowned slightly. In her last life, there was no such person as Xiao Xiao in her memory. Was she not subjected to extreme heat? Or was it something else? Suddenly, she thought of Xiao Xiao, saying in the morning that she was the daughter of the chairman of Xiao Group. She remembered in her last life, Huangda had said more than once that he had imprisoned the daughter of the chairman of the Xiao Group in his bedroom for the brothers who had defected to him to take turns playing with her. Only that one of them had failed to watch over the woman and had let the woman jump to her death. Such a vivid life that ended up ending itself in such a tragic way. It's a good thing that Huangda died in this life, and Xiao Xiao didn't have to suffer that kind of humiliation. Returning to his senses, Fu Ning turned the steering wheel and was about to drive towards the large shopping center. But out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of a small yellow beast that was wailing and barking next to the flower stand. She fixed her eyes and took a closer look. Good Lord, is that a tiger? Chapter 14. After hesitating for a moment, Fu Ning parked the car on the side of the road and got out to walk towards the tiger cub. The post-apocalyptic world was so boring that it must feel pretty bad to have such a little thing with you. Besides, it's a tiger. Killing bar tigers. The killing tiger was screaming in pain, and when Fu Ning approached, he didn't forget to raise his hair and breathe towards her. Fu Ning fished out a packet of original jerky from his coat pocket and squatted down to hand it to Xiao. Eat it. Little Tiger stared at her warily for a few moments, but in the end he couldn't resist the scent of the jerky and picked it up in one bite and turned his head to run. It had only taken one step to run out before it fell to the ground in a lurch wailing in agony. Fu Ning noticed that it was covered in blood and just wondered how badly it was hurt. She tentatively reached out and touched the fur on its back. I don't know whether it was because it sensed Fu Ning's lack of malice, or whether it was confused by the pain, but that little tiger weakly turned back to look at her and fainted with its head tilted. You want to save it up? Xiao Xiao's voice sounded behind her. Fu Ning turned his head to look at her and did not say anything, but picked up little tiger with a clear meaning. Jojo let out a mumble and suddenly reached out and ran her hand over Tiger's body carefully twice, then smiled. It's okay, just a broken leg bone in the back leg. This time Fu Ning looked at her twice more, studied medicine. A current student at Capital Medical University. Jojo puffed out her chest. A schoolteacher. That was quite a surprise. Fu Ning stroked the restless beast in his arms and asked Xiao Xiao, "Can it be saved?" Jojo nodded. Not much of a problem. Fu Ning was relieved. I have a military medical first aid kit in my car. Xiao Xiao, very on the road, immediately picked up 2 sticks around over. As expected, sat on Fu Ning's Hummer, skillful techniques to the small tiger bone. A minor surgery that seemed like a minor problem to Jojo took nearly half an hour, and by the time the beast was bandaged up, a number of people who had gone to the supermarket had returned. Xiao Xiao's family had almost run out of food. She would be a little anxious to go to the supermarket to buy necessities, so she asked Fu Ning somewhat cautiously, "Sister, do you still go to the supermarket?" Fu Ning had gone to the supermarket to shop for a pretense, but in the end, Xiao Xiao had just been delayed because of her, and she wasn't that heartless. She nodded. Go. After a pause, she added, "My name is Fu Ning." Xiao Xiao was delighted. "My name is Xiao Xiao, the Xiao Xiao of Bronze Bird Spring." Fu Ning was speechless. She thought to herself, in ancient times there was a locked-eared Xiao. Today there's a locked Xiao Xiao, and I don't know if Xiao Xiao is a prophet who knifed his own end in advance. After not having been to the supermarket for a few days, the whole place looked surprisingly empty when I got there again. I don't know if it was the intensifying apocalyptic rhetoric, but those rice, flour, food, and oil areas didn't have many goods left at a glance. Xiao Xiao pushed the cart, didn't even look at the rice and noodles area, went straight to the snacks area, swept 10 or so packets of potato chips into the cart in a brain, and the cart was soon full. Fu Ning was a bit speechless. "You're not buying some rice? My house doesn't have a pot, and I don't know how to cook," Xiao Xiao said. "Besides, when the Red Rock Mountain volcano finishes erupting, the environment will get better. We just need to wait for a while." "Oh, it's good that you're happy." Fu Ning didn't persuade her and took a few bags of chips himself and threw them into the cart. After pretending to sweep around, Fu Ning and Xiao Xiao pushed the shopping cart to the checkout counter. Expectedly, prices have skyrocketed quite a bit, so it's good to see that order hasn't broken down and people are still honestly checking out. After paying the money, Fu Ning loaded the supplies into the wagon and drove back to Huatianyuan with Xiao Xiao one after the other. Huatianyuan was built on the top of a hill overlooking half of the deep city and was known as the Garden on the Clouds. Fu Ning in the drive through the mountainside at a corner inadvertently glimpsed the ground a row of triangular Zama nails. It was too late to react. The entire body has been crushed from the Zama nails. The car she had was specially modified to resist building, but Jojo's Ferrari wasn't so lucky. Only to hear bang bang, a few tires exploded. Xiao Xiao wildly steering wheel, barely stable, not to let the car towards a fall down the cliff. Several men dressed like spiritual boys jumped out of the dark bushes, each with a long knife in hand and a lewd smile, and quickly surrounded the Ferrari. One of them even jumped onto the front hood of the car and slashed at the windshield of the Ferrari. "Hand over all the money on your body." Jojo was so uninvolved in the world that she was taken aback by the scene before her. With red eyes, she had the good sense to pull out her wallet and hand it into the hands of a man standing by the car door with a leering smile, amidst the man's sardonic grin. The man received the wallet at the same time, looked at Xiao Xiao, eyes flooded with light, and then clutched Xiao Xiao's arm, rushed behind the man, said, "This girl looks not bad. We have not been meet for a long time. Tonight just can..." Fu Ning hadn't originally planned to step in, but the man's words made her frown. The guys chimed in, saying they'd reach in and open the car door and try to drag Jojo down. Xiao Xiao was scared to tears. "This is a society of law and order. You are breaking the law. I will call the police to have them arrest you." "Ha ha ha. This is ridiculous." The man in the lead viciously dragged Xiao Xiao out of the car, pointing to the surrounding surveillance to show Xiao Xiao, "We've already dismantled the surveillance here. There's no physical evidence. Who can arrest me dash?" Before the words were finished, a small knife slammed through his back. The sharp pain caused the man's face to change abruptly, and he turned his head in disbelief to see the woman standing in front of him, dressed in all black. Fu Ning took the opportunity to wring his neck and backed up to the edge of the cliff, darting through the night to draw a knife to his neck and ruthlessly wiping it, and then lifting his foot to viciously kick him off the cliff. The remaining few men gripped the long knives in their hands and looked at each other. They only saw the Ferrari hit earlier and didn't pay attention to whether the Hummer left. Concentrating on the robbery, they didn't even notice when Fu Ning got down from the car and lurked beside them. Xiao Xiao rubbed the arm that was yanked painfully and quickly climbed up from the ground to panic and pull Fu Ning's sleeve. Fu Ning, let's run. Hurt my brother and still want to run? It's not that easy. A few men glanced at each other with fierce eyes, raising their knives and rushing towards Fu Ning. Fu Ning turned the spring-loaded knife in her hand and bit her lower lip to meet it fearlessly. Having done over 2 months of physical training, she was also curious as to how explosive she was now. As the man raised his knife to slash at her, she nimbly dodged it before sending the spring-loaded knife into her opponent's heart with half a heartbeat. She had practiced martial arts since she was a child and returned from the post-apocalyptic world, learning real skills that could kill her with a single blow. Fingers gripped the knife tightly and twisted it viciously halfway around his heart, not forgetting to lift his foot and kick him hard off the cliff to destroy his body. Another person surrounded him, and Fu Ning similarly finished him off in 3 or 2 blows. Realizing that the few people were only 3-legged kung fu, Fu Ning completely put his heart down. The last remaining person saw Fu Ning, female god of death, like even stabbing several people, and kicked down the cliff. Legs are scared straight shivering. He threw the long knife in his hand with a clang. You killed someone? I want to call the police to arrest you. Fu Ning wiped off the blood on his sleeve and walked towards him with his long legs. What a coincidence. You guys took down the surveillance. Who can arrest me? She returned what the man had just said in its original form. Coming to the man, she bent down and yanked him, dragging him like a dead pig to the edge of the cliff, sharply wiping his neck and throwing him off the cliff. Turning back, Fu Ning met Xiao Xiao's unfamiliar and frightened eyes. She subconsciously stepped back with the long knife she had picked up at some point. Fu Ning's eyes narrowed and his grip tightened on the spring-loaded knife. Chapter 15. Fu Ning was never soft when it came to threats to his vital interests. She stared at Jojo's eyes, and as soon as she made her next move, she wouldn't hesitate to end her. But in the next second, barf! Jojo dropped her long knife and sat down with weak knees, followed by an instant rise from the heat of the ground. She patted her chest, her eyelashes fluttering, and suddenly broke down and crouched down, burying her head under both knees and whimpering out. Fu Ning stayed in the same position he was in just now and didn't move, nor did he have any thoughts of going up to comfort Xiao Xiao. About 3 or 5 minutes passed before Jojo stopped crying. She wiped the tears from her face and walked over to Fu Ning. Fu Ning, thank you for today. If Fu Ning hadn't gotten out of the car to help her, Xiao Xiao would have had a hard time imagining exactly what would have happened to her. She never mentioned what had just happened, although it was also true that she hadn't seen exactly what had happened, and only knew that those few strong men had all been pushed off the cliff by Fu Ning. After a pause, Jojo's eyes reddened again. Can you drive me back? I can't drive my car. Yes. Fu Ning didn't see anything strange on Xiao Xiao's face, so he put away the spring-loaded knife and nodded in agreement. Without really being victimized and having cried in pain, Xiao Xiao's negative emotions went quickly, and she quickly picked up food from her car and got into Fu Ning's car. After she sat down, Fu Ning started the Hummer and quickly disappeared into the mountains. When they arrived at Huatian Yuan, Fu Ning carried food in one hand, picked up the still unconscious tiger cub in the other, and walked straight to the stairs. Xiao Xiao wanted to take the elevator up, but seeing the graceful lines on Fu Ning's arm that was carrying the food, and thinking of the ruthlessness Fu Ning had just shown when he held those arrogant men down on the ground, she gulped and struggled to carry the food bag to keep up with Fu Ning's pace. Neither of them spoke again, and when they reached the 7th floor, Xiao Xiao then called out to Fu Ning and once again thanked him seriously. Fu Ning shook her head. No need. You've also helped me. Besides, I caused what happened today. If she hadn't saved Little Tiger, she wouldn't have been delayed for half an hour, and she wouldn't have met that wave. Obviously, Xiao Xiao also thought of Little Tiger. Her eyes fell on Little Tiger, thinking that Fu Ning's family didn't have any professional veterinary medicine. She said, you can feed it more calcium tablets. Good. Fernine didn't say she had a pharmacy on her plate. She nodded, thanks. Saying goodbye to Xiao Xiao, Fu Ning went back home, locked the door, and energized the electric door. After simply building a nest for the tiger cub, Fu Ning went to the bathroom to take a shower. A smell of blood. Even if Fu Ning didn't have a cleanliness fetish, she still found it a bit unbearable. After coming out of the shower, Fu Ning heard a wailing and wailing. She walked to the living room and saw the little milk tiger that had shrunk into a ball and stretched its neck. It looked like it had just been born, and with a blue film over its eyes, it looked harmless enough. Who would have thought that such a harmless little gadget would grow up to eat large animals without blinking an eye? When it saw Fu Ning approaching, it even grubbed its paws and huffed at Fu Ning. Fu Ning popped it in the head and glared at it with a frown. No barking nuisance. I don't know if the little milk tiger understood. Its ears drooped down, and it really didn't bark anymore. Fu Ning was so adorable that he couldn't help but rub it hard on its head twice. Considering that it was still hungry, Fu Ning took out a can of goat's milk powder from the space and blended a sea bowl for the little tiger. The little thing shuddered and straightened its upper body. Its tail coiled around its buttocks as it stuck out its pink tongue and licked away. Seeing that it had such a good appetite, Fu Ning was completely relieved. It's good to be able to eat. She has lots of food and doesn't mind at all if little things are shared with her. When the little thing finished eating, Fu Ning rubbed its soft ears and coaxed, "Little thing, mixed with sister in the future." The little milk tiger looked at her with round eyes and didn't say anything. Fu Ning's playfulness came up, holding down its head and pointing it downward, making a nodding gesture. "Very good." She rubbed its little ears again. "What should I name you?" She meditated for half a day, and finally her eyes fell on the little milk tiger's yellow fur all over its body. "Why don't we just call you Little Yellow?" Tiny tigers. You came up with the name of this contraption after half a day's thought? Forced by Fu Ning's coercion, it had to accept this earthy name. Fu Ning teased it for a while, checked Baidu, and took out the medicines that could be used after a fracture from the space to give Xiao Huang medicine before going back to the bedroom to sleep. The next morning, she woke up with a thud. "Help! Someone's jumping!" Fu Ning froze and immediately got out of bed, taking 3 or 2 steps to the window and lifting the curtains to look out, only to see a building downstairs on the green belt. Bright red blood stains infested open a large area of land. A pair of broken legs so straight to the eyeballs fell on the sidewalk, looking miserable. There were wailing screams all around, and people were dialing 120 in panic. Compared to them, Fu Ning was much more calm. She had risen from the dead, and while the scene at hand shocked her as well, it didn't cause her to panic. After only 2 seconds of watching, Fu Ning closed the curtains. She picked up her cell phone and opened the WeChat group, intuiting what untold stories had happened in the time she had been asleep. Binbin. Who was the jumper? What happened? Chun Xiaoyu. This is our building. Her son is yesterday's car's spontaneous combustion of the owner. As if her son did not rescue last night died. Specifically how I do not know the package to listen to. You heard the news did not at Love in the Seine River. Love on the Seine. Her husband also died. Last night near the hospital encountered a robbery. Was stabbed 7 times. Her daughter-in-law got the news to the hospital. In the middle of the road was punctured tires were dragged down to the wheel. The morning couldn't think of slitting their wrists to commit suicide. Hey, this world is too difficult, and I do not know when it will be better. Everyone was silent at the sight of Love on the Seine. It was a while before anyone cursed those brutes with indignation and anger. Chow chows chow chow. I used to be quite optimistic, thinking that the world would always change for the better when this natural disaster passes. But now, I don't dare to go out during the day and night. Binbin, don't be sentimental, pretty girl. There will always be a day when it gets better. Love on the Seine. I do think the civilized order is collapsing. There have been a number of vicious robberies and injuries this week, and if this extreme heat doesn't end, it's only a matter of time before it happens again. Chun Xiaoyu. In the future, we try to unite the people in the neighborhood, go out with a companion. There are more people. Those who rob the people do not dare to rashly do it to us. Jojo, who had only just been robbed, was the first to respond. Jojo's Jojo. I agree with this proposal. Love on the Seine? I agree. Soon others followed in response. Fu Ning sighed and put down his cell phone. It seemed that if she tried to go out alone in the future, the chances of being watched would be even greater. Difficult to get. Chapter 16. Fu Ning put down his cell phone and prepared to check on Xiao Huang in the living room. Just as I approached the living room, a huge stench hit my nose. The smell lifted Fu Ning's spirits. Now, although it is daytime, but the sun is poisonous. Fu Ning home curtains are closed 24 hours a day. the whole room is gray. Fu Ning covered her nose and went and turned on the light, only to turn around and see on the floor of her living room. Oh, yes, shit. The hatchling shit was fishy and smelly, softly treaded and not fully formed, and was stepped on everywhere by Yellow. It cowered in the corner and buried its head in the makeshift nest Fu Ning had built for it, its nose stuck in its slightly bulging clothes, wondering if it was stank. Fu Ning pinched her throbbing temples, took out her gas mask from space and put it on, and used a whisk broom to carefully clean up the poop that little Yellow had pooped everywhere. After tidying up the living room, Fu Ning thought about it and decided to put that bubble of poop into space as fertilizer. She quickly remedicated Yellow's leg, blended it with goat's milk powder, found a basin, and poured 2 bags of cat litter for Yellow to use as a makeshift toilet, pinched her nose, and flashed into the space with a pocket full of shit. Last time Huang to several people in the space, Instant Old Thing let Fu Ning slightly have a psychological shadow. These days she did not come back to the space. When he entered the space, Fu Ning was keenly aware of a change in the space. Just 100 acres of land with rows of small, lush trees half a man high. Moreover, while she used to feel a dullness in her chest when she entered the space, this time, she felt that the air was much fresher. She remembered the fine jade that she had purchased for $0 at Huangda's house. Those jades, they can make such a big change in space. Does this mean that she will be able to stay in space longer as well? Carrying a pocket of fertilizer, she went straight to the nearest row of saplings and poured the fertilizer onto the roots of the trees. Fu Ning returned to the side of the wooden house, feeling the blue sky and white clouds and fresh breeze, only to feel a lot of relief. After standing and fuming for a while, she went to the cabin and got 2 solar-powered planting robots. And after setting up the weeding and reclaiming program, she placed the 2 robots on the patch of wasteland and let the 2 robots go to work. She herself skipped off to the area of the farm she had carved out for herself. Opening the iron fence, the animals inside were all playing leisurely. Fu Ning toured around and saw that they were all in good physical condition before exiting the farm. She dragged a hammock out of the cabin, placed it on the lawn in the sun to set the alarm for 2 hours later, and lazily listened to the song to get a comfortable night's sleep. 2 hours later, Fu Ning was woken up by his alarm clock. She subconsciously went to touch the tip of her nose. No nosebleeds, no chest tightness or shortness of breath. There's no lifting the air. Fu Ning used to think that her idea of retiring in space was delusional. Now, she felt that if she was bold enough, she would be able to retire to space sooner or later. Back in reality, Fu Ning changed Xiao Huang's medicine, then pinched his nose and shoveled his feces. Yellow eats a lot and poops a lot. Fu Ning had hoarded a lot of cat litter in her space, but she had only prepared her own amount. And according to this pulling method of Xiao Huang, sooner or later the cat litter in her space would be finished being created by Xiao Huang. While she could still go out, Fu Ning decided to go to the grocery store tonight to stock up on more cat litter. The day passed quickly, and at night, the sound of talking resounded once again downstairs in the neighborhood. But compared to the usual hustle and bustle, there are a lot fewer people out at night today after the daytime jumping incident. Fu Ning, still dressed casually in black, headed down the stairs. Walking to the 7th floor, a petite figure scurried out again. It was probably because last night's incident had given Xiao Xiao quite a scare. She was wearing a light-colored long casual dress today, and her hair was still tied in a high ponytail. She hemmed and hawed at Fu Ning. "I knew you'd have to go out again today." Fu Ning stopped and was a little curious. "How did you know I would go out yesterday?" Xiao Xiao rubbed the tip of her nose and said quite frankly, "Yesterday was a coincidence, and today was a deliberate attempt to keep a watchful eye on you." She smiled and came up. "Fu Ning, can I rub your car today?" Fu Ning was also very convinced about her self-possession. She kind of craved her medical skills, though, even though she was still in school. But how bad could a 985 in school be? In the post-apocalyptic world, a simple cold can kill you. She thought for a moment and said to Xiao Xiao, "At a WeChat, in the future you can ask me to join you if you want to go out and buy supplies, but you'll have to teach me medicine." Where did Xiao Xiao think that there would be such a surprise? She hurriedly nodded. "No problem." With an agreement in place, Jojo's dallying with the car is more than justified. This time there was no delay on the road. Fu Ning quickly drove the car to the entrance of the supermarket. It was a bit crowded today, and she had a long search for a parking spot. The neighborhood was densely parked with cars, and Fu Ning had no trouble parking in a remote corner. Just getting out of the car, Fu Ning suddenly became acutely aware of a line of sight falling on her. Her brow wrinkled and her eyes sharpened in that direction. Having spent a lot of time in the post-apocalyptic world, she had a strong intuition when danger was near. That intuition had also saved Fu Ning's life several times. This time, though, she saw nothing. Jojo saw her standing still and gently nudged her. "What are you looking at?" Fu Ning withdrew his gaze. "It's fine." She took a step toward the supermarket. There were an unusually large number of people coming to the supermarket today, and at first glance, it almost looked like a New Year's Eve extravaganza. Fu Ning had a hard time pushing the cart to the pet area and took a dozen packages of cat litter and put them in the cart. Xiao Xiao held a few boxes of chocolates close behind her, and suddenly, she yanked her arm hard and cried out in fear, "Fu Ning." "What's wrong?" Fu Ning stopped moving and turned back to look at Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao glanced with her eyes very subtly to the next few hans and clutched Fu Ning's arm. Tiptoeing to Fu Ning's ear, "There are several people with knives on their waists. I'm a little scared." At those words, Fu Ning frowned as she subconsciously followed Xiao Xiao's line of sight. Sure enough, there are a few men standing not far away with knives in their belts, all with bad eyes cruising through the crowd, looking like they don't have good intentions. As the heat intensifies, evil breeds faster. Fu Ning does not want to cause any trouble in her new life. She just wants to live a good life until the end of time. She put the cart down decisively and clutched Jojo's arm. "Let's get out of here." The number of people gathered was increasing. Xiao Xiao was a bit scared. She thought about what happened last night, and her face turned pale with it. She nodded and obediently followed Fu Ning as she prepared to squeeze out of the crowd and leave. But at that moment, there were several loud clangs coming from the grain and oil area. Out of the corner of her eye, Fu Ning glimpsed a few people who were manipulating iron bars and striking hard on the glass windows. "Now a bag of 5 kilograms of rice costs $800. I have no money, and you still have to let me starve to death alive." A man's violent voice rang out from a short distance away, and as he spoke, he manipulated the steel pipe in his hand again and smashed it fiercely into the shelves. He grabbed a few bags of rice and oil and threw them into the shopping cart, and was about to walk out of the supermarket with a big strut. One of the security guards tugged on the baton at his waist and stepped forward to stop him. The man raised the steel pipe in his hand and slammed it hard into the guard's head without mercy. With a bang, half of the guard's head was cut off. Immediately, a scream of horror rang out around them. The man held a steel pipe in his hand, his eyes sinister. "I'll see who dares to stop me." Chapter 17. Some righteous people were enraged when they saw the security guard killed. He picked up a glass bottle of vinegar on the shelf and slammed it down hard on the man's head. The bottle hit the man in the back and fell to the ground with a clunk. The sound of this glass bottle shattering was like pulling the fuse on the evil breeding. The man kicked over the shopping cart and turned his head with fishy red eyes. "Shit, who hit me?" As he spoke, he picked up a steel pipe and mercilessly smashed it into the heads of several people in front of him. Every time the tube goes down, someone's brain paddle bursts. That righteous man was also frightened by the viciousness of the man's strikes and kept retreating, quickly hiding in the crowd. Blood splattered and fell from the man's brow. All that blood made him look even more hideously excited, and he rushed towards the crowd with a steel pipe like a madman, smashing it hard over their heads. From a distance, Xiao Xiao couldn't see the movement over there, and only heard a mournful scream like a hellish ghost. The fear-filled screams made chicken skin rise all over her body, and she reflexively clutched Fu Ning's sleeve, urging, "Fu Ning, let's get out of here." However, the crowd swarmed in the direction of the exit, deeply afraid that the next person to get their head blown off would be themselves. Xiao Xiao was squeezed and stumbled, almost falling. Fu Ning was quick to grab her arm and head for the opposite corner. "There are too many people. So many people can easily cause a stampede. We'll go later." Xiao Xiao no longer had a backbone, and when Fu Ning said so, she hurriedly nodded her head and followed Fu Ning's footsteps as she hurriedly walked towards the corner of the pet supplies area. The intensifying post-apocalyptic rhetoric has put everyone on edge, and the day-to-day price of living goods is even more frightening. These days, significantly more people go out at night to buy supplies than ever before. Tonight especially so. The man approached the crowd with his pole swinging like a malevolent ghost, and the crowd was forced to back away, pouring towards the exits. Soon the doorway was crowded to the point of jamming. Some people fell in the shove, while others, like locusts, were desperate to rush out by stepping on the heads of those who fell on the ground. Some people took advantage of the chaos and frantically loaded their shopping carts with stuff, while others took advantage of the situation by pulling out knives from their belts and forcing those beside them to hand over anything of value they had on them. The air was thick with the smell of blood and the fetid odor of vomit and feces and urine from the crushed entrails. As early as the first set of people rushed over, Fu Ning made an instant decision to retreat to the corner of the pet area with Xiao Xiao. The ears were full of screams, hoarse, piercing, dense as thunder madly filling the ears. There was a constant stream of people pushing toward the door, stepping on human flesh to get out, and a constant stream of people wreaking havoc in the supermarket. Messed up, all messed up. The large fresh food supermarkets, overnight, were like hell on earth. Fu Ning borrowed the cover of the shelves and crouched sideways on the ground, her hand holding a sharp military dagger. Her gaze was sharp and alert, looking towards the turmoil. Sure enough, those few people with kitchen knives on their waists were the ones who took advantage of the chaos to loot, and they frantically threw the supplies into the carts as the crowd fled around. And when they encountered someone passing by in front of them, they even raised their hands and slaughtered them without hesitation. Jojo thought that last night was enough to scare her, but with what happened today, she thought she would never forget it. She clung to Fu Ning in a cold sweat. She felt that she had smelled death. Fu Ning noticed that Xiao Xiao was shaking like a sieve, but she didn't have any thoughts of comforting her. That's just the beginning. In a few years, when supplies are scarce, cannibalism is all over the place, and that's just where it's at. However, now that several exits were completely blocked by those people, how was she supposed to get out? Emergency escape port? Just as he was thinking, Fu Ning suddenly caught a glimpse of a figure sneaking towards him out of the corner of his eye. Her eyes glazed over, and she snapped to her feet, putting up her dagger and pawing at the man. Do what? That person did not expect Fu Ning to be so vigilant, was frightened by her rebuke, and when he looked up and met Fu Ning's pair of cold as ice eyes, his heart thumped even more. Before, he had only suspected that his brother's accident might have something to do with Fu Ning, but when he saw the viciousness in this woman's eyes, he instantly confirmed it. The three of them, Huangde, must have been killed by Fu Ning, not for any other reason, just because Fu Ning's eyes, at first glance, had seen blood. Thinking of his brother who pulled him up, Huang Yang's eyes instantly turned red. I'll kill you. He pulled out the machete that was pinned to his waist, his 5 features grimacing as he rushed towards Fu Ning. Xiao Xiao was so scared that she ran backwards on her hands and knees, not forgetting to call out to Fu Ning. Fu Ning, run. Run? Fu Ning didn't think about running. Just as Huang Yong recognized her that way, Fu Ning also easily recognized Huang Yong. After all, in her opinion, Huang Yong is also considered an old acquaintance. Among the people who had done wrong in Huatian Yuan in his last life was Huang Yong. He was not as bold as Huangde, nor was he as ruthless as Huangde, and he looked somewhat harmless. But the reason why Fu Ning's leg had been injured in his last life was that he had been cut by Huang Yong. Fu Ning's eyes went 2 points colder. She hadn't thought of looking for Huang Yong to settle the score, but Huang Yong even took the first step to find a door to send death to her. Then she had only to fulfill him. But at that moment, the overhead lights flashed twice and suddenly went out. The entire supermarket completely plunged into darkness. The power's out, accompanied by miserable screams and the thick smell of blood. This supermarket was more like a human purgatory. Huang Yong blinked his eyes hard. He hadn't been able to adjust to the sudden darkness. At this point, Fu Ning, who was a reborn person, had a big advantage. She had lived through the post-apocalyptic eternal night, and surviving in the darkness for so long allowed Fu Ning to quickly discern what was in the night. At this moment, she silently sneaked behind Huang Yong, and while Huang Yong was still waving his machete haphazardly and looking around, she didn't hesitate to stab the dagger into the aorta between his neck. I'm sorry, I'm a faster knife yet. What she returned was Huang Yong's earlier remark, I'll kill you. Surrounded by noisy people, but Huang Yong clearly heard Fu Ning's words, accompanied by a sharp pain in the neck that could not be ignored. Blood spurted out, and he reached out to block it, but he couldn't even do that. So as Fu Ning watched, he staggered back and fell to the ground again with a thud, dead and wide-eyed. Xiao Xiao couldn't see anything in the darkness of the night. All she could do was hug her knees tightly and keep exclaiming, Fu Ning? Fu Ning! I'm in! Fu Ning walked over, holding Xiao Xiao's wrist with precision and clutching her up from the ground. We can't stay here, let's go. If it was just an ordinary riot, it wouldn't be impossible for Fu Ning to stay here for a while longer waiting for the police to rescue him. But Huang Yong's appearance rang alarm bells in Fu Ning's mind. She hadn't forgotten that accomplice of Huang Da's had said that they had investigated her and knew that she was holding $2 billion. Those three were dead, but Huang Yong's rash appearance made Fu Ning suddenly think of the slimy and disgusting peeping that he had just detected at the entrance of the supermarket. She felt as if she was being watched. It was so chaotic here that Fu Ning was worried that he might not be able to wait for the police to rescue him before he was rounded up. Chapter 18. The creepy screams in the darkness of the night were haunting, and there were crowds of people running haphazardly everywhere, people scurrying around like headless flies. Fu Ning had practiced very good hearing in the post-apocalyptic world, and she gripped Xiao Xiao's arm tightly as she dodged the crowds and made 7 turns to the employee passageway. The door to the employee passageway was closed, and she bent down, taking the opportunity to take out from her space the tool that Huang Da's men had used to break her door earlier, and poked it twice into the lock eye. There were 2 clicks, and the door opened. She immediately shoved the tool back into the space and said to Jojo, who was tense and shivering, "Go." Xiao Xiao dizzily followed Fu Ning's lead and walked out of the negative floor from the stairs. It took the wind from the plaza with its rolling temperatures curling into his nostrils to finally give Jojo the feeling of coming to life. It's horrible. Everything that happened in the supermarket was as if the devil had descended. Fu Ning could not wait for her to be sad and sad. She took her long legs and walked straight in the direction of the parking lot. Seeing this, Xiao Xiao couldn't care less about being scared and hurriedly chased after him. There was a major power outage in the plaza, but fortunately the faint light from the solar streetlights made it barely discernible. Fu Ning didn't know if Huang Yong was by himself or had other accomplices, but she was constantly reminded to be careful. She kept an eye on the movement around her, always watching to see if anyone was spying on her. Suddenly, a flash of vision glued itself to her back. That line of sight screamed such discomfort that Fu Ning subconsciously pulled out the still, blood-stained saber in his pocket, his eyes glaring sternly toward that line of sight. Sister, with 4 eyes, Fu Jiao was so pleasantly surprised that she couldn't wait to jump up from the ground. She was as happy as if she had seen her own mother, her eyes glowing as she rushed towards Fu Ning. Fu Ning narrowed his eyes slightly to survey Fu Jiao. She was all decked out in designer labels, and her face was all sweaty, though she didn't look haggard. Not being able to see Fu Jiao in a state of disarray, Fu Ning admitted that he was kind of disappointed. Fu Jiao ran up to her, wanted to reach out and take her arm like before. "Sister, you don't live in Seawater Bay anymore?" "Dad, and I went to Seaview Court once last time and didn't see you." Under Fu Ning's eyes was an undisguised dislike for Fu Jiao, and the moment Fu Jiao reached out her hand, she frowned and took a step back. Fu Jiao wouldn't be this close to her on a normal day, and there was only one reason why she would be so enthusiastic. Fu Ning slightly raised her hand, interrupting Fu Jiao. She asked her, "I borrowed you before, and after you had to be hundreds of millions of dollars. I now have no money to use. Pay back the money." She asked with a handful of justified questions. In her last life, she was too short of love, and in order to be able to please Fu Rongchang, she was all for Fu Jiao, her stepsister. Fu Jiao hadn't missed out on getting money from her over the years. The elation on Fu Jiao's face chapped by inches, then incredulously looked up at Fu Ning. "Sister, your 2 buildings. Finished gambling, ah. I only have less than $50,000 on me now. Prices are so expensive now. You want me to wait for death?" Fu Ning finished loudly, nonchalantly pushed Fu Jiao. "Hurry up and pay back the money. I'm worried that I don't have any money." Fu Jiao was blocked on the street for the first time to ask for money. She was embarrassed and angry. She stammered, "I don't have any money, and I'm not looking for you because of this. Dad's foot injury is worse than before. Can you take care of Dad for a period of time?" Fu Ning was too lazy to listen to her nonsense. "You cheated me out of all my money and still want me to take care of him? Take care of him, okay. Give me back my money, and everything is fine." She's greasy and all about the money. Fu Jiao's joy at seeing Fu Ning just now was ruined by Fu Ning's open and closed mouth money. She also thought that it was hard to see Fu Ning. She must dump Dad that drag her to Fu Ning to take care of. After all, Fu Ning is a great filial daughter, is notorious. Who would have expected that Fu Ning would be so hostile? Fu Jiao didn't believe that the 2 billion had all been squandered by Fu Ning. But if she hadn't lost 2 billion in gambling, how could she have had a drastic personality change? Now, Fu Jiao was a bit hesitant, not being able to ask for the money and not being able to dump the dragger on Fu Ning. Or would Fu Jiao still be willing to lower her voice? She also did not pretend to be pitiful, viciously glaring at Fu Ning. Serves you right for losing $2 billion in gambling. You're so ungrateful is going to be struck by heavenly thunder at the expense of Dad still read about you every day. Scram! Fu Ning coldly bellowed, holding back before he didn't lose control and stabbed the knife into Fu Jiao's aorta. Only when Fu Jiao had completely disappeared from sight did Fu Ning tautly get into the car. She realized that something was very wrong with her mental state right after she was reborn, and she became more bloodthirsty, hostile, and cold. Fu Ning decided to go back to read a little more psychology books to enlighten themselves. Although the end of the world who has a hard fist who has more power of speech, but this does not mean that she is going to be manipulated by their own ancient arrears of hope, turned into a machine that only kills people. Standing aside, Xiao Xiao was forced to listen to everything. Carefully get on the car. She righted her fingers, saw Fu Ning's lips tensed into a straight line, hesitantly opened. Fu Ning, if you need money, I can lend it to you. My father is very rich. It is... You don't want to gamble. It's not good to gamble money. Fu Ning was still self-examining her mental state when she heard Xiao Xiao say this, but she couldn't help but smile. The reason why she repeated it over and over again just now was not only for Fu Jiao to hear, but also for those hiding in the shadows who were thinking about her money. It didn't occur to Jojo to take it seriously. Fu Ning is more willing to be labeled a gambler than a rich woman sitting on hundreds of millions of dollars in assets. She slurred, "When I really lack money, we'll ask you to borrow." It was dark all the way home from the supermarket, except where solar streetlights had been installed. As far as the eye could see, the entire deep city, almost all of it, was asleep. Fu Ning remembers very clearly that this citywide blackout was due to the extreme heat. The daily power supply was under high pressure, and the power plant suffered a fire at this time, burning most of the equipment. Also, after the complete blackout, the social order is disintegrating. Fu Ning didn't delay on the road and quickly drove back to Huatianyuan. On the other hand, Fu Jiao cursed Fu Ning fiercely and reluctantly returned to her car. But when she saw those tattooed flower arms on the front of her car, which were not to be messed with, her brain buzzed and she subconsciously stepped back. "Who are you people? What do you want to do?" A man rubbed the stubble on his chin, threw his nunchucks, and walked in front of Fu Jiao in big strides, pressed Fu Jiao mandatorily to the car behind her, and asked her gruffly, "What kind of person is Fu Ning to you?" Fu Jiao was made weak by his menacing stare. Her mind was a mess. She didn't know what these people were trying to do, but she could tell that they were not to be messed with. Could it be that these people were found by Fu Ning to deal with her? Yes, every time Fu Ning saw her during this period of time, she looked like she wanted to kill her. She must have been looking at her in a bad light for a long time. She opened her mouth and was about to deny her relationship with Fu Ning when she saw the man then ask, "Fu Ning sold 2 buildings some time ago, right? Do you know where the money is?" Fu Ning didn't find them to deal with her. Fu Jiao's eyes turned and her plan came to her. Fu Ning has the habit of putting gold bars and cash in her house. You guys go to her house to look for them. Her family must have money, and her grandmother started out as a gambler. Her family has a lot of precious jade antiques. I guarantee you guys will have a big harvest when you go. The man with a deep knife scar on the left side of his face twisted out the cigarette, but in his hand with his bare hands, and his eyes gathered a fine light. "Do you have the key to that residence in Fu Ning Huatianyuan?" So, Fu Ning moved to Huatianyuan. Fu Jiao's eyes suddenly narrowed, and her heart was similarly playing tricks on her. Chapter 19. Huatianyuan, which was located on the top of the mountain, looked like an isolated island in the darkness of the night. Driving the car into the basement, Fu Ning and Xiao Xiao both returned empty-handed. Xiao Xiao had no more of her previous jumpy essence, and with a pale face, she lost her soul and followed Fu Ning's pace. When she reached the 7th floor, she suddenly tugged on Fu Ning's sleeve. Fu Ning looked back at her. "Do you think there will be a day when the extreme heat will end?" Xiao Xiao's voice choked, the tragic situation in the supermarket becoming a lingering shadow in her mind. Fu Ning shook his head. "I don't know." Slowing down, she asked, "Classes officially start tomorrow?" Xiao Xiao froze before remembering that she had promised Fu Ning that she would teach her medicine. There was something to do, and Jojo didn't have that much energy to consume herself internally. She nodded. 9 a.m. "I'll go ahead and prepare the information tonight." Fu Ning thought it was okay, and sort of made an appointment with Xiao Xiao. Back on the 10th floor, she pulled the electric door remote out of her space, turned off the power, and entered, and Yellow came to her dragging a broken leg, agitated. It's also 42 or 30 degrees at night now, and even the critters can't take it without air conditioning to renew their lives. Fu Ning went to the rooftop, and the solar generator she had bought earlier finally came in handy. She had blackout curtains installed in her house, so she couldn't see in from the outside, and Fu Ning could turn on the lights and air conditioner with abandon. After shoveling Little Yellow's poop and changing his medication again, Fu Ning briefly played with Little Yellow in the living room before going to the gym to do strength training. The days ahead would get tougher and tougher, and she could only make herself stronger if she didn't want to be blackmailed. In Fu Ning's memory, in his last life after the blackout of the whole city, the social order was in chaos for a while. Everywhere was burning and looting, and there were a lot of people who bought $0. In the end, it was the military forces that mobilized and thundered over several dens before the increasingly aggressive evil forces were suppressed. Fu Ning decided to take shelter from the wind and stayed in Hua Tianyuan for a few days without going out, learning simple medicine, and also getting a good look at who else was hitting on her. Early the next morning, Fu Ning went to Xiao Xiao's house after breakfast. Just as he went out, a heat wave rolled in and almost didn't bake Fu Ning to death. Going from a constant temperature of 24 degrees to an extreme heat of 75 degrees is really a bit of a test. Huxianyuan is a high-grade neighborhood, yes, but there is no independent power supply system installed in the community. In addition to a few people save for a rainy day, installed a solar generator at home. More families have never installed this thing. After all, before the arrival of the end of the world, Huatian Court, which was a high-class neighborhood, had never had a power outage. She fanned herself and asked Fu Ning with some depression, "It's hot. When do you think the call will come?" "Can't say. As far as I could remember, the electricity had never come back after the blackout in my last life. The wave of extreme heat had been so overbearing that it had destroyed several power plants in quick succession. And within 2 days of the blackout, the water supply system had collapsed along with it. And from then on, they'd said goodbye to civilization for good." She didn't tell Jojo any of this to increase her anxiety, though, only reminding her to remember to stock up on water. When Xiao Xiao took the bucket to get water, Fu Ning pulled out a notebook and pen and wiped the sweat from his head. A quiet mind is naturally cool. Let's start the class. Seeing how serious Fu Ning looked, Xiao Xiao couldn't continue to complain. Her maternal grandparents' family was a medical family that was well known throughout the country, and Jojo had learned to identify herbs before she could even learn to add, subtract, multiply, and divide. Don't think she's still in her senior year of college, but she didn't spend a lot of time following her grandfather's consultations as a child. The knowledge she learned was solid and steady, not half-flooded, and after treating Fu Ning as a friend, she didn't hide anything when she taught him. A few days down, Fu Ning benefited a lot, learning more and more vigor. While Fu Ning was getting better at learning the art of medicine, that night, she received a call from Chun Rue. Chun Rue's tone is tight, telling Fu Ning that someone is banging on their door with a very arrogant demeanor. Fu Ning's face changed instantly. She hurriedly took the car keys and hurriedly rushed to Chun Rue's house. Before leaving the door, Fu Ning did not forget to adjust the electric gate to the maximum gear. In an increasingly unsettled world, she must repeatedly act with caution. She had gone to Chun Grain's house this night and was unaware that several people had infiltrated her house shortly after she left, only to end up electrocuted with only one left. Chun Rue's house was in a commercial area near the second ring road, an area that was very lively before it got extremely hot. But because of this, the neighborhood is full of tenants and a mix of people. This area is an easy target when it comes to chaos. When she arrived at Chun Rue's house, Fu Ning smelled the smell of blood emanating from the air, and her heart just stuttered. Pushing the door in, the moonlight poured down, clearly illuminating the tragedy in the living room. Chun Rue kneeled down on the ground, burying his head in the arms of Chen's father, who was lying on the ground with a face that had already begun to turn blue and gray, and letting out a whimpering sound similar to that of a small beast. Chen's mother sat on the side, like a stone statue, her face full of despair. This scene made Fu Ning's heart ache to see. She sprinted over and called out to her aunt, then squatted down in front of Chun Rue, pulling the limp woman into her arms and wiping off the blood that was smeared all over her face. "Chun Rue, what happened?" Chun Rue rubbed his face with a trembling hand, looking sad and desperate. "Ning Ning, my father was stabbed 7 times by those people in order to protect me. I watched him swallow his breath." She slapped herself hard twice across the mouth. "It's all my fault. I shouldn't have stopped my parents from going out to buy supplies these days. If I hadn't kept blocking them, our family wouldn't have been targeted." When he thought that it was because he had constantly blocked his parents from going out to buy supplies these days that he had been targeted by people with an ulterior motive, Qinzhou couldn't stop hating himself. Fu Ning held Chen Rui's hand to stop her from abusing herself, and her expression became unusually grave. She hadn't imagined that her initial reminder to Qinzhou to purchase more supplies would end up leading to such a big trouble for the Qin family. A flash of gloom flashed in her eyes, and she asked her in a low voice, "Grain, did you remember who those people were?" Chen Rui shook his head in despair. "Those people were wearing helmets, and my dad kept getting in front of us. I didn't recognize them." The scene that just happened was like a nightmare replaying in her mind. Her voice trembled. "I want to kill them, but I don't even know who they are. This world, how did it suddenly become old like this?" Fu Ning was also very sad. She was not a person who was good at comforting people. This would only be able to hold Chen Rui tightly in her arms, patting her back to calm her down. She was so focused on Chen Rui that she ignored the change of expression on Chen Mother's face for a moment. Chen's mother and Chen's father were together when they were in college, and the two of them have been together for nearly 30 years. But when it came to the end, their lover ended up being stabbed to death right under their noses. The pain in her heart was half as much as Chen Rui's. Chen Mother wordlessly wiped her tears, mechanically turning her head to look at Chen Rui, who was circled in Fu Ning's arms for comfort, her numb eyes gradually gentling down. She has a soft character and can't protect Chen Rui in a chaotic world. Chen Rui and Fu Ning have been on good terms since childhood, and before Chen Rui went to work in Haicheng, Fu Ning also came to her house from time to play, and Chen's mother is also considered to know Fu Ning. She's a bit of a loner, but she is very righteous to her friends. Moreover, Mother Chen knew that Fu Ning had practiced martial arts since she was a child, and had often been out exploring and surviving on her own over the years, and was much stronger than her family's silly daughter. If the only person who could take care of the grains when the world was getting more and more chaotic, Mother Chen believed that there wouldn't be anyone else but Fu Ning. In a matter of seconds, she had thought of a million possibilities. Finally, she quietly got up from the floor and slowly walked over to the window. "Ning Ning," she called out to Fu Ning, who was racking her brain to comfort Chen Grain, her body slowly leaning back, the majority of her body poking out of the window. "For the rest of the time, Grain will be in your care. Annie trusts that you'll be able to take good care of her." Accompanied by Chen Rui's mournful scream, Chen Mother leapt down from the 32-story building. Chapter 20. In less than an hour, Chen Rui lost both of his parents one after another. She screamed and rushed over to try to grab the corner of Chen's mother's coat, but ended up only getting her fingertips burned by the night's wind. In the second before Chen's mother fell to the ground, Fu Ning ran over, forcefully wrenched over Chen Rui's body, and plugged her ears. "Don't look, Chen Rui." Watching her mother fall to her death, right in front of her, was too cruel for Chen Rui. Chen Rui was lying on her back in Fu Ning's arms, her body spasming, and she was in so much pain that she couldn't even shed her tears. The room was silent, and Fu Ning's mind was complicated. She did not know the end of Chen Rui's parents in the last life, but in this life, Chen Rui's parents' tragedy, Fu Ning knew that more or less related to her previous post-apocalyptic speech. Fu Ning wasn't a god, and she wouldn't have known that such a tragic situation would happen to Chen Rui's parents. But she didn't take all the fault on herself. Fu Ning quickly eliminated the negative emotions within her, and when she raised her eyes, they were already clear. "Grain, now that the weather is getting hotter, the bodies won't stay there for long, so let's go find a place and bury Annie and Uncle's bodies. I know that Chen Rui's heart is hurting right now, but the dead are done for, and the living always have to move on." Fu Ning did not allow himself to be consumed by grief, nor did he want Chen Ru to be devastated by this incident. Chen Rui was a science student and was herself on the rational side. She knew very well that what Fu Ning said was right. She forced herself to hold back her sadness and spoke in a mute voice. "Let's go to Oncoming village. It's my hometown, and my father said 2 days ago that he'd take us back to Oncoming Mountain to escape the summer heat." Dad had clearly said more than once that he wanted to go back home, and she and her mom always got in the way. If they had followed Dad back to the old country at that time, she and Dad would not have been separated from each other now. Thinking of the past, Chen Rui's eyes began to accumulate tears again. Hearing that it was to Oncoming village, Fu Ning hesitated slightly. As far as I can remember, the village of Oncoming was the place where the riots first started, and there was a prison over there that held felons, and even during the years of peace, there were many outlaws operating there. But you can see Chen Rui's swollen eyes from crying. Fu Ning decisively turned around, stooped down, and carried Chen Father, whose body had already started to stiffen. "Take a photo of your parents," and then take a bucket. Chin's mother fell from the 32nd floor. Surely she wouldn't be an intact corpse. Chen Rui wiped her tears and followed Fu Ning's pace. It's nearly a 3-hour drive from the city to the village of Cayman. By the time they arrived at Oncoming village, the bodies of Chen Rui's parents were already reeking of rot. Fu Ning and Chen Ru found a relatively gentle clearing and started digging a hole. The two men had no tools at their disposal, so they had to start plowing with a temporary found stick. There were quite a few farming supplies in Fu Ning's space, but she couldn't find a reason to take them out. By the time 2 equal-sized pits had been dug, it was an hour later. It's extremely hot now, and it's getting light very early. It's only about 4 o'clock, and the sky is already white with fish belly. In a little while, when the sun rises, the temperature will rise steeply from the 40s to the 70s. At that point, it's not a good idea to be outdoors. Chen Rui also understood this. She endured her heartache and reluctance, hurriedly buried her parents, knelt, and kowtowed 3 times before she and Fu Ning left. From the village of Oncoming, you pass through the narrow and rugged mountain highway. Fu Ning knows that this area is very chaotic, and on the way back her spirit is highly concentrated, for fear that something will go wrong on the way to be zeroed out. Even so, the moment the sound of gunfire suddenly rang out behind him, Fu Ning knew that his wish to keep a low profile would not be realized. That shot hit the glass of the driver's seat, and Fu Ning's ears immediately perked up. Through the rearview mirror, Fu Ning saw that someone was ambushed not far behind him behind a tree and was raising his gun to shoot at the Hummer. It looked like he hadn't expected Fu Ning to install bulletproof glass, and it took several shots of the window to establish that fact. Fu Ning decisively raised the speed of the car. The man saw the situation, drove like crazy, and shot at the tires. Hey, I'm so sorry. She has bulletproof tires, too. To say that people can't be too complacent. Just at the moment Fu Ning relaxed her guard, Chinjel tightly gripped her arm. Ning, the road is blocked. This sentence was already too late. Just in the next second after Chinjel finished this sentence, the Hummer slammed into the rusty van in front of it, rawly toppling the van out several meters away. It seems that this has been on the radar for a long time. Looking around, there were woods all around. It would be better to run into the woods with a better chance of survival than to sit in the car and wait for death. Fu Ning and Chen Rui exchanged a look, and the two of them decisively pulled open the car door and jumped out of the car, drilling into the woods. Behind them soon came the sound of disorganized footsteps. Fu Ning grabbed Chen Ru's hand and took advantage of the terrain to run toward an oil press not far away. The reason why she didn't stop Chen Rui when she said she was coming to Oncoming Mountain just now was because she didn't want to disappoint Chen Rui, and secondly, because she had come to this place to collect supplies in her previous life, and she was quite familiar with the terrain of this area. How is it better than land combat when you have a housing area to hide behind? The two men ran desperately toward the oil press, over the fence, and straight to the factory room. After the high temperatures, the presses stopped working, and the dormitory buildings might still have people left in them, but the probability of the plant being occupied would be much less. Moreover, the terrain of the factory area is more complicated, and there are all kinds of equipment to do cover. That group of people who want to reach a certain project site after them cannot be so easy as desired. Just as he burrowed into the factory and took cover in a corner, there was a clatter of footsteps behind him. By the sound of the talking, the people who came were estimated to be 10 or more. Several people gripped the weapons in their hands tightly and looked towards the dimly lit plant, their mouths constantly spitting out obscenities. Two beauties. What are you hiding for? Come out and play games with your brother, ah. I'll take the short one. The tall one is too dark and cuts his hair short like a man. The short one is good looking. You guys aren't allowed to take it from me. This was the first time Fu Ning wanted to curse. She really gave him a face for picking on it. Someone quickly retorted, I'd say the taller one is better looking and more flavorful. Several people had no qualms about talking dirty while searching the plant. Waiting was not an option. What Fu Ning had to do now was to take the initiative. She picked up a cake of grease beside her and hurled it over to the corner in the other direction. The slightest sound was quickly noticed, and someone quickly headed in that direction. Fu Ning took the opportunity to pick up another cake of grease and threw it in the opposite direction. The men exchanged glances, pairing off 2 by 2, and heading over in the direction of the noise that had been made. Fu Ning leaned close to Chen Rui's ear and whispered, Hide it. She shoved a Swiss Army knife into Chen Grain's hand and yanked the donut pocket in front of her, rolling her body and moving in the direction of the two closest to them. The two men had their backs to her. Fu Ning did not have half a soft hand. Her hand rose up and stabbed the two men's aorta ruthlessly. And then she finished off 2 more as she had done. This time, when the two men fell, someone touched a metal instrument and made a violent noise. The remaining 6 men heard the sound and came at the same time on hurried feet. Fu Ning's idea of silently resolving a few people fell flat. She pondered what her chances of winning would be with several people attacking her at the same time. But these people were obviously all practiced and had hot weapons in their hands, so she wouldn't have much of a chance of winning no matter how she counted. Footsteps pressed closer and closer from all sides, and Fernine catapulted around the giant oil press and slipped back. Suddenly, her mouth was covered with a hand. She raised her eyes, and the blackened muzzle of the gun was already aimed at her temple. At the same time, gunshots rang out suddenly. Chapter 21. Bang! At the same time the bullet shot over, Fu Ning's head was pressed downward with force. Mm. The man behind her stifled a grunt, and the hand clasped around her shoulder pushed a few points harder. Immediately afterward, bang, bang, bang. The gunshots were as dense as drums exploding in Fu Ning's ears. When she slowed down the ringing in her ears and looked up, the men had fallen to the ground, gurgling blood pouring out of their sides, all wide-eyed and dead. These guys aren't working together? Fu Ning gulped, marveling at the good marksmanship of the man behind her, while also quickly calculating how she was going to quickly subdue this man. Suddenly, something heavy pressed on her shoulder. The man leaned most of his body against her. One hand pressed hard on his shoulder as gurgling blood continued to pour out, and he whispered, "Fu Ning, help me." Fu Ning froze. This voice sounded, how a bit familiar. She jerked her head around and, through the dim light, saw the contours of the man's handsome, knife-like features. Sono? How could he save her with his life for no reason? Before he could return to his senses, Song Yi fainted from blood loss, and his nearly 5'9" stature almost crushed Fu Ning to the ground. Fu Ning wanted to just leave him here, but Song Yi had just taken a bullet for her. Throwing him away, straight away, would be leaving Song Yi here to die. Although Fu Ning was cold-blooded, he was not that wide-eyed. She gritted her teeth and pulled Sano's arm around her neck. It was a good thing that she had been jerking iron all year round, otherwise she really couldn't carry Song Yi. She struggled to carry Song Yi and said to Chen Zhel, who poked out half of her head to the side and was ready to wait for an opportunity, "Zhel, we can't stay here for long, let's go." Chen Zhel came out from the corner and went over to pick up the 2 hot weapons on the ground, following Fu Ning's lead. Song Yi has been working out for many years and has a tendon muscle, and Fu Ning helped him back to the car with difficulty. Throwing him in the back seat, Fu Ning felt like his soul was about to follow him out of his body. Following Xiao Xiao for a few days to learn medical skills was still useful. At least Fu Ning knew how to stop the bleeding. Simply stop the blood to Song Yi, take out a hemostatic medicine from the space, and sneak it into Song Ye's mouth, and then use the seat belt to tie him solidly to the back seat. This place couldn't stay long, and Fu Ning had no intention of making a stop. She gestured for Chen Rui to sit back, pressed the reverse gear, and drove the car backward for tens of meters before speeding forward. The van, which was straddling the middle of the road, was sent flying forward several meters by the tremendous rush and clattered off the cliff. Without a roadblock, the rest of the journey was very smooth. Fu Ning decided to take Song Yi back to Huatian Yuan. Chen Zhel looked down at the blood on her palm, which was cut when she saw Fu Ning confronting those men just now and was ready to rush up and kill like Fu Ning when she was too nervous to hold the blade. After looking at it for a while, she clenched her fists and asked Fu Ning, "Ning Ning, can I come and stay at your place?" This request was a strong one in a chaotic world, but other than Fu Ning, she didn't know anyone else who could help her regardless of the consequences. Fu Ning nodded without hesitation. "Of course you'll stay at my place." Chen Rui's house could be broken into so easily. It was no longer safe for her to live there now. Moreover, the 10th floor opposite her can still be empty now. Instead of being cheap for others, it is better to live in Wenshan grain. When the time comes, she'll install a high-powered electric gate at the stairway on the 10th floor, electrocuting whoever comes, with proper safety and security. Chapter 22. Back to Huatian Yuan. After parking the car, Fu Ning again struggled to peel Song Yi off the car. The whole 10 floors. In the past, Fu Ning could climb up in one breath. Now carrying a man who was taller than her and heavier than her, Fu Ning climbed with trembling legs, a little want to cry. It's still not physical. After climbing 7 floors in a row, Fu Ning felt like his chest was going to explode. She had to hold onto the railing to catch her breath, and the hot, stuffy hallway felt like she was going to be smothered. Chen Rui supported Song Yi on the other side, panting heavily, exhausted to the point of being limp. After a 2-minute reprieve, Fu Ning was ready to carry Song Yi up to the 10th floor in one fell swoop. But his shoulder was gently pressed. Song Yi struggled to hold himself up. His eyes swept towards the stairway with a sharp and vigilant gaze. His fingers pressed on the butt of the gun at his waist and gestured for silence. Then he pricked up his ears and listened carefully. There are people on the stairway, at least 10 of them. Fu Ning couldn't be bothered to think about when Song Yi woke up. Her entire focus was on the words he had just said. 10 people? She was about to pull out a knife when Chun Grain handed over a gun. I took it from those guys. Fu Ning took it, opened the magazine, and looked at it. There were 5 bullets inside, which made Fu Ning's heart feel great. She wasn't worried about running out of bullets. She had a large stockpile of bullets in her space, and if it came to that, she'd just steal the beam and replace it with a gun. Meanwhile, the 9th floor stairway. The man crouched at the stairway, holding a kitchen knife in his hand, wiping the sweat from his face in annoyance, a little impatient. Damn, why hasn't that woman come up yet? Didn't she already drive her car in just now? The man behind him was equally hot and agitated. He slapped the cranky man hard on the back. Wait a little longer, I don't believe she won't come up. The other man clutched his fruit knife and held up his glasses. She really does have a lot of supplies at home. Where did you guys get that information? Grumpy man glared at him. If she didn't have supplies, could she install an electric gate in front of her house? But I heard that this woman has practiced martial arts and has good kung fu. So later on you guys remember to stab her in the heart and I'll get the electric gate key. A few people whispered and then quieted down again, keeping an eye out for movement at the stairway. They kept their voices low, but it was too quiet in the hallway. Fu Ning could vaguely hear a few words, and although he couldn't hear exactly what they said, he could still guess the general meaning. Starting with Huang Ta, there's no shortage of people hitting on her these days. It is not a solution to spend so hot days. Fu Ning does not want to sunburn into a roasted corpse. She loaded her gun sharply and was about to rush up to take the outgoing man by surprise as a deterrent, when suddenly there was the sound of footsteps coming from downstairs. Fu Ning frowned and looked down to see a group of people with instruments in their hands with a greedy light flashing and their eyes rushing up. The moment their eyes met Fu Ning's, a gleam crossed their eyes, and they came sprinting over waving their sticks and locusts. Fu Ning, hand over all the food. Song Ye's face suddenly changed as he yanked Fu Ning's arm and pulled her toward the 7th floor's residential level. Chen Rui looked horrified and hurriedly followed suit. The 3 of them dashed into the 7th floor, and Fu Ning shouted, "Qiao Qiao, open the door!" I don't know if Qiao Qiao was just guarding the door. Hearing Fu Ning's voice Qiao Qiao, the door on the left side of the 7th floor was quickly opened. Seeing Fu Ning's face, Qiao Qiao was greatly relieved. "You're finally back, come in." Fu Ning pushed Chen Rui in first, and then prepared to push Song Yi. She hadn't forgotten that Song Yi was still injured. But Song Yi moved faster than her. He reached out and pressed his hand on her waist, pushing her into the room with a single push. Following closely, he dashed into the room. He was about to close the door when someone quickly rushed over to him and pushed his way in with a grim expression as he strained against the doorframe. Chapter 23. A flash of ruthlessness flashed in Song Ye's eyes as he pulled his gun from his waist and was about to load it. Boom! Fu Ning peeled away from him and stepped forward to kick the man in the crotch. Sharp pain struck the man, his face instantly bruised, his grip on the doorframe loosened, and he collapsed limply. Before the others rushed up, Fu Ning grabbed the door and closed it, unlocking it. The hallway resounded with all sorts of dirty and vulgar angry curses, and Fu Ning rightly thought that she couldn't hear them. Having gone through the process of going from death to life, her spirit was highly tense, and she heaved a sigh of relief that this would be safe. A mouthful of turbid breath did not finish. Ears suddenly came bang sound. Song Yi fell straight to the ground, completely fainted. Several people struggled to drag him to the living room, and Song Yi didn't even wake up. His face was green and white, blood congealing into a thick mass on his black t-shirt. Qiao Qiao knew he was badly hurt as soon as she saw him, and went to get the surgical gear ring, finding surgical scissors to cut Song Ye's clothes to shreds. Song Ye's upper body was exposed to the air, and in addition to the gunshot wound at his shoulder blade, there were 2 stab wounds in his lower abdomen and left chest. Fu Ning realized, where in this world is there so much love at first sight to fight to the death? Oh, Sano is nothing but a big gamble. He was so badly injured that he wouldn't be able to run far in that hot weather before he was roasted to dryness. Instead of waiting to die, it's better to fight. It takes a fight to get a chance at survival. Scalpel number 10. Wearing a mask and disposable gloves. Xiao Xiao knelt in front of Song Yi and spoke to Fu Ning with a serious expression, missing the silly white sweetness from earlier. Fu Ning also recognized those scalpels these days, and she precisely found the number 10 scalpel and handed it to Xiao Xiao. Hemostat. Needle-holding pliers. Torrential pliers. Gauze. Fernine struggled to cooperate, but barely kept up. An hour later, Jojo ripped off her gloves and mask and wiped beads of sweat from her forehead as she sat paralyzed on the floor. He's lost too much blood. That's all I can do at the moment. If possible, of course it would be better to send Song Yi to the hospital immediately, but naive Xiao Xiao would know that the hospital would be paralyzed by now. Fu Ning was equally exhausted. She took 2 breaths. Thank you, Xiao Xiao. Not only did he thank Xiao Xiao for saving Song Yi, but he also thanked Xiao Xiao for opening the door for them when they were surrounded. With so many people watching, Jojo took a big risk by opening the door for them. But she opened it anyway. We are friends, ah. Xiao Xiao smiled cheekily. In her opinion, she and Fu Ning were already good friends in life and death. It was normal for her to pull a hand when Fu Ning was in danger. The room is too hot. Just now to Song Yi's surgery for the cause of better living room is open curtains. The 2 people do not care about the heat. This will be idle, only to feel sweating all over. Jojo walked over and closed the curtains. Fu Ning again tubed Song Yi. She has already returned his love. This time he cannot live, can only rely on God's will. She is here to guard, is also useless. She pulled Chen Grain over and introduced the 2. No bigger than Xiao Xiao's heart, Chen Rui was in a pretty apprehensive mood right now. The men outside the door were staying put, and every now and then they heaved a slash at the door with a sharp instrument. Chapter 24. Chen Grain is a little worried that they will break into the door. 20 or 30 people pouring in, several of them are small girls, even if Fu Ning can fight again, but also cannot be a drag to it. Jojo headed to the floor and sat down, crossed her legs, and shook her head. Don't worry, it's hot out there. They'll have to stick around for another hour at most. The air in the corridor is more cramped than indoors, and there are no curtains to cover them. So, those people outside are all mentally active, and it's good that they don't pass out from heat stroke. When she said that, Chenrui barely felt more at ease. Fu Ning, however, was more curious as to how these people were barging into her house like crazy. Remember that Chen Xiaoyu in the first building? He also lives on the top floor. Just before the blackout, not long, he yelled in the group your rooftop, installed several solar generators, said the team to go to your house to pry a few pieces. I do not know how to spread the word. It becomes your house piled up a room full of supplies. Last night there were several sets of people broke through your house. Xiao Xiao finished last night's turn of events in one breath and sighed heavily. I called you several times last night, but no one answered. Then my cell phone went out, so I had to call it quits. Luckily, you're okay. Fu Ning should have been at Chenru's house when she called, so she didn't receive it. But Fu Ning was a bit curious. How do you know in such detail? It's not Sheng Peng Peng on the 8th floor. He's a paparazzo, and in this neighborhood, he's the most informed about what's going on. Xiao Xiao rolled her eyes, worried that Fu Ning didn't know Sheng Peng Peng, and explained, it's the one in the group that loves the sane. They also bonded over a bucket of noodles when the apocalypse first started. She said so. Fu Ning also really right number, the original that the bag of tricks live in the 8th floor. What about Chen Xiaoyu in that building? What's the origin? Fu Ning had an impression of Sheng Peng Peng and a slight impression of Chen Xiaoyu. She remembered that she had made a pot of spicy diced rabbit before, and it was Chen Xiaoyu who yelled at the group to come to the door and grab it. Fu Ning was trying to be Lao Go and Hua Tian Yuan, but if someone tried to infringe on her interests, she wouldn't mind sending him to heaven. Jojo shook her head, not really sure, but it looks like his mom was a junior for someone else. She went to school in the capital. This is also the summer vacation, only came back to live for 2 days. Not much familiar with the people in the neighborhood. If you want to know, I'll let Sheng Peng Peng inquire about it. He's a paparazzo. There is nothing he can't inquire about. Fu Ning didn't refuse. Good. Chen Rui was also more interested in Sheng Peng Peng. Does he know of any houses for rent in this neighborhood? I can accept a higher price, as long as it's closer to this building. She was thinking of living in Fu Ning's house before, but she and Fu Ning have been close friends for so many years, and she knows that Fu Ning has been used to living alone for so many years, and now she is living with her. And although Fu Ning won't say anything, it is always inconvenient. Chen Rui didn't want to bother Fu Ning to accommodate her. Fu Ning was about to say that the building opposite her was empty when Xiao Xiao slapped her thigh. Then you're asking the right person? The 2 suites on the 9th floor are both mine, she said as she stood up and went to the foyer to get 2 keys, handing one of them to Xiao Xiao. You're Fu Ning's friend. I'm not charging you rent. This said Fu Ning are surprised, but think about Xiao family is open pharmaceutical company. This year there is no open pharmaceutical company did not earn a lot of money. What's wrong with buying 2 more flats? She was so open, Chen Rue didn't squirm. She took the key. Then I'll nonchalantly stay temporarily for a while. Thank you, Xiao. You're welcome. From now on, it'll be right across the street. Xiao smiled. She also wanted to move closer to Fu Ning. This was just the right opportunity. The two of them quickly discussed the matter, and Fu Ning thought about it and also felt that this was the best option. Jojo had just opened the door for them and had kind of pissed off the crowd. Although the doors and windows of Hua Tianyuan were made of the best, it was not guaranteed that anyone else would break in as well, and it was dangerous for Xiao, a young girl living alone, to live on the 7th floor. And in the days she'd spent with Jojo's character was sort of okay. She couldn't promise anything about the future, but right now, she thought Jojo was worth dating. When she moved to the 9th floor, it would be a little easier for her to learn the healing arts. But, holding her arms, Fu Ning walked into the living room to look, frowning at Song Yi, who was still unconscious. What's he going to do about it? Chapter 25. Thinking left and right, Fu Ning still decided to leave Song Yi on the 7th floor. She and Song Yi are not familiar with, by the appearance of the charm of the 3-way to attract wolves into the house, this kind of thing 18-year-old Fu Ning can do, but she is now 23 years old. Now that Xiao and Chunjel are both ready to go live on the 9th floor, the 7th floor is empty, which is just convenient for Song Yi to recuperate here. At most, if she took some food and put it in front of him, he wouldn't starve to death when he woke up, and that would be a way of repaying him for saving her. Besides, he's so badly injured, it's doubtful he'll wake up. The power was out all over the city, and in the 70-degree heat, the room was no different than a steamer. Fortunately, the water has not been cut off yet. Fu Ning, they took turns to go to the washroom to wash their faces, and did not forget to give the unconscious Song Yi also made measures to avoid the heat. After another half hour of waiting, there was absolutely no movement outside. Fu Ning walked over and pressed herself against the door and listened carefully. Not hearing any half movement, she pulled the door open another crack and slowly pushed the door open with the dagger in her hand. The door was empty, and the people who had clamored for her death were long gone. Jojo's 2 suites on the 9th floor were finally furnished, and all she had to do was gather up her clothes and food and bring them up. And since she was about the same height as Chun Rue, Xiao generously gave Chun Rue a few sets of clothes that she hadn't worn yet. Fu Ning was strong and helped carry the things that could be used on the 7th floor to the 9th floor. Within an hour, everything Jojo could use was moved to the 9th floor. Fu Ning also took the opportunity to go back to the 10th floor, pretending to fetch supplies, and took a few packets of bread and milk and mineral water from space, and put them into a backpack to return to the 7th floor. Xiao frowned at Song Yi, who was lying on the ground still unconscious, and asked Fu Ning, "What about him?" Fu Ning said his intention, and took down the backpack to take out the food inside and put it in Song Ye's hand, so as to make sure that when he woke up, he would be able to eat at the first opportunity. From the first time they met, Xiao knew that Fu Ning was a very distant person, and leaving Song Yi here was indeed something Fu Ning could do. Fu Ning didn't know what was going on in Xiao's mind. She took a brainful of the supplies in her backpack and was about to get up when her wrist was clutched hard. She reflexively pulled out a knife from her pocket and ruthlessly pressed it against Song Ye's neck. "Let go. Take me away." Song Ye's voice was soft, but his bite was heavy, as if one word at a time had popped out of his throat. Even in his coma, Song Ye's spirit was highly tense. Faced with danger and having just returned from the dead, Song Yi was alert. He woke up the moment someone approached him. He heard Fu Ning and Xiao's conversation clearly. Left here, he'll probably die. He, however, cannot die. The tragic deaths of his teammates made Song Ye's eyes grow scarlet. Ignoring Fu Ning's threat, he tugged Fu Ning downward, close to her ear. His voice sank. "Fu Ning, I know your secret. If you dare to throw me down, I'll have people proclaim that secret." Before Fu Ning deliberately drove so far to dump the 3 men in the wilderness, she should not want to be known by others about this matter. Sano is betting on it. The next second, he felt the force of the knife across his neck increase a few degrees. Good. She does care. He won another bet. Fu Ning's pupils suddenly shrunk. The matter of space, she didn't even intend to talk about Chenru. If this was the secret Song Yi knew, Fu Ning would not hesitate to screw him over. Her eyes stared coldly at the knife across Song Ye's neck, and for a moment, she wanted to just slit his carotid artery. forcibly resisting the urge to get Song Yi killed. Fu Ning lowered her voice and asked Song Yi, "What do you know? Besides you, who else knows?" But Song Yi did not answer. Fixing his eyes, he had fainted. Cam. Chapter 26. Fu Ning wanted to curse. She wanted to stab Song Yi and send him on his way, but she was worried that Song Yi wasn't the only one who knew about the space. She was already very careful. How could Song Yi know this secret of hers? With a belly full of doubts and no one to answer them, Fu Ning was about to die of suffocation. Reluctantly, she brought Song Yi up to the 10th floor and threw him on the couch. She has a solar generator on her rooftop and the air conditioner is on all day, so it's really cheap to stay in an air-conditioned room to get well in the end times, so it's really cheap to die for Song Yi. Not having returned all night, Yellow wilted and leaned against the corner, his ears drooping, looking very uninspired. Fu Ning blended goat milk powder for it, changed the medicine, and finally shoveled its poop. As a pooper scooper, Fu Ning's only perk was to wait for little Yellow to eat and drink enough, and then hug its tiger head and jerk it off hard. After a few days of raising, Xiao Huang's spirit is obviously better than before, and he is also a little more close to Fu Ning than before. It put away its claws and obediently lay down in Fu Ning's arms. And every now and then it would make a purring sound, stretching out its paws to stomp on the milk on her pants leg, which was simply adorable. Fu Ning's 2 lifetimes combined. This is also the first time to raise animals. She initially decided to adopt small Yellow, simply think that the tiger can fight. But now, she was really kind of liking Yellow. After ruthlessly ruining Xiao Huang, Fu Ning went over and fed Song Yi a vitamin and gave him a nutritional shot, turning her head to remind Xiao Huang. "Xiao Huang, keep an eye on him. I'm going to the 9th floor to see what's going on." Yellow bared his teeth and clapped his paws together. Ow. The 9th floor was more lively than Fu Ning had imagined. Xiao Xiao, heartless as a self-acquaintance. Even if Chun, grain slow heat, cannot help but Xiao Xiao's social bullheadedness, the two soon became acquainted. The 9th floor had been unoccupied for a long time, and the house was dusty everywhere. Chen Rui had an apron tied around her body and was mopping the floor in earnest with a mask on. Jojo looked excited to have some company, and she hummed along the way as she took a rag and wiped the dust off the doorframe. Fu Ning helped out with a hand, and soon had both sets cleaned up. After cleaning up, the 3 of them sat down on all 4s on the couch. Xiao Xiao was most afraid of the heat. She wiped the sweat on her head and complained, "When is this damn weather going to end? And the power is out. No air conditioning to renew your life. It's really going to drive people to death." Fu Ning sat up straight. "I was about to talk to you guys. I have several solar generators that I won't be able to use for a while, so you guys can each take one and use it." The fact that she had several generators was already known, and Fu Ning didn't mind returning the favor to Xiao Xiao with this. You should know that in the post-apocalyptic world, knowing medical skills is able to walk sideways in the base are. Besides, she was going to install electric gates on the stairway to the 9th floor, which couldn't be done without electricity. "Really?" Xiao Xiao's eyes instantly lit up as she pounced over and hugged Fu Ning. "Well, I declare that from this moment on, you're my best sister in this life." Chun Rui was also very happy. "Ning Ning, this is really great." Fu Ning is a school slag. The university chose the tourism major. Once graduated, the sky in the north and south to play. On the circuit is nothing. Jojo looked a bit silly and sweet on a regular basis, but was a serious college bully. But her specialty was medicine, and again, she wasn't well-versed in circuits. Both of them surrendered their sights to Chin Pellet. In the midst of 2 hot gazes, Chen Rui nodded. "I can." She is an engineering student, studying architecture. Don't look at the person looks weak, but the hand is a real skill. Knowing that Chen Rui even knows how to weld, Fu Ning is now really surprised. She carried the electric door she'd previously hoarded for concealment from the rooftop storage room to the 9th floor, grabbing her toolbox in the process. Seeing that Fu Ning had all the tools, Chen Rui gave an okay gesture, indicating that there was not much of a problem. She is not surprised that Fu Ning will have these things. Fu Ning has always been insecure people. Before living in the villa, has always wanted to pull a ring of grit at the door, just the rule of law society. In her persuasion, Fu Ning only dispelled this idea. Under the adoring gaze of the 2 rookies, Chen Rui not only electrified the 9th floor, but also welded the stairway to the 9th floor with the cooperation of Fu Ning and Xiao Xiao. When Chun Grain welded the electric door, Fu Ning fished out 3 more locks from his backpack, clunked them on the electric door, and then gave 3 different keys to Chun Grain and Xiao Xiao. This world is too chaotic. 3 people a person in charge of a lock. Each person opened once before going out. double the security factor. Chapter 27. Chunrei very solemnly put the key close to her body. She walked over and hugged Fu Ning tightly, burying her head at the nape of her neck. Ning Ning, thank you. After the tragedy at her house, it was Fu Ning who took her away despite the danger, and not only gave her mom and dad the last of their decency, but also helped her find shelter. Fu Ning smiled and pinched Chunrui's face, still so cute. After hugging for a while, Chunrui withdrew from Fu Ning's arms and removed the small bag she was carrying. When she left last night, she hadn't thought about going back, so she took everything of value with her. It was also a good thing that her mom liked to keep everything of value in the safe on a regular basis, and she simply stuffed the contents of the safe into a small bag and took it with her. She took out 2 gold bars from inside and handed them to Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao, I don't know how much longer I'll need this natural disaster to last, so these 2 gold bars, count them as my rent for 2 months. Xiao Xiao was not a person who valued money. She shook her head like a rattle drum. No need, this house is empty. It's just as well that you're coming to live in it. It can also add a little more popularity to the house. Her mom and dad are both abroad right now, and there's no telling when they'll be back. Besides, even if her parents came back, they could still live with her. The nearly 300 square feet of the large bungalow is more than enough for 3 people. Chinjel walked straight over and shoved the gold bar into Xiao Xiao's hands and pulled out a jade Buddha pendant from his small bag and handed it to Fu Ning. Ning, I'm new here and I don't have anything to eat at home, so can I use this pendant and exchange it for some food at your place? When she thought of her parents both dying because of food, Chunrui's eyes reddened slightly. This jade pendant was passed down from her ancestors. She would give such a precious thing to Fu Ning. Besides wanting to exchange it for some food, it was more of a thank you for what Fu Ning did for her last night. The jade pendant made Fu Ning's eyes light up slightly. It was a good piece of jade. After thinking about it, she and Chunrui were going to live together a lot in the future. Without politeness, she took the jade pendant. I can give you 2 bags of rice and various seasonings, and I can even you out on pork and various cold tripe, but I don't have any more than that. Jojo would stock up on supplies or take her advice. To say that her family didn't have any would be cajoling the hell out of her. Kindred brothers are clear about their accounts, and Fu Ning didn't want to have disagreements with his good friend over this kind of thing in the future. Chun Grain has been pleasantly surprised, now that it is a complete mess outside, not to mention buying a bag of rice. Even buying a pound of rice may cost a life. Hua Tian Yuan's people were staring at Fu Ning's house like crazy, and the main thing was that they didn't want to go out and take risks. Instead of going outside and risking his life to snatch up supplies, it would be better to take a shot at Fu Ning here. However, if you want to go to Fu Ning's house in the future, you'll have to step over her corpse before you do so. Xiao Xiao listened for half a day, striding over and holding Chunrui's hand. You can cook too? Chun Grain nodded. Her mom and dad both worked, and she used to be the one who cooked the family's meals when they worked overtime at the factory. Even Fu Ning's cooking skills had improved by leaps and bounds only after her guidance. Upon hearing this, Xiao Xiao was so surprised that her head fell off as she shoved the gold bar into Chun Granule's hands. Granule, from this moment onwards, you're the best sister I've ever had in my life. In the future, can I go to your house to rub my nose in your food? Best sisters in this life, Fu Ning. Xiao Xiao was a self-possessed person, and in the present time when supplies were scarce, it was within Fu Ning's reasoning for her to be able to say these words without a heart. Chunrui hesitated and agreed. Jojo was even more excited, the corners of her mouth grinning up to her ears. For the past month or so, she's been eating instant noodles in various self-heating pots and pans every day. That stuff couldn't be any more delicious, and she didn't want to eat it again. Right now, she just wanted a normal meal. It would be great to have white rice. Several people had reached an agreement, and Fu Ning went back to his house after making an appointment to continue his medical studies tomorrow. She was sticky, and the first thing she did when she got home was go to the shower. After taking a bath, Fu Ning went to see Song Yi. Chapter 28. It was good that Song Yi was only a little pale, and the wound wasn't inflamed or anything. Worthy of being from the Special Forces, the physical quality is just awesome. Afraid of Song Yi starving to death, Fu Ning gave him a shot of nutrition and changed his medicine, casually pulled a thin blanket on his waist and stomach. She didn't think about fighting with her nerves on edge all the time, so instead of going to the gym, she turned her head back to her bedroom. Little Yellow trembled and followed. The right hind leg fixed by the wooden board was still a little difficult to move, but it was good to wobble and keep up with Fu Ning's pace. Back in the bedroom, Fu Ning turned on the light and hugged Xiao Huang and jerked off hard again. In her rare free time, she took out a cup of iced milk tea, a plate of duck necks, and a plate of pickled pepper chicken claws from her space, and opened her tablet again to leisurely watch Kuan Yu. Just in time to see the episode Scarlet Wedding, Rob's tragic downfall made her sad for a long time, and the delicious pickled chicken feet and sweet iced milk tea could only barely save her bad mood. Xiao Huang watched Fu Ning with tears in his eyes as he took a bite of duck neck and a bite of chicken claw and pulled his claws to eat as well. Fu Ning smoothly handed it a pile of shivering clean bones. Good boy. These are too spicy. You little spicy chicken can't eat. Gnaw on 2 bones to relieve your hunger. Yellow protested. Ow. I don't want it. I want meat. Fu Ning shone a popping chestnut at its head. No more screaming bones for you to eat. Yellow. Ow. I commiserate, but I don't talk about it. Seeing it aggrieved and gnawing on the chicken bones in the plate, Fu Ning smoothly touched out a few slices of corned beef from the space and gave it to Little Yellow, smiling in an unusually kind manner. Little Yellow is good. Eat more meat, and help your sister to fight the bad eggs in the future. Keep a tiger for 1,000 days and use it for a lifetime. Hee hee, this deal, what a deal. Yellow bared its teeth, and before it owed, there was a sudden, mournful scream from outside. Fu Ning's face changed slightly. Not caring about jerking the tiger, he got up and turned off the lights in the tablet, walked to the window, and picked up a corner of the heavy curtains, opened the binoculars, and looked out, only to see a set of people with all kinds of control knives flying through the various floors. Those people's knife tips are stained with blood. No need to think to know that they must have killed someone. After the blackout, prices skyrocketed higher and higher, and there was looting everywhere. In particular, Huatianyuan, which is a high-class neighborhood, has been targeted by many people. Countless people wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to come to Huatianyuan to beat the autumn wind, and Huatianyuan's personnel, too, was drastically reduced at this time. This time there is no one to manage. Fu Ning's mind moved, also want to go to $0 purchase a wave. Her space mouth is a gripper na. Thinking of space, Fu Ning remembered the jade pendant that Chen Rue had given her. The color of that jade pendant looked good, and the feedback given by the space was okay, so I expected that it should be very rewarding. Fu Ning held the jade pendant and instructed Little Yellow twice before flashing into space. Just after entering the space, Fu Ning felt the jade being absorbed by the space. She raised her eyes and saw that, well, the space had changed more than a little. Several robots labored diligently among the fields, and the little greens were planted, each one lush and growing. Those trees that surrounded the perimeter of the field canyon had also grown quite tall, and small aspens seemed to stand there, swaying in the breeze. When I fixed my eyes on the trees, there were even more of them than before. These extra trees, though, looked like new growth. It suddenly occurred to Fu Ning that she had felt physically uncomfortable before when her physical body came into the space. But after growing out from these trees, her physical discomfort was eased in a big arc. Could it be because the jade inspires the space to grow more trees, which in turn purify the space and allow one to live more freely in it? It's great that the desire to buy for $0 has become even stronger. Chapter 29. Chun Grain and Xiao Xiao don't want to sit on the sidelines, and when they learn that Fu Ning wants to go out and stock up, they both respond to join in. Poor Chen Rue and Xiao Xiao, who still didn't know that the stockpiling in Fu Ning's mouth was $0 purchase. Both thought they were going to the mall to buy supplies. Considering that neither Chen Rue nor Xiao Xiao had any experience in surviving in the post-apocalyptic world, Fu Ning didn't directly propose to go out and do $0 purchases, but instead asked them both to do strength training in the next 2 days. She thought it would be quite hard to make them do strength training, but who knew that both Chen Rue and Xiao Xiao were doing very well. Chun Grain is studying architecture. Architecture is just on paper is no soul. In order to accumulate experience, she will often run the construction site. Physical strength is not bad. As for Jojo, I've been fighting my cousin a lot since I was a kid and practiced. She rubbed her cheeks in a rare moment of embarrassment. She had been a jerk since she was a child, often fighting with cousins not much older than her, and still having to win every time. And in the long run, her physical strength was naturally not weak. Don't ask her why she must win the fight. Ask is that Chinese women never admit defeat. Fu Ning held his forehead and felt that Xiao Xiao's explanation was reasonable. However, even though both of them had a certain amount of physical endurance, Fu Ning still taught them some means of combat. These were the big kills she had used in the end times. In case something really bad happened, this would at least give you a chance of survival. Xiao Xiao made some more improvements based on Fu Ning's kill move. She was a medical student who had dissected countless cadavers and knew the structure of the human person very well. She knew best about where the less powerful girl strikes could kill in a single blow. After practicing along with Xiao Xiao's improved moves, even Fu Ning had gained a great deal. If it wasn't true that you shouldn't mess with medical students for no reason, she was now even more convinced that she had been right to pull Jojo into the war party at the time. For almost a week, the three Fu Ning were practicing combat arts on the ninth floor. The outside world, on the other hand, was in complete disarray at this point. 4 days ago, Huashianyuan completely cut off the water and electricity. Blackout of electricity the crowd endure also can still live, but in the extreme high temperature of the water, there are many people have collapsed, but there are more people staring at the 9th and 10th floors of the 6 buildings. These days, every day, someone stops at the stairway and screams that Fu Ning and the girls had better hide on the 9th floor for the rest of their lives and not go out. Just because of the power of the electric door, no one dares to trespass in. Fu Ning didn't care how they slurred. Curse more, use up more stamina, and die faster. After practicing grappling for a few days in a row, a few people felt that they were ready to get out for the time being. Fu Ning gave Chenrue and Xiao Xiao 2 greasy wigs and reminded them to wear them out when they went out. With the water and electricity cut off outside, the crowd struggled to eat, let alone fix their hair. Deep City is currently not short of water, but no one would make a special trip to the beach to wash their hair and bathe on such a hot day. It's not like they've had too much. Jojo took the hair thoughtfully, turned her head, and grabbed the razor her dad had left behind and shaved it off in 3 strokes. She returned the wig back to Fu Ning, stroking her somewhat prickly and scratchy hair with satisfaction. This will do. It's still cool. I've long wanted to shave my head. Fernine. Could be it's very Jojo. Looking at Xiao Xiao's shiny, briny egg, Fu Ning's corner of the eye twitched and wondered if Xiao Xiao knew that there was less than a month to go before the rainstorm, and after that it would go into extreme cold. Would she regret the decision she made now? Chun Grain was thoughtful and also quickly returned to shaving his hair off. In the past few days, Fu Ning reminded them to catch more water and also gave them a few large water tanks. The girls filled up several tanks, but who knows how long the water will be out. In the past 2 days, she and Xiao Xiao had used water sparingly, working out until midnight every day, and when they were tired and sweaty, they just used a towel to wipe their bodies, and their waist-length hair was more like a burden to them. Chapter 30. It's only good if you shave it. It's still cooling. The freshly baked bald duo made Fu Ning have a little bit of a hard time looking at them. Both of them stared intently at Fu Ning. Fu Ning touched her short hair that reached the root of her ear and inexplicably felt that her head was a bit cool. For the first time, Fu Ning felt that she still needed to have an image. On this night, Fu Ning put on the thermal insulation suit and put on the bulletproof vest, put on the black sportswear on the outside, put on the mask and duck-tongue cap, went to the gym, and picked out the most conspicuous wolfsbane, armed and ready to go out. Just as she walked out of the living room, Song Yi, who had been recuperating, called out to her, "Wait." He coughed twice and slowly stood up straight. "You want to go gather supplies, right? I'll go with you." He was from the Special Forces, and his physical fitness was already better than most. After a few days of recuperating from his injuries, he was in much better spirits. "I didn't think about teaming up with you." Fu Ning tugged on his backpack. "You can leave once your injuries are healed. This is also my way of repaying the favor of saving your life." It wasn't as if Fu Ning hadn't cornered Song Yi in the past few days and asked him exactly what secrets he knew about her. But every time Song Yi looked at her inscrutable but didn't say anything. She was afraid that Song Yi knew about this, and she was also afraid that Song Yi was not the only one who knew about this. Therefore, even though she had a million thoughts of getting Song Yi killed, she still held back in the end. Song Yi went to the balcony to put the freshly washed t-shirt on his body, and instead of answering Fu Ning's question, he asked Fu Ning, "The only person you want to protect is Chinjel, right?" Xiao Xiao is because she has excellent medical skills and has a simple character that doesn't cause trouble. So you teamed up with her, and Xiao Huang, you also adopted it because of its combat value. Fu Ning paused in his steps. "So?" Song Yi pulled out the pistol from his waist. Fu Ning's face suddenly changed. She was about to take out the gun from the space to finish Song Yi, when she saw Song Yi sharply unloaded the butt of the pistol and threw it together with the gun at Fu Ning's feet. This is the sincerity of Song Ye's cooperation. Seeing that gun, Fu Ning's thoughts were very complicated. It wasn't that she hadn't coveted the gun, but Song Yi had held it in his dead hands all through his coma before, and she simply couldn't break free. But now, Song Yi threw the gun at her like a piece of trash. He said, "You've seen my force value before, and in a chaotic world, I think having a teammate like me should be more reassuring for you." Fernie nodded approvingly. "That's true, but having someone like you around me makes me feel more dangerous." It wasn't like she knew anything about Songyi, other than the fact that he was an arms dealer. Who knows if he'll blitz her in the night? She was reborn in her first life to enjoy her blessings, not to serve as a granary for others. Just thinking about it, Songyi several big steps forward. Fu Ning reflexively raised the wolf-tooth stick, but less than 5 strokes, she was completely subdued by Songyi. What a terrible outburst. He was still sick, and she could only get through 5 moves in his hands. Fu Ning felt that she had to increase the intensity of her training. Songyi took 2 steps back. "If I really wanted to kill you, do you think you would still have the chance to speak in front of me?" He continued, "This world is in chaos. No one knows when the natural disaster will end. Instead of you guys grasping at straws and exercising, why don't you leave me behind? I'll teach you more systematic self-defense techniques. It just so happens that there's no one living on the opposite side of you. I can live on the opposite side of you and not interfere with each other except for training." What he said did make sense, and Fu Ning was somewhat shamefully heartened. But Fu Ning frowned. "What do you want? He's such a good fighter. Where can he live?" Fu Ning couldn't believe he was looking at the electric door she had welded to the 9th floor. But if not, then what was Song Ye's reason for staying on the 10th floor? Chapter 31. Team. Song Ye's eyes settled on Fu Ning's face. "In this chaotic world, fighting alone won't work. Your force value is good, but in the chaotic world, there are many people stronger than you. We can work together." Fu Ning found it funny. "Song Yi, we don't seem to know each other very well, do we?" Song Yi nodded. "It's not too familiar, but you didn't leave me as a burden when I was seriously injured. I think I can trust you. And of course, I'll use practical actions to make you let go of your stigma towards me." His words even made Fu Ning want to roll her eyes. She had really wanted to leave him behind as a burden. Hadn't she been threatened by him to know her secret? Since you want to cooperate, then you also have to show the sincerity of cooperation. Fu Ning gripped her wolfsbane tightly, her other hand put into her coat pocket, ready to pull out a gun from her space at any time. Once what Song Yi knew was about her space, she'd send him to the west in a nasty way. He can't react faster than a gun, can he? You said earlier that you knew my secret. What exactly is it? Fu Ning narrowed his eyes, his voice 2 points colder. Regarding the secret, Song Yi was gambling at first, but now that he's out of danger, there's nothing to hide. He tripped over the fact that he had witnessed Fu Ning dumping the body earlier. Fu Ning's face darkened as he listened. That's it? And this son of a bitch traded this secret for a few days of her mama-like food and drink? Fu Ning was so angry that he wanted to blow Song Ye's head off with a wolfsbane. She thought hard about the enforceability of this, and finally sighed a bit demoralizingly. She had witnessed Song Ye's strength, and she was simply no match for him. If, as Song Yi said, he would really teach her more one-hit kill moves, working with him wasn't out of the question. But let's get the ugly words out of the way. I won't part with a dime of your supplies, and if you hit me for supplies, I won't let you get away with it even if I have to fight for my life. Fu Ning's tone was cold. She had bought quite a few weapons from Song Yi before, including various explosives, and if Song Yi dared to covet her things, then she wouldn't mind sending him to the west with the things she had bought from him. Song Ye's face didn't even change for a moment. "Don't worry, I just want to cooperate. I didn't think of asking for your things, and I'll pay back the care that you and your friends have taken during this period of time." It better be. In this way, an agreement of sorts was reached. The two of them went downstairs, and Chen Rue and Xiao Qiao were both dressed as well. Seeing Song Yi follow Fu Ning down, Chen Rue was a bit surprised. He's with us." Fu Ning returned. Chen Rue immediately dispelled any doubts in her mind. She had unconditional trust in Fu Ning. Xiao Qiao is more of a brainless admirer of Fu Ning, who Fu Ning recognizes. She quickly accepts, smiling as her eyes complete the crescent moon. "That's great, the 4 of us. The safety factor is even greater." Fu Ning, who had lived in the post-apocalyptic world and seen the hell of the world, had to admire Xiao Qiao's state of mind. It's really hard to see such an innocent, silly white girl again in the end times. Chapter 32. On the 9th floor stairway, there were still people frantically abusing Fu Ning to get her to open the door. Listening to that voice, we all knew that a lot of people had gathered at the stairway on the 9th floor. These days the power is cut off and the internet is cut off, and Fu Ning is focused on exercising. So she doesn't realize that it's all over the place, that there's a whole house full of food in her house, and those pampered people in the neighborhood don't dare to go outside to gather supplies. and many of them are hitting their ideas on her. After all, a little girl living alone, in their opinion, that's good to hold. But who knows, a whole week passed. Fu Ning froze to be able to sink, not open the door, which also more and more let them think Fu Ning home hiding a lot of food. She's a woman with a really hard heart, able to watch so many people in the neighborhood starve without sharing some food out. The bald, flower-armed man at the head of the group crossed his arms, nearly a meter away from the electric door, and cursed at it. Bitch on the 10th floor, you've got some balls if you're capable of it. Don't come out of this door for the rest of your life, or else I'll definitely get you killed. Fu Ning disconnected the electric door, and just as he opened it, he heard his mid-air growl. The door was suddenly opened. The bright lights in the corridor illuminated those people froze for a moment, and after reacting, all of them had glints in their eyes and were about to rush up the hallway. That flower arm even scurried up the stairs 3 times and was about to grab Fu Ning's arm. Fu Ning didn't talk nonsense with him, and the moment he lunged over, a wolfsbane swung out viciously. She had not shown any mercy under her hand, as this blow was mainly to establish her authority. Only heard a bang sound, the flower-armed face steeply sunken, blood instantly flowed out of his open head. Warm blood splattered out, with 1 or 2 drops running down Fu Ning's brow, making her look like an evil spirit that had crawled out of hell. Flower Arm covered his face and wailed in agony, screaming in an unearthly manner. No one thought that Fu Ning would strike so hard, and the people who had been clamoring more than one earlier would be mute in this case. Fu Ning had her fingers wipe away the blood from her forehead and slightly raised her chin. Who else wants to come up to my house to rob things? Time was quiet for a full 2 seconds before someone responded. You're maliciously hurting someone. I'm calling the police. I'm calling the police right now, Dash. He said while touching his coat pocket to find his cell phone. And only after touching it for a while did he react to the fact that the world was now in chaos. Besides, with the water and power out and all communication cut off, he couldn't even call the police. Some people were Fu Ning the stick subdued. There are also people think of Fu Ning's home food. Utah is not willing, little girl. You're also too ruthless. We also just want to find some food. You have a need to be so out to hurt people? Are you big men good enough for this? I don't believe that you really don't have any more food stored at home. Isn't it just because you see Ning Ning as a girl and want to bully her? How shameless. Chow Chow snorted coldly and spat hard on the ground, scolding them for being shameless. Someone couldn't help it. We are really out of food. If there was still food left in the house, we wouldn't have to stand guard here every day. Hitting on a girl without food. Can you grown men have some face? Chow Chow became even more angry. She was about to rush out to find those people to argue, when she was pulled back by Chunjel. Chunjel walked up, took off her mask, and looked at those people with a serious face. I don't know who instigated you guys to say that Ning's family has supplies, but don't you guys think about it. If her family really had endless supplies, would we go out and look for food in this stall? Some people were moved by Chun Rue's words, and when they thought about it, it was indeed true. Fu Ning and his party were heavily armed, and it looked like they were about to go out. Going out at this time of year, I'm sure there really aren't many supplies at home. But there are others who still don't believe it, and they huddle in the crowd. Who knows if you're the ones who had food in your house? Unless you let us go and see what's going on, Dash. Before he finished his sentence, his eyes collided with Fu Ning's icy sight. Fu Ning pulled out his gun, the blackened muzzle aimed at him. Did I give you face? Roll now or die now, you choose one. Chapter 33. No one is afraid of the power of a gun. Fu Ning could open someone's head without blinking, and none of them had any doubt that Fu Ning wouldn't blink even if he pulled the trigger. The crowd looked at me, I looked at you, and finally turned and slipped away neatly. Flower Arm covered the severe pain in the head, still want to scream a couple of words, but everyone is gone. He did not dare to so rashly and Fu Ning confrontation, and ultimately can only be resentful to leave. Fu Ning cocked his head and stared at Flower Arm's fleeing back, coldness crossing his eyes. This man hates him at first sight, and to keep him alive is to make trouble for himself. It just so happened that she hadn't killed anyone in a while, so let's take Flower Arm. Seeing that they were all gray and gone, Xiao Xiao was so excited that she jumped up and down. Fu Ning, where did you get the fake gun? It looks so realistic. Stupid kid who's never seen the world. Look how happy she is. Fu Ning put away his gun and raised his hand to touch Jojo's bald head. It stung a bit and she withdrew her hand decisively. Come on, there's not much time. Several people came down from the 9th floor, and just after passing the 8th floor, Fu Ning's shoulder was suddenly grabbed by Song Yi. His tone sank a bit. Wait, someone? He signaled with his eyes for Fu Ning and the others to back off, then softly descended the stairs, walked to the corner of the staircase, and after a slight pause, he violently dodged into the 8th-floor occupant and kicked the man hiding in the doorway over to the ground. Ouch! The man was kicked with a cry of pain, and he slumped to the ground, halfway to his feet. What's this? Fu Ning had to admire Song Ye's skills. The man was really strong. She sauntered over to see a svelte-looking man wailing on the ground, holding his legs. Xiao Xiao, who came over afterward, stared at it and exclaimed in surprise, Sheng Peng Peng? Why are you hiding here? Fu Ning froze. So he was the neighborhood's bagman? Sheng Peng Peng grimaced and sat up straight, crumpling a slip of paper into a ball and throwing it to Xiao Xiao. This is Chen Xiaoyu's information. I'd say you guys are ruthless too. This kick almost killed me. Xiao Xiao smoothly handed the note to Fu Ning, and when she saw Sheng Peng Peng like that, she couldn't help but heave a laugh. Who let you sneak around and hide here? Wouldn't you just give me the note? There are too many people blocking you guys these days. Where would I dare to go to you? Sheng Peng Peng was somewhat speechless. Fu Ning turned on the flashlight and quickly read through Chen Xiaoyu's information. I have to say, Sheng Peng Peng is still quite capable. Even Chen Xiaoyu's father is a big brother in the coal province, and also backed by the black forces of the matter, have found out. The danger level of Chen Xiaoyu in his heart was raised by another 2 points. She put away that information and said to Sheng Peng Peng, this information of yours is very useful to me. I'll pay you for it. But next, I want you to help me check on someone. Sheng Peng Peng was so active in helping her investigate Chen Xiaoyu's information. Fu Ning could see what he wanted. Sure enough, Sheng Peng Peng's eyes lit up. You said? When Fu Ning finished talking about the flower arm, Sheng Peng Peng patted his chest and guaranteed that he would definitely find out clearly in what direction his ancestors were buried. Fernin. It doesn't have to be so clear. After discussing with Sheng Peng Peng, the few people did not delay and drove out of the neighborhood. Since the power and water outages, there are a lot of people who stay in their cars with nothing to do on weekdays and turn on their car air conditioners to renew their lives. After a few days in a row, many people's cars have long since run out of gas. Now that gas stations are shut down, they can't find a place to fill up their tanks even if they have hundreds of millions of dollars on hand. Seeing Fu Ning drive his car out of the garage, many people's eyes lit up and they gathered around, blocking Fu Ning's path. Girl, you're going for supplies, right? Can you take me with you? I don't take up much space. Old lady. Take me. I'm strong. I'll carry anything you want to carry when the time comes. Take me. I have money. Whatever you want to buy. Swipe my card. Chapter 34. Fu Ning gripped the steering wheel tightly, his eyes looking through the windshield at the greedy faces of those people, and said in a deep voice, Get out of the way. You rotten heart, my family has no rice to cook. What's wrong with you giving me a lift? It's not like I'm not paying you. You're being too desperate. There was even someone who was so angry that he climbed directly onto the front of the car. Aren't you not taking me with you? Then you don't want to leave today either. He lifted his foot to the windshield and kicked it hard. Seeing this, the others stepped forward and grabbed sharp objects and slammed them down hard against the window panes. Through a pane of glass, the faces of those men looked hideous and horrible. Jojo shrank back into a ball of fear at the ugly faces that disliked the glass and hissed at it, squeezing her eyes shut and not daring to look at it again. Chun Grain gripped the kitchen knife tightly. As long as Fu Ning gave a word, she could rush out of the car and fight these people to the death. The selfish faces of these people reminded her of the ones who had gone to her house to rob food and killed her dad, indirectly causing her to lose her mom. She knew the world was in disarray, and those who were barely human in the normal order of things were now being manipulated by the ancient yawning hopefuls who had long since turned into evil spirits. Only Song Yi was a little too calm. Fu Ning didn't want to bother with this group of people as she slowly stepped on the gas. The car began to slide forward. Those who stopped the car were even more frantic when they saw this. One by one, they stopped in front of the car. She wants to run. Don't let her get away. They thought it would threaten Fernin to stop the car, but Fernin didn't care. She accelerated slowly. 20 mics. 30 mics. 40 mics. The car rushed forward quickly, and those people could see that Fu Ning had no signs of stopping, which made them scared to avoid. Jojo, who was sitting in the car, also looked wide-eyed. She could see that Fernin had thought about stopping the car at all. If those people insist on stopping, they'll just turn into a puddle of mud under the wheels of the car. Still, it's all their fault. As Fu Ning drove, he was also observing their reactions. Both Jojo and Chingue's reactions pleased her. and she didn't want teammates with saintly hearts. Knowing that Chenrue and Xiao Qiao's current cognition is still stuck in a society based on the rule of law, Fu Ning didn't directly propose a $0 purchase, but instead pretended to drive a trip to a large supermarket. The entrance to the supermarket was filled with a huge crowd. There were horrifying screams everywhere. The air was filled with blood and the stench of sweat. And just thinking about it, I know that there must have been a lot of vicious battles here. Xiao Qiao and Chenrue both turned pale. Now that the large supermarkets are in such a mess, other supermarkets are predictably in a mess as well. They didn't have much food on hand. So what if they waited for the food to run out and the extreme heat hadn't ended? Fu Ning sked. How about? Let's go search the office building for supplies? There are many containers parked at the harbor. We can go to the harbor. Song Yi suddenly spoke out, interrupting Fu Ning. Now that the island is out of contact, and both domestic and foreign countries are in deep water, there are many cargo ships parked in the harbor that haven't had time to leave. We can go there to look for supplies. His words made Fu Ning's eyes light up. It seems that she is still small pattern a building by building to collect supplies. How difficult. Directly to the port, collect people, organize containers, do not smell. Moreover, Fu Jiao and the girls live in the Sea View Villa in that area of the harbor, and it's been a long time since we last met, so I don't know how they are doing. Fu Ning decided, next stop, to go to the harbor. Chapter 35. It was dark at night as a modified Hummer bumped along the sun-cracked road. Arriving at the harbor, Fu Ning parked the car and looked at the container's yards like a mountain through the moonlight, so excited that he was about to drool. With so many big treasures, she was in a strange dilemma as to which place would be better to collect them from. Several people were happy and walked towards the dock in unison. There were so many containers that Fu Ning didn't even know what would be a better place to collect them from. At this time, Song Yi pulled out a list and a set of keys from somewhere. The keys and the list are here. You guys see what you need. Fu Ning was a bit surprised. Where did you get this? Office. Sano's voice was light. No one works here after the extreme heat, and these are easy to reach. These things are locked in the treasury. Were they as easy to get as Song Yi said? But with Song Ye's skill, it wouldn't be hard to sneak into the office and steal some lists and keys or something. Taking the list, Fu Ning's several people walked to the rice and flour area, used the key to open the container, and hamster-like carried the rice bag by bag to the car. After carrying a few bags of rice, Fu Ning became a bit distracted. She also remembered that the list stated that the left area was all about importing and exporting various types of jade, and that those things were what she wanted most on this trip out. She rubbed her stomach and ouched. I think I had diarrhea. You guys move. I'm going to the bathroom. Chun Gel stopped, wiped the sweat from his head, and gasped for breath as he looked at Fu Ning. Do you want me to accompany you? No, I'll be back soon. Fu Ning shook his head, covered his stomach, and ran to the left, disappearing in a puff of smoke. Only after running all the way to the Jade area did Fu Ning stop. Listening carefully, there was no one else around. She casually found a container, took out the state-of-the-art lock-picking tool from her space that Huangda had used when they had broken the door earlier, and opened the container with ease. Only just walked into the container, Fu Ning felt a refreshing flavor straight to the heart. She closed the container and turned on her flashlight to look inside, and her eyes lit up. It's all superb, Jade. Fu Ning was half polite and immediately took those jades into space. She had come on the pretext of going to the toilet, and there wasn't much time, so Fu Ning simply put those containers into the space together. As for what's in there, we'll find out when we go back to the space and take a good look. The joy of unpacking a delivery is something every woman wants to have. After collecting several containers in a row, Fu Ning saw another container with the logo of a luxury car painted in paint on its shell. It looks like these are luxury cars that are ready to be imported and exported. Fu Ning didn't want those fancy sports cars, and specifically picked a few cross-country to put into the space. Immediately afterward, she noticed that there were steel bars the thickness of a baby's arm strapped around the periphery of one of the containers. Doesn't that just tell people that this container is stocked with great treasures? Fernine was happy. She ran over and quickly opened the container and stepped into it to take a look. Nice guy. Look what she found. The world's most unstoppable vehicle, the Predator Paramount. The Paramount Marauder is not only protected against landmines and improvised explosive devices, IEDs, but is also so large that it has earned the name Land Beast. It's not like Fu Ning didn't think about buying this car in the beginning, but she didn't have enough connections and couldn't find a channel to buy this car. I didn't expect to find it here. Fu Ning put Paramount directly into the space. Paramount's appearance made Fu Ning think that this area put in must be some good treasures. She looked again, and sure enough, she saw quite a few more things she could use, but had forgotten to stock up on before or didn't have access to. Fu Ning didn't favor one over the other, and collected all those things into the space. Pinching 20 minutes, Fu Ning left reluctantly. When they got to the rice and food area, Jojo was gritting her teeth and shaking her legs to put a box of squash in the car. The Hummer had a lot of room, but after several trips back and forth moving things around, the car was still stuffed to the gills. Chinzhou was a bit worried. Ning, the car is almost full, but I still feel like the supplies aren't quite enough. She was usually the one who liked to save for a rainy day. Having witnessed all kinds of extremes this time, she had a vague feeling in her mind that the world wasn't going to get any better. She wanted to stock up on more supplies, but with just one wagon load of supplies, divided among all four, the supplies one got their hands on to save would last at most a year or so. Chapter 36. Fu Ning thought for a moment and said, I just came over from the left side and saw quite a few cars over there. Why don't we go and drive a few cars over to gather supplies? Yes. Xiao Xiao wasn't as dumb and sweet as she was before after all this time of beating. She was the first to respond positively to Fu Ning's words. Chen Rui thought about it and also felt that the proposal was very good. Song Yi was even more shocking when he said, We've taken the supplies anyway, so we might as well do a big job and take more. He asked Chun, Grain, and Jojo, Do you know how to drive a van? Grain, Chun, Jojo. Won't. Fernine raised his hand. I will. Song Yi nodded and led her in the direction of the parking lot. There are quite a few trucks parked in the parking lot, and there are quite a few containers with gasoline in them over in the Eastern District. There's an acute shortage of gasoline right now, so we can stock up on more. Watching him skillfully walk to the office area, pry open the door of an office building in 3 or 2 clicks, and take out a few van keys from inside, Fu Ning felt something strange. How do you know this place so well? It's not even like being in no man's land anymore. It's like being back in your own home. Song Yi threw one of the van keys to Fu Ning, his expression not quite visible under the night. Have you forgotten what I did before? Arms dealers. Fu Ning thought about it. He was able to get those rare weapons during the time of peace and prosperity. It didn't seem so strange that he knew a little bit about the harbor now. She was a little curious what Songo did with all those weapons. Thinking about the fact that he and Song Yi hadn't gotten acquainted to that level, he let it go. The two went to the parking lot and opened the truck, first went to the east end, moved a dozen barrels of gasoline from the container, and put it in the wagon, and then drove to meet up with the two of them, Chun, Grain, Xiao Xiao. Several people worked until the latter part of the night to load and ship the 2 vans to full capacity. Xiao Xiao looked at the wagon load of supplies and couldn't help but sigh. With so many supplies, I won't have to worry about food for at least 10 years. Chun Rui, however, was a bit worried. If we bring so many things back, will those people be jealous again? They had already suspected that Fu Ning had hoarded a lot of supplies, and now that they were really going back with the supplies, would those people not go crazy? Fu Ning sneered and rolled up his sleeves. Then if they have the ability, they can come and grab it from me. She was hoarding hundreds of millions of thermal weapons in her space, and if these people had the ability to challenge the power of those thermal weapons, she wouldn't mind sending them a ticket to heaven. Inspired by Fu Ning, Chen Rui also rolled up his sleeves. I'll make sure to practice my kung fu properly. Ning Ning, I'll try my best not to hold you back. Jojo nodded frantically. Me too, me too. Fu Ning silently glanced at Song Yi, thinking that she couldn't slack off either. Song Yi noticed her somewhat mournful eyes and tugged at the corner of his lips. At this hour, a lot of people are asleep. I'll have the van modified, so it'll be a lot quieter. I don't know when he went and got the tools to convert the van, and it didn't take him long to do it. Fu Ning tried to open it, and the sound was really much smaller. Without listening carefully, it was impossible to hear anything. Without delay, the few people returned to Huatian Yuan in the dark with 3 carts full of supplies. There's a tough battle ahead. Fu Ning looked at the entire wagon load of supplies and scratched her scalp, a little fretful about how she was going to transport them back. This was when the disadvantages of traveling with multiple people became apparent. If she was the only one, she could have stowed all of these things in space and easily made it up to the 10th floor. But now that there were so many people and she couldn't expose the space, she had to let her flesh suffer a little. Fu Ning rubbed his fists and was about to carry the supplies up the stairs when Song Yi asked, Can't your home's electricity be connected to an elevator? It can be, but... Fu Ning hesitated. She knew nothing about circuits. Song Yi interrupted her. As long as I can. I don't know how he did it, but it didn't take him long to reconnect the elevator that had long since stopped working. Several people carried the supplies into the elevator room and were sent by elevator to the 9th floor. Another nearly 2 hours of hustle and bustle, They deliberately slowed down their voices, and it was surprising that no one noticed them on this trip. Until all the supplies were moved to the ninth floor, Fu Ning and Song Yi made another trip out to hide the two eye-catching vans in the bushes at the back of Huashianyuan before dragging a tired body back home. The first thing I did when I got home was to cut the power to the elevator. Over here, Xiao Xiao and Chen Rue were already happily dividing up the supplies. They divided the supplies equally into 4, and even after they were divided, it looked like quite a lot. Fu Ning and Song Yi didn't even bother to be polite with them, carrying their things back to the 10th floor. After reaching an amicable agreement, Fu Ning gave Song Yi the key to Huang Da's house, and at the moment, both of them were very tired and did not speak. After organizing all the supplies, Fu Ning lay limp on the floor. She had never been in more pain and pleasure than she was now. Chapter 37. After lying on the ground for nearly half an hour, Fu Ning rubbed his sore wrists before sitting up. Little Yellow slowly walked over and plopped down next to Fu Ning, sticking out his rough tongue and licking Fu Ning's wrist. That feels like sandpaper. Fu Ning casually touched a piece of marinated beef from the space and threw it towards the corner. Xiao Huang's eyes abruptly brightened, turning around and running towards the marinated beef. His speed was obviously faster than earlier. This guy, it seems, is still a foodie. Fu Ning laughed and threw a few more pieces of beef into the living room. Yellow stumbled over to the corned beef, dragging his injured hind leg. Playing and watching with Xiao Huang for a while, Fu Ning again took out a roast goose rice and chilled Sprite from the space, comfortably eating the rice and drinking a cold drink. She burped, which made her feel that the overdrawn stamina was back. She pulled out her cell phone and checked the time. It was past 4, and in a little over an hour, it would be dawn. Time had gone by so fast, and she still felt like she hadn't done anything. Getting up, Fu Ning put on the mask, took 2 handfuls of noodles, 2 chocolates, and a bottle of Lao Gan Ma into his backpack from the storage room, pushed open the door, and walked out. Just outside the door, she collided head-on with Song Yi. Seeing Song Yi, Fu Ning's eyes chilled as she vigilantly gripped the saber in her pocket. "What are you doing?" Could it be that Song Yi was trying to take advantage of the fact that they were all letting their guard down at this point in time to make a move on them? Fu Ning vaguely regretted that she still shouldn't have rashly agreed to Song Yi living across the street at that time. What was the difference between that and putting a wolf around? Song Yi was also a little surprised that he would bump into Fu Ning here. Against Fu Ning's pair of vigilant eyes, he spoke in a calm tone. "That flower arm can't stay. I'm going to kill him." Flower arm was opened by Fu Ning with a stick, and he definitely hated Fu Ning to the bone. To be merciful at this time is to seek your own death. Having dealt with too many poor and vicious people, Song Yi knew all too well what Flower Arm's look at Fu Ning before he left meant. Once he let this kind of person gain power, he would definitely be the first to not let Fu Ning go. Fu Ning thought the same thing. Originally, she was prepared to kill Flower Arm herself, but now that Song Yi was going to make a move, she was too lazy to dirty her hands. With a simple agreement, she went to the 8th floor with Song Yi. Arriving at 8:01, Fu Ning raised his hand and knocked on the door, and almost immediately, the door was opened from the inside. Sheng Pengpeng guessed that he had been waiting for Fu Ning all night, and when he opened the door and saw Fu Ning, he was greatly relieved, and he took advantage of the night to shove a piece of paper into Fu Ning's hands. Fu Ning looked at the contents of the note through the bright moonlight, and sure enough, it was about Flower Arms. She was quick to give the supplies to Sheng Pengpeng. Sheng Pengpeng's hand was trembling as he reached for the noodles. God knows how long it's been since he's eaten. He wasn't in the habit of hoarding, and because of that he was starving front and center asking for food in the group on the first day the extreme heat started. Even then, he didn't learn his lesson and was adamant that everything would get better once the Japanese volcano ended its eruption. Thus, day by day, instead of getting better, the days are getting worse. Power outages, water outages, waves of people haunting the neighborhood, and one familiar person turned into a ghost he wasn't familiar with. What few supplies were left were also depleted in these days. Receiving the chocolate, Sheng Pengpeng couldn't think of anything else and peeled it out and stuffed it hard into his mouth. After eating the chocolate, Sheng Pengpeng finally felt a bit more energized. He gulped hard. "If there's anything you need from me next time, just let me know and I'll try to do it." Fu Ning nodded, and Song Yi turned to go. Chapter 38. That Flower Arm was nearly 40 years old, an occupant of 902, the second building, and ran 2 informal clubhouses, and his hands weren't exactly clean. To Fu Ning's greater satisfaction, he also lives alone. It's good to live alone. It's easier for her to do it. From Fu Ning's dripping eyes, Song Yi could see what she was thinking. The two of them took advantage of the night to go to the Flower Arms house. And when they arrived at the Flower Arms door, Fu Ning was about to knock on the door when Song Yi raised his hand to interrupt her, pulled out a thin wire, and twisted it a few times against the Flower Arms door somehow, and the door unexpectedly opened. Fu Ning didn't dare to underestimate Song Yi, but he didn't know that he was so strong. Opening the door, Song Yi walked in with his long legs and made his way to the bedroom. In the bedroom, the wound on Flower Arm's forehead had been treated, and he was lying on the bed, letting out muffled grunts from the pain every now and then. Slow-step Fu Ning walked in and heard a crisp click sound. Song Yi has been in the Flower Arm between sleep, the end of his life. The man, simply ruthless. Seeing that Flower Arm was already dead, Fu Ning didn't delay any longer as she turned around and exited the second building. She hadn't expected the killing of Flower Arm to go so quickly, no more than 20 minutes before or after. Now the time is not even 5 o'clock. Fu Ning has some hand itching. She wants to go to see Fu Jiao and Fu Rongchang now. You know, the reason why she didn't go and kill Fu Jiao and Fu Rongchang at the first sign of chaos in this world was simply because she wanted to watch Fu Jiao and Fu Rongchang struggle to survive in the post-apocalyptic world and feel the pain that she had felt in her previous life. Why don't we go check it out now? Fu Ning made up his mind, and Song Yi went back to the 6th building, simply did the disguise, drove the car out of the neighborhood, and went straight to the Sea Moon Bay. When they arrived near Sea Moon Bay and found a hidden place, Fu Ning put the car into the space and followed the path to Sea Moon Bay by himself. This villa was the place where she had lived since she was a child until she was 13 years old. It could be said that every place Fu Ning was especially familiar with. Later, her mother died in a leap from the top floor of the villa, leaving the young Fu Ning with a great psychological shadow. Also since then, Fu Ning has not come back here. Later, Fu Rongchang took Fu Jiao mother and daughter to Haiwei Bay, which was originally intended by the grandmother for the mother's wedding house, but ended up becoming the love nest of Fu Rongchang and his mistress. The past came flooding back, and Fu Ning was a little angry. Angry Fu Rongchang rhetoric coaxed her for so many years, even more angry in the last life of her lard-blinded heart. The villa is different from the community building. The villa is installed with solar power panels. All the way to the past is brightly lit. Fu Ning easily dived into Haiyu Bay, and from a long distance away, she heard a sound of men and women laughing and joking. Trenching? Fu Ning intuited that there was a situation. She couldn't wait to touch the villa through the back door and quietly came to the second floor again. By the time we reached the second floor, the sounds that would have been banned on TV became clearer and clearer. Fu Ning hunkered down in the corner and listened for an ear, and determined that the woman's voice was indeed Fu Jiao's. Fu Ning gulped. It was this time of the day. Fu Jiao was playing so big. She was a little curious, and it just so happened that the door to Fu Jiao's room wasn't closed tightly. Fu Ning slowly felt her way over, and through that one crack, she saw a scene that shocked her entire family. Only to see Fu Jiao lying in a man's arms daintily. "Brother Chung, but you promised me that you would clean up that bitch for me." The scarred man nodded absent-mindedly and leaned in to kiss her lips again. "Don't worry. As soon as extreme heat is over, I'll go kill her for you." Fu Jiao shook her leg. No, you're gonna clean her up tomorrow. Don't forget that she still has $2 billion in her hand. Who knows what she'll do with that money? Of course, she could see that this man was playing along, but she had paid such a big price. Why should Fu Ning still be able to live comfortably? Fu Jiao clenched her fists, her eyes all sinister. The scarred man hummed perfunctorily. Whatever you say, but right now, you have to listen to me." Fu Ning dug his ears hard and went over to listen carefully. This trip came to be really worth it. Chapter 39. Exiting quietly from Fu Jiao's room, Fu Ning went back to Fu Rongchang's bedroom. Fu Rongchang's room is not far from Fu Jiao's room, and Fu Jiao screamed so loudly that it is impossible for Fu Rongchang not to hear. Fu Ning quietly touched over and pushed open the door to Fu Rongchang's room, just in time to see Fu Rongchang lying on the bed, rolling over and sighing. He's a passable dad. In his last life, he was afraid of danger hiding at home and didn't dare to come out. Even if she had injuries on her body, he could watch her go out and face those dangers. Finally, when food was at its most scarce, he hit on her. In this life, she tore her face off with him ahead of time, and he was still able to hide behind Fu Jiao, cowardly using the supplies that Fu Jiao sold her meat for. Simply ironic in the extreme. Didn't see the scene he wanted to see, But Fu Ning's trip wasn't a bad one. Fu Jiao usually sets up the noble persona of the rich second generation, surrounded by a group of licking dogs licking. I'm afraid those lick spittles didn't expect her to have fallen to such a level now, did they? I just don't know. What is the identity of the man with the scar on his face called Brother Sung? I don't know if he will listen to Fu Jiao and come to Huatian Yuan tomorrow night. If it really came, Fu Ning said he was kind of looking forward to it. Going down to the second floor, Fu Ning went to the storage room and really saw that the storage room was full of food. These supplies are at least enough for Fu Jiao and Fu Rongchang to eat comfortably for 2 years. Fu Ning was half polite and went up to collect all the supplies into the space before leaving Sea Moon Bay. It was after 5 o'clock when we got out of Sea Moon Bay. The sky turned vaguely fish-belly white, and in a short time it would be dawn. It wasn't too far from the pier, and Fu Ning decided to make another trip to the pier before the sun crept out. When she arrived at the dock, she headed straight for the area on the left. She had less than 20 minutes to gather supplies last night, and there were quite a few goodies she didn't have time to hoard space for. This time, Fu Ning directly parked the car in the area on the left side, walked over, didn't care what was in the container, and put everything inside into the space. It didn't take long for a small area to empty out. But there were so many containers here that even with an empty area, the whole thing still looked cramped. It didn't take long for the sun to slowly creep out. The temperature was already close to 60 degrees, but Fu Ning was wearing a thermostat, so she could barely stand it. She ruthlessly hoarded another wave of supplies into the space, before pretending to go to the rice, flour, grain, and oil area, taking a bag of rice and throwing it on the car, and returning to Huatian Yuan. When he returned to Huatian Yuan, the sky was already bright. Those who could barely sleep at night largely woke up in the 70-degree heat of the day. Fu Ning parked the car and swaggered out of the underground garage with the bag of rice. It wasn't that she hadn't thought that someone would be hitting on her bag of rice at this point in time, but Fu Ning didn't really care. If these people were capable of snatching the things from her hands, if they really could, then she could only admit defeat. After the collapse of the social order, it is now supposed to be the weakest and the strongest, and whoever has the hardest fist has more say. Sure enough, no sooner had he walked up to the first floor than someone rushed out of the stairway. Seeing the bag of rice in Fu Ning's hand, the man's throat rolled hard, and his eyes flickered with brilliance. He held a kitchen knife and blocked in front of Fu Ning. Fu Ning stopped to look at him. What? You didn't learn from last night's experience, and you want to taste a headshot too? Her memory was pretty good that this same man had mingled with the crowd last night, trying to take advantage of the chaos to grab supplies. M.O. Deming's face really changed when he heard Fu Ning say that. Chapter 40. He was an executive in his company before the extreme heat arrived, holding a pen for signing hundreds of millions of orders, not a kitchen knife. If he hadn't been pushed to a certain point, he wouldn't have wanted to hurt someone with a knife. Before carrying the kitchen knife out the door, M.O. Deming thought a lot. If Fu Ning did not give him supplies, he would cut this bitch. But now, just by meeting Fu Ning's cold eyes, M.O. Deming balked from the bottom of his heart. A ring of sweat broke out on his palms as he kept psyching himself up. Fu Ning, but lazy to look at her. This day, in the bedroom, comfortably blowing air conditioning, should be how good? She carried the rice and headed straight upstairs. M.O. Deming, however, had a hard look in his eyes at this moment and swung his knife towards Fu Ning. His family was about to run out of food, and if he had such a bag of rice, he could have lasted at least 2 more months. In order to survive, M.O. Deming couldn't care less about anything. Fu Ning had been listening carefully to the movements behind her, and at the moment when M.O. Deming swung the knife, she turned violently and kicked M.O. Deming in the heart, sending him 2 meters away alive. It seems that this period of time, desperate training results in good. Fu Ning satisfied with the retraction of the foot, condescendingly looking down at M.O. Deming, who coughed up a mouthful of blood as he fell to the ground. Fu Ning indifferently spoke. Hit me again. Don't blame me for getting you killed. She wasn't really trying to be that merciful right now. It was just that Fu Ning remembered that it wouldn't be long before the military stepped in to suppress it. In time, it will be peaceful again for a while. If she was seen killing someone in the meantime, she'd just be arrested for eating peanuts. In order not to eat peanuts, Fu Ning could only endure. Good thing no one jumped out and got in the way next. Fu Ning smoothly returned to the 10th floor, simply washed up, lay down on the bed, and slept. When I woke up, it was 3 in the afternoon. Taking out a spicy crawfish and a beef brisket noodle from the space, Fu Ning shivered the noodle and ate the crawfish while watching TV. Scarlet Wedding has so much backlash that Fernine is watching a lighthearted and cozy slow variety show this time around. After eating gracefully, Fu Ning took a break and tricked Xiao Huang into the gym. She smiled kindly and rubbed Xiao Huang's head. Be good, Xiao Huang. I'll give you a big chicken leg when you finish running for an hour. Yellow? An hour? No one to speak up for the wounded? That's at least 5 chicken legs to run. It's still small enough that Fernine easily carries it on the treadmill. Yellow? Protest. I haven't said yes yet. Fu Ning didn't care if Xiao Huang answered or not, and decisively pressed the run button. Watching Xiao Huang adapt to the treadmill, Fu Ning flashed into space. She hadn't had a chance to take a good look at all the supplies she had gathered last night. Once in the space, Fu Ning again found that those trees in the space had not only grown a lot taller, but there were also a lot of new saplings growing around them again. Rows of small aspens seemed to stand there, vibrant to the heart. Obviously, it was those jades she had collected last night that had taken effect. It was a pity that those jades were swallowed by the space as soon as they entered it, or else she would have really wanted to see what all those jades were like. Supplies were gathered in a hurry last night, and only now did Fu Ning have a great deal of time to properly organize them. She hadn't looked hard enough last night either, and now she realized that the containers were marked. It was easier for her to know what was inside the containers, and easier to categorize and organize the supplies. After nearly 20 minutes of organizing, Fu Ning suddenly saw that this container in front of him said, Military Emergency Escape Pod. She'd hoarded 2 escape pods before, but they were only civilian. Military escape pods, when you think about it, are much more reliable than civilian ones. She was really on the right track last night when she went to the docks to stock up on supplies. $0 purchases are addictive, and Fernine decided that she would have to make another trip to the docks tonight. Chapter 41. Sea Moon Bay. 10 o'clock in the morning. Fu Jiao, who had indulged for most of the night, slowly opened her eyes, and Cheng and the others had already left. She moved her aching thighs and slowly braced herself to sit up from the bed, grabbing her pajamas and pulling them over her body. Fu Jiao looked disgusted, rubbing the marks on her chest. If it wasn't because of Fu Ning, how could she pay such a big price? She would definitely not let Fu Ning have a good time. Getting out of bed, Fu Jiao went to the bathroom and took a hard shower, then changed her clothes and went downstairs, ready to go to the storage room to get some food. The only good thing about hanging out with Song was that she wasn't worried about food. She had an average appetite today, and Fu Jiao only wanted to drink a can of 8 treasure kanji, but as she pushed open the door of the storage room, Fu Jiao's entire body froze. An empty storage room, a room full of supplies, vanished into thin air. Fu Jiao froze for a full 5 seconds before she pinched her thighs in disbelief. Ah! The pain at her thighs reminded Fu Jiao that this wasn't a dream. Her face changed in a flash. Fu Rongchang heard Fu Jiao scream, also rushed to limp downstairs. See Fu Jiao pestle in the door of the storage room, face terrified. He rushed over, see the house empty. He seems to have been hit by a blow to the head. The whole person instantly lost all the support, fell to sit on the ground. How did this happen? Fu Rongchang trembled his hands, unable to believe that this was all true. Fu Jiao took a deep breath and lifted her foot to kick Fu Rongchang hard on his injured leg. Didn't I tell you to guard the storage room? It's full of food that I traded my dignity for. You trash who only drags your feet. Why don't you go die? She hated Fu Ning, but she hated Fu Rongchang even more. In the supermarket and Fu Ning chance encounter, but ended up being Cheng and his entourage stared at that night. She was sent back to Haiyu Bay by Cheng. Those people in the face of Fu Rongchang face her hands. Fu Rongchang symbolically stopped too, and Cheng let someone throw 2 boxes of instant noodles after the subsidence. It was also the night she saw through her dad and how selfish he really was. Kicking Fu Rongchang 2 more times like venting, Fu Jiao huffed and puffed up the stairs. Now that her cell phone didn't work, she could only pray that Cheng and the others would come over tonight, or else she really was going to starve to death in this villa. At the same time, in the large, flat, upscale neighborhood, the scarred man leaned comfortably on the sofa with a cigar in his mouth, signaling the man beside him to light him a cigarette. A lewd-looking man leaned over and lit his cigarette for him, turning his small eyes and asking, Brother Chung, are we going to Hua Tianyuan tonight to help Jiao Jiao take revenge? Scarred man spit out smoke rings, snorted, such a hot day. Old man stupid to go out. Next time you pick up Fu Jiao here, we have many brothers, also vegetarian for a long time. Gave her so many supplies, she always have to pay a little pay. The 2 billion? The man hesitated. Now in this world, 2 billion is not as good as 2 bags of rice. Scarred man rolled his eyes. Wait for some time to say, this ghost weather continues like this, not to mention 2 billion, 10 billion. Old man, do not look at more. Fu Ning was still unaware of Scarab's intentions, and she was also analyzing what the chances were that Scarab would listen to Fu Jiao. Fu Jiao looks after her mother, grew a delicate and charming face. Do not rule out that Scarab will faint for her face value. But from last night's situation, Fu Ning still think that the chances of Scarab to stand up for her are not great. Of course, even if Scar Man and his gang of brethren really broke into Huatian Yuan, she wouldn't be afraid. All those heat weapons in her space are still unopened. Fernine rubbed his face and made a trip to the gym. Yellow was still running hard on the treadmill and looked to be in pretty good shape. Fu Ning walked over, turned off the treadmill, gently rubbed Xiao Huang's head, and gave him a big chicken leg when he said he would. Not bad. Keep it up, Xiao Huang. Chapter 42. Yellow came off the treadmill with a big chicken leg in his mouth, shaking his legs. After eating the chicken leg in 2 bites, seeing that Fu Ning really didn't have any intention of adding more chicken legs to it, little Yellow immediately felt that the chicken leg in its mouth didn't even smell good anymore. It smashed its little mouth back and was about to protest when it saw Fernine put on his boxing gloves and punch the sandbag hard. Yellow. After practicing physical fitness for 2 hours, Fu Ning wiped the sweat from his forehead and walked out of the gym, sore and limp, and went for another jog around the living room. In a society where even intellectuals can raise knives to hurt people for food, others will only go further. Fu Ning felt that he had to step up his training even more, and Little Yellow's wounds had improved greatly. It wasn't until nightfall that Fu Ning sat on the couch drinking salt water to replenish his physical energy, figuring out what time to go out. At that moment, there was a sudden shout from Chen Rue at the door. Fu Ning walked over and turned off the power to the electric door and pushed it open to let Chen Rue in. Chen Rue, however, didn't enter. She stood in the doorway and asked Fu Ning, Ning, Chow Chow, and I still want to go to the docks to get some supplies. Do you and Song want to go together? By nature, she has to see that there is food in the house and money in the car to do what she needs to do to have peace of mind. All of them hoped that the natural disaster would pass quickly. But Chunrei vaguely felt that the natural disaster would not end so quickly. Not to mention, $0 purchases can be a head-turner, and Chun Grain feels so bad about himself. Coincidence? It's not. Fu Ning is also ready to inventory the supplies again. As for Song Yi, who knows? Chim Rue rubbed his hands together. Then I'll ask Song Yi again. She didn't spend much time with Song Yi, but she felt that Song Yi was quite reliable. Besides, it's always a little safer to have a man in your party. Fu Ning did not stop. She closed the door, went to change a set of clothes, put on a duck-tongued hat, and went out with a wolfsbane. It just so happened that Song Yi also came out from the opposite side, and the two of them hit the ground running, tacitly not mentioning what happened last night. In front of Song Yi, Fu Ning pulled out the remote control to open the power grid. The nuisance sound instantly rang out, full of deterrence, and at the same time, making Fu Ning feel extraordinarily at ease. Song Yi quickly withdrew his sight and went downstairs one step ahead of Fu Ning. The four people met on the 9th floor. Chen Grain and Xiao Qiao were both wearing long-sleeve casual clothes, and the two of them were carrying iron rods in their hands that they didn't know where to get, and they looked quite decent. Chen Zhel pulled out 4 lists and gave them to Fu Ning's several people. She smiled. There are so many supplies over at the container. We're not short on food right now, but other things I think we can get more back too. Fu Ning looked down and saw that the list was quite complete with all the supplies. Even tampons and warm babies are something she's considered. Seeing that several people were looking down at the list, Chen Rue smiled and said softly again, I don't think the temperature will be this high all the time, and it should rain again later on, and we can prepare for kayaking and all that, so we can be prepared. Not bad for an engineering mindset, just more sensible. If she didn't know Chen Rue's character, Fu Ning would have suspected that she was also reborn in the human world. Xiao Qiao immediately jumped up. It's good that it's raining. I'd rather it rain every day than this kind of hellish weather. Fu Ning's fingers that were pinching the list tightened as she turned her head and gave Xiao Qiao a somewhat sympathetic look. That silly boy. I hope I don't cry in a month's time. Chapter 43. Fu Ning agreed with Chen Rue's proposal. She folded the list and put it into her coat pocket. Just do as you say. Xiao Qiao and Song Yi had no objections either. After discussing the matter, Fu Ning went to close the electric door, and several people carried their weapons out the door. Originally, Fu Ning thought that there would be someone else along the way to make a mess, but all the way unimpeded, so that Fu Ning are a little puzzled. A wolfsbane is that powerful? Walking to the garage, Fu Ning realized that he had thought wrong. It's not that there aren't people who don't make a mess. It's that those people are running to the garage. In front of her Hummer, there were 20 or so people standing in a big crowd. Each of them held instruments, and the way they looked at Fu Ning's few people was like Fu Ning's few people had ganged up and killed their whole family in their last life. Sheng Pengpeng had given her Chen Xiaoyu's information, and there was a picture of Chen Xiaoyu sweetly pasted on the information. Fu Ning instantly recognized that the two people in the lead were none other than Chen Xiaoyu and the middle-aged man who tried to rob her of her supplies today. Chen Xiaoyu looked to be in his early 30s, fairly handsome, wearing a hipster outfit, his eyes staring at her sorrowfully. The middle-aged man's face was white. He covered his chest and was coughing, looking sickly. Obviously, Fu Ning's kick in the morning was not light. Taking in the eyes of these people, Fu Ning was a little curious as to who actually led them to get together. Mo Deming gripped the kitchen knife tightly and looked at Fu Ning with murderous intent. After Fu Ning kicked him mercilessly, his mindset towards Fu Ning transitioned very naturally from jealousy to hating Fu Ning to die immediately. He stood at the front, his eyes staring at Fu Ning, and spoke quietly. "Your name is Fu Ning, right? I think being a person can't be too selfish. Right now, Hua Tian Yuan is the toughest period of time. We should collect and organize Hua Tian Yuan supplies and centralize the distribution to get through this sudden natural disaster. What do you think?" The phrase sounds inexplicably familiar. Fu Ning thought for a while, before remembering that Huang had said the same thing to her in her last life. If she hadn't been a hard-fisted and ruthless person, I'm afraid that the little bit of grain that she had managed to hoard would have been emptied by Huangda. However, in her last life, she did not remember seeing this middle-aged man. As for Chen Xiaoyu, she had seen him a few times. He was still dressed very brightly in the end times, which made Fu Ning still have some impression of his face even after a lifetime. In this life, Huangda died, and the words passed through the middle-aged man's mouth again. Fu Ning pursed her lips, and her eyes fell ghostly on the faces of the group of people behind the middle-aged man, who looked numb with a few moments of expectation. Soon, her eyes fixed on Chen Xiaoyu's face. The one from Sheng Pengpeng said that Chen Xiaoyu's mom worked as a junior for Big Brother. Chen Xiaoyu was in his early 30s, and his mom was at least in her 50s. So old can still be steady as someone else's young wife, must also be Zhen Huan possessed. And Chen Xiaoyu, who inherited her mother's 800 hard eyes, seems to be quite normal. After all, in his last life, he had dressed up and not lacked food and clothing during such a difficult time. Against Mo Deming's grim look, Fu Ning slowly curled her lips into a smile. She said, "You guys want to collect Huatian Yuan supplies and distribute them centrally, but you can't stare at me alone to pull wool over my eyes, can you? I just don't believe that everyone here really doesn't have a drop of rice at home." Those people's gazes were slightly averted. The natural disaster had only just begun for a month, and more or less all of their families still had some stock. But hell knows how long this weather will last, and there's no one who doesn't want to stock up on more supplies when they can. Moreover, so many people together to make trouble. Even if Fu Ning to sue them, the law is not responsible for the masses. They're at most criticized and educated. The eyes of the crowd were all watched by Fu Ning. She didn't reveal the small minds of those people, but instead fixed her gaze on Chen Xiaoyu's face, especially this big brother. What time is it now? And still dressed up so spiritually. I guess the family must have hoarded a lot of goodies to have the energy to dress up, right? Chapter 44. As Fu Ning's words fell, all eyes moved to Chen Xiaoyu's face. Sure enough, Chen Xiaoyu was rosy-cheeked and full of energy, and even his hair was dry and clean, unlike them, who hadn't bathed since the water shut off, and in a 70-degree day, each one's hair was so oily that it could fry a plate of vegetables. On the contrary, Fu Ning and the others looked much more wretched. Look at the two sisters behind Fu Ning, both shaved bald, and the expression looks to be more tired. Where does it look like there is food at home? Even Fu Ning, who had been accused by Chen Xiaoyu and Mo Deming of hoarding a house full of supplies at home, had greasy hair and was equally depressed. With the contrast, Chen stands out even more. To say this, it was really true that they had wronged Fu Ning. Fernine was not short of water, but she was more than a little concerned, and every time she went out, she sprayed some odorless mousse on her head before she left the house. As for a few people looking in poor spirits, it was because a few people had to carry so many supplies overnight last night. Everyone would have to be mentally drained. Mo Deming was originally still adamant about going to rob Fu Ning's family of their supplies, but after hearing Fu Ning's words, he was all a bit shaken up. With everyone's eyes looking over, Chen Xiaoyu couldn't help but thump in his heart. He subconsciously backed away, shaking his head in panic and denying it. How can that be? I ran out of supplies in my house a long time ago. If I had food in my house, I wouldn't be. Is it there? Wouldn't it be nice to go and see? These words came from behind Fu Ning. Fu Ning was a bit surprised that these words were said by Song Yi, who had been acting as an invisible person. The rest of the group responded, "Yeah, we'll know if we have a look." Fu Ning saw with his own eyes that Chen Xiaoyu's face turned from red to deathly white, adding a fire. "I remember that he lives in a building 1001. Come on, let's go and take a look." Those people's eyes were full of desire and greed for food. "Let's go check it out." In a flurry, the men headed toward a building. Chen Xiaoyu scrambled after him with a white face. "There are no supplies in my house, really." Seeing a few people walking away, Fu Ning yanked back Xiao Xiao, who was eager to follow. "What are you going to do?" "Huh?" Xiao Xiao looked confused. "Aren't we going to visit Chen Xiaoyu's house?" Now, even Chen Rue was speechless. "We still have business to attend to. Why are you following along?" Xiao Xiao hemmed and hawed and rubbed her hands together. "Nah, Fu Ning and Song Yi are so inspiring. I thought we were going to have to check it out too." Song Yi pinched his brow and was also somewhat helpless. "Go to the pier first." Still, Fu Ning drove the car, and after a few people sat in the car, Fu Ning stepped on the gas and drove the car out of the garage. Driving out of Hua Tianyuan, several people could still hear excited roars coming from one of the buildings. Looks like they didn't have a big haul at Chen Xiaoyu's house. Chen Rue smiled and looked at Fu Ning. "Ning Ning, you've done a good job of invoking the east side of this disaster." Before Fu Ning could speak, Chen Zhel sighed again with worry. "But if you do this, Chen Xiaoyu is afraid that he will hate you to death. Soldiers come and go. If we concede, we'll be the ones who become their granary." Fu Ning sneered. Xiao Xiao nodded frantically in the back. "I've heard a saying, my neighbor hoards food, and I hoard guns, my neighbor is my granary. Neighbors hoard grain, and I hoard grain, and both of us are robbed. Neighbor hoards grain, and I hoard grain. Both families are two-legged sheep. Neighbor hoards guns, and I hoard guns. Both families are starving straight away." Talking and singing. Grain Chin. Sono. Only Fu Ning nodded her head with deep understanding. "Isn't it? She became a two-legged goat locked in a cave by Fu Jiao and Fu Rongchang in her last life." Chapter 45. With big-hearted Jojo around, the rest of the trip was a lot more relaxing for the busload of people. Once at the dock, several people had a clear goal in mind, and it was very easy to find things. They wanted quite a lot of stuff. They couldn't help that the container worked better than the supermarket, and in no time they had a Hummer loaded to the brim. The car was loaded, couldn't hold up too many wants. Song Yi got a van from somewhere at this time. He unloaded the back seat in 3 tries, pulled open the door, and jumped out. Put everything in the van. After a pause, he added, "Haven't been to the living quarters yet. There should be plenty of supplies there as well." His words reminded Fu Ning that he would be experiencing torrential rains for another month or so, followed by extreme cold, with the coldest time being able to reach over -60 degrees. Just by hearing Fu Ning say that she could stock up on down jackets, Xiao Xiao felt more sweat on her brain. Down jackets are not necessary. But it is Chun Grain nodded his head very agreeable. This weather who cannot say, more stockpile it, preparedness, in case it really comes to that time, we are not half unprepared. So, after gathering their supplies, several people went back to the living quarters, each picking out a number of clothes to wear for all seasons. To Fu Ning's surprise, there are a number of astronaut-grade cold-weather suits. She had stocked up on cold-proof clothing in her space, but neither Chenrei nor Xiao Xiao had any, and earlier Fu Ning had worried about how Chenrei and Xiao Xiao were going to get through the upcoming extreme cold. Now, with these suits, they're sure to survive the cold. A few more people worked together to fill the van to the brim, and Fu Ning wondered if he should get another vehicle for supplies. There will be another month or so Deep City will be flooded. So many supplies rather than put here to be soaked in the water put bad. Fu Ning think it is better to put her space. Just then, a furious shout came from not far away. "Who is it? Come out!" The harsh cold drink startled a few people, and Fu Ning immediately pulled out a pistol from his coat pocket and loaded it to aim in that direction. At that moment, her shoulders were pressed downward by Song Yi. He spoke in a muffled voice. "Don't shoot yet, I'll check it out." 5 minutes later, Song Yi came over empty-handed. "It's someone from the military. He's already been knocked out by me. I guess it won't be long before his teammates come over. Let's go back first." Fu Ning squinted in that direction, and sure enough, he saw a bunch of flashing police lights in the distance. With the power of the military, these supplies should be properly preserved now. 2 carts full of supplies, and it was a full load. Driving back to Hua Tianyuan, The few people again used the previous method to silently transport the supplies up to the ninth floor. After dividing the supplies, Fu Ning didn't rest, but took a handful of noodles and a few bags of instant noodles to find Sheng Pengpeng. She had to find out what the person who lived on the first floor, who hated her, was really like. Know yourself and know your enemy in order to win 100 battles. Fu Ning does not want to fight unprepared battles. Sheng Pengpeng revealed an odd expression as he listened to Fu Ning. Seeing him wanting to speak, Fu Ning was a bit surprised. Is there something wrong with him? Sheng Pengpeng hurriedly shook his head. That's not true. I just think it's too coincidental. That person's name is M.O. Deming. He's the deputy director of the entertainment company. He's sort of my top boss. Fernine. That's pretty much life's a big gut. Chapter 46. Fu Ning coughed lightly. So do you know much about him? Sheng Pengpeng scratched his head. I am a puppy boy, and he did not have much contact. It is estimated that he does not even know me, but many people in the company say that he is quite capable of working, is a person who knows how to make the best use of the people. But I've also heard a lot of people privately say that this person's heart is small and angry. And I also think that he is quite capable of loading this person. If you still want to know more detailed things again, I can go and inquire again. Taking a handful of Fu Ning's noodles and a few bags of instant noodles so easily, Sheng Pengpeng felt oddly embarrassed. Fu Ning shook his head. These are enough. She wondered if she should ask about Scarab again, but she knew that Scarab had a scar on his face and nothing else. It would be oddly difficult for Sheng Pengpeng to go and inquire about Scar Man under these conditions, so he dismissed the idea. It was getting late, and Fu Ning felt that he should go home and sleep. Sheng Pengpeng rubbed his hands a little tangled. After hesitating, he still stopped Fu Ning. That Fu Ning, you be careful these 2 days. The people in our neighborhood are discussing how to deal with you. His words managed to stop Fu Ning in his tracks. She looked at Sheng Pengpeng with some surprise. What's going on? Since it has been said, Sheng Pengpeng too and can't care about the other. Today there are several sets of people have looked for me. Want me to join them? They don't know where to hear the news. Said that your home has a lot of supplies. Some people have already prepared to do the tools to chisel the wall to get in from the 9th floor into your home. In short, you be careful. This news really surprised Fu Ning. She hadn't thought that those people were already crazy enough to want to chisel the 9th floor wall to get to her house through the wall. But the message was received in time, and Fu Ning still had plenty of time to set up. She nodded and took out a walkie-talkie from her bag and handed it to Sheng Pengpeng. I see. Thank you for the information. If there's anything like this in the future, you can let me know, and I won't be any less favorable to you. After a moment's thought, Fu Ning added, however, I would suggest that you could join them. If you know your enemy and know yourself, you can win 100 battles. Sheng Pengpeng held the walkie-talkie for a bewildered second and understood what Fu Ning meant. He nodded. Don't worry, Sister Fu, I will not fail you. Saying that, Sheng Pengpeng even raised his head and chest, giving Fu Ning a standard military salute. Not so much. It's really not that grand. Fu Ning was irritated by Sheng Pengpeng's fiery eyes and hurriedly slipped away. Instead of going straight home, she knocked on the door of Chen Rui and Xiao Qiao's house. Song Yi was now barely on the same team as them, and Fu Ning went back to the 10th floor and knocked on Song Ye's door. Soon, Song Yi opened the door and came out. He pressed one hand against the door frame and was still a little surprised to see it was Fu Ning. What happened? Let's go to Xiao Qiao's house on the 9th floor and discuss something, Fu Ning said, unintentionally raising his eyes to the living room. She got to Huang Ta's house before to do some sweeping and glean through the room's previous contents. Right now, for example, the living room was empty. The places where the sofa and coffee table were placed were empty, and right in the middle of the room was the dumbbell that Song Yi had gotten from who knows where. Fu Ning thought about it. She didn't seem to have taken away Huang Da's bed before. Good lord, if she had taken away Huang Da's bed at that time as well, wouldn't Song Yi have to sleep on the floor? Gathering her thoughts, Fu Ning and Song Yi walked downstairs while talking to Song Yi about what Sheng Pengpeng had just said. Song Ye's brows wrinkled slightly, meaning the entire Hua Tianyuan is now united in trying to deal with us? Fu Ning thought, that's not true. They mainly want to deal with me. Chapter 47. 9th floor. Jojo's living room. Xiao Qiao sat on the couch with a pillow and ate potato chips, while Chen Rui frowned with a sad face. Fu Ning had only just entered when Qinzhou came up to her face, and she fretted a little. If they really want to use tools to chisel through the wall, this is something that can be done. No way, this is an upscale neighborhood, yeah. Jojo stuffed a mouthful of chips and looked over with some disbelief. The reason why her dad bought 3 sweets here in preparation for his retirement was that he had carefully investigated that Huashianyuan was not a tofu dreg project. Fu Ning shook his head. High-end neighborhoods can't hold up to those people chiseling with tools every day. Now it seems that the only thing left to do is to reinforce the walls. She walked over to the wall and looked at an entire wall. I renovated my house a while ago, and there are 4 bags of cement left in the house and 4 large tanks filled with water on the rooftop. Chun Grains was the most specialized in this area. She also twisted her head in the direction of the wall, for bags of cement is not enough. And she stomped the floor. If they're really deranged enough that the walls can't be chiseled through, they'll probably get through to the 9th floor by chiseling through the floor. It's not unfounded for Chun Grain to say that. Fu Ning remembered that in his last life, someone had teamed up with someone in the neighborhood to chisel through the floor of another home to get food from that person's home, and ended up killing the owner of that home to vent his anger. It was also because of this that at the beginning of her rebirth, she had bought austenitic stainless steel to enclose her entire home like an iron barrel. But now the question was, where was she going to find stainless steel? And where was she going to find someone to reinforce the room? Song Yi spoke up at the right time. The Shishui district over there are all building material factories. Anything that reinforces the room should be found over there. Fu Ning's mind moved. Then go over and take a look now. The thought of the house being targeted made it impossible for Chen Rui to sleep at all, and she was the first to agree. I think it's fine. Jojo could only put down the chips when she saw that several people were in agreement. Let's go then. Taking advantage of the night, several people once again drove on the road to the building materials city. A building 1001. The face of the blue and purple Chen Xiaoyu tightened his face, his eyes staring sinisterly at the van that drove out of the neighborhood. How could he not have imagined that he had set his sights on Fu Ning's family's supplies, only to end up with Fu Ning turning the tables and letting people take all the food in the house? He had noticed something was wrong during the first 2 days of the extreme heat and had a room full of supplies delivered overnight. But it didn't occur to me that so many supplies would end up as food for others. Those people were like locusts moving through the country, taking everything edible from his house. Chen Xiaoyu was a bit remorseful. He shouldn't have stepped forward today. Or he shouldn't have made such a high-profile appearance. If he had been hidden in the crowd even then, how would Fu Ning have been the first to notice him? Looking at the empty room, Chen Xiaoyu's gaze gradually clouded over. He would never let Fu Ning have it easy. What Chen Xiaoyu was thinking, Fu Ning did not care. She drove the car fast and soon arrived at the building materials city in Shishui district. Chun Grain, as an architect, is well versed in the things to be used to fortify a room. In the car, she made a list. Let's follow the list, and we should have everything we need in no time. A few people split up. Jojo, who was the least strong and looked delicate, was assigned to get the cement. The thought that someone might be trying to get into her house by cutting through the wall finally scared her in hindsight. This fear made her explode with unprecedented energy, and in one breath, she pulled the cart several times, totaling 20 bags of cement on the van. After placing the cement, Jojo sat down on the floor with a shaky leg and wiped 2 hard tears from her eyes. Chapter 48. She had to stay alive. Mom and Dad were still overseas. She had to stay alive until the day she saw them. Songyi did not know where to get a large truck, and Fu Ning is carrying the steel plate to put the car. It took nearly 5 hours of work, and it was almost dawn before a few people were able to get things ready. Back in Huatian Yuan, a few people looked at the truckload of steel plates and the distance of 10 floors. They were all a bit dumbfounded. It was Fu Ning, who couldn't manage to carry something so heavy back and forth to the 9th floor. Even Song Yi, who had the best physique, Fu Ning felt that he couldn't accomplish such a high-intensity exercise. So what's the deal now? Song Yi exhaled. Just use the elevator. They all know that we have electricity to use. There's no need to cover our ears. Besides, the more the time comes, the more we need to save our strength. Fair enough. But Fu Ning was a little worried about those people taking advantage of the fact that they could use the elevator now to steal their home. Fu Ning voiced his concern. Song Yi smiled. No, the elevator only passes through the 9th and 10th floor nets. The first floor has us guarding it. Those people can't get in. By this time, a number of people had come downstairs at the smell of the commotion. After all, this time, Song Yi drove a truck without making modifications, and it was now broad daylight, and everyone who should be awake was awake. They were all appalled as they watched several people unload various reinforcing tools from the van. Some bold ones couldn't help but go up and ask, "Where did you get so much steel? What are you going to do with it?" Fu Ning didn't answer, only coldly fished out his gun from his coat pocket, pulled the safety off, and aimed it at the crowd. Instead of staring at my acreage here, I advise you guys to go outside and look for supplies better. What do you think? The people who were originally still a bit dumbfounded were instantly mute after seeing Fu Ning pull out a gun. An old woman spat. "We're just looking too. What are you guys being so petty for? We don't have any food, so you all disperse." Fu Ning stood at the entrance to the elevator with very wary eyes. Those people really came to look for food, and when they saw that there was no food on the truck but some steel plates and cement and other materials, they all stopped being interested and left. It's such a hot day, and they come down to see it because they think it's profitable. Better yet, like last night, the good guys, Chen Xiaoyu's house was piled high with supplies, and almost every one of the 24 or so families they went to was loaded. The rest of the people who had heard the news had more or less salvaged some supplies. The crowd roared apart. Fu Ning still didn't dare to let his guard down. Upstairs, there were Qiao Qiao and Chen Grain to take over. And on the first floor, there was only Song Yi unloading the steel plates and putting them into the elevator by the truckload. Their division of labor was fairly clear, and it took them a day of work to finally get everything up to the 9th floor. Doing the math, they hadn't slept for a day and a night. But there are more urgent things to do right now, and who knows when those deranged people will strike. After a simple rest and repair, Fu Ning went back to the 10th floor to feed food to Little Yellow, and then came to the 9th floor to refortify the room with them. With Chun Rue as the overall commander, a few people were quite organized in their work. It was another busy night before they finished reinforcing the room. When she returned to the 10th floor again, Fu Ning's hands were shaking. After going to the bathroom and taking a shower, Fu Ning went to the bed and lay down and was unaware of the personnel. Sleeping in a daze, her walkie-talkie suddenly went off with a beep. Fu Ning tore her eyelids open with difficulty and tried several times before finally picking up the walkie-talkie and sticking it to her ear. "Hello. Sister Fu, they're getting ready to move in 10 minutes, so you guys need to be ready." Sheng Pengping's voice made Fu Ning instantly energized, and she sat up violently from the bed. "I know." Chapter 49. Changing his clothes, Fu Ning dragged his wolfsbane and pushed the door open to walk out. She walked straight to Song Ye's room door and knocked hard. It didn't take long for Song Yi to come over and open the door. He was carrying dumbbells in his hands, and the sweat on his head clearly told Fu Ning that he was doing physical training just now. What a great guy. This guy's a bit of an animal in terms of stamina, isn't he? He got most of that steel into the elevator yesterday. Spitting out a couple sentences in her heart, Fu Ning quickly said to Song Yi squarely, "Sheng Pengpeng told me that they'll be making their move in 10 minutes. The reinforcement should also have taken shape after being exposed to the 70-plus degree heat. But everything is just a matter of fear. If we don't break those people's outstretched hands once and for all, they'll be eyeing the 9th and 10th floors again and again." Sano had the same idea. He said wait, went to change his clothes, and followed Fu Ning downstairs. When they reached the 9th floor, Fu Ning knocked on the door for half a day before finally waking up the two. Jojo's face was full of fatigue. She rubbed her eyes and looked to the two men standing in the doorway, a little confused. What's wrong? They had been working for 2 whole days, and it was all heavy labor. Qiao Qiao would feel like she was falling apart and wanted to sleep comfortably. It was Chun Rue who reacted and asked Fu Ning, "They're making a move?" Seeing Fu Ning nod his head, Chun Rue and Qiao Qiao instantly became energized. The two men turned back home in unison and pulled out 2 sharpened kitchen knives from the foyer. "They're just too bullying. If they dare to come, I dare to cut them." Chun Gel gripped the kitchen knife tightly, his face all angry. Jojo also crunched her fingers together. "Yeah, cut them up." The 2 girls, who were both quite soft and cute in looks and figure, were forced out of their bandits in a raw manner. They're wearing the same brunette hairstyle, and they're kind of tough. In less than 5 minutes, there was an uproar from downstairs. Fu Ning's few people looked at each other, and it was clear that it was those people who had come. They had found the tools to forcefully attack the 9th floor in such a quick time, and it seemed that they all knew Fu Ning's intentions for the cement and steel plates they had pulled. A strong attack while it lasted was indeed their best chance. Soon, there was a neat slogan from the hallway, and with a bang, it was obvious that something had hit the wall hard. Fernine closed the electric door and pulled it open as soon as he could. There were 4 bare-chested men who were holding wall breakers and disliking the wall hard. Behind them were men, women, and children with weapons and fierce faces. Good Lord, that's almost half of the entire neighborhood out there, isn't it? Fu Ning raised his eyes, looking at the few people who were trying to break through the wall and push the wolfsbane down to the ground with a vicious pestle. These several men are personally seen Fu Ning a wolf tooth stick will flower arm open. This will see that the blood-stained wolf tooth stick, the heart has no reason to be afraid. Do not dare to have the next move. Time seemed to stand still. It was several seconds before a middle-aged man shouted angrily from the crowd, "There's no reason for us to be afraid of a woman when we're so many big men. Her house has the most supplies. I promise that when we attack her house, we'll all share all the supplies equally." Ah! M.O. Deming didn't finish his sentence. A small knife suddenly shot straight towards him. The head of the knife was half inserted into his shoulder, so you can imagine how heavy the force was. Blood immediately flowed down his skin. M.O. Deming's face changed dramatically in pain, and he looked up at the tall, cold-faced man standing behind Fu Ning, completely silenced. Hearing his ragged scream, Fu Ning looked up before noticing his bloody shoulder. Seeing M.O. Deming in such a sorry state, Fu Ning couldn't help but laugh. M.O. Deming thought that he would be fine if he hid in the crowd, only he wouldn't have thought that Song Ye's knife skills were so good. There was another silence in the air. Chapter 50. Only after a long time did M.O. Deming pull out the knife on his shoulder and throw it hard on the ground. He raised his head sorrowfully and looked at the foursome of Fu Ning standing in front of the door. Especially when he met Fu Ning's mocking gaze, the fire in his heart came up. He covered his shoulder and gritted his teeth and said coldly, "They don't have the electric door open now, so if we rush up there, all those supplies will be ours." Fu Ning was a bit surprised. This person is really physically disabled. This is also completely hate her, right? Only halfway through his sentence, there was still no response, until someone else in the crowd yelled out, "Yeah, we're all running out of food, so instead of starving to death alive at home, we'd better fight it out now, charge." His words were more encouraging, and when the others heard them, they all fainted and rushed upstairs as if they didn't want to die. Fu Ning's face sank as he carried the wolf tooth stick and took the lead to go down, swinging it down hard on the person in charge. Sano followed suit and kicked the man's calf until it was externally fractured. Chun Grains and Xiao Xiao were also pale with misery as they followed and rushed downstairs, waving their knives in the hallway. Most of those people just wanted to grab some food, but they didn't think that Fu Ning's few people would really dare to do it, and that they would do it so ruthlessly. Seeing that Fu Ning's men had cut down several people, the others were hesitant and did not dare to move forward. Fu Ning's face was covered in blood. She ruthlessly wiped the warm blood off her cheeks and stood at the entrance of the staircase like a warrior. Her voice was appallingly cold. "Anyone else want to come up?" As she swept her gaze over inch by inch, those people stepped back, fear written in their eyes. This woman, not only is she really not afraid of death, her methods are also really ruthless. At that moment, someone pushed hard on the child standing by the leg. The child didn't stand still for a moment and fell in front of Fu Ning with a plop. He deflated his little mouth and turned his head to look behind him as the woman with tears in her eyes signaled him to Fernine. The child rolled and crawled to Fu Ning, whimpering and crying out, "Sister Fu Ning, I have not had a full meal for a week. Please give me some food. I can give you as a younger brother. I will be very good," whimpering, "I'm so hungry." He looked like he was only 6 or 7 years old, and his eyes were still full of ignorance. Fu Ning but half did not put down the guard. Her voice is still cold. "Raising you is your parents' obligation. If your parents died, it is not my turn to manage you. You beg for a wrong recognition." The child didn't expect that Fu Ning was actually indifferent after he had spoken so pitifully. He wiped his tears and blurted out, "You have so much food at your house. Why can't you share some of it with me? Are you going to watch me starve to death? Why are you so bad? I have food in my house, and I'm going to share it with you? Who are you? Do I know you?" Fu Ning didn't accept his moral abduction. "Your parents can watch you starve to death. What can I do? Get lost. If you're in the way again, I'll cut you down together." Those people were probably just certain that she wouldn't hurt a child, but unfortunately they thought wrong. In his last life, Fu Ning had seen children with the most innocent faces, but who stabbed the most viciously. She's seen a lot of demons. Why would she fall for that? The kid didn't expect Fu Ning to say that. His face suddenly changed. He took out a knife from his coat pocket and rushed towards Fu Ning. "You bitch, I'll stab you to death." Fu Ning raised his wolfsbane and was about to smash it. Song Ye's face changed slightly when he saw this. He stepped forward quickly and shot the kid 2 meters away with a kick. The child collapsed softly on the floor, coughing up a mouthful of blood halfway through the day, then blacked out and fainted. A woman rushed up with red eyes. "How could you do this to my son, E?" Seeing the wolf tooth stick held high in Fu Ning's hand, all of the woman's words were blocked in her heart. The heavy smell of blood around her reminded her that Fu Ning could really cut people. She glared at Fu Ning fiercely with unwillingness. Carrying the child who had already fainted, and left with quick steps. The rest of them had seen the ferocity of Fu Ning's men and did not dare to hit them with their supplies for a while. This would be one of those times when the sea ebbs and retreats backward. Fu Ning raised his foot and kicked a broken finger down. Take all your things away. And in the future, before hitting on me, think about whether or not you have the ability to do so. Someone hesitated, darted over to pick up the broken finger on the ground, covered his arm, and ran away. Chapter 51. The crowd roared apart, the air still thick with the smell of blood. Fu Ning frowned and turned around to go back to the 9th floor with Chen Grain and the others. Just after locking the door, Chen Rue and Xiao Xiao dropped their kitchen knives with shaking hands and fell to the floor. Chen Rue looked at the blood on his hand and smiled bitterly. It never occurred to me that I would one day wield a knife and hurt someone. Her mind was still clouded. It was all as if she was dreaming. Xiao Xiao forcefully wiped the sticky blood on her clothes. Tears barred down her eyes. She didn't dare to think that China, where law and order was so good, was in such a mess. Then what kind of mess would it be in foreign countries? Her mom and dad, are they okay now? Fu Ning did not comfort the two men. As the environment deteriorated, the evil in many people's hearts festered. Children as young as 2 or 3 years old can knife someone for a mouthful of food. They have a lot more to face, and they can only grow up more if they get used to the evils of society earlier. Song Yi didn't mean to comfort the two. He twisted the blood on his finger. With this today, they won't be on us again for a short period of time. During this time, you guys can learn more fighting skills. You'll be able to use them in the future. Fu Ning looked at Song Yi with some disbelief. This man is the devil, isn't he? Now that Chen Rue and Xiao Xiao's spiritual beliefs have collapsed, he opens his mouth to learn fighting techniques? But Fernin also recognized that he was right. For a short time, they were considered safe, and it would be good for all of them to learn more while they could. She pulled Chen Rue and Xiao Xiao up from the ground. Decadence is useless. People won't go soft just because you're merciful from now on. You'll learn medical skills in the morning, physical fitness in the afternoon, and consolidate your physical training in the evening. Chen Rue took a deep breath and nodded. Jojo wiped away her tears and nodded fiercely as well. Physical training, of course Song Yi is the teacher. Thanks to the large flat floor of Huatian Court, there was a lot of room for 4 people to move around. In the recreation room of Xiao Xiao's house, Song Yi looked serious as he taught Chen Rue and Xiao Xiao, who didn't have any semblance of fighting skills, and let the two of them go off to peck at each other's vegetables and chickens. Fu Ning, who had a certain foundation, was also able to throw harder punches with lighter strokes under Song Ye's instruction. Song Yi has a solid foundation, and Fu Ning couldn't even get through 2 moves in his hands. After being put down for more than an hour straight, Fu Ning was a bit anxious. She wiped the sweat from her forehead hard. Again. Song Yi took a defensive position. Fu Ning rushed up, clenched his fist to his face at the same time, lifted his foot to his lower third, and kicked violently. Song Yi did not change his face. And while holding Fu Ning's right hand that was throwing a punch, his other hand firmly tugged on Fu Ning's calf and pulled back. Boom! Fu Ning lost his balance and fell solidly to the ground, blackening his eyes in pain. Song Yi, who was frowning tightly, revealed a rare expression of approval. That's a good move to use. If he hadn't already had muscle memory from years of training, he would have just been stolen home by Fu Ning. Fu Ning rubbed her backside, which hurt so much that she could barely feel it, and climbed up. Her move was a great killing move that she had used countless times in the post-apocalyptic world, so of course it was good. At this time, Chen Rue and Xiao Xiao, who were pecking at each other's vegetables and chickens, gasped and looked at Song Yi. Song Yi, can you take a break? I'm so tired. What can come out of one shadow, for a short period of time, can only come as another shadow descends. Song Yi really didn't treat them like human beings when he drilled them. They hadn't had a good rest today, and with this intense training, Xiao Xiao and Shinjeli both felt like every cell in their bodies didn't belong to them anymore. Wanting to be fast, Song Yi nodded, then rest and practice tomorrow. The calm and collected Chen Rue couldn't help but be overjoyed, and Xiao Xiao was even jumping 3 feet high. We got the victory today. Do you want to eat something delicious to celebrate? I think it's fine. Shinjel raised his hand. Then you guys rest for a while. I'm going to show my hand. I'll call you when it's ready. Not only had they established themselves in front of the others today, it was also considered the first day of her growth, and Shinru knew that she couldn't drag her feet under Fu Ning's wing forever. Daring to cut people with a knife, Chenjel believed that she would one day be able to protect Fu Ning as well. Chun Grains went back to his house and went to prepare the ingredients. Chapter 52. Xiao Xiao was a little worried that Song Yi would take advantage of this to make her learn fighting again, and hurriedly slipped along. The air was quiet for a moment. Song Yi asked Fu Ning, still practicing? No more practicing, no more practicing. I'll go back and lie down for a while too. Fu Ning shook his head like a rattled drum and hurriedly skipped off after saying that. Back home, Fu Ning lay on the sofa, feeling that her bones were still falling apart. Yellow wandered over, sniffing at her scent. Smelling the thick scent of blood on Fu Ning's body, little Yellow couldn't help but bare his teeth. Fu Ning slapped it on its little head in a bad mood. Take back your big teeth. You don't even have all your hairs open, and you want to protect me? If you want to protect me, you need to exercise more, you know? Look at your thin arms and legs. Completely unaware of being CPU'd, Yellow's ears slowly drooped. It stared at its thin arms and legs with no light in its eyes. Fu Ning rubbed its little face. Don't be afraid, Yellow. Tomorrow I'll take you to Coach Song's place to drill, custodian to train you to be able to really bear the name of the King of Beasts. Little Yellow wagged its tail as it listened, and at this point, it didn't know that it was about to embark on the road of no return. After 2 hours, Xiao Xiao's voice came from the doorway. Ning Ning, Song Yi, dinner is ready. Fu Ning slapped her head. She almost forgot another thing. She took 3 walkie-talkies out of her space. Walkie-talkies she had wanted to give to Xiao Xiao and Chen Rui before, she just hadn't found a reason to do so, and now it was just right. Grabbing 4 more boxes of self-heating rice and a bottle of Sprite, Fu Ning pushed open the door and went downstairs with Xiao Huang. Across the street, Song Yi also pushed the door out, and he was similarly holding a handful of hanging noodles, a small bag of flour, and 2 bags of dried vegetables. He had absolutely no intention of taking advantage of the situation, and Fu Ning felt that he could still get along with this. When they arrived on the 9th floor, Chen Ru and Xiao Xiao had already put all the food on the table, and the dining room was steaming hot and full of the flavor of home. Seeing Xiao Huang, Chen Rui was surprised for a moment but quickly accepted it. Fu Ning and Song Yi handed the things up. Chen Rui hesitated for a moment, reached out and took it, greeting Fu Ning and Song Yi as they sat down. Fu Ning pulled out 3 more walkie-talkies and handed them to a few people. I found them at the pier earlier. We'll use this to communicate later. It's convenient. Several people, including Song Yi, did not hesitate and took the walkie-talkie and put it away. This was a meal that Chen Rui had obviously worked hard on. Fu Ning was lazy these days and didn't cook. All she ate was takeout from the space. This table of dishes instantly hooked the cravings in her stomach. Apparently Sano is too. When they sat down, no one was polite, and several people feasted on the food. Yellow also fished out a few pieces of red sausage and cod, and ate them with tears in his eyes and snot bubbles of happiness. After dinner, Xiao Xiao volunteered to wash the dishes, while Chen Ru was mysteriously pulling Fu Ning to a spacious lounge. Curtains in the room pulled tightly. Chen Grain opened the lights before Fu Ning saw a few plastic bottles placed at the root of the wall, and there was a little bit of green in the bottles. She moved over to see that it turned out to be green bud. On this day, when the most vigorous grasses outside had died, green shoots were actually growing inside this water. But it's air-conditioned, it's cooler than it is outside, and it seems acceptable to be able to grow raw vegetables. Chen Gran also squatted down and carefully moved the green shoots into position. These are hydroponic lettuces. I also tried planting them to see if they could live. Now it seems that they are quite tenacious. When the lettuces grow out, I'll treat you to dinner. Good. Fu Ning nodded her head as her mind moved. Grain, can you teach me how to cultivate? The robot in her space grows a lot of vegetables, and because the soil in the space is much better, the vegetables mature faster. Since she had decided to team up with Chun Grain and the others, she would have a long time to deal with them in the future, and being able to let those vegetables pass through the clear path would not make people suspicious in the future. Chen Rui nodded his head. Of course. She taught the method to Fu Ning right away. Since this temperature is capable of growing lettuce, I've decided to plant more vegetables in the future and take advantage of this weather to sun-dry them so that they can be stored for a long time. Fu Ning was even more interested in hearing. Those vegetables in her space seemed to be ripe. Fu Ning decided to pick them all out and dry them today. At this moment, Chen Rui didn't know that because of her sentence, Fu Ning went back to space and poured until most of the night before going to sleep. Chapter 53. First floor. The moderators. At the moment, there were quite a few people standing in M.O. Deming's house. Someone covered the scratches on his arm. Thinking of Fu Ning's several people, his heart was in the right place. The 9th and 10th floors are inhabited by madmen. I can see that they really dare to play with their lives. Then our injuries were for nothing? Another person jumped out, his face twisted with anger. His son had his fingers chopped off by that bald woman's knife. There was no way he could let this go so easily. A few people immediately bickered with each other. Face pale, Mo Deming leaned on the sofa, his fingers pressed down. Do not quarrel. Funing there deliberately give us a horse today. Today is the building space is small to cast not open. I do not believe that after they do not go out, listen to me, wait for their next time to go out of the house. Sheng Peng Peng shrank back into the crowd, his eyes darting around, nodding in agreement now and then. As they were discussing it, a scent of vegetables suddenly drifted in with the wind. The crowd, who hadn't had a normal meal in a long time, suddenly became angry again. Damn, whose cooking smells so good? Someone sniffs and sniffs hard. Who else could it be? It's still not those two floors. They're provoking us. The Mediterranean man blackened his face and slammed his fist on the wall. They soon bickered again, but this time in unison. While they were quarreling, Deming covered the wound at his shoulder and occasionally said something in a conspiratorial manner, all of which was right on top of the point of those people's anger. When the crowd finally left, they were all angry. When Sheng Peng Peng went home, he told Fu Ning about the intentions of Mo Deming's few people at the first opportunity. Fu Ning happened to take the vegetables out of the space and sunbathe them in the glass room on the rooftop. Hearing Sheng Peng Peng finish, her eyes went 2 points colder, then let them come. In his last life, under Huang Da's suppression, these people didn't have a chance to venture out, but Fu Ning didn't dare to take it lightly. This matter, she felt the need to speak to a few people from Chunrui. After temporarily putting down this matter, Fu Ning continued to work as a porter to transport out the vegetables in the space to make dried vegetables. After more than 2 hours of work, Fu Ning was physically and mentally exhausted, and only then did he take a bath and lie down on the bed to prepare for sleep. I had just gone to sleep when the window was suddenly hit hard by something. Fu Ning's eyes snapped open as she flew out of bed, turned on the torch, and walked to the window, pulling the curtains open with one hand. Only a cockroach a few inches larger than a fist lay on the window, wiggling its tentacles, rubbing its hands together to build up its strength, and then 2 seconds later, laboriously slamming into the window again. After extreme heat, cockroaches, rats, mosquitoes, and whatnot have some degree of mutation. But Fu Ning remembers that in his last life, they only started to mutate in the 2nd month after extreme heat. Did these animals mutate earlier as well? Suddenly, there were scared screams ringing through the neighborhood. And at the same time, Fu Ning's walkie-talkie lit up. Song Ye's low voice came from the intercom. Are they all awake? Tonight's mosquitoes are abnormally large. It looks like they're poisonous, so you guys be careful. Soon there were the voices of Chun Grain and Jojo again. Not only mosquitoes, did you guys see that the cockroaches are bigger than a fist? This is so unusual. I was bitten by a mosquito. My hand swelled up with the naked eye. It hurts. Xiao Xiao exclaimed. This mosquito is really poisonous. You guys be careful not to get bitten. Fu Ning frowned and asked her, do you have any mosquito bite ointment? She had stocked up on mosquito bite ointment in her space, so if Jojo didn't have any, she could give her some. These mutant mosquitoes are indeed poisonous. And those who escaped extreme heat in their last life cannot necessarily escape the bite of a mutant mosquito. Chapter 54. Jojo nodded. Yes, you all close the doors and windows. The mosquitoes are really too poisonous. As she spoke, there was the sound of crackling mosquitoes on her side. After the conversation, Fu Ning hung up the phone. She went to the window again and pulled open a slit, only to see that it was already thick with mosquitoes almost the size of small thumbs. This mosquito, it's not too much. Before the natural disaster, Fu Ning let people seal the doors and windows. And after the water stopped some time ago, she was afraid that the smell of the sewers would come up, and then she used cement to seal the toilet as well. She wasn't worried about these mutated species coming into the room, but with the buzzing mosquitoes all around the outside of the house, the odds were that Fu Ning wouldn't be able to sleep either. Since she couldn't sleep, Fu Ning didn't struggle. She dashed off into space again. Space planting robots are still busy picking good vegetables piled up on the side of the open space. Space soil and water more suitable for planting, coupled with planting robots, are too professional. At the moment, those vegetables look at the number is very considerable. Fu Ning went over, put all those vegetables away in the hut, and patrolled the farm again, setting up the robot for feeding in the meantime. The small animals on the farm were still playing carefree, and that laid-back energy made Fu Ning's eyes water. She felt that she should go out and collect more jade and purify the space completely so that she could realize her dream of coming to the space to retire soon. Thinking of old age, Fu Ning remembered the containers he had stocked up on at least when he went to the docks. Nearly 500 containers were yards away in the corner, many more in an unopened state. Anyway, this will not sleep. Fu Ning organized the container, and not surprisingly soon found a lot of big treasures in the container. This includes hundreds of cases of mosquito spray. Taking a few bottles out of it, Fu Ning carried it to Song Ye's house first and gave him a bottle. Overheard me hoarding a few bottles of this. Here's one for you. Seeing Fu Ning's scent anti-mosquito spray, Song Ye's eyes flashed a trace of surprise. Fu Ning is very wary of him, which is obvious to all. Receiving the anti-wolf spray, Song Ye said thank you and asked her to wait a moment, then went back to the storage room and took a small bag of flour to Fu Ning. Exchange. He knew that Fu Ning's family didn't lack food, but this way of getting along was more convenient for both him and Fu Ning. Fu Ning did not politely talk to him and cheerfully received the flour and went to give Qiao Qiao and Chen Rui anti-mosquito spray. Re-entering the 10th floor, Fu Ning put on her earplugs and finally fell asleep from exhaustion. The following morning, Fu Ning opened his eyes at 7 o'clock sharp. She snuffed out her alarm clock, rubbed her face, and struggled to get out of bed. Days of intense training after days of intense training had broken her bones. However, Fu Ning also remembered that she had to go to Qiao Qiao's house in the morning to learn the art of medicine. And after washing up, she was too lazy to make breakfast, so she simply took a portion of overcooked rice noodles from the space and ate it. On the way to dinner, he didn't forget to give Xiao Huang 2 sizzling and steaming marinated chicken thighs. After fixing breakfast, Fu Ning went to the glass room on the rooftop to collect the dried vegetables that were dried last night. But just walked into the glass room. Fu Ning looked at the mosquitoes and cockroaches stacked densely outside the glass room, only to feel a string of goosebumps on his arms. How come there are already so many mosquitoes and cockroaches out there? Fighting back the nausea to look away, she quickly finished putting away the dried vegetables and re-dumped the space to dry under the sun. Back in the bedroom, Fu Ning changed his clothes and was about to go out when the intercom suddenly rang. Ning, there's so many mosquitoes and cockroaches, they're pouncing at me, help dash. Chapter 55. Fu Ning was stunned. Thinking of the images he had seen inside the glass room, he only felt his scalp tingle. She changed into a long-sleeved shirt and put on a mask, arming herself from head to toe, grabbed 2 bottles of anti-mosquito spray, and pushed open the door to go downstairs. When she reached the 9th floor, she swept out of the corner of her eye that Song Yi was squatting on the floor and fiddling with something. Chen Rui is knocking hard on the door. Xiao Xiao Yu opened the door. It took several knocks before the door to the room was finally opened. Xiao Xiao covered the bed quilt and buried her head as she rushed outside. Run, 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 so many mosquitoes. Fu Ning looked up, only to see dozens of mosquitoes with the size of small fingers buzzing and rushing over. She was about to spray, but Song Yi was one step ahead of her, using the fire engine to light the torch, and quickly burned those mosquitoes to death. Only after settling the last mosquito did Song Yi extinguish the torch and place it in the corner, glancing at the spray in Fu Ning's hand and explaining, the amount of this spray is not enough. It can only smoke the mosquitoes out. It's pretty good to be smoked out, Fu Ning thought, but Song Ye's approach is indeed more convenient and less troublesome. After cleaning up the mosquitoes, a few people walked into Jojo's house. Jojo threw down the covers and patted her chest. It was horrible. I went to the restroom this morning and saw the swarm of mosquitoes and thought my head was going to explode. She rolled up her sleeve and showed Fu Ning a red swollen to blue mass on her arm to them, with a heart of gold. This is where I was bitten by a mosquito last night. It's too poisonous. 2 more bites from them, and surely life will be on the line. Fu Ning nodded her head. In the last life, there were not a few people who died from mosquito bites. Chen Rui frowned at the sound. These mosquitoes can still climb up the toilet? She had only gotten up when she heard Jojo's screams and hadn't gone to the bathroom yet, and had no idea that was the case in the bathroom. Fu Ning nodded. Yes, I was just about to tell you guys, now that the water has been shut off, the toilet is not very useful. Not only will mosquitoes climb up in the sewers, there will also be some disgusting smells scurrying up. Do you guys want to seal up the toilet for the time being? Anyway, we went to the dock earlier and stocked up on cat litter, so we can just use it to solve the problem for a while. There will be heavy rains in a while, and all that filth will come back up through the sewers, and I'm sure they won't be using the toilets again by then. Sealing the toilet while it's still there is the best thing to do. Qiao Qiao had already been psychologically shadowed by what had just happened. She was the first to state her position. I'm in favor of it. I don't want to have to fight such a large mosquito when I go to the bathroom in the future. Chunjel and Songyi also agreed with this method. It just so happened that there was still quite a lot of lime and cement left over from the last time the ninth floor was reinforced, and it was piled up in the corner of Chunjel's storage room. Several people mixed up the cement and all plugged up all the vents that connected to the sewer. After they finished their work, they went to Jojo's house to learn the art of healing. This learning took place until noon. Only after class did Funing talk to them about the news Sheng Peng Peng had heard last night. Chunjel and Xiao Xiao both listened with a grave expression on their faces. Yesterday, they were able to win over that group of strong men, in addition to their own exclusion. Indeed, a large part of the reason was that the space in the building was narrow, and they couldn't do anything they wanted to do to exert themselves. In addition, they didn't expect a few of their little girls to strike so hard, and were not psychologically prepared to be shocked. If they do ambush them out there later, will they be able to get out as fast as they did last night? Fu Ning saw their listless appearance and smiled. We have 3 guns. What are we afraid of if it really comes to that? There's no need to be concerned. Just shoot and kill them. Chapter 56. The last time they buried Chenrue's parents, they took 2 guns from the gang of thugs they met, and Song Ye's gun was in her hands. With a gun in your hand, what are you afraid of? With Fu Ning's comfort, Xiao Xiao and Chenrue's faces slowly eased. Song Yi got up at this point. The information obtained from Sheng Pingping's place is beneficial to all of us, and the supplies shouldn't come out of Fu Ning's pocket alone. In the future, if we determine that the information from Sheng Pingping's place is accurate, we'll share the supplies equally and exchange them with him. I'm in favor. Chinjel raised his hand, but we can't let him take too many supplies. Otherwise, it's not good to give him the impression that we have a lot of supplies here to take effortlessly. Heaven's disasters are preventable and people's hearts are unpredictable. Sheng Pengpeng was able to provide them with useful information now, but no one could guarantee what Sheng Pengpeng would do in the future. It was just easier to communicate with people who weren't willing to take advantage of the situation. Fu Ning wouldn't trust everyone wholeheartedly, but she was still quite happy to have this kind of teammate. For the next period of time, it was all mosquitoes and insects outside, and Fu Ning had no intention of going out. They hunkered down at home, cramming medical skills and practicing martial arts furiously, and with Sheng Pengpeng as their eyes outside, their days were really satisfying and fulfilling. That night, Fu Ning's several people finished fighting, each tired and limp on the ground gasping for air. Xiao Xiao Home used to do the decoration of the radio, suddenly issued a beep sound, followed by a woman's serious voice sounded. Natural disasters are merciless. Since the extreme heat, the entire region of our province has been severely affected by the unrest. Countless victims are now in the stage of water, electricity, and food cuts. Riots are frequent in the streets in order to protect the majority of the public through this disaster. Now the deep city has been taken over by the military. From tomorrow night at 9 o'clock onwards, will be uniformly distributed by the military supplies all the citizens can be with. The resident identification card in the district entrance queue to receive supplies. Please all citizens and friends to tell each other. The brief broadcast was like a ray of light in the darkness, and the neighborhood, which had been dead for days, erupted in a scream after scream of surprise. Fu Ning propped her hands on the yoga mat and panted heavily. Even though she had known for a long time that Deep City would be taken over by the military, she couldn't help but be invigorated now that she had heard the broadcast with her own ears. Chinjel, also Xiao Xiao, also had a surprised expression. Great, with the military taking over Deep City, we won't have to be scared every day in the future. At those words, Fu Ning looked at the two with some sympathy. They were really overthinking things. She was a little curious about what Song Ye's expression would be, and couldn't help but twist her head to look at Song Ye. Only Song Yi stood by the window drinking water in silence. His dark eyes were like a calm, ancient spring, but a few mocking looks flashed in his eyes. From the very beginning, Fu Ning felt that Song Yi was a person with a story. There was a kind of military temperament on him that he couldn't hide, and the thick calluses on his fingers were clearly the result of years of gun practice. When they initially met, he was the image of a mercenary, but Fu Ning felt that his identity was not simple. Now, Song Ye's expression confirmed Fu Ning's suspicions. She was even more curious about Song Ye's identity. At this moment, Xiao Xiao gently tugged on Fu Ning's sleeve, blinking her eyes at her. Ning Ning, so are we still going to train in the future? With the military taking over, Deep City should be safe from now on, and things like a bunch of people besieging the 9th and 10th floor should be something no one would dare do. In the future, she shouldn't have to train anymore, right? Jojo rubbed her aching back with a hopeful look on her face. Fu Ning grimaced. No, we're going to have to step up our training. Xiao Xiao, Chen Grain? Are you the devil? Chapter 57. Fu Ning wasn't shagging Chenru and Xiao Xiao. It's true that Deep City is now being taken over by the military, but she was under the impression that the Deep City government wasn't satisfied with the arrangements made by the top, and the military and political sides had once erupted into a very fierce conflict. And because of this, the shelter was delayed in being established. Seeing Xiao Xiao's eyelids droop in disappointment, Fu Ning comfortingly patted her shoulder. Practice hard. Don't be lazy. Chenrue couldn't help but snicker. Fu Ning flung an eye knife over. And you? Chenrue was immediately silenced. Thinking that they could liberate the halibut duo in place, they had to go back to their training with a lot of pain. But the two were clearly much more excited in spirit today than before. They're not the only ones. The news released by the military tonight has given many people hope for their lives. The next day, they trained as usual, and it wasn't until 8:30 p.m. that Fu Ning and Song Yi each went home to change their clothes. Fu Ning put on the thermal suit and bulletproof vest, and then put the jacket on the outside, put on the duck-tongue cap and mask, took the ID card, and carried the bag to the 9th floor. When they arrived at the 9th floor, Song Yi was already there, and Chenrue and Xiao Xiao were well armed. After a day and a night of cooling down, the two of them had calmed down quite a bit. Seeing the two carrying the same chopper, Fu Ning, "Rather, you don't have to be so calm." She pinched her brow. "Even if you guys are going to take the chopper, why don't you put it in a more hidden place? Holding the chopper in plain sight like that, the military people will think we're trying to rob the supplies." Previously, in order to deter others who coveted their supplies, they of course had to display the weapons in their hands, in the same way that the National Day Parade displayed hot weapons. But that's not necessary at the moment. The two halberds looked at each other before putting the chopper in the backpack they were carrying. Fu Ning felt that Chenru and Xiao Xiao had spent a lot of time together, and their personalities were leaning more and more towards her. At this time, Song Yi, who was standing by the window, lowered the curtains and came over. "The military has arrived." Fu Ning, they collected their smiles and opened the electric door to go downstairs. Just down the stairs, a heat wave hit his face. Fu Ning did not walk 2 steps to be covered with sticky baba. However, the temperature did not continue to rise further during this time, which was the same as in the previous life, with the maximum temperature fixed at 75 degrees. Out of the unit building, someone saw Fu Ning. Several people. Fear surfaced on their faces, and their feet flew away. Their expressions were seen by Fu Ning, who expressed her satisfaction that this was the effect she wanted. Only fear makes you less reckless. Out of the neighborhood, a blinding high beam shone ahead. Fu Ning looked up and saw several military trucks parked by the side of the road, soldiers in training uniforms tautly carrying their guns, their eyes looking around like eagles, all of them on standby. Many people softened their voices as they passed them, especially those who took advantage of the chaos and did evil during this period of time, didn't dare to look up at the military people and were filled with emptiness. After all, during the years of peace, these people were elites sitting in high-class office buildings, priding themselves on being civilized, and fear was instinctive in the face of official power. Fu Ning, whose hands were stained with many lives, was different, and she very frankly handed over her ID card. The small, dark-faced soldier with the skinned corners of his mouth took the ID and verified it before handing her a heavy cloth bag. "Thanks." Fu Ning took the supplies, flashed a smile at the little soldier, and walked over to the corner to wait for Chenrue and the others. During this time, Fu Ning noticed that there weren't as many people in line as she had expected. Hua Tianyuan had 15 buildings, and according to Fu Ning's understanding, the occupancy rate of this neighborhood was as high as 98%. Excluding people like her who live alone, there are many people who live in as a family. The people who come to the line today probably add up to less than 200. Chapter 58. I also wonder if they didn't survive the natural disaster. Just as she was thinking, Fu Ning suddenly noticed a chilly line of sight falling on her. She looked up and met Chen Xiaoyu's face with a sneer. He suddenly said aloud, "I'm going to report that she has a gun." Chen Xiaoyu's hand pointed viciously towards Fu Ning. Several soldiers immediately loaded their guns and looked serious towards Fu Ning. A middle-aged man with 2 bars on his shoulders and a gentlemanly man in a suit and glasses exchanged glances, and the gentlemanly man's eyes dodged and he took 2 steps backward. The middle-aged man wrinkled his brow as he walked over, his eyes looking warily at Fu Ning as he slowly reached out his hand. "Little girl, it's not legal to carry a gun in China." "I know, Fu Ning slowly fished out a pitch-black gun from his backpack, slowly raised his hand in the crowd's suddenly changing faces, and knocked the trigger into the sky. 5 colors of neon flashed on the body of the gun. Pleasant goat, beautiful goat, lazy goat, boiling goat, don't look at me as just a goat. She looked innocent, but I'm a toy gun, and toy guns are confiscated? Middle-aged man. Crowd! The middle-aged man coughed awkwardly over the child's voice that continued to play. Yes, but no scaring people with this gun. Okay. Fu Ning cheerfully answered, turned off the music, put the gun into his coat pocket, and gave Chen Xiaoyu a provocative smile. Chen Xiaoyu's face became even more ugly as he clenched his fists and ground his teeth to scold her. Bitch! To say the person he hated the most nowadays, Fu Ning could definitely rank up there. If it weren't for Fu Ning, how could he have become such a mess as he was now? If it weren't for the fact that he still had a few packs of compressed cookies and mineral water tucked into the compartment of his closet, he would have just starved to death for the past few days. This is all thanks to Fu Ning. Song Yi and the others led the supplies over. Qiao Qiao excitedly clenched her fist and hammered on Fu Ning's shoulder. Yukanayu, how did you know Chen Xiaoyu would report you for having a gun today? No wonder Fu Ning just took the gun out to intimidate people before, but never fired a shot, so it is to guard against this day. These days Jojo did strength training every day, and this punch was still strangely strong. Fu Ning rubbed his shoulders and grinned. She was now a target, and there had to be at least 6 out of 10 people in the neighborhood who hated her. These people hated to tear a piece of flesh off her body. How could they let go of such a good opportunity? It was a good thing that one of those boxes of supplies she'd mindlessly stocked up on at the docks earlier was toys sold overseas, and among them was this toy gun that was good enough to pass for real, which would come in handy just in time for tonight. Qiao Qiao saw her smile without saying anything and couldn't help but want to get to the bottom of the matter. Fu Ning pressed down on her idea of asking down the line, go back and talk about it. This stupid high did not see the next MO demming a few people look at them face changed. However, these people are afraid to think she is a toy gun is not false. She is not no real gun Besides, she had a good number of real guns, so she could beat them to a pulp properly. Back in the neighborhood, Chen Rue took out a few pockets and spatulas from his backpack. It just so happens that they're all downstairs. Let's shovel some soil and go back to planting some vegetables. The lettuce she carefully cultivated has already grown tender seedlings, which gives Chen Rue great confidence. Fu Ning and the others were fine with it, so several people plowed 4 pockets full of dirt up the stairs. They didn't know that after they left, Chen Xiaoyu's gloomy face flashed with a hint of surprise in his eyes when he saw the gentlemanly man standing with the middle-aged man. After receiving his supplies, he gave a wink, then quietly walked towards the shadows. The Sven man didn't take long to follow. He pushed up his glasses and called out very cordially, Brother Chen. Chapter 59. Chen Xiaoyu stared at him for 2 seconds and asked him, Fang Yong, what's the current situation on the old man's side? Fang Yong pushed his glasses. Don't worry, Chen brother. I've been at Chen Dong's place last night. His mental state is still quite good, but Chen brother, how? Do you do it? Looking at Chen Xiaoyu, all woefully thin and bony, Fang Yong was a bit puzzled. The 2 days just after the extreme heat began, Chen contacted him to try to stock up on supplies. As the assistant to the deputy mayor, Fang Yong easily got what Chen Xiaoyu needed. Those supplies are enough for the family to live for several years. How Chen Xiaoyu will not become so wretched A hint of gloom flashed in Chen Xiaoyu's eyes as he spoke of Fu Ning's urging people to go to his house to snatch away the supplies, and grinding his teeth, he asked Fang Yong in a deep voice, Is there a way to get a gun? Knowing what Chen Xiaoyu wanted to do, Fang Yong hesitated and nodded. Yes, I can, but when the extreme heat is over, Brother Chen, you have to help me. Don't worry, I will send you to the position you want. Chen Xiaoyu patted Fang Yong on the shoulder. If it wasn't for this natural disaster, he would have been officially becoming the successor of Chen Group in July. But this extreme heat interrupted his entire plan. And that Fu Ning, when he gets his gun, he'll be the first to shoot her. Fang Yong moved quickly, and it didn't take long to get a gun for Chen Xiaoyu. Fu Ning knew nothing about Chen Xiaoyu getting a gun. After returning to the 6th building, Song Yi went to train Xiao Huang, while Fu Ning went to Chen Ru's place to learn how to grow vegetables after leaving the supplies at home. Jojo was less interested in growing vegetables. She was more interested in the supplies the military was handing out at the moment. The distribution of living supplies is quite abundant. A small bottle of gas canisters, 2 small Chinese cabbages and a carrot, 2 kilograms of broken rice, and a 3-liter bucket of mineral water, as well as squash energy packs and compressed cookies. All these things, saving, can also be eaten for several days. These supplies were exactly the same as those handed out in the previous life. Finally, something was able to match the previous life. Fu Ning felt slightly at ease. Just then, there was a sudden gunshot outside the window. Jojo was startled as she subconsciously got up and drew her dagger from her waist. "Stand back, or I'll shoot." A gravely male voice came through the window through the loudspeaker. I don't know what happened outside, but 2 shots rang out immediately afterward, and the world returned to peace. Fu Ning guessed that someone was causing trouble, but this had little to do with her. In my last life, the military distributed supplies, and there were always people who were dissatisfied, thinking that the military was meant to serve the people, especially the elite class like them, and so they led a riot. But this special period of time, the military is not going to pull the wool over their eyes. Directly 2 peanuts to send him to hell, both to achieve the effect of deterrence, but also to block the rest of the people want to make trouble hard. Sure enough, nothing different came from it after that. Fu Ning thought that when he heard the gunshot, Qiao Qiao and Chinjel would be sad for a while again. Who knew that these 2 people actually looked quite happy? There are people from the military. I think the people in the building will converge quite a lot. It's so nice. Qiao Qiao joyful. She put away the cloth bag. Heartless asked Fu Ning, "My home, there are a lot of masks. Do you want to apply a mask? There are whitening function. No." I could tell she was indeed quite happy to have the leisure to put on a face mask. Fu Ning washed off the mud on her hands and touched her smooth face. Whitening is not necessary. Is there a moisturizer? She's been playing all over the world for years. To say that her skin is clear and transparent is a lie. Haven't you heard people say she's a black charcoal head before? Fu Ning's skin wasn't as exaggerated as that of a black charcoal head, but it was certainly wheat-colored. Chapter 60. Chinrui also said, "I also want to put on a moisturizing mask. This everyday day's blowing air conditioning. I feel like my skin is so dry." Ferning gave her a thumbs up. Versailles enough. People don't have electricity, but she suffers from dry skin because she blows the air conditioner every day. The 3 of them went to Jojo's house and sat on the couch with their face masks on, chatting. For a moment, Fu Ning felt that he was still before the natural disaster. Suddenly, there was a pop, and Jojo accidentally dropped a small box on the arm of the sofa. She stooped to pick up the box, saw the edge of a card peeking out of its seam, and drew it out smoothly. It was a carved door piece with a delicate regiment. Qiao Qiao looked at it twice and couldn't help but sigh. At that time, I was preparing to go to the beautiful country with my parents, and later on I saw on the internet that Stephen's private traveling museum in China would be open for a week before going back to the deep city. Who knew that this would end up happening? Had it not been for the accident, she would have happily watched the expo and met up with her parents. A private traveling museum? Fu Ning took the ticket that Xiao Qiao gave her with some curiosity, staring at the address on it and trying to memorize it in her head. What kind of things are on display? That's a lot. Jojo looked like she knew quite a bit about everything in this private museum. Stephen has over 300 ancient and modern artifacts on hand, the least of which are paintings and calligraphy that are auctioned for millions. The least of which is in the millions? Fu Ning's chest thumped as he listened, intuiting that he was about to get rich again. There are quite a lot of things on display in Deep City lately, and the Deep City Museum is also displaying jades from the Sui, Tang, and 5 dynasties this year, so if it wasn't for this natural disaster, I would have been prepared to go for a long look. Chinrui couldn't come into contact with the private museum exhibitions where the tickets were more than $100,000 apiece, but she still knew something about the Deep City Museum where the tickets were free. Fu Ning heard her head buzzing. This mask she could not put on for a minute. Casually saying that she was going up to feed Xiao Huang. Fu Ning took off her mask and patted the serum on her face and turned around to go upstairs. She didn't think she could wait a moment longer, and she didn't think she could even sleep tonight at the thought of so many big babies calling her. After arriving home, Fu Ning pulled out her phone to check the offline map and found that the private museum was only less than 30 kilometers away from Huatianyuan. She decided to go to that Stevens private museum tonight to harvest a wave. After all, in a short, while most of the city of Deep City will be flooded, the location of this private museum is right at the lowest place. When the time comes, instead of cheaper floods, it would be better to cheapen her Fu Ning. She went to Song Ye's house, brought back Xiao Huang, who was so tired that she was walking on shaky legs, and after rewarding Xiao Huang with 2 large chicken legs, she was ready to go. Smoothly arrived at the underground garage, Fu Ning did not drive the lights. She drove the car in the dark and drove out of Huatian Court. During this time, there was a military crackdown on the forces of darkness and evil, and the streets were no longer filled with troublemakers. And the military issued supplies this matter, but also gave everyone a pill of confidence. Tonight, even went out to look for supplies. Fu Ning did not see a person. She went all the way unimpeded, very smooth to drive the car to the private museum. She quickly pried the door of the museum open and walked in, stowing the artifacts that were in the glass case along with the glass case into the space. After stowing the supplies into space, Fu Ning briefly checked with his consciousness and found that the vast majority of the objects had been swallowed by space. The few remaining artifacts lay alone on the lawn, telling Fernine in no uncertain terms that Steve, the billionaire, had also blundered into buying a fake. However, the space looked as if it was a bit bigger than before, and Fu Ning had previously thought that the space was already big enough and that there was absolutely no more room for growth. Now it seems that it is still her pattern that is too small. Originally, Fu Ning was prepared to withdraw tonight after collecting the artifacts from this private museum. Now that the space has become bigger, making Fu Ning even more unable to sit still, she thought that she should go and pry the Deep City Museum overnight as well. Chapter 61. Such a thought in the past was enough for her to eat peanuts until she died. But now, Fu Ning not only dared to think, but also to implement. Drove to the Shamrock Museum. Fu Ning pried open the door of the museum as he had done, and collected everything inside the museum into the space. After putting all the things into the space, Fu Ning suddenly had a comfortable feeling of the meridians being opened up, and he didn't need to think about it to know how satisfying it was for the space to absorb it. Really, thank you to Papa Nation and Steven for the gift of love. I don't know if it was too much excitement or the energy of the space, but now Fu Ning felt indescribably powerful all over his body. She was desperate to do something about it. What's the best thing to do? Fu Ning locked his brows in thought, and suddenly thought of Fu Jiao. I don't know how she's doing now that she took away the supplies Fu Jiao traded her body for that day. Still looking forward to it when I think about it. Anyway, there was nothing to do right now, so Fu Ning simply ran to see Moon Bay. Hiding the car near Haiyuan, Fu Ning hiked over. Unlike the last time when the villa was brightly lit, this time the villa was dark. But thinking about it, it is understandable. No matter if it is Fu Rongchang or Fu Jiao, they do not have the ability to protect themselves. Besides, they usually do not keep a low profile. It is only a matter of time before they are targeted. Suddenly, there were mournful shouts and insults coming from the room, sounding like they came from Fu Rongchang. Fu Ning froze slightly as she fished out her night vision goggles from her space and put them on, scaling the wall and entering the villa. Just as I reached the door, a few torch lights swung through the doorway, and someone was cursing viciously. He doesn't have any food at home, and just now he dared to hit me, get him killed. I didn't do it on purpose, I just accidentally tripped you. Fu Rongchang lay on the ground with his hands on his head, rolling around in a sorry state. Someone stomped on his face several times. Careless? I think you're doing it on purpose. Dead old man, your family lives in such a big villa. It's impossible that you don't have anything at home. Hand over all your food and valuable belongings. Hurry up. If I find you later, I want you to have a hard time. Fu Rongchang was stepped on so much that he did not dare to breathe a bit. He screamed miserably. Tears came down. In the past few days, I've come to several sets of people to my house to rob. I really have nothing. Do not believe you guys search. Really have nothing. A couple of the men were angrier than one when they heard him say that and raised their feet to kick him. It wasn't until they were done venting that a few of them strutted away with their snakeskin pockets. No one noticed Fu Ning, who was standing in the corner wearing night vision goggles and watching the show. If not the conditions do not allow, Fu Ning this would really want to pull out a bag of melon seeds and milk tea to sit here and watch a good show. Fu Rongchang's day was something she had fantasized about countless times in her head, but never happened in real life. This was also the reason why she didn't come over to take Fu Rongchang and Fu Jiao's lives at the first sign of chaos in Deep City. Letting them die now is a relief. Watching them struggle to survive in a chaotic world was what Fu Ning wanted to see. The despair and pain she felt in her last life when she was trapped in the cave, she vowed to make Fu Rongchang and Fu Jiao feel it. Fu Rongchang, who was in his 50s, fell on the ground and whimpered for a long time before bracing himself and getting up with difficulty, trembling towards the side hall. He rubbed at the flower pots that moved to rest on the coffee table in the night as a basement door slowly opened. This door Fu Ning had the impression that it was specially built by her grandmother when she was obsessed with escape room type games when she was a child, when her grandmother was heartbroken and let people build this villa. The basement wasn't that big, only 12 square feet in total. It used to be a place for her to play, but now it seems to have become a place for Fu Rongchang to store things. Just then, Fu Ning suddenly heard a sound of car wheels grinding on the ground. Chapter 62. She quietly went and hid behind the curtains. Fu Rongchang also hurriedly climbed out of the basement when he heard the commotion and quickly closed the basement door. There were a few footsteps coming from far and near, and Fu Ning vaguely heard the voices of a few men talking. Soon, Fu Jiao's unhappy voice came from the room. "Dad, where did you die again?" "I'm here." Fu Rongchang limped over and smiled at the scarred man beside Fu Jiao. "Brother Chung, you're here too." The scarred man's big hand rubbed recklessly on Fu Jiao's buttocks, and when he heard Fu Rongchang's curt smile, he only nodded perfunctorily. He then lowered his head and kissed Fu Jiao on the cheek. "Baby, good job today. Here's my supplies for you. I'll come back for you in a couple days." Fu Jiao lowered her head to hide the disgust and dislike under her eyes, but her lips were hooked in a sweet smile. She took the initiative to cuddle into the scarred man's arms and spoke in a whiny voice. "Then thank you, Brother Chung." Don't think she didn't know that this dead man was sending her to sleep with someone else to reach some kind of deal, but she now had to rely on Scarab to have living supplies, so she could only tolerate it if Scarab went too far. The scarred man took her into his arms and rubbed her for a while longer before releasing her. "Nurture your body well, don't pass out again then," he said with intent, directing a few of his men to take the supplies from the pickup truck into the basement of the side hall. Fu Ning hid behind the curtains, trying not to make half a sound. Listening to the sound of several men entering and exiting, she felt that this Brother Chung was still quite generous to Fu Jiao. But well, the supplies are obviously going into her pocket again. How could she mind having fewer supplies? The more the merrier, of course. It took a good 10 minutes of moving before the men drove off in their cars. Fu Rongchang hunched his back and rubbed his hands as he walked over to Fu Jiao. Jiao, listen to Dad. Just follow Brother Chung. I can see that he's a good one. Give you a mouthful of food, and you can kneel down and call out to your father?" Fu Jiao clasped her hands on her arms and rolled her eyes with a look of disdain. "Bitchy or not, nah." She fished out a mostly used candle from under the coffee table and lit it, searching the room carefully for a half-dozen times before her face went cold again. "I thought the military issued supplies? Where are those supplies?" Fu Jiao turned her head to look at Fu Rongchang. Through the light, Fu Jiao noticed Fu Rongchang was beaten up and swollen. The body is also full of footprints. Looks like a mess to the extreme, but Fu Jiao did not have time to care about these. Being stared at by his daughter with that kind of disgusting eyes, Fu Rongchang, however, did not dare to be angry in front of Fu Jiao. He buried his head even lower. The supplies were all taken away. Receiving the supplies issued by the military, Fu Rongchang hadn't even had time to count them when the group appeared. If Fu Jiao and the girls had come back earlier, it wouldn't have turned out like this. Fu Rongchang pursed his lips, and there was some grumbling in his heart. Upon hearing this, Fu Jiao's face steeply changed. "You loser. What the hell can you do? If it wasn't for my father, I really wanted to kick you out." She pointed at the door of the side hall and admonished Fu Rongchang as if she were training a dog. "You'll guard the side hall for me tonight. If the supplies Brother Chung gave us are stolen again tonight, I'll definitely kick you out." Fu Rongchang was scolded in this way. He didn't dare to get angry. He nodded his head and hailed, "I know. Jiao, don't be angry. The supplies in the basement are all still well hidden. No one can take them away." "It better be." Fu Jiao coldly grunted as she took the candle and went upstairs, leaving Fu Rongchang hobbling on his feet as he walked into the side hall. He sat down on the floor and covered his face with his hands, letting out a whimper of pain. Fu Ning pulled open the curtains and looked at the already aged Fu Rongchang crying like this, and couldn't help but wonder what kind of absolute fool he was in his last life. The same as when the soft rice father, Fu Rongchang in front of Fu Jiao, a heavy sentence did not dare to say, but in his past life he did not less in front of Fu Ning bossing, who gave him the nerve to strut around in front of her. It's herself. The more he thought about it, the more angry he became. Fu Ning decided to steal all the supplies that Fu Jiao had traded her body for tonight in order to get rid of his hatred. As for whether Fu Rongchang will be thrown out, who cares? Chapter 63. Returning to Huatian Yuan with a full harvest, Fu Ning couldn't wait to enter the space to check the situation. It wasn't an illusion before. She really did have more space than before. With this much extra space, there's even more to grow. Fu Ning decided to circle a piece out for a farm and another area to plant some herbs and such. With the increasingly harsh climate, various herbs will only become scarce. Someone once traded in 2 amoxicillin pills for a brand new mountain bike. But she didn't have any herbs or anything like that on hand right now, so it seemed like she'd have to fool Jojo and the others into making a trip into the mountain some other day. After simply planning the area, Fu Ning took another comfortable bath in the stream of the space before leaving the space to lie down on the bed and sleep. At 8 o'clock the next morning, the alarm clock woke up Fu Ning, who was still sleeping. right on time. When he got up, Fu Ning didn't want to cook again. She took 3 large meat buns and a cup of hot soy milk from her space, and took a well-fed chicken from her space and gave it to Xiao Huang. The two of them ate and drank enough, and Fu Ning took Xiao Huang to the 9th floor to prepare for class. But just as she opened the door, 2 huge cockroaches flew at her. Fu Ning pulled out his saber as fast as his eyes could see and nailed the 2 cockroaches hard to the wall. Wearing gloves and pulling the knife off the cockroach corpse, Fu Ning used alcohol to decontaminate the knife again before putting it back in his coat pocket. Since the power and water went out, civilized people have had to go back to primitive society in a second. It's a time when people don't eat much, but even less food has to address the issue of pooping. After the water is cut off, those who are a little more conscientious will poop and pee into a bag and take it out and throw it away at night while no one is there. And those who are not, just poop and pee anywhere. Such a hostile environment is a paradise for cockroach species. That's why disgusting creatures like cockroaches and mosquitoes have mutated in a short period of time. And not only have their numbers multiplied several times in a short period of time, but also their aggressiveness and toxicity have been enhanced. Fu Ning opened the window and threw the 2 cockroaches out, and then scrutinized along the wall, trying to see where the 2 leaky fish came out from. Her windows were sealed so tightly that there was no way a cockroach could have emerged through her house. "What are you looking for?" Song Yi suddenly spoke out, startling Fu Ning. Seeing Song Ye's cool face, Fu Ning then exhaled a breath and continued to look for the missing fish. "Just now, 2 cockroaches emerged from the 10th floor. I want to see where the cockroaches emerged from. Maybe it came out of my house." Seeing Fu Ning tossing and turning, looking for a hole in the corridor where a cockroach could burrow, Song Yi raised his hand and pressed it against the tip of his nose. "My house's rooftop isn't sealed." Fu Ning was surprised. "Don't tell me your rooftop is still open air?" "Right." Song Yi nodded matter-of-factly. The previous owner of this house didn't have the idea of sealing off the rooftop, but instead had an open-air tea room on the rooftop. Before the natural disaster came, sitting in this tea room, overlooking the scenery of the deep city, was quite enjoyable, but now countless mosquitoes piled up on the rooftop, which was also strangely disgusting. Song Yi had used torches to kill the mosquitoes and insects yesterday, but the creatures were so reproductively strong that in just one night, they had made a comeback. When he said that, Fu Ning thought of the image of seeing the dense mosquitoes outside the glass window yesterday morning when she went to the rooftop to collect the vegetables, and she couldn't help but feel her scalp tingle. "Why don't you train with the girls today, and I'll go get 2 pieces of glass to seal down the rooftop?" Song Yi spoke slowly. Chapter 64. It was only then that Fu Ning noticed that Song Yi was dressed very smartly today, and that the long-sleeve sweatshirt was bulging inside, so he should be wearing a bulletproof vest. He was already well armed and looked like he was ready to go out early. During this period of time, they went out in 4s, and Fu Ning didn't let her guard down against Song Yi. But when she heard Song Yi say that, she still subconsciously asked, "Should I go with you?" "No, you guys train." Song Yi refused. Fu Ning had been casually polite and didn't really think of going out with him, so she also nodded her head. "Then be careful, the car keys are for you, you drive." She went back to her room and got her car keys and handed them to Song Yi. "Be safe." "Thanks." Song Yi didn't politely talk to her, took the key, and turned around to go downstairs. This day, Fu Ning, in addition to dinner and lunch break back to the 10th floor, the rest of the time stayed in the 9th floor training. Previously, there was Song Yi and she sparred. Today, she could only peck with Xiao Qiao and Chenrue 2 vegetables and chickens. Fu Ning surprisingly a little missed Song Ye's good. At least with Song Yi around, her martial arts were actually growing. Just as he was thinking about Song Yi, the intercom went off. It was Song Ye's voice, and he said, "Open the door." Fu Ning walked over and opened the door. Song Yi carried several pieces of bulletproof glass into the door. His back was already soaked, and the hair on his forehead was wet with sweat. Seeing this, Fu Ning was ready to help. Song Yi shook his head. "No need." With that, he carried the bulletproof glass up to the 10th floor in 3 steps. Fu Ning had always known that Song Ye's physical strength was very strong, but only now did she realize to what extent Song Ye's physical strength was strong. Song Yi quickly put the glass change clothes downstairs. He held a bottle of mineral water in his hands, tilted his head, and drank it in one gulp before telling Fu Ning several people the news he heard today. "There's a troop near the glass factory I went to today, and the military intends to let us catch cockroaches to exchange for water." "Huh?" Chenrue was a bit surprised. "Catching cockroaches for water? What does the military want cockroaches for?" "It should be trying to make cockroaches into medicine." Chow Chow gave a few people a generalization. Cockroaches can be used as medicine after they are dried in the sun, and they have high medicinal value and can treat many diseases. Dried cockroaches can inhibit the growth and regeneration of cancer cells, can make the symptoms of cancer lessen, can inhibit cancer, and have the effect of prolonging life. It also has the effect of detoxification and swelling. Cockroach powder can be used to treat venomous snake bites, can make the toxins in the body quickly discharge, can reduce the symptoms of swelling and pain. Dried cockroaches also have the effect of detoxification and diuresis, and can treat tonsillitis with good therapeutic effect. Fu Ning was dumbfounded by what she heard, and it was also at this time that she realized that the disgusting little powerhouse was actually a big baby too. Xiao Xiao added, "Now that cockroaches have evolved and mosquitoes are that toxic, maybe cockroaches will have more medicinal value." When she said that, Fu Ning couldn't wait to catch cockroaches. She exchanged a glance with Chenrue, and also saw in Chenrue's eyes the heart that she couldn't hold down. Song Yi stood the finished mineral water bottle in the corner and wiped the water stains on his lips as he walked over. "Let's wait for the military to notify us first. There's no need to rush about catching cockroaches. There are so many cockroaches on his rooftop that he can casually cradle dozens of pounds out." As he was talking, the radio zipped on. "Friends of the general public, good evening. Recently the weather is dry. There are a lot of cockroaches and mosquitoes come out to make a mess. After expert research, found that the cockroaches after the mutation has a great medicinal value. Now the military issued a circular, 10 pounds of cockroaches in exchange for 500 milliliters of purified water. Look forward to the general public friends respond positively." The military was faster than Fu Ning had imagined. There was an inexhaustible source of water in her space. But unless the existence of the space was exposed, Fu Ning couldn't act like she didn't lack water. Fu Ning rubbed his hands together and twisted his head to lock eyes with Song Yi. Both of them thought of the rooftop of Sano's house. That's a lot of cockroaches up there. Chapter 65. Say it and do it. Several people put on protective masks and headdress torches and took the sacks to the rooftop of Song Ye's house. Attracted by the torch light, more cockroaches swooped this way. Fu Ning took the sack and waved it in the air a few times, and it filled most of the pocket. For the first time, she felt that earning supplies was so easy. What's the difference between that and whoring for nothing? In less than 20 minutes, they had collected 8 full sacks of cockroaches. Heavy several pockets, even if tomorrow are exposed to the sun into a cockroach dry, it is estimated that dozens of pounds is also proper. Several pockets were knotted and tied up in the corner before they dispersed to go home and sleep. The military is not coming to collect the dried cockroaches uniformly until tomorrow night at 8 p.m. I'm sure there will be a lot of activity in front of the neighborhood tomorrow night. Back home, Fu Ning lifted the curtains and looked out through the window, wearing binoculars for a while. The neighborhood will be rarely busy. There are a lot of people or all the family out to catch cockroaches outside. The people from the military were like the linchpin of Deep City, and with them there, the essence of all those people in the neighborhood was clearly different from before. Fu Ning wasn't afraid of being targeted by them, but in this state now, she still preferred it. Though she knew that the harmony of the moment wouldn't last much longer. Putting down the curtains, Fu Ning used a chicken leg to trick Xiao Huang to run 20 kilometers, and he himself also played 2 hours of military boxing, 1 person and 1 tiger, before going to bed. The next night, when the people from the military were notified to come down, only then did Fu Ning and the others carry the cockroaches that had been dried into roaches in the sun, and went down with buckets of water to exchange for supplies. The vast majority of people are very short of water during this time, and they respond to the military the most. By the time Fu Ning and the others reached the entrance of the neighborhood, there were already many people with large bags of dried cockroaches piled up beside them. There were children happily wearing simple gloves made of plastic bags to grab the freshly killed cockroaches and put them in their own adults' backpacks, turning around and disappearing. Soon the military arrived. They drove 2 large water trucks in quite an impressive manner. After parking the car, several soldiers jumped out of the car carrying rifles and loaded them in front of the crowd. The sound of the click is very intimidating. The crowd, which had been a bit rowdy earlier, had settled down completely. The army chief with 2 bars on his shoulders got out of a jeep, and he was followed by a slim man with glasses. 2 soldiers then came down carrying a weighing scale, and when the scale was put in place, the 2 men saluted the military commander before taking 2 steps back, their eyes alertly looking into the crowd. The military chief looked at the bulging bags in front of the crowd. A hint of a smile appeared on his majestic face. "Everyone has done a great job. and I won't delay you, so let's start weighing now. The family in first place rushed forward with the dried cockroaches they had caught, and after crossing the pounds, the soldier nodded toward those behind him. The soldier behind him signaled the family to carry a bucket to the water wagon and put half a bucket of water in it for him. The family took the water, and in front of the crowd, they took a small cup and scooped up a cup of water and drank it. When they finished drinking, they burped in enjoyment, and the head of the family gave his glass to his wife and hurriedly asked the army commander, "Sir, how long will this water change operation last?" The army chief thought for a moment. "We'll post a notice when the water isn't being changed." He also didn't know how long the natural disaster would last, and if the heat continued like this, sooner or later the underground water source would have to dry up one day. Chapter 66. Therefore, he did not dare to give a 100% guarantee. The man was a little disappointed, but thinking that he still had a small half bucket of water now, he still babied the water and nursed it in his arms. "Then I'll go back later to catch cockroaches and try to change more water tomorrow. It's so hot, no water can literally kill you." The rest of the family gulped and urged faster when they saw the family redeeming half a bucket of water. Fu Ning had stocked up on mineral water when they were at the docks before, but in order not to attract suspicion, the look they still had to put on a disguise. Changing the water today was a little trickier than picking up supplies last night. Fu Ning and the others had been in line for most of an hour before it was finally almost time for them. Originally, Fu Ning thought that this water change would not appear any moths. Who knows that she still underestimated the oddball's ability to make a demon. 11 pounds. The soldier dumped the weighed-dried cockroaches into the large tipping wagon and said to the bare-chested man, "You go to the back and get the water." The man frowned with a displeased face, but he didn't say anything, still carrying the bucket to the water cart. It was at this time that the change occurred. The man's face instantly sank after another soldier finished catching him an equal amount of water. "Why is there only this much water? There's so much more water in your water cart. Can't you just get us more?" The soldier's face didn't change as he looked at the man. "That's how much water you have. I'm not missing you." "Bullshit. Aren't you purely bullying the little people? Making us work hard in the middle of the night to catch cockroaches? And then when we've caught the cockroaches, you only give us this little bit of water? You're just sending us to the beggars. Give me a bucket of water." The man crossed his arms, his tone fierce. As his words fell, the rest of the soldiers turned their guns on him. The man snorted. "What? You want to shoot me again? You want to kill me? Now in this kind of ghost weather, you people rely on the power in your hands to deliberately make things difficult for people in the middle of the night. You still let us go out to look for cockroaches. Obviously you have water in your hands, but you're stuck not to give us a drink." He lifted his foot and kicked the small half-barrel of water violently to the ground. "Fuck it. Shoot me if you can. Shoot me, come on." Saying that, the man was going to grab the key in the soldier's hand. "I'm going to drink my fill of water today. I'd like to see who dares to stop me." The soldier's face went cold as well, and as soon as he pinned the man down on top of the water wheel, he snapped his neck with a single thrust. But the man was as if he had gone mad at the moment. With scarlet eyes, he opened his mouth and bit the soldier's neck. Ah! The soldier was bitten on an artery and screamed out in pain. The military commander on the side saw this, and his thick eyebrows sank downward as he signaled, "Shoot to kill." Thump, 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 thump. Several shots rang out simultaneously. The man who made the disturbance was quickly shot down. The soldier was also gurgling blood at the moment because he had been bitten open in the aorta. He stumbled backward 2 steps, and suddenly his body went limp and he fell to the ground. Seeing this, several of his comrades immediately rushed up and reached out to help him press on his bleeding artery. All of this was happening in front of Fu Ning's eyes, and in just less than 2 minutes, there was such a big change. She frowned slightly as she looked over at the soldier lying on the ground with his arteries still bleeding, instantly thinking of her last life. In her last life, when she was struggling to survive alone in the post-apocalyptic world after breaking up with Fu Jiao Fu Rongchang, a soldier had saved her by picking out the rations in his own mouth. It was also because of those soldiers that Fu Ning was able to survive for a while longer. After hesitating for nearly a minute, Fu Ning used the cover of her backpack to take out a bottle of hemostatic pills from it and handed it to the soldiers. "I happen to have hemostatic pills in my bag, so you guys see if you can use them." Chapter 67. The serious-faced military commander walked over and personally took the bleeding-stopping medicine Fu Ning handed over, saluting very solemnly towards Fu Ning. "Ma'am, I salute you on behalf of our legion." Drugs were hard to come by nowadays, and Fu Ning's generous act of giving them away deserved their respect. Fu Ning wasn't very good at dealing with this kind of occasion. She sent that soldier medicine, but also thought of her last life when she was about to starve to death. It was a soldier who pulled her back from near death. She waved her hand. I should. Seeing Fu Ning's cold personality, the army chief didn't talk to her anymore, but commanded another soldier to help her weigh the dried cockroaches. After which Fu Ning followed another soldier to get water. Visible to the naked eye, the pure water in Fu Ning's bucket was much more than others. There were definitely people who would be uncomfortable in their hearts, but when they saw that one collapsed in a pool of blood with his eyes wide open and blood still pouring out of the holes in his body, no one dared to go up and make any more trouble. Carrying a bucket full of water back, Fu Ning noticed that some people were looking at her with deep meaning in their eyes. She grunted softly. There were plenty of people who hit on her. But someone who could take the supplies from her has yet to be born. Xiao Xiao and Chin Jelly had experienced a lot during this time and didn't react too much when they saw the wolf-like gloomy eyes of those people. As for Song Yi, he, a man who had come out of the battlefield with a real sword, would not even put these people in his eyes. Therefore, when the four people passed in front of them carrying buckets of water expressionlessly, even if those people coveted their supplies, none of them dared to come up and grab them. After making it back to the 6th building and carrying their respective things home, they went back to JoJo's to meet up. Tonight's song, you will teach them a set of boxing skills. At times like these, more skill is more potential to save your life. When practicing boxing, no one was lazy, and everyone put their lives on the line. After practicing for 3 hours, Song Yi raised his hand to signal a stop. Let's practice here today, stretch, and practice again tomorrow. Phew. JoJo sniffed as her feet went limp, and she dropped to the floor panting heavily for a while before she got up off the ground and started stretching. Chen Rui stretched while frowning, and Fu Ning said, Ning Ning, I think we need to stock up on more stuff before we can do that. She had always been a cautious character, and Fu Ning had gotten used to it. However, she was still a bit surprised when Shinru suddenly mentioned that she had to stock up on supplies again. Why are you suddenly saying that? The last time they went to the docks, they hauled a full 2 truckloads of stuff back. Although it was divided equally among 4 people, the supplies that were divided down were very substantial. Those supplies are saved, and a person is able to manage at least 5 years. Xiao Xiao and Song Yi also both stopped their movements to look at Chenrui. Anyone who has spent a lot of time with Chenrui knows Chenrui's character. She was cautious, but she wasn't one to panic blindly. Chapter 68. Fu Ning had known that Chenrui was meticulous before, but tonight Chenrui's speculations still surprised Fu Ning. She really was a very cautious person, and Fu Ning suddenly felt that even without her own help, Chenrui could still live well in the end times. It just so happened that she had the idea to go out and stock up on supplies, especially some herbs and such. So Fu Ning picked up, I also think so, only when the disorder is so serious that it will continue to go out of control will the officials take the most severe measures. Right now we have quite a lot of living supplies on hand, but I don't think we have enough medicines. They had picked up quite a bit of medicine on their last trip to the docks, but the assortment of medications wasn't as complete. And, most importantly, none of us know how long the natural disaster will last, and a lot of those medicines we're stocking up on don't have a long shelf life. So I'm wondering if we should go ahead and stock up on Chinese medicine. Hearing that she wanted to stock up on Chinese herbs, Xiao Xiao's eyes lit up. I used to follow my grandparents up the mountains to pick herbs. I know where there are Chinese herbs. Seeing that several people have the idea of hoarding some Chinese medicine, Song Yi spoke up at the right time. Hoarding medicine, this kind of thing, it's better to be early than late. The more you come back, the survival environment will only get worse. Tomorrow then. Fu Ning had been impatient to stock up on medicine for a long time, and there was still a large piece of land in her space waiting to be reclaimed. Even if Chenrui didn't say anything today, she would still find a suitable opportunity to make Chenrui several people stock up on some medicine. None of Song Yi and the others felt rushed, especially Chenru. She was a bit unable to sit still and even wanted to stock up on medicine tonight. Seeing Chenru's urgency, Fu Ning was a bit helpless. Going into the mountains to find traditional Chinese medicine at night is definitely not possible. Not to mention that cockroaches are flying all over the place now and are even more rampant at night. And those poisonous snakes and mosquitoes in the mountains will come out and move at night, and our field of vision is limited at night, so it's not safe to go at night. Xiao Xiao frowned, but it's over 70 degrees during the day. Even if the temperature in the mountains would be lower than the temperature outside, then we wouldn't be able to carry it. There is no official count of the number of people in this short period of a month or so, but anyone with a discerning eye knows that there will be many deaths due to pyrexia. Jojo had once witnessed a man who had died violently in the street from pyrexia, and no one had collected his body, causing it to eventually turn into a dried human body. After this kind of experience, anyone knows that it is not advisable to go out during the day. Fu Ning has already considered this point. I have a car refrigerator in my car. Tonight we freeze more ice in my car. Tomorrow one person bring a few ice cubes on the body at any time to pay attention to cooling. I also have a few cooling fans in my car. Wait for Songyi to modify. Made into a hat model, so it should be able to hold out for an hour or two. You guys also pay attention to the body's movements at any time. Once there is uncomfortable, also you must not hold on. You must return to the car to rest. She said a few notes in a row, all summarized from her own experience in her last life. In her last life, she managed to survive without any protection. Fu Ning believed that she would be able to do the same this time. Sano is very hands-on, and it wasn't hard to get him to change the cooling fan to a simple hat model. Xiao Xiao was still a bit panicked originally, and after Fu Ning's sensible analysis and pacification, her emotions gradually calmed down. Okay, then I'll freeze the ice now. The few times he had gone out it had been at night. Jojo had never been out during the day. She had survived until now, so she had to live until the end of the natural disaster, right? Xiao Xiao was fine with it, and Qinzhou and Song Yi were even more fine with it. After agreeing on a time, a few people went their separate ways and began to prepare the tools they would need for tomorrow. Fu Ning went to the space and picked up a full tank of water and put it into the ice maker to freeze it. And after she was done, she had just come out of the space when she heard Sheng Pengping's voice ringing out from her pager. Fu Ning, it's not good. Chapter 69. The sound of Sheng Pengping on the walkie-talkie made Fu Ning's brows furrow. She took a big step over to pick up the walkie-talkie. What's happening? Mo Deming and the others learned today that Flower Arm, who was previously blown up by you, died, and they want to put this on your head. Sheng Pengpeng sounded a little worried. Fu Ning and the others didn't recognize him. And when Sheng Pengpeng got a lot of things from Fu Ning through intelligence, he had already acquiesced that he was one of Fu Ning's teammates as well. Now that Mo Deming and the others are going to expose Fu Ning, and with the fact that the military commander can let his subordinates shoot without blinking in front of so many people today, it must be assumed that if the military commander finds out that Flower Arm was really killed by Fu Ning will probably have to be executed in public as well. Hearing him say that, Fu Ning's wrinkled eyebrows slowly loosened. She thought it was something. If it was the initial stages of the apocalypse and she had no qualms about killing people, then she must have had enough peanuts to manage. But not anymore. Unless the evidence is caught on the spot, nothing can happen to Fu Ning. Besides, she didn't even kill the people. Fu Ning laughed coldly. Let them report it. I didn't kill the person. This Fu Ning coup was half-hearted. And besides, even if Tian really killed Flower Arm, then unless they could find evidence, no one could convict her. On this end of the intercom, Sheng Pengpeng blinked, a little confused. You didn't kill him, did you? 2 days ago, Fu Ning asked him to investigate the matter of Flower Arm, and he thought that Fu Ning matter wanted to kill Flower Arm. But if the person was really killed by Fu Ning, she certainly wouldn't be as justified as she is now. This passive information was useless to Fu Ning, and Sheng Pengpeng couldn't get the supplies, but Sheng Pengpeng didn't feel disappointed. After ending the call, Fu Ning gave Song Yi another word on the matter. Song Ye's performance arm was even more calm than hers. I know. There were a few moves you didn't get right today. Change it up, and you'll be more aggressive. He didn't take it to heart at all, and quickly digressed. Fu Ning also caught his attention by the change of manner in his mouth. What manner? If you don't mind, you can come to my house tonight, and I'll teach you. After a pause, Song Yi softly said. Fu Ning hesitated for a moment, but still refused. I still have to go out tomorrow, so go to bed early tonight. She let down some of her guard against Song Yi, but it was better to forget about things like sparring on a big night. Putting down the walkie-talkie, Fu Ning stroked the tiger's head and went back to the bedroom. After lying down on the bed, Fu Ning used her consciousness to enter the space again to start organizing her belongings. And only after sleep came did she jump out of the space and fall into a deep sleep. Early the next morning, at dawn, Fu Ning was awakened by a knock on the door. Ever since she let her guard down against Song Yi, she hasn't turned on the electric door. There is still a domineering little yellow guarding the house. Whoever breaks in the door in the middle of the night will have to pass through the little yellow before she can do so. Hurriedly getting up from the bed, Fu Ning rubbed her face and went over to open the door. Chunru made pickled cabbage and ham buns and green bean porridge. You guys get ready to come down and eat. Xiao Xiao looked sleepy and unsleepy as well. She yawned and couldn't help but spit out. Chenru is acting like she won't get tired. It's only after 5 o'clock and she's already up cooking. Get ready, we'll eat, and then head out. Fu Ning nodded her head, and after going back inside and giving Xiao Huang a fat bunny, she went to the washroom to quickly wash her face and brush her teeth. She was very understanding of Chenru, like Xiao Xiao. Chenru had never left the house during the day. For them, everything outside was full of unknown dangers. Chenru was probably worried about the night and couldn't sleep well, and got up so early today, but also wanted to find something to do to prevent herself from imagining things. After washing her face, Fu Ning took a handful of egg noodles and the supplies she needed to use today from her space and took Xiao Huang downstairs. She never wanted to keep Yellow confined to the house all the time. She wanted companionship and didn't want to squash Yellow's nature. When she and Xiao Huang arrived on the 9th floor, Chenru had just put the meal on the table, and she greeted Fu Ning. "Come and eat, the porridge is just the right temperature." Chenru not only steamed buns and green bean congee, but also specially helped Fu Ning mix spicy sauce to dip pickles. After eating a lot of takeout in a row, such a homely and clear porridge and small dishes made Fu Ning's appetite grow. And without realizing it, he ate 5 large meat buns and 2 bowls of mung bean congee. But her appetite is not the biggest. Songyi ate a whole 10 buns and 3 bowls of porridge before putting down the chopsticks full of mouth to take a tissue to wipe his mouth. Chapter 70. Fu Ning couldn't help but spit in her mind. Looking to this child's hunger, she seriously doubted that what Songyi had eaten during this time was not pig food. Otherwise, how could he be so able to build? After eating, a few people briefly did some grooming before going out. Expecting to be out of the house all day today, Fernine turned the electric gate's power up to 3. From a long distance can be heard the sound of electric current if there is not long-eyed people close, probably not far from the time to see God. Now that it was light, Fu Ning went to the underground garage and drove out of Huatianyuan in a big way. Jojo had the best knowledge of where to find herbs, so she was the one driving today. Fu Ning and Song Yi sat in the back row, wary of any unexpected situations. Chenrue was also on tense alert. For a while, the car was so quiet that the only sound that came out of the car was Yellow making grunting noises. This was little Yellow's second ride in the car, and he was still a little uncomfortable, hooking his long paws on the cushions and spinning in anxious circles. Fu Ning took out a bag of original beef jerky from her backpack, tore open the package and stuffed it into Xiao Huang's mouth and smoothed its fur. Good boy. Xiao Huang finished eating beef jerky, also want to hum. A lift of the eyes swept Song Yi glanced over the cold, hostile eyes. The heart of a stalk rested. Nothing dangerous happened all the way, and no one even showed up. But Fu Ning knew that someone must be staring at them through the window at this time. After all, gasoline had long since been cut off, and the number of people who could drive their cars out of the house at this time of year was so small that you could count them on your fingers. Deep City is by the sea. There are not many mountains. Phoenix Mountain is considered one of the most famous mountains in Deep City. Fu Ning had once come to climb Phoenix Mountain with Chenrue, but it was as a tourist. It was still today that Fu Ning realized for the first time that there were quite a few herbs on this mountain. As he drove up from the visitor center, looking at the familiar street scenes, Fu Ning was still a little emotional in his heart. How lively it used to be here, but now it's literally turned into a primeval forest. It's been so hot that the asphalt road has developed a lot of faults. A few people bumped along in the car up from the visitor center until they reached an area that hadn't been developed yet, where there was no road for a car to pass on. And that's when Jojo stopped the car. After getting off the bus, a heat wave hit his face. If not, Fu Ning has long been psychologically prepared. This will be estimated to be unable to stand. Song Yi handed them last night's remodeled hats. Fu Ning went to the back of the small refrigerator and took a few piles of ice inside the hat pocket, opened the third gear of the wind. Blowing is still quite cool. Before she came, Xiao Xiao was a little worried that the weather was so hot that all those herbs would be sunburned to death as well. The good thing was that the plants in this mountain forest seemed to be quite tenacious now, and although those plants looked wilted, it was good that they were alive. Xiao Xiao bent down and carefully pulled up a piece of grass with its roots attached, handing it to Fu Ning for them to identify one by one. This is the 7-leaf flower. It can clear away heat and detoxify the toxins, reduce swelling, and relieve pain. Oh, well, that's a good one. After Fu Ning memorized the shape of the 7-leaf flower, she decided to get more and put them in her space later when they weren't looking. There are really quite a lot of herbs in this neighborhood. Xiao Xiao said several herbs in a row, and Fu Ning naturally searched for them individually. Fu Ning was undoubtedly the most tired of the several people looking for them. because not only did she have to look for them, she also had to sneakily put those herbs in space when they weren't paying attention. The good thing is that Xiao Huang's body has grown a lot stronger this month, and through its cover, Fu Ning managed to get a dozen or so herbs to put in space. It was at this moment that Little Yellow suddenly slapped his paws in an attacking stance, the fur on his spine arching up. It bared its teeth fiercely behind Fu Ning. This is? Anyone? Chapter 71. Fu Ning didn't move and fished out a pistol from his coat pocket and loaded it, turning around and aiming it in the direction of Xiao Huang's bared teeth. Come out, or I'll shoot. It was a bush, and at first glance it was empty of anything. But Little Yellow wouldn't bare his teeth for no reason, and Fu Ning maintained a 12% vigilance. She was about to walk over when her shoulder was suddenly gently gripped. Song Yi pulled her behind him. Lend me your gun. Also not waiting for Fu Ning to agree, Song Yi quickly took the gun in her hand and fired 3 shots in a row at the bushes. Ah! After a few short screams, the bushes quickly subsided. Xiao Qiao and Chinjelli both rushed over as well, both of them carrying kitchen knives and both looking very grave. Song Yi narrowed his eyes dangerously as he aimed the gun at a large tree to his right again and decisively pulled the trigger. Boom! There was a muffled thud, and the sound of someone crashing to the ground came from the other end. Song Yi gazed and listened again, and after a moment his brows soothed and opened. No one's there. Go over and take a look. Instead of going over to where the 3 shots in a row had been fired, he headed straight for the man hiding behind the big tree. Fu Ning did glance over there with some curiosity, only to see several people fall in a pool of blood, each with an eyebrow mole dotted impartially on their eyebrows. Although this brown mole is a little big and leaky. From the start, Fu Ning knew that Song Ye's marksmanship was accurate, but for him to have such good accuracy on top of firing 3 shots in a row, Fu Ning could only say that he was impressed. It would only get tougher in the future, or should she think of a way to get Song Yi to teach her how to play with guns? She had enough peanuts and rice in her space anyway. Just as he was thinking, Song Yi over there had already single-handedly carried the man who had been shot in the thigh. The man was about 1.78 meters, thin as a monkey, but his clothes were still very brightly dressed. It seemed that in the more than a month time of the natural disaster, his life was quite nourishing. Song Yi threw him to the ground, half squatted down and asked him in a deep voice, "What are you? Who sent you on a stakeout?" The man covered his bleeding thigh and shook his head with a pale face. "I was just passing through, ah." Before he could finish his sentence, his fingers were broken into a weird arc by Song Yi. Song Ye's eyes sank. "I want to hear the truth. What I'm saying is, ah." Before the man could finish his retort, 2 of his fingers were broken by Song Wildsong. His body spasmed in pain, and tears flowed uncontrollably from the corners of his eyes. He opened his mouth wide and gasped for air, only slightly slowing down after a long time, looking at Song Yi with red eyes. "If I tell the truth, are you going to let me go?" "Aha!" Song Yi nodded dryly. "Go ahead." The man puffed and panted again for a long time before he spoke with difficulty. "We are Brother Cheng's men. Brother Cheng sent us." Fu Ning had just gotten closer when he heard the words Cheng. She instantly thought of the unpleasant picture she had seen earlier at Sea Moon Bay, when Fu Jiao seemed to call the man with a deep scar on his face Brother Cheng. Can it be that the scarred man was mesmerized by Fu Jiao's beauty and wanted to stand up for Fu Jiao? Chapter 72. Suppressing the doubts in her heart, Fu Ning wrinkled her brows and asked him, "Who is Brother Cheng?" For no reason at all. What did he send you guys here for? She had just searched the guys who had hiccuped and found a pistol and 2 electric batons, so it seemed like they should still have some status. As for the gun and the 2 electric batons, of course, she had no problem pocketing them. The men were in pain, and this meeting with the remaining 3, except for Song Yowei, who were all women, made them feel much more hopeful of surviving. He looked at Fu Ning with a hopeful face, gulped, and said all the news he knew. Brother Cheng and the vice president of Qingda Technology made an agreement. As long as we kill a woman named Fu Ning, he'll give Brother Cheng 2 antique paintings. Did not have to care about antiques and paintings. Fu Ning this will be more concerned about Qingda Technology. Why does this company name sound familiar? Soon, Fu Ning matched the character, Chen Xiaoyu, who lived in one of the buildings. This vice president of Qingda Technology, isn't it Chen Xiaoyu? He had known that Chen Xiaoyu would have quite a few small moves behind his back, but the fact that he knew the scarred man still made Fu Ning feel a little surprised. However, the scarred man and Huangde knew each other, and the business that these people did was an unseen underground business, and it seemed understandable that there was a connection with Qingda technology. But Fu Ning was surprised. How did you know we were here? If there had been a car trailing them on the way here just now, they would have noticed. Since they hadn't been found, this meant that the daredevil pioneers had come after they had arrived at Phoenix Mountain. And how did they know they were at Phoenix Hill? Without waiting for the man to speak, Song Ye's eyes were already sunken as he took large strides in the direction of the Hummer. The car was installed with a locator. He dug under the Humvee, and sure enough, he ripped a still operational locator out of it. Xiao Xiao grunted and stepped forward, slashing at the locator. That bitch Shin Xiaoyu is really underhanded. If it wasn't for Xiao Huang noticing something strange, were they about to be counted out by these guys? Of these few, Jojo looked the most soft and cuddly. But it's the softest of the soft and cuddly that would be swinging a knife at the locator with an unmistakably menacing expression. The man swallowed hard, feeling that he had made a bit of an error in judgment. He hurriedly pleaded with Fu Ning, "Big sister, I've already told you everything I know. Can you guys be merciful and let me off the hook? My family has an old man and a young man." Fu Ning was tired of hearing such classic lines. Without hesitation, she pulled the saber from her pocket and slashed down hard on the man's neck. After resolving a few men, Fu Ning put the knife back into her coat pocket. She pulled out her cell phone and looked at the time. For the time being, there shouldn't be anyone coming to pick a fight. Let's look for the herbs first and try to get home before the sun goes down in the afternoon. Originally, Fu Ning was preparing to gather more herbs in the mountains, but now the appearance of these men had disrupted her entire plan. These accounts, of course, should all be put on Chen Xiaoyu's head. Achoo! In Hua Tian Yuan, Chen Xiaoyu, who was missed by Fu Ning, sneezed fiercely. He resisted the urge to smash his cell phone and yelled at the intercom. "What do you mean you can't contact anyone? Didn't you say that your men are all champions in sparring, more than capable of dealing with a few bitches? The guns in the hands of Fu Ning's bitches are fake. You guys can't handle her with real bullets? I'll leave it here today. If Fu Ning returns to Hua Tian Yuan tonight, you won't want those 2 antique paintings and the jewelry set I gave you before. You'd better return it to me." After letting out his harsh words, Chen Xiaoyu still couldn't help but smash the intercom in annoyance. He had a premonition that if the few people sent by the scarred man couldn't deal with Fu Ning, then tonight it would definitely be his time to die. Chapter 73. Chen Xiaoyu could be said to know Fu Ning quite well. On the way back from Phoenix Mountain, Fu Ning had already thought of several ways to get Chen Xiaoyu killed. Back when Chen Xiaoyu secretly urged people to deal with Fu Ning, he had already committed the biggest taboo in Fu Ning's heart. She doesn't kill well, but she also definitely doesn't spare anyone who covets her supplies. When he returned to Hua Tian Yuan, it was already completely dark. The moon is dark and the wind is high, so it's a good opportunity to make a move. After distributing the herbs home from Xiao Xiao's house, Fu Ning went upstairs when Song Yi suddenly called out to her from behind, "I'll go with you later." Fu Ning feigned confusion. "What? You know what I'm talking about?" Song Ye's eyes stared at her like knives, and for no apparent reason, Fu Ning felt as if she couldn't hide anything from Song Yi. It seemed that she had to be more careful about the matter of having space. After thinking about it, Fu Ning still decided to go with Song Yi. She said, 9 o'clock, when I get back and put my stuff away." "Okay." Song Yi didn't talk nonsense with her anymore, nodding his head and bypassing her to quickly go up to the 10th floor. Fu Ning went home and put some of those herbs into the space, the other part of the rooftop to dry. And by the way, the dried vegetables that were sunbathing on the rooftop last night were collected into the space. After a drink of water and a little rest with the little yellow man and tiger, the time came long to 9 o'clock. She opened the door, and Song Yi on the opposite side also happened to push the door open and walk out. He was dressed only in a black casual suit, with a ducktail hat covering most of his face. Seeing Fu Ning, he nodded slightly as a greeting, and then said softly, "Little Yellow brought along as well." Seeing Fu Ning somewhat puzzled, Song Yi patiently explained, "It's possible that Chen Xiaoyu has already run away. Take Little Yellow with you, it has a good nose." Xiao Huang heard this sentence stomped out of the living room, sticking Fu Ning's legs rubbed. "The Fu take me. I fat tiger today, this dog, when the certainty." Seeing that Xiao Huang was so joyful, what else did Fu Ning have to say? Since it couldn't wait to be a dog so much, she had no choice but to fulfill its wish. Coming down from the 10th floor, Fu Ning took out the key from her bag to open the door. Just as it was opening, the door of 902 was pushed open, and Chun Zhel ran out with a serious face carrying a kitchen knife. She was relieved to see Fu Ning and Song Yi when she saw the visitors, but she couldn't help but wonder, "What are you guys doing so late at night?" As she spoke, she was suddenly reminded of what had happened during the day. Fu Ning had always been a person who had revenge, not to mention that someone had already tried to buy her life today. Rui took a deep breath and gripped the kitchen knife in his hand. I'll go with you guys. At a time like this, whoever has a harder fist has more say. Xiaoyu has threatened their safety, and Zhel won't be a saintly fool. It turned out that Fu Ning hadn't planned to talk to Rui and the girls about this matter, but she also knew that she couldn't guarantee that she would be able to protect Rui for the rest of her life. The more of this dark side you see, the better your chances of surviving the end times will only increase. She nodded. You can come with us, but Xiaoyu should have a gun in his hands, so you have to be careful. I know. Zhel waved the kitchen knife in his hand. After practicing with Song Yi for so long, it's time to test the results. She had already made up her mind, and Fu Ning didn't say anything more. When Rui changed into a long-sleeve shirt and came out of the room, they headed straight for Xiaoyu's house. When he arrived at the door of Xiaoyu's house, Song Yi took out a thin wire from his coat pocket and poked it against the door of his house, opening it in no time. Chapter 74. But as Song Yi expected, Xiaoyu was long gone. Fu Ning wrinkled her eyebrows and was really guessed by Song Yi. That piece of shit Xiaoyu really ran away early. At this point, it's all about the little yellow. Only Song Yi picked up a piece of clothing worn by Xiaoyu from the ground and placed it under Xiao Huang's nose. He crouched down and gently jerked the hairs on Yellow's neck. Yellow lowered his head and sniffed very carefully at the smell on the clothes. Catching the hint of the smell, he brightened his paws, then turned decisively and walked backwards. Fu Ning's few people hurriedly followed. After several people followed Little Yellow out of Hua Tianyuan, Little Yellow ran straight towards the forest of cherry blossom trees behind Hua Tianyuan. Before Fu Ning bought the house when the agent and she said, the developer wants to make this piece of land into a rich residential land. Huashianyuan behind the piece of open space is also expected to be made into a cherry blossom tree forest for the rich to enjoy. However, this plan has not yet been implemented developers because of the capital chain was hedge bankruptcy. Cherry blossom tree forest things naturally also fizzled out. However, Fu Ning used to come around this neighborhood when she was in a bad mood, and she knew that there was a small set of houses in the neighborhood that were used for those temporary workers to live and stack materials. Could Xiaoyu be hiding in that house? Yellow dragged a long tail and darted across the dirt on all fours. Fu Ning hurriedly chased after him. Yellow ran for nearly 2 kilometers before suddenly stopping, picking at his paws and baring his teeth at the dark bushes. Fu Ning raised his eyebrows. Xiao Huang meant that Xiaoyu was in this neighborhood? Just as she approached, Xiao Huang bit her pants leg and grunted anxiously. Surname Fu, danger, danger. Unfortunately, Little Yellow couldn't speak human language, and after its signal for half a day, Fu Ning didn't understand what it really meant. But as soon as she took a step forward, Yellow took a death grip on her pants and dragged them back. Xiaoyu is not the only one. Song Yi wrinkled his eyebrows and walked over, asking Fu Ning, where's the gun? Lend it to me. At this point, it's not a big deal. Fu Ning took out the gun and bullets from his coat pocket and handed them to Song Yi, lowering his voice and asking him, can you hear how many people there are? Song Yi shook his head. It's too far away to hear it, but Little Yellow is obviously sensing danger around him like this, so be careful. Animals were instinctively alert to danger, and by the look of Xiao Huang's fur exploding all over his body, he knew that there would be no shortage of people around. At those words, Zhel swallowed her saliva. She suppressed the nervousness and fear in her heart and blocked in front of Fu Ning. Just then, there was a sudden rustle of footsteps ahead. Fu Ning's few people looked at each other and immediately searched for a nearby tree trunk to crouch and hide. It was a good thing they were both wearing black tracksuits and there were no lights now. As long as they kept quiet, darkness was the best cover color. Little Yellow was also very smart to hide at Fu Ning's side. It pricked up its ears and was on guard, listening carefully to the surrounding movements. How come only a few people have come? Didn't I ask Wang Cheng to send more people? Xiaoyu hadn't thought that Fu Ning and the others were hiding nearby, and at that moment was sternly scolding Wang Cheng for his lack of trust. He cursed for a while. Those few people didn't have any reaction. Xiaoyu pinched his brow with some impatience. Forget it, come with me first and clean up that stinking cousin. Of course Xiaoyu knew that Fu Ning wouldn't let him go at this time, but he wouldn't let that bitch Fu Ning go either. He didn't believe that with so many people in his hands, he wouldn't be able to deal with a single Fu Ning. And the ones around Fu Ning, there is one that counts. He will let them all die. Chapter 75. Fu Ning's few people hid in the shadows, using the cool moonlight to see the man walking. There are 8, each with a gun in his hand. Judging from their walking posture, every one of them was a practiced fighter. It was thought that the scarred man was thinking about the 2 antique paintings and calligraphy in Qin Xiaoyu's hands, so he gave Qin Xiaoyu all of his elite men. This made Fu Ning even more curious about what those 2 paintings in Qin Xiaoyu's hands looked like. She couldn't wait to get those 2 big babies into space. Song Yi leaned sideways against a cherry blossom tree, holding his breath and listening carefully to the movement over there. People were getting closer and closer. As long as they walked 100 meters or so further, they would be able to discover where Fu Ning's few people were hiding. So what they're going to do at the moment is to preempt it. He gripped the gun in his hand and was about to shoot in the direction of the visitor. Suddenly, a scream came from behind. Chen Rui's face was pale as she fell to the ground, and on her calf, there was clearly a snake wrapped around it. The snake's head was raised high, looking like it was ready to attack towards Chen Rui at any time. Fu Ning saw the snake clearly. It was the highly poisonous golden ring snake. She gripped her saber hard, but was also well aware that her hand speed was never as fast as that viper's. At that moment, the viper suddenly opened its mouth and bit down on Chen Rui's calf with great speed. Chun Zhel subconsciously closed her eyes. She could even feel the god of death waving his scythe towards her. In the nick of time, only to hear a bang sound. It was Song Yi who decisively drew his gun and shot the viper. Seeing Fu Ning's hijacked face, the anger and hatred on Qin Xiaoyu's face was almost too much to strain. He immediately pulled out his gun. Bitch, let's see where you can run to. But without waiting for his gun to be aimed at Fu Ning, Song Yi aimed another shot at his brow and decisively knocked the trigger. It was too late for those few people to stop them when they saw this, and they could only watch as Qin Xiaoyu fell into a pool of blood. Looking back, they drew their guns and were about to fire. Fu Ning had already slipped behind them at this time, by cat-like waist taking advantage of the night, and slashed hard at the neck of the one closest to him. The man couldn't even make a sound before he fell to the ground with a thud. Xiao Huang also pounced over, catching a man's neck and taking a hard bite. The man didn't even have a chance to struggle, so he just swallowed his breath. During this gap, Song Yi also shot down several people. Chun Zhel swallowed and suppressed the fear in his heart. She grabbed the gold-ringed snake, which had already had its head blown off, and threw it away, grabbing her kitchen knife and charging after it. She couldn't always be protected by Fu Ning and Song Yi, and at this time, she had to protect Fu Ning and Song Yi as much as possible. The night was filled with shadows, and Chen Rui held her breath as she recalled the moves Song Yi had taught her earlier. She also wanted to kill in one move like Fu Ning. But the more nervous you are, the more mistakes you make. Chen Rui's mind is a mess. She can only wave the knife in her hand. Chun Grain, be careful. Fu Ning had been paying attention to the movements on Chun Zhel's side. Upon seeing someone approaching Chen Rui, she immediately turned around and headed towards Chen Rui. But it's too late. The man swung the machete in his hand and slashed down heavily on Chen Rui. Fu Ning gritted his teeth and grabbed the saber in his hand to throw it at the man. Chapter 76. The man was stabbed in the arm by the saber and immediately blanched in pain. The knife in his hand still inevitably slashed Chen Rui's shoulder as it slammed to the ground. Seeing the blood gurgling out from Chen Rui's shoulder, Fu Ning's expression went 2 points colder. She didn't get involved in the battle, went over to pick up the saber that fell on the ground, and finished off the one running over with a knife. Song Yi also finished the remaining people. He walked over with big strides. Seeing the blood on Chun Zhel's shoulder, his face sank slightly. Go back first. Fu Ning nodded, picking up Chen Rui, who had fainted from the pain, and said to Song Yi, confiscate all their guns. Guns are good things, and if they fall into the hands of others, they may become weapons against them. Song Yi nodded and went over to confiscate all of the guns of the several people, picking up the already dead gold-ringed snake again, and followed Fu Ning's pace with large strides. They returned to Huatian Yuan silently, and Fu Ning tapped on the door of Qiao Qiao's house. Qiao Qiao sleepily came over to open the door and saw Fu Ning and Chen Ru walking and covered in blood, so scared that she lost her sleep. She rubbed her eyes and asked Fu Ning with some stuttering, Ning Ning, what are you guys? Chen Rui is injured. See what you need to do. Fu Ning helped Chen Ru to lie down on the sofa and carefully removed the clothes from her shoulders. Only after pulling Chen Rui's blouse down did Fu Ning see that the wound at her shoulder was deep and visible. Chen Rui's small body wasn't exactly strong, and she couldn't hold up on her own. At this point, without a tetanus shot, Chen pellet might not have lasted. There were quite a few things like tetanus needles that Fu Ning had hoarded in her space, but she couldn't seem to find a reason to take them out. And now that this is the case, and most of the valuable resources like tetanus needles have been taken over by the state, it's incredibly hard to get your hands on something like this. There's a resident in Building 5 who runs a plastic surgery hospital over in the Three Rivers district called Machen Plastic Surgery, so maybe he still has tetanus shots in that hospital. Xiao Xiao's family ran a drug institute, and she knew all about these things. Fu Ning let out a breath. I'll go check it out now. There was no way she could stand by and watch Chen Rui die. Song Yi hadn't said anything the whole time, and when he saw Fu Ning picking up her saber and preparing to go out, he also lifted his leg and followed. I'll go with you. The one called Wang Cheng, they still don't know what he is from. And tonight they killed so many of Chen Xiaoyu and Wang Cheng's men that Wang Cheng would sort of seek revenge on them just to save face. The outside world was not so safe, and with a hidden danger like Wang Cheng, it was not safe to go out alone. Having seen Song Ye's good marksmanship several times, Fu Ning would not refuse to travel with him. The two men briefly dinged Jojo and then drove off to the Mason Plastic Surgery facility. Fortunately, Fu Ning had downloaded the offline map of Deep City before the natural disaster. This would follow the map to find the past, and the two would not be blind. When they arrived at Machen Plastic Surgery, Fu Ning parked the car in the parking lot and then went straight to Machen with Song Yi. Machen is a large plastic surgery organization. The building is all of 25 floors high. You look for a single layer, I'll look for a double layer. Blow a short whistle if you find a tetanus needle, and blow twice if you encounter danger. Song Yi handed Fu Ning a whistle. Be careful in everything. Okay. Fernin gestured and began to rush into the first floor to look for it. It was obvious that no one had come to this plastic surgery facility since the extreme heat began. Come to think of it, those who want supplies will only go to supermarkets and shopping malls, and even if they want medicines, their first choice will be major hospitals and a variety of pharmacies. Instead, plastic surgery facilities are ignored by them, and the drugs in a plastic surgery facility are no less than those out there. Anyway, Fu Ning found quite a few medicines that could be useful on the first floor. However, Fu Ning searched around and didn't find any tetanus needles, and as she was about to take out a few tetanus needles from her space, she suddenly heard a short whistle. After a moment's pause, the whistle sounded again. It was Sano who found the tetanus shot. Fernin whistled in response, then took the lead to the parking lot. Not a moment later, Song Yi walked out carrying a small metal box. Tetanus needle found. Go back first after giving the needle to Xiao Xiao. We can come out to look for it again. There are quite a lot of supplies looking in this hospital. That's exactly what Fu Ning is trying to do. Back to Huxianyu went to tetanus shot to Xiao Xiao, and determined that Chen grain and will not be life-threatening. Fu Ning and Song Yi decisively decided to go to another trip to Machen Plastic Surgery. Chapter 77. This time, Fu Ning and Song Yi weren't on a mission, and the search for things had to be much more careful than before. They were still searching one floor at a time, as they had done earlier, and when they were done, they would cross over and search the floors that the other party had searched, lest they might have left something out. In no time, Fu Ning found quite a few various less commonly used medicines. She secretly hid part of it and put it in space. As long as the natural disaster doesn't end, all these things are non-renewable resources, and who knows what will happen in the future. Maybe these things can be used to save their lives in the future. After searching the various wards for medications, Fu Ning made another trip to each doctor's office. Those doctors didn't have anything particularly valuable inside their offices, but what with the self-heating rice and the self-heating hot pots and the various snacks, there were quite a few of them. Fu Ning was not polite and swept those things into his pocket collectively. Collecting the entire building with Song Yi, Fu Ning could be said to have gained a lot. Although she didn't find too many valuable gold, silver, jewelry, antiques, paintings, and the like here, this hospital stocked quite a lot of medicines. In these times when an amoxicillin is more expensive than a Lamborghini, Fu Ning has the illusion of sitting on $100 billion. After sweeping the entire building, Fu Ning and the others didn't go straight back to Huatian Yuan, but went to a nearby office building and continued to start sweeping. It's really a shame to come all the way here and not take something with you. Most of the office buildings closest to Machen Plastic Surgery are engaged in finance. And it is precisely because they are engaged in finance that Fu Ning was able to find a number of big treasures. Just a variety of ancient and modern jewelry. Fu Ning had got a lot to put into the space. especially the president's office on the 31st floor. Fu Ning also got a heart of aquamarine sapphire and a pink pigeon egg diamond ring. That heart of aquamarine Fu Ning had heard of it. Once when she went to Europe to play, she met a rich European woman. That rich woman wanted to get this heart of aquamarine very much, but in the end the jewel was auctioned by another rich Chinese businessman at a high price of $300 million. Because the price of this piece of jewelry was too expensive. Afterwards, Fu Ning had searched for pictures of the heart of aquamarine on his phone, and it was indeed stunning and worthy of the price of this piece of jewelry. Once could only drool at the pictures of the jewelry. Fu Ning, this will take a fine play will, before putting into the space. After putting it into the space, she checked with her consciousness and found that the jewel had been swallowed by the space. It seems that space doesn't just swallow Jade, it doesn't pick anything that's worth anything. After searching several floors in a row, Fu Ning found a lot of watches and jewelry, but not much food. But those white-collar workers exist in the restroom, and workstation snacks and coffee and other things, Fu Ning also all in the bag. When they reached the 52nd floor, Fu Ning only walked into the president's office and saw the various canonical wines placed on one wall. Almost all of those wines that have been hyped up to 6 or 7 figures are available here. For a moment, Fu Ning felt like he was going to be rich. She walked over and closed the door behind her, then deposited a wall of wine directly inside the space along with the wine cooler. No matter what time of year it is, smoking and drinking to open the door will work best. Not only does this president have a penchant for collecting fine wines, he is also a man who is extremely good at enjoying life. Fu Ning looked at the cashmere carpet owed by the soft car on the floor, and without much hesitation, he sent the whole carpet inside the space as well. After the storm, there will be a long period of extreme cold in the deep city. Chapter 78. Cashmere carpets are very warm, and Fu Ning decided to put them in the house at that time. Until he and Song Yi crossed over and searched the entire building. Fu Ning looked at his pockets full of supplies and still felt a sense of solid happiness. The ancients did not deceive me when they said that they would not panic if they had food in their hands. After conducting a carpet search of the entire building, Fu Ning and Song Yi came out of the building carrying a bag full of supplies. But just walked out of the corner of the building. Before Fu Ning could react, there was a knife across the top of Fu Ning's neck. Both of you be honest, or I'll kill this woman. Fu Ning had encountered a lot of black eating things in her last life. But in this life, it was the first time that someone held a knife to her neck and threatened her to hand over the supplies she had worked so hard to search for. Her eyes rolled to see the face of the man who had threatened her. It was a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 30s or 40s, medium-sized and slightly chubby. Fu Ning felt that he could deal with it. She and Song Yi exchanged glances with each other. Sano showed a nervous look. Supplies for you guys. You don't want to hurt her. The few people behind that man saw this and laughed out loud. The man who threatened Fu Ning even looked at Fu Ning with a lewd face and sked twice. You're reminding me, this pussy doesn't look too bad. The man behind him followed with a nod of his head in agreement. This bitch is pretty good looking. Why don't we tie her back up for a quickie? It's been a while since I've had that since my wife died of pyrexia. I think it's fine anyway, they found so many supplies, we don't need to rush out to look for supplies these days. Another man nodded his head, his eyes staring straight at Fu Ning, sweeping her from head to toe with an urgent light in his eyes. The remaining 6 people were nodding their heads, discussing just like that in front of Fu Ning and Song Yi, not looking Fu Ning in the eye at all. That medium-sized middle-aged man looked like he should be their leader. He listened to a few people's uproar and laughed along with them. Then tie them back, give the brothers a quickie before. Taking advantage of his moment of distraction, Fu Ning violently pushed his hand away, and in the moment he turned his head, she cupped her fist and ruthlessly smashed it towards his throat. Fu Ning had practiced martial arts since she was a child, and she had learned a lot of new moves after Song Yi during this time. Her punch was hard and heavy, and the man who was still talking and laughing was caught completely off guard. Being fractured in the throat by Fu Ning's punch, his eyes turned white and his whole body fell straight down. Song Yi also stepped forward quickly at this time and swept down the 3 people in front of him with a sweeping leg. While he swept the people on the ground, Fu Ning decisively took out his saber and gave a knife to the necks of those who were lying on the ground ouching and crying out in pain one by one. Don't these people want a quickie? Then go to heaven and be happy. The few remaining people didn't expect Fu Ning and Song Yi to act so savagely, directly bleeding people out without saying a word. They looked at each other with fearful expressions all over their faces. But it was too late for them to retreat. Song Yi quickly caught up with the last man with his long legs. He grabbed him by the neck with one hand and slammed him hard against the wall. Only heard a bang. The back of the man's head has collapsed most of the way. He collapsed to the ground in resignation and horror, completely gagging. Chapter 79. Fu Ning was also too stunned to speak by the scene in front of him. She had always known that Song Yi was a person with very strong physical abilities, but knowing today, she had only seen how terrifyingly strong Song Yi really was. What kind of explosive power does he have when he can smash someone's head until it breaks with one hand? This would make Fu Ning suddenly feel that she was very lucky in her last life, and she was lucky that she didn't meet someone like Song Yi. Otherwise, she wouldn't have survived more than a minute in Song Ye's hands. Would she? It was good that Song Yi and her were teammates now, and at least she and Song Yi were still able to get along peacefully when supplies weren't extremely scarce. Fu Ning quickly put away the surprise on her face as she tugged a sack of supplies towards the parking lot. Go back first. Song Yi rubbed his wrist and didn't explain anything. He nodded. Good. The hiccup of being blackmailed was not on Fu Ning and Song Ye's mind, and both were very happy to find so many supplies. Not only that, they also cleaned up that fly, Chen Xiaoyu. Not to mention that very few people would go to that mountain forest on weekdays. Even if someone went and saw the bodies of Chen Xiaoyu's several people, in this era where they couldn't tune into the surveillance, no one would be able to convict them unless they found definitive evidence. Back in Huatian Yuan, after parking the car, Fu Ning and Song Yi carried 2 pockets full of loot upstairs. But just as they came out of the parking lot, they were stopped by Mo Deming and a few of the people who had stopped on the 9th floor earlier to ask them for supplies. Fernine had seen a lot of blood tonight, and she didn't mind at all having a few more people on top of her death list. She put down the sack in her hand and looked at Mo Deming with an expressionless face. What do you want to do? Mo Deming had a smile piled up on his face, looking like a kindly man. But the few people behind him did a poor job of hiding it, looking at Fu Ning and Song Yi with undisguised greed and excitement. In the past 2 days, although the military would distribute supplies, the supplies distributed by the military were not much, and a person could only save money to barely have enough. Not to mention the fact that they had never cooked at all before the natural disaster, much less knew what they should do with all those ingredients. They wasted most of what the military sent down. It's safe to say that they haven't had a day of normal food since the natural disaster. In the past 2 days, they followed Modem to organize a building meeting after consultation. After surveying the single-person households in the Hua Tianyuan neighborhood, especially the female single-person households, they went door-to-door to persuade them to confiscate the supplies, which were then uniformly distributed by those who could cook well. A number of people were forced by the coercion of Mo Deming, the building association, to hand over the few supplies left on hand to Mo Deming in the beautiful name of payment of dues. Of course, there were those who were not willing to pay the dues, and in order to establish their authority in front of the others, the few people from Mo Deming would try to deal with these people, forcing them to hand over everything they had on hand. So repeated a number of members to join the building will be more and more members. There are many people heard the wind, not waiting for Mo Deming their door, the hands of the materials handed over defection. It was because of these people's obedience that gave Mo Deming, the core members of the building club, great confidence, feeling that they too could just go toe-to-toe with Fu Ning and the others. But it is one thing to think in your heart. When you see Fu Ning's frosty face with your own eyes, Mo Deming's heart still thumped. Chapter 80. He tugged at the corner of his lips and revealed a smile towards Fu Ning and Song Yi. Miss Fu, Mr. Song, where did you go to find so many supplies? Of course, Mo Deming also knew that the gun hit the head. He first came out, Fu Ning, this crazy person will definitely stare at him. But there was no way. He still had to establish his authority in front of so many people, even for the sake of this face of his and a more comfortable life in the future. Fu Ning's several people he could only offend. The villainous deeds they had done in the past few days. Fu Ning had already known clearly through his eyes, Sheng Peng Peng. Fu Ning had seen a lot of people like Mo Deming, but just because she had seen it didn't mean she wasn't disgusted by the behavior. Slowly, she pulled the still bloody knife out of her pocket and spun it in her hand in a nice flourish. Sure you guys want to block the stairway and ask us where we found the supplies? These people didn't think she was going to give in because they were all blocking the stairway with knives, did they? Fu Ning couldn't be clearer that once she showed the slightest sign of weakness today, this group of people would beat down her door tomorrow. The supplies they had worked so hard to gather would only end up in the mouths of these people. Therefore, even for the sake of those supplies he had found, it was impossible for Fu Ning to admit defeat. What's more, the person who could snatch supplies from Fu Ning's mouth hadn't even been born until now. Although he had already killed quite a few people today, Fu Ning wouldn't mind killing a few more if someone really ran towards the gun. The blood stains on her knife had dried, but since it was still fresh, this would be a brilliant shade of red all over her handle. M.O. Deming saw the blood stains on the knife. The smile on his face has faded. Miss Fu, you do not have to be so defensive. I just want to tell you, recently, outside is too dangerous. In order to resist those dangerous molecules, our community temporarily set up a building will. My humble M.O. Deming is very honored to be the president of the building will be the main thrust of the building is to help each other. The main idea of our building association is to help each other. Heh. Without waiting for him to finish, Fu Ning rolled her eyes and laughed out coldly. Help each other out? Mutual aid means taking what little supplies those people have left for themselves. These people are really good at talking. However, in the last days of the natural disaster, the weak are the strong, and the reasoning that backwardness must be beaten Fu Ning had tasted it long ago, and she would not be angry for those who could not afford the supplies. In the moment, it was good for her to look after herself and those around her. Seeing Fu Ning's sarcastic smile, the few people behind M.O. Deming gripped the kitchen knives in their hands tightly and looked at Fu Ning with a fierce expression on their faces. M.O. Deming raised his hand. His leadership frame was still well poised. Miss Fu, our building club has only just been established, and we also very much hope that you and Mr. Song can join our building club. Really? Fu Ning raised an eyebrow at M.O. Deming's face that smiled very sinisterly. What would happen if you don't agree? Don't think Fu Ning didn't see those people regarding her, and Song Ye's eyes were all in a posture of hating to flay them alive. Fu Ningko never wanted to join any building club. Of course, these people could just as well try to see if they could take the supplies from her. Anyway, the bodies of the last wave of people who tried to take supplies from her hadn't even gotten cold yet. Now, the smile on M.O. Deming's face was completely strained. He clenched his fists, his eyes dangerous and hideous as he looked at Fu Ning. Fu Ning, don't you dare to refuse the wine. Chapter 81. There was a man behind M.O. Deming who was full of impatience. Brother M.O., what's the point of wasting words with them? They're just two people. I don't believe we can't clean them up. It's best to get Fu Ning and Song Yi dead now. He can kind of see living in the 9th floor or the 10th floor of these 4 people. Just Fu Ning and Song Ye's force value is the highest. If they got Fu Ning and Song Yi killed today, the 2 women upstairs he wouldn't believe would never come downstairs. When the time comes, as long as they dare to go downstairs, then don't blame them for not being polite. The calculations in this man's eyes were clearly seen by Fu Ning. She laughed coldly twice and turned her head to gesture at Song Yi. Are you on, or am I on? Song Yi met Fu Ning's face full of interest, and he stepped back, signaling Fu Ning to go first. He was on one side of the room and was able to observe how Fu Ning made his moves, making it easier for him to follow up and make greater improvements according to Fu Ning's moves. Having gotten Song Ye's acquiescence, Fu Ning was not polite. She threw the sack in her hand towards Song Ye's side, craned her neck to move her muscles, and then broad stepped forward, yanked on M.O. Deming's hand, and dragged him down from the hallway. I told you last time that I wouldn't let you off so easily if you hit the 9th and 10th floors again. So soon you've forgotten? As he spoke, Fu Ning broke M.O. Deming's fingers and skimmed back hard. M.O. Deming didn't even expect Fu Ning to dare to directly pull him out of the crowd in front of so many people. This will be Fu Ning broke his fingers, a heartbreaking pain straight to the heart. Pain, Miss Fu, I'm wrong. I'm really wrong. Please let me go, please. Pain. Fu Ning didn't have the slightest intention to show mercy, and M.O. Deming's pleas for mercy weren't even on her mind. She made a few points of force, only to hear a click. M.O. Deming's fingers had been broken by her. M.O. Deming had a cold sweat on his face. His entire face was as pale as paper, and he no longer had his previous arrogance. Fu Ning went to break his other finger again. Who put the idea on my head this time? Say it. I'll spare you if you say it. The veins on M.O. Deming's neck bulged out, and his forehead was covered in bean-sized beads of sweat coming down. Hearing Fu Ning say this, his eyes subconsciously drifted towards the crowd, but the remaining shred of sanity still didn't let him shake the person out at this time. These people elected him to be the building manager because they believed in his ability. If he was threatened by Fu Ning like this and exposed the person who came up with the idea, would these people still trust him in the future? He forced himself to endure the pain and was about to find an excuse to lie when Song Yi suddenly came forward. He didn't talk nonsense with M.O. Deming. He directly picked up the knife and made a vicious cut at his arm. Blood spurted out from his arm in no time. Song Yi pressed him against the wall. His eyes coldly swept the group of people in the hallway, then looked at Mo, Deming once again. First bleed your arm. If you don't tell the truth, the next place to bleed will be your neck. Unlike Fu Ning, Song Yi standing there was enough to make people's hearts stutter. No one wondered if Song Yi was threatening people. Mo, Deming forced the panic in his heart and raised his hand in panic to point at the crowd, which happened to be the one who had just spoken. He can't even save his life now, so the rest, naturally, has to be pushed back. Fu Ning let out a cold laugh as she strutted forward, not caring about the people crowding a hallway, walking over and clasping the arm of the lewd man who had spoken earlier, ripping him down from the stairs. You want to clean us up? Being stared at by Fu Ning's cold and icy eyes, the man's heart instinctively balked a little. However, thinking that there are still so many people watching in the building, he still forced down the fear in his heart and stalked his neck and snapped. What do you want to do? Let me tell you, my second uncle is the deputy chief of the police department if you... Without waiting for him to bullshit Wan, Fu Ning raised his fist and smashed it on his face without mercy. The man screamed out, and when he raised his hand to touch the bridge of his nose, he realized that the bridge of his nose had already been smashed to a fracture by Fu Ning in a raw manner. Chapter 82. He had a blackout, and 2 seconds later, his body fell limply to the ground and he fainted. It wasn't that Fu Ning didn't want to get him killed. It was really that these days the military district would come every few days to distribute supplies. If she killed this person in full view of the public, I'm afraid that she wouldn't be able to give a good explanation at that time. The rest of them didn't expect Fu Ning and Song Yi to be so ruthless in their strikes. For a moment, they thought of the scene when they were blocking the 9th floor, trying to pry the door open before. Fu Ning and the others were massacring like maniacs in the hallways, and they all had some fear in their hearts. Song Yi also thought that people from the military region would come to distribute the supplies during this period of time, so he didn't kill Mo Deming directly. Otherwise, with his means, these people blocking the building's hallways wouldn't be enough for him to do alone. With a loose hand, he slammed Mo Deming against the wall. Next time you think about our supplies, weigh whether you have the strength or not. Don't lose your life in the end, understand? Mo Deming looked up and met Song Ye's hawk-like eyes. He saw a touch of thick killing intent in Song Ye's dark and deep eyes. In that instant, Mo Deming suddenly developed a choking sensation of having his neck pinched hard. A feeling of fear, like that of a herbivore being targeted by a tiger, darted upward from the soles of his feet. He winced raw, scared, cold sweat all over his spine. Got it? Got it. If Fu Ning was already scary enough, then Song Yi, who didn't talk much, was pure terror. At this moment, Mo Deming could not wait to slap a big pussy bucket on his face. How could he be so thoughtless that he dared to think of Fu Ning and their supplies? The rest of the people blocking the building were also looking at each other, not knowing what they should do. They were both afraid of being targeted by Fu Ning and Song Yi, but they were also unwilling to just let Fu Ning and Song Yi carry 2 sacks of food up the stairs. However, they didn't dare to ask them to deal with Fu Ning and Song Yi. These two are like the devil, and when they do it, it's really half-hearted. It's really towards the level of trying to get people killed. What are all of them still blocking the hallway for? Let them go up. Seeing that these people were still unwilling to move, Mo Deming roared in anger. Did he not want to snatch the 2 sacks of supplies from Fu Ning and Song Yi? Of course he wanted to, but he also had to have that much life to grab it. Those people saw that Mo Deming had said so, and could only reluctantly move to the side, allowing Fu Ning and the 2 to go upstairs. Fu Ning was thinking about the wound on Shen Rui's shoulder and didn't have the time to break up with these people. She slung the sack sharply over her shoulder and strutted up the stairs. Back on the 9th floor, Fu Ning went directly to Xiao Xiao's house. When she arrived at the living room, Fu Ning saw Chen Rui lying on the sofa with a pale face, but the person was awake. She weakly opened her eyes to look at Fu Ning, and with a face of self-reproach, she spoke with difficulty. I'm sorry, Ning Ning. I didn't help, and I even dragged my feet. Less nonsense. Fu Ning frowned. If you think you're dragging your feet, hurry up and get your body well. Just now Mo Deming and the others have brought people to block us. You and Xiao Xiao must hurry up and get your body well practiced, otherwise sooner or later something else will happen. Those people from Mo Deming would still have a few scruples now, because of their ruthlessness. But at a later stage, when the military district stopped giving out supplies and they ran out of ammunition, they would surely be eyeing the supplies in their hands again. And at that point, it would seem tough for them to even stay alive, and they would surely fight them to the death. The day is not far off. Chapter 83. Xiao Xiao's medical skills were still quite impressive, and with the lack of many medications, she froze and managed to not let Chenrue's wound have a secondary infection. During this period of time, Fu Ning's few people basically didn't go downstairs again, except for when necessary to get supplies. Chenrue had injured her shoulder and had no way to train, so she spent more time on the points of knowledge in the medical books that Xiao Xiao had deliberately scratched out for her. As for Fu Ning and Song Yi, apart from studying the medical arts, they were not idle the rest of the time. Every day, Fu Ning was drilled to death by Song Yi, and every time she returned to bed after sparring with Song Yi, her back ached to the bone. It was a good thing that Xiao Huang hadn't suffered much from Song Yi. Song Yi not only had a knack for training her, he was also skilled at training Xiao Huang. Under Song Ye's devilish training, her and Xiao Huang's reaction speed was enhanced with the naked eye. Sometimes, Fu Ning even felt that she and Xiao Huang together were capable of fighting Song Yi. It was also evident from this that Song Yi was not hiding anything when he was teaching them. Over here, Fu Ning's few people were soaking up new knowledge and life-saving skills like sponges. One of the men was hit in the forehead by a wine glass, and blood gurgled out instantly. He hurriedly reached out to cover his forehead and coyly explained in a small voice. Fu Ning's identity is not difficult to check. Fu Jiao is aware of Fu Ning's general situation. But the one called Song Yi, he's like a person who appeared out of thin air, and we don't have a channel for the time being. Before he could finish, Wang Chung grabbed another fruit plate and slammed it on him. Bunch of losers. Keep checking. I want to know everything about him. A few of his men looked embarrassed, but they nodded their heads and agreed when they were stared at by Wang Cheng's sinister eyes. Only when Wang Chung left did a few people show bitter colors. Song Yi, that person appeared as if out of thin air. They also wanted to check Song Ye's whereabouts, but so far, apart from knowing Song Ye's name, they didn't know anything else. And now that the network was basically paralyzed again, where could they check from? Achoo! Song Yi suddenly sneezed. He pressed down his nose and raised his eyes to see 3 pairs of eyes staring at him. Song Yi lifted the teaching stick and tapped it on top of Xiao Xiao's somewhat shaking arm. The movement is not standard. Redo it and hold it for 10 minutes. Jojo's face instantly fell. Another half hour passed before Song Yi raised his hand in a gesture. All right, rest. Not only Xiao Xiao, even Fu Ning was relieved. When Song Yi was drilling them, he was pressing them as if they were human beings. Of course, Song Yi didn't show any half-heartedness when he was drilling Little Yellow. During this period of time under Song Ye's drilling, Fu Ning felt that Xiao Huang's eyes were looking at her with a bit of melancholy. But what could she do? The world would only get harder and harder in the future, and they would be able to survive for a while longer in the apocalyptic world where natural disasters were frequent if they learned one more skill, and Xiao Huang was no exception. For means that could save her life, Fu Ning was never too much. Although Chenrue didn't do any more strength training in the past 2 days, she wasn't idle either. Those basic medical knowledge, she every day is to the death to memorize imperatively in their own all in the brain. Seeing that she had memorized to the point of being wasted, Fu Ning jerked the book out of her hands. Take a break. Rest your eyes. Chun Zhel leaned on the bed and rubbed her eyes, sighing with some anxiety. What else do you think Chen Xiaoyu and the people behind those people will do to us? These days, Fu Ning and Song Yi both acted as if nothing had happened, not mentioning what happened that night at all. But while Fu Ning and Song Yi were able to do it as if nothing had happened, there was no way she could do it. Chapter 84. Every night when she went to bed, she thought about what happened that night. Dreams were filled with images of the man hiding behind her with a scowl on his face, wielding a machete at her. At this point in time, they still have access to guns, so you can imagine that there are definitely forces behind them. Chenrue was worried that if those people came after them for revenge one day, they were only flesh and blood. How could they resist? It wasn't that Fu Ning hadn't thought about this. In fact, the day after that incident happened, she and Song Yi went to find Sheng Pengpeng and asked him to help investigate the matter. But now that there were no more online channels, it wasn't that easy for Sheng Pengpeng to single-handedly investigate someone who clearly had a background in the underworld. For more than 10 days in a row, Sheng Pengpeng's side has not yet had any news coming out, and she also, Song Yi, is also unlikely to act recklessly. But Fu Ning didn't plan to tell Chenrue about these things. Now that Chenrue was injured, her main task was still to recuperate. Just relax, there's a military presence now. Even if they wanted to deal with us, they wouldn't dare make too much noise. Fu Ning handed Chenrue a cup of water and softly comforted her. Since that night, Fu Ning and the others hadn't gone out except for a trip out of the neighborhood every 3 days to pick up living supplies. and there was no way Wang Chung could make a move on them rashly. This time was the easiest time to be targeted by the military. As for the future, it's not certain who will deal with who. It was with great difficulty that Chenrui let go of the worries in her heart. Fu Ning helped Chenrui change the medicine on her shoulder again, and only then did she return to the 10th floor. After a day of training, Fu Ning felt rancid on himself. She went to the bathroom and put in a tub of mountain spring water and heated it with a heating rod before stripping off her clothes and jumping in. As the warm water wrapped around her sore skin, Fu Ning felt like she was on the verge of fainting from happiness. She turned on the flat screen in the bathroom and looked for a Star's movie and pulled a plate of red grapes and a plate of Cheerios out of her space. Soaking in the bath and eating fruit and watching the movie, Fu Ning was so happy that she was about to have a snot bubble. If only there were hot springs in the space, she wouldn't have to go through so much trouble to pour the water in the space every time in the future. A thought that came out of nowhere. Fu Ning was suddenly eager to see the implementability. Her consciousness sank into the space and looked at the large wasteland that was empty in the space, always feeling that it was too wasteful to be empty there. As of now, the space had swallowed quite a lot of antique jade and jewelry already, and besides purifying the air, it was this wasteland that had suddenly expanded out. She wrinkled her nose and looked back to the other land in the clear cut. The land over here has been reclaimed by the planting robots, and a lot of fruits, vegetables, and flowers have been planted. The only thing that didn't work was this newly expanded wasteland in space, no matter how much the robots followed the program. The herb she had gotten from the Phoenix Mountain before, all those planted on this barren land also ended up withering. Could it be that she hadn't found enough antique jade to develop this land? Thinking about her comfortable spa, Fu Ning decided it was better to go out more often. As she was thinking about it, something suddenly licked her finger. Fu Ning was startled and hurriedly withdrew his consciousness into space. Returning to the familiar bathroom, Fu Ning snapped her eyes open and twisted her head around to see Xiao Huang crouching beside her and watching her, his thick arm picking at the intercom on the floor, signaling that someone was talking to her. I didn't realize that Yellow was smart enough to do that. Fu Ning stroked little Yellow's head with some surprise and took out a piece of jerky from the space and handed it to it before picking up the walkie-talkie. Xing Ping Ping. Chapter 85. Sheng Pingping's voice quickly rang out. Fu Ning, you guys might be in big trouble this time. What's that supposed to mean? Fu Ning raised her eyebrows slightly as she got out of the bathtub, changed her clothes, and sank her hands into the bathtub again to pump all the water in the bathtub to sprinkle it in the wasteland of the space, asking Sheng Pingping as she did so, "What's wrong? Why don't you guys come down here?" It's not clear over the intercom. Sheng Pingping's voice sounded very solemn. Fu Ning guessed that Wang Chung was not too simple, but with such a cautious tone from Sheng Pingping, could it be that Wang Chung still had some very powerful background? She quickly nodded in response. Okay, give me 10 minutes. After ending the call, Fu Ning dried the water stains on her hair with a towel and went out to find Song Yi. Song Yi was also still awake at this hour, and when he heard the knock on the door, he got up and opened it. Seeing that it was Fu Ning standing at the door, Song Yi was a bit surprised, but seeing that Fu Ning's expression was a bit serious, he frowned in an unrecognizable way. Sheng Pengpeng found out about Wang Chung. He had always been a smart man, and Fu Ning was half surprised that Song Yi had guessed why she had come to him. She said, Wang Chung might have some kind of background, right? Sheng Pengpeng wants us to go down there. Song Yi didn't refuse. He nodded his head in response. Let's go. Let's see what Sheng Pengpeng says. The two quickly arrived on the 7th floor. The door to Sheng Pingping's house was hidden. Song Yi walked over and first listened to the movement inside before pushing the door open. As soon as they entered, the two saw Sheng Pengpingzhou pacing back and forth in the room with a frown on his face. Seeing Fu Ning and Song Yi, Sheng Pengpeng let out a breath as he hurriedly gestured for the two to enter the room, lowering his voice and saying, "Come on in." He lives next door to a family of 5 people. These people have joined Mo Deming's building club. Sheng Pengpeng does not want to be seen by them, and Fu Ning, they are close to the branch. Fu Ning closed the door and walked in quickly. What's going on? Song Yi also walked in with large strides, looking at Sheng Pengpeng with a grave expression. Meeting the equally serious gazes of the two, Sheng Pengpeng sighed as he took out an investigation report from the coffee table and handed it to Fu Ning. During this time I have been investigating Wang Cheng's affairs. I found that he has formed a base, and these are too difficult. He has found a constant stream of girls to enlist his network of connections. Some of those girls were starved to the point of being forced to become his tools because they couldn't hold on to their own food. Some were sold by their own loved ones to that organization of Wang Cheng's. But there is still a large portion of the people that were forced by them. He was worried. Those who they forced onto this path are all locked up by them in the magnificent imperial capital clubhouse. Last time I sneaked in to take a look, there were more than 30 people locked up in there. Not only are there adults among these people, but there are also several of them who are young children. Sheng Pengpeng angrily clenched his fists. He looked towards Fu Ning and Song Yi with hope. They're really too pitiful. Each one of them is unclothed and chained inside the room. Fu Ning, Song Yi, if you can, I hope that you can free them. Fu Ning and Song Yi were both silent, without answering Sheng Pengpeng. Fu Ning didn't know what Song Yi was thinking, but she had relived her life and just wanted to live well, and had no desire to be Superman to save the world. But what surprised Fu Ning was that it turned out that someone had already begun to form a base at this time. She had always been a solo fighter in her last life, and had only heard about the formation of a base in Deep City on the radio after the storm had flooded the entire city. However, in her last life, Fu Ning had not heard of Wang Cheng's name, and she did not know if she was too ignorant or if something happened before Wang Cheng's power had a chance to grow. She looked down and flipped through the information. Chapter 86. To say that Sheng Pengpeng investigation information is really a set, at least he gave this information, very detailed, said Wang Cheng's history of wealth. Similar to Fu Ning's guess, Wang Cheng also made his fortune by trafficking people to Southeast Asia to commit fraud. He had formed his own forces in his hands, and there were 40 or 50 brothers alone who could work for him, and each of these men was armed with a gun. Fu Ning was a little glad that she was lucky to find Sheng Pengpeng to know about Wang Cheng in advance. Otherwise, in the future, she would accidentally be squatted by Wang Cheng's people one day, and it would be really difficult for her to try to kill her way out of the situation. Song Yi was also looking down at the information in his hands. After reading it, he put that information away and asked Sheng Pengpeng, "Can you continue to check the people behind Wang Cheng?" There were dozens of brothers under Wang Cheng's hand, and when it was obvious that Wang Cheng was also only selling his life for people, he must have had superiors. Hearing Song Yi say so, Sheng Pengpeng revealed a look of difficulty investigating Wang Cheng's matter. He was dying of 9 deaths, and finding out that Wang Cheng's background was so deep, he was scared to death. However, Sheng Pengpeng also knew that food was in short supply, and the relief food from the military district could be interrupted at any time. In order to live a little longer in the natural disaster, he had no choice but to put his life on the line. After hesitating for 2 seconds, Sheng Pengpeng nodded in response. "Then I'll check further down the line." Seeing how he was so hard that he was about to cry out, Fu Ning somewhat helplessly comforted him. "Good. After we verify the accuracy of this matter, we will give you the supplies that belong to you. And pay attention to safety. At this time of the year, only food can bring a person back to full blood." Sheng Pengpeng was a bit hesitant. He had encountered a lot of dangers these days while investigating Wang Cheng's affairs. After knowing Wang Cheng's background, Sheng Pengpeng had once had the idea of wanting to retreat. He knew very well that if he was noticed by Wang Cheng, the result that awaited him would most likely be death. But if he rejected Fu Ning and Song Yi now, would they still look for him in the future? Being targeted by Wang Cheng was death, but without food, the odds were that he would die an even more miserable death, right? Moreover, if he was really targeted by Wang Cheng, Sheng Pengpeng subconsciously always felt that Fu Ning and Song Yi would help him. After hesitating for 2 seconds, Sheng Pengpeng revealed an expression of incomparable sadness. "Okay, I'll continue to investigate." Fortunately, Fu Ning didn't know what was going on in Sheng Pengpeng's mind, and if she knew about Sheng Pengpeng's mental activities, she would have only laughed twice. She and Sheng Pengpeng were in a cooperative relationship, but she didn't have the idea of carrying the life of Sheng Pengpeng on her shoulders. Moreover, in this world, relying on the mountain to fall on the water to wither, only their own strong will not be afraid of those demons and monsters. Coming out of Sheng Pengpeng's house, Fu Ning and Song Yi returned to the 10th floor together in silence. It was only when she reached the door to the 10th floor that Fu Ning turned her head and asked Song Yi, "Song Yi, what do you think?" A touch of coldness crossed Song Yi's slender and deep eyes. His voice was deep. "This person, Wang Cheng, must die." Fu Ning felt that she and Song Yi really had a tacit understanding. Both of them thought of the same thing. Now that Wang Cheng hadn't come after them for the time being, he was probably still concerned about something. But once that threat was gone, he must be good enough to kill them without hesitation. Therefore, they had to get Wang Cheng killed before he struck. Chapter 87. Fu Ning and Song Yi unanimously decided that they would take the first step to kill Wang Cheng and those of his men in one fell swoop before Wang Cheng had time to react. As for where he should go to squat Wang Cheng, Fu Ning felt that he should still go directly to the magnificent imperial capital. She didn't know how Sheng Pengpeng had sneaked into the magnificent court empire, but since an outsider like Sheng Pengpeng was able to enter the magnificent court empire, it meant that the clubhouse wasn't closely guarded. And the fact that Wang Cheng forced so many women to lock them up in the Hoarding imperial capital could only mean that the Hoarding imperial capital was his base. Since they had decided to act, Fu Ning and Song Yi didn't want to delay. Tonight they'll be able to go stomp around and familiarize themselves with the route first. The magnificent imperial capital was over in the western city, nearly 2 hours' drive from Huoxianyuan. Fu Ning pulled out his cell phone and opened the offline navigation, and set off with Song Yi with Little Yellow. One by one, people have started to look for supplies outside again this time, compared to the peace and quiet of the previous days, as well as catching cockroaches. But, without exception, those people were on foot. When they saw the Hummer speeding past in front of them, a glint appeared in their eyes, and some of them even raised their legs and ran towards them. Anyone who can still drive at this time of year must be very well stocked at home. Wouldn't they have a lot of supplies if they could control the people in this car? Fu Ning saw in the rearview mirror that those people were catching up ferociously like zombies. She accelerated the gas pedal and quickly threw those people off so much that they couldn't even see the car's taillights. Yet some people were still not willing to do so, grabbing rocks from the ground and slamming them into the Humvee. The rest followed suit. For a moment, the roof of the car was full of clanking sounds. Sitting in the back seat, Yellow instantly raised his fur all over his body and bared his teeth in a wary huff towards the window. Yellow, whoever smashes the glass again, I'll bite him to death. It's fine, Xiao Huang, don't worry about it. Fu Ning stroked its head. There are big things to do later. Sleep first to nourish your spirit. Only after hearing Fu Ning say this did Little Yellow lick Fu Ning's palm and flop back onto the seat. Since picking up Yellow, Yellow has yet to start a real fight. That last time Qin Xiaoyu and the others didn't count, they were all a bunch of battle scum at best. And this time, Fu Ning felt that he was probably going to meet a tough opponent. She was a little curious as to how many people the only half-big Yellow could fuck over. Little Yellow Gnosis is so strong that it can pounce on 5 strong adult men in 5 minutes without a hot weapon. These days it was Song Yi who was training Little Yellow, and Song Yi knew best about Little Yellow's killing power. Knowing that the two were discussing themselves, Yellow lazily opened his eyes and glanced at the two, dragging his long tail in a sweeping motion. It seemed that it was because it was acting too weak that the surname Fu was worried about its fighting ability. Later on it must put on a good show to open the eyes of the surname Fu. Don't look down on people. After Song Yi drove the car to a stop 2 blocks away from the magnificent imperial city, the two men and the tiger walked over. Opposite the magnificent imperial city is an office building. Fu Ning, they went to the rooftop of the office building and squatted down to observe the opposite side with binoculars. There were 4 burly men standing guard at the entrance of the magnificent imperial capital. They were carrying submachine guns, and their state still looked very alert. Not only that, but every 15 minutes, there was also a group of patrols that made a round around the magnificent imperial capital. I can see that they control the place pretty tightly. Fu Ning crouched there, carefully observing everything on the opposite side. After about an hour, a car suddenly traveled from afar and stopped at the entrance of the magnificent imperial city. Chapter 88. 2 men got out of the car. One of them a man wearing glasses and looking svelte. Coincidentally, this person Fu Ning had seen 2 days ago. It was the man who had come with that military governor to distribute supplies to them, named Fang Yong. As for the guy next to him, it's Liu Yucheng, a character who can cover the sky with one hand in Deep City. Song Ye's brows furrowed slightly as he gripped the binoculars in his hand, his face somewhat grave. Hearing Song Yi report the name and identity of the other man, Fu Ning also fell silent. Wang Chang had actually gotten in touch with this big shot, or was Liu Yucheng just here to spend money? But the big man, obviously, is in trouble. As early as when the natural disaster occurred in Deep City and the supplies were delayed. And in the end, they had to use the power of the military region to have the supplies distributed. Fu Ning felt that something had gone wrong. But she didn't realize that the problem had started at the source. Song Yi continued to stare at Liu Yucheng's every move in the camera. Neither Liu Yucheng nor Fang Yong noticed that they were being watched and were currently striding inside the clubhouse. Wang Cheng heard the people below report that Liu Yucheng had come, and hurriedly came downstairs to greet him personally. Mr. Liu has come to visit. Welcome, welcome, welcome. He smiled with a flattering and pleasing face, but Liu Yucheng didn't even bother to look at him more than once. He turned his eyes around the clubhouse, took off his jacket, and threw it to Fang Yong. who was at the side, and asked Wang Chung, "Where's Jiao Jiao?" Jiao Jiao heard that you were coming and started dressing up early. "You wait for a while. I'll immediately have her come down to accompany you." Wang Chung Mei smiled and explained. He also did not know how Fu Jiao, that woman, into the eyes of Lu Yucheng. Since the last time to bring Fu Jiao to see Lu Yucheng remembered Fu Jiao, but also every time to come over to point Fu Jiao's name. But thanks to Fu Jiao, Lu Yucheng had told them quite a bit of inside information. Lu Yucheng, such a big brother, they cannot afford to offend. And into the eyes of Lu Yucheng Fu Jiao, they now cannot be as contemptuous as before. Hearing Wang Chung say this, a hint of interest flashed in Lu Yucheng's eyes. He raised an eyebrow and gave an oh-so-quiet sigh. "No need to wait for her to come down. I'll go over to her." Wang Chung, of course, didn't dare to have an opinion. He busily nodded his head and agreed. "I'll take you up." The periphery of the Grand Palace Imperial City is pulled with thick blackout curtains. And when you look at it from Fu Ning's building, you can't see anything. But one after another, there were people entering the clubhouse. Judging by the way they were dressed, they were all upper class. No matter what, it's the upper class that does better business. This is evident here. Those whose families are not well off, this will be trying to survive as hard as they can. And only those who have resources and connections will not lack food and clothing to have the leisure to come to the clubhouse to play. After waiting for almost another hour, Lu Yucheng and Fang Yong came out of the clubhouse. There was also a coolly dressed woman hanging on Lu Yucheng, and Fu Ning fixed his eyes on her. "Good lord, isn't this Fu Jiao, whom I haven't seen for a long time? Is she like completely off the boat?" Only to see Lu Yucheng very affectionately pinching Fu Jiao's but twice, turning back and saying something to Wang Chung before turning to leave. Wang Chung and Fu Jiao smiled and sent Lu Buqian away before returning to the clubhouse together. Fu Ning was very curious to what extent Fu Jiao and Lu Yucheng were acquainted. It's not something you can think about in detail, and the more you think about it, the more you scratch your head. Fu Ning decisively put away the binoculars and said to Song Yi, who was a bit surprised, Go somewhere with me." Chapter 89. Although Song Yi was a bit strange, he very cooperatively put away the binoculars. He followed Fernand's lead. "Where to?" Fu Ning pointed to the coolly dressed woman who had followed Wang Chung into the magnificent imperial city. "See that woman, my stepsister." Hearing Fu Ning say that, Song Yi twisted his head to look in Fu Jiao's direction. "We're going to her house to find her now." Song Yi was not in favor of directly contacting Fu Jiao now, as this would alert the snakes. Fu Ning shook his head. "Not me, you go." She and Fu Jiao had grown up together, and Fu Jiao was someone who had her eye on her. To put it mildly, Fu Ning felt that if she died and her bones were burned to ashes, Fu Jiao would be able to piece together her human form from that pile of ashes. It couldn't be helped, she was just too familiar with Fu Jiao. But Song Yi was different. Fu Jiao had never seen Song Yi, and Song Ye's eyes were born with a bit of coldness in them, and didn't look like a good person to approach. If Song Yi were to ask Fu Jiao about Lu Yucheng in a slight disguise, Fu Jiao, the kind of person who is greedy for life and afraid of death, would definitely talk. And Fu Ning bets that Fu Jiao won't tell Wang Chung and Lu Yucheng about this. She was now relying on Wang Chung and Lu Yucheng's charity to eat. And even if she said to Wang Chung and Lu Yucheng that she hadn't leaked anything, no one would believe her. Even if Lu Yucheng believed it, Lu Yucheng suspected her and Song Yi. After all, you can sit in Lu Yucheng will not be less. After hearing Fu Ning's intentions, Song Nuno felt it was feasible. He took a big step forward. "Okay, let's go then." It wasn't far from this side to Haiyu Bay. Fu Ning drove their car, and it only took less than half an hour to arrive at Haiyu Bay. At this time, Fu Jiao had not returned. Fu Ning skillfully hid the car behind the bushes and led Song Yi over the wall into the Sea Moon Bay villa. Ever since the solar panels were taken away from Sea Moon Bay, the nights here have been dark and silent. But Fu Ning was very well prepared. She took out 2 night vision goggles from her backpack and handed one of them to Song Yi. "Wear it, my dad is also in the villa right now." Song Yi took the night vision goggles and put them on, then raised his eyes to look at Fu Ning again. From the first day of knowing Fu Ning to now, Fu Ning, in addition to Chenrue, a friend, is almost always alone. Song Yi thought that she already had no relatives. Turns out it wasn't. But judging by the way Fu Ning treated her stepsister and her father, they were not on friendly terms. At this point in time, Fu Rongchang had already gone to bed. Fu Ning was very convinced that in this situation Fu Rongchang could still fall asleep at ease, which only proved that Fu Rongchang really didn't have a heart. The two went to the second floor. Fu Ning pointed Song Yi to a room that was still open. That room is Fu Jiao's. After walking into the room, Fu Ning clearly saw that apart from the fact that there were no lights or air conditioning on in the room was well organized, and even some of the luxury lipsticks and perfumes were only recently opened. From this point can also be seen, Fu Jiao is still really very get-lu. They will not be so generous to give all these things to Fu Jiao. At times like these, luxury lipsticks and perfumes can be hard currency in the circle of noble women. To be able to hook Wang Cheng and Lu Yucheng into being willing to give these things to Fu Jiao, that would be considered Fu Jiao's ability. But apart from these things that proved Fu Jiao's favor, there was nothing else in the room that belonged to a male. It seems that Lu Yucheng didn't spend the night here. I just don't know how far Fu Jiao's relationship with Lu Yucheng goes and how much she knows about Lu Yucheng and Wang Cheng. Chapter 90. Fu Ning was a little glad that she had come tonight, or else she had buried a big thunderbolt for herself this way, without saying a word. According to Fu Jiao's careful character, once she gained power, the first thing she wanted to clean up was her Fu Ning. After searching for half a day, the two did not find any usable information inside Fu Jiao's room. But then, the sound of a car engine suddenly sounded outside the house. It's Fu Jiao coming back. Yellow bared his teeth toward the door, looking very alert. Fu Ning was afraid that Xiao Huang would make any noise that would expose them. She made a shushing motion at Xiao Huang. Don't scream. Follow me. After suppressing Little Yellow's stupidity, Fu Ning looked back at Song Yi. I'll take Little Yellow away first, and we'll rendezvous by the car later. Aha! Song Yi nodded slightly and listened carefully to the movement outside. Fu Ning brought Xiao Huang around the other side and down the stairs at this time. She knew the villa so well that she could find her way to the front door with her eyes closed, so to speak. But right now Fu Ning had no intention of leaving. She familiarly led Yellow to the basement. Standing at the basement door, Fu Ning instructed Xiao Huang. You stand guard here and keep an eye on the door, scratch the door if there's anything. Do you hear me? Only after she finished speaking did Fu Ning react to the fact that Little Yellow was just an animal, and it couldn't understand her at all. But Yellow nodded very seriously. Surname Fu, don't look down on people. I may not be human, but I understand command. From Xiao Huang's angry and annoyed eyes, Fu Ning actually did read what it was thinking. For a while, Fu Ning didn't even know whether she should suspect that Little Yellow had become a spirit, or whether she had gone crazy herself. When we got to the basement, there was definitely a lot of food here again. It seems that this is the reason why Fu Ning and Fu Rongchang are still living a good life. And how could Fu Ning, the great filial son, have let Fu Rongchang live too nourishing? She certainly didn't hesitate to put everything inside the space. At this moment, Fu Jiao will not know at all that her house has been burglarized again. When the car was parked, she made out with Wang Cheng for a bit more before she pushed open the door and got out of the car. Wang Cheng was just about to command his men to leave when he heard Fu Jiao whine and ask him, Brother Cheng, when exactly are you going to deal with that bitch Fu Ning? This is almost half a month has passed. Wang Cheng's side is still no movement at all. Can he still work in the end? Wang Cheng's good mood instantly disappeared after hearing Fu Ning's name. He also didn't know if that Fu Ning woman was poisonous. He sent 2 waves of brothers to clean up Fu Ning, but in the end it was those 2 waves of brothers equipped with hot weapons that were killed by Fu Ning. He was not quite bold enough to make a move against Fu Ning right now. That is, he was worried that Fu Ning and the few of them had some kind of background that he didn't know about. He didn't want to get in trouble with any difficult people because of a woman. But the more he investigated, the more alarmed he became. Because of that Song Yi, they had spent so much time investigating, but they hadn't found out anything. So he laughed twice. It's not getting ready, it's too hot now. When it's cooler, you'll see how I'll clean her up. Chapter 91. Wang Cheng's tone wasn't exactly perfunctory, but Fu Jiao just knew that Wang Cheng hadn't thought about helping her clean up Fu Ning. When she thought that she had already given so much, but that bitch Fu Ning was still living well, she felt angry. But she was also unwilling to offend Wang Cheng. And after knowing Wang Cheng's background, Fu Jiao was more and more discouraged from using Wang Cheng as a springboard. She suppressed the unhappiness in her heart and smiled daintily at Wang Cheng. Then I'll be waiting for Brother Cheng to help me take revenge. Don't worry, I won't lose you. Wang Cheng gently patted Fu Jiao twice more on top of her ass before getting into the car and leaving with his men. Only after Wang Cheng's car disappeared around the corner did the smile on Fu Jiao's face completely fade. She turned coldly and went upstairs. In the past 2 days, Wang Cheng had taken her to enlist the man called Mr. Liu, but Mr. Liu hadn't treated her as a human being at all. It's a good thing that Mr. Liu, despite being a pervert, is very generous with his money. It allowed her to live a little better than most, even in the midst of such a natural disaster. Dragging her tired body up the stairs, Fu Jiao returned to her room and was just about to go take a shower to relax when a knife was placed across her neck. Fu Jiao instinctively felt danger when the cool touch was pressed against her neck. The hairs on her sweaty body stood on end, and she subconsciously gulped. What do you want? The bad thing about living in the villa area is that they are the ones most likely to be targeted. During this time, one after another, a number of people had already broken into her house. Those supplies that she had traded her body for were also divided up among the men. Fu Jiao was angry, but she also knew that her hands were powerless, and at this point in time, she could only be obedient. She thought the man was coming for her family supplies again, but who knew that the raspy voice behind her was asking her something else? How much do you know about Liu Yucheng? Fu Jiao's strings instantly tightened. She subconsciously shook her head. I don't know anything. Previously, Wang Chung had warned her that Mr. Liu's identity was special, and if anyone else asked, she should not say anything. The identity of someone who could make Wang Chung treat him so cautiously would definitely not be simple. Fu Jiao was so nervous that she was trembling. Big brother, I really don't know anything. Please let me go. There's food in my house. If you need it, you can take it all. Fu Ning, who was frantically storing the supplies into the space. Thank you. Then I'm welcome. I have limited patience. Song Yi didn't want to listen to Fu Jiao's sophistry. It was so hot. Wouldn't it smell good to go back and work out in an air-conditioned room? He didn't have the slightest idea of pity. This time he just wanted to cut the crap. He exerted a slight force on his hand, and the incomparably sharp blade gently cut a slit in Fu Jiao's neck. The stabbing pain spread throughout his body, and Fu Jiao lost his breath. She had a gut feeling that if she didn't say anything, this man would kill her. Weighing the pros and cons, Fu Jiao's eyes darted around. What do you want to know? What is the relationship between Liu Yucheng and Wang Chung? And what kind of dealings do they have in secret? Song Yi lowered his voice and asked. Fu Jiao, however, felt more and more alarmed the more she listened. Chapter 92. This person even knew that Liu Yucheng had a relationship with Wang Chung. So if he appeared in Hai Yuan now, was he deliberately staring at her? It wasn't as if Fu Jiao couldn't foresee that there might be danger when it came to working with tigers. But she was still a little caught off guard when the danger came so quickly. She clenched her fists and tried to make her voice a little bit smoother. You all know that Liu Yucheng and Wang Chung have a relationship. Then surely you also know that Wang Chung opened a clubhouse thing. I just can't survive before I defected to Wang Chung. Some time ago, Wang Chung pulled the strings to let me know Liu Yucheng, but Liu Yucheng is very vigilant. He refused to tell me anything. As for what kind of deal they secretly have, I'm even more not know, but I know that Wang Chung has someone behind him. She actually thought that Liu Yucheng had a special status, and Wang Chung was the one groveling before him. On weekdays, Wang Chung did have this cautious attitude. But once, Liu Yucheng and Wang Chung did not know what differences occurred between them. Fu Jiao always thought that in the end, it was Wang Chung who bowed down and admitted his fault. But in the end, it was Liu Yucheng who took the initiative to show goodwill with Wang Chung. It was also because of this incident that Fu Jiao completely broke the idea of using Wang Chung as a springboard to defect to Liu Yucheng. Hearing Fu Jiao finish, Song Yi frowned. He then knocked Fu Jiao out with an elbow strike and turned to go downstairs. At this time, Fu Ning had also just given the basement a good sweep. She had just come out of the basement with her slow harvest when she collided with Song Yi. After the two returned to the car with Xiao Huang, Fu Ning couldn't wait to ask Song Yi. What did she say? Although there's a high probability that Fu Jiao is just a minion who serves people with her sex. But what if she knows something on the inside? Fu Jiao, a person who grew up with 800 hearts and minds, Fu Ning thought that she might really be a breakthrough. When Song Yi finished talking about Fu Jiao's discovery, Fu Ning couldn't help but laugh out softly. She knew that Fu Jiao, who had 800 hard eyes, would be carefully observing everything around her. Although he still didn't know who the person behind Wang Chung was, from the things Fu Jiao had observed, that person's ability wouldn't be lower than Liu Yucheng's. Could it be that Wang Chung and Liu Yucheng knew each other also because that person was pulling strings? But no matter what, Fu Ning felt that the magnificent Imperial Clubhouse was a must-end. This was the way Wang Chung and the big guy behind him made their money, and with this clubhouse, they would come into contact with more people. By then, Wang Chung might be able to free his hands to deal with them. But now that Wang Chung had an official background covering him, It was inevitable that they would not leave anything behind if they went to the magnificent imperial capital rashly. In that instant, Fu Ning suddenly thought of someone. Do you think that if we report to General Zhou that there are forced women selling their bodies in the imperial capital clubhouse, General Zhou will step in and end the magnificent imperial capital? From the fact that Song Yi was able to recognize Lu Yucheng's true identity at a glance, Fu Ning felt that he should also have knowledge of Zhou Jiangwo. As expected, Song Yi didn't do much hesitation as he nodded. General Zhou is a relatively decent person. If he knew about this matter, it's impossible for him to stand by and do nothing. Deep City is now in a state of chaos. Many people have taken advantage of this natural disaster to make a great fortune in the country, and the delay in sending out the official food is the handiwork of those people. Zhou Jiangwo, on the other hand, is a good general who truly loves his country and his people, and at a time when Deep City is in such a difficult situation and official darkness can be seen everywhere, he is the only one who has stepped forward to take over the management of the entire Deep City. So this matter was reported to Zhou Jiangwo, and he will definitely deal with it. Say it and do it. Fu Ning fished out a notebook and pen from the co-pilot's organizer and quickly compiled what Sheng Pengpeng had inquired about. Now, it was just waiting for them to deliver this whistle-blowing letter to Zhou Jiangwo tomorrow night when the supplies were distributed. Chapter 93. The following night, the weather was still unbearably hot. Fu Ning and the others brought dried cockroaches that had been sun-dried and exchanged them for supplies at the entrance to the neighborhood. After the precedent of Zhou Jiangwo not hesitating to have someone shoot someone 2 days ago, almost no one dared to make a move in these 2 days. For a while, the exchange of supplies seemed especially quiet. Wearing a ducktail hat, Fernine lined up in the crowd and slowly moved forward, ready to exchange supplies. Suddenly, there was a thud in front of us. Fu Ning raised her eyes and saw a boy in a t-shirt who looked to be only about 10 years old covering his chest very hard and collapsed on the ground. He has an asthma attack. Fang Yong, who had come with Zhou Jiangwo as a supervisor, saw this and his face instantly changed. He swooped over and crouched in front of the boy, searching him haphazardly. But after half a day's searching, he couldn't find a single bit of medicine, which made him look a few times harder. The boy's face was growing blue, and he was breathing hard with his mouth wide open and his eyes rolled back in his head. From Fang Yong's nervous attitude, it could be seen that the boy's identity should not be too ordinary. Fang Yong searched for half a day without finding the medicine, and for a moment his hands shook with fear. The boy was no one else but Lu Yucheng's eldest son. Lu Yucheng and his wife divorced. His son Lu Qian has been followed by his, and the closeness of their relationship is evident. It hasn't been very safe out there for the past 2 days, and every now and then someone pries a window to find supplies in someone else's house, and when they come across a living person, it's a knife fight. Lu Yucheng had been fighting with Fu Jiao for the past 2 days and didn't have that much effort to take care of Lu Qian. As Lu Yucheng's deputy secretary, Fang Yong should be able to help him out, so he volunteered that he could take care of Lu Qian, and by following Zhou Jiangwo, Lu Qian's life would be more secure. But he never expected this to happen. If anything happens to Lu Qian, not only is his career at an end, he is probably nearing the end of this life as well. In just less than 2 minutes, Fang Yong had already brainstormed a lot of things out. He took off his clothes and spread them on the floor, then took off Lu Qian's clothes and had him lie on his side on top of them. He then gently patted Lu Qian's back while yelling into the crowd, "Who has medicine for asthma?" Seeing Lu Qian's lips snow white, Zhou Jiangwo also wrinkled his brows and looked back to the crowd with wary gazes. "If any of you have asthma medicine, we can exchange it with more supplies." However, not a single person in the crowd spoke. No one is stupid at this point. No one knows how long such an apocalypse will last, and until it is over, every pill is a non-renewable and scarce resource. Now with something already exchanged for supplies, even if anyone's family stocked up on asthma medicine, they wouldn't turn it in. The dead silence made Fang Yong burst into a rage. He snapped to his feet and pointed at the crowd carrying dried cockroaches and threatened, "All right, you selfish, self-interested varmints, you're not going to give me my asthma medicine now, are you? Then you're not going to get any of these supplies either." When the crowd heard this, they were not willing to do anything else, and they all protested at once. Fu Ning didn't say anything. They were still trying to figure out how to unknowingly pass the note to Zhou Jiangwo without him noticing. Song Yi suddenly reached toward her. "Give me the note. I'll go. Then you have to be careful." Fu Ning didn't push back, and she handed the folded note to Song Yi. Xiao Xiao was still watching the farce. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught Fu Ning and Song Yi muttering something mysteriously. She came over. What are you guys talking about? Chapter 94. It's nothing. Fu Ning didn't plan to tell Xiao Xiao about this. Xiao Xiao wasn't one to hide things. In case she revealed herself and was noticed by Wang Cheng's people, then they were probably going to get the fly in the ointment again. Jojo also just casually asked and didn't take the matter to heart. She sighed. That kid looked strangely pitiful, but he looked as if his relationship was quite close to Fang Yong, who is not a very good person. Jojo has also grown a lot in the past month or so. This saving lives is a doctor's vocation, which has been taught to him since he was a child, is no longer respected by Jojo. At this point, it's tough to stay alive. Besides, if she exposed the fact that she was good at healing in front of so many people, she might be in some kind of danger. In the instinct to want to live, Jojo doesn't think being selfish is a bad thing either. Fu Ning was unaware of Xiao Xiao's thoughts. Otherwise, she would have given Xiao Xiao credit. In these end times of natural disasters, those who are bent on doing good will not live to see the end. They are the first ones to have something happen to them after the social order collapses. Just then, someone in the crowd yelled, "You guys ask Fu Ning and the others for it. They still have so many supplies at home. They must have medicine as well." With that man's roar, almost all eyes turned towards Fu Ning. Ever since Fu Ning and the others became famous in their last battle on the building, they have become the object of attention these days. From time to time, they see Fu Ning and Song Yi. They carry supplies back. The heart is not envious and jealous, but their hands are not as good as Fu Ning and Song Yi. Even that look white and tender and delicate Xiao Xiao cannot deal with, so they wrested from the Fu Ning their hands to grab the idea of supplies. But now it's different. Now there are people from the military. They don't believe that Fu Ning and the others will pull out a machete and cut these people down. Fu Ning narrowed his eyes in the direction of the sound. Except there was only one car headlight on here, and it was so dark over there that she couldn't see who the person was. And at that moment, Fang Yong had already taken large steps in Fu Ning's direction. As soon as he got closer, he could see Fu Ning's face, and it was the same woman who had given a soldier medicine to stop the bleeding 2 days ago. Moreover, he remembered that Chen Xiaoyu had mentioned this woman before. Speaking of which, Chen Xiaoyu didn't seem to be around for the past 2 days. Could it be that he gave him too many living supplies last time? So Chen Xiaoyu had gone into divine seclusion again? But right now, he couldn't care less about Chen Xiaoyu. He looked at Fu Ning as if he had seen a savior. "This young lady, can you give me a bottle of asthma spray? I can exchange the supplies for you." Fu Ning shook her head. "I didn't." She actually stocked up on asthma spray in her space, just in case, but why would she take it out? It's not like she knows Fang Yong well. Fang Yong, full of excitement, and Fu Ning, this ice cold, I did not. Face immediately cooled down. He narrowed his eyes at Fu Ning, who was wearing a duck-tongued cap and mask. The whole person was heavily armed. And finally his eyes rested on top of Fu Ning's backpack, reaching out to tug on her bag. "You open the bag for me to check." Fang Yong remembered clearly that the last time Fu Ning had pulled out a bottle of hemostatic medicine from inside his backpack. Who knows if Fu Ning is lying to him? With his career prospects and his little name at stake, Fang Yong didn't dare to be sloppy and careless. However, his tone of voice, which was taken for granted, only made Fu Ning feel amused. When Fang Yong reached out to grab her backpack, Fu Ning stepped back with a cold expression. "I said no. Try grabbing another one." Chapter 95. In order to conveniently take supplies out from inside the space, Fu Ning would now habitually go out with a backpack as a cover. There was certainly no way that she could have asthma spray inside her backpack, but if this bag was snatched by Fang Yong in full view of the public, there was no need to think that Fu Ning knew what the consequences would be. Those who had been scared by her before would only stare at them again without hesitation. Fang Yong's size is also a bit of a small power. By Fu Ning's cold face, his face appeared a trace of a sinister look. "I said, hand over your bag for inspection." Fu Ning fished out the knife from his coat pocket and looked coldly at Fang Yong. As long as he made another grabbing move, she would definitely cut off his hand without hesitation. Song Yi and Xiao Xiao also stood over. Both of their gazes were equally icy cold, and they looked at Fang Yong with very gloomy eyes. The eyes of several people looked like a vicious wolf at the moment, causing Fang Yong's heart to tremble at the tip for no apparent reason. But thinking about Lu Qian, who was still twitching on the ground, Fang Yong gritted his teeth and still didn't want to give up Fu Ning's backpack. She was so nervous about this backpack that he wouldn't believe her if she said there was nothing inside. He laughed coldly twice, so unwilling to open the bag for inspection. It can't be that there is something unseemly inside the bag, right? I still have to inspect this bag of yours today. General Zhou, you sent a few people to control these people. I have to investigate today. Is there something fishy on her? Hearing Fang Yong say this, the group of people watching from the side all revealed expressions of incomparable excitement. They all hated Fu Ning and the others with a passion, so it would be great if someone could clean them up. Zhou Jingwo, however, frowned straight away as he listened. My soldiers are not for you to use to bully others. He directly rejected Fang Yong's offer. They are now in two factions with Fang Yong and the others. The reason why Fang Yong followed him to distribute supplies without fail at a time, to put it bluntly, Fang Yong's existence is used to keep an eye on them. Besides, so what if Fernine has asthma spray? It makes perfect sense that she wouldn't let it out, and no one can sanction Fernine. How scarce drugs are at this time, everyone is well aware of. Zhou Jingwo did not feel that Fu Ning did wrong at all. Fang Yong was caught off guard by such a blunt sentence from Zhou Jingwo. He turned back with a stunned look on his face, but just in time to see Zhou Jingwo's face of undisguised dislike and disgust towards him. Now in this situation, Zhou Jingwo is unlikely to help him. So what should Lu Qian do? Fang Yong looked at the three people in front of him, still wanting to take a gamble. He just didn't believe that Fu Ning and the others would do anything to him in front of so many people. He clenched his teeth, his eyes glowing fiercely, and rushed up to yank Fu Ning's backpack straps. But before his hand could touch Fu Ning's, he felt a flash before his eyes. Before he could regain his senses, Fang Yong's entire body had already flown out. Fu Ning and Song Yi cooperated very well. One took out his saber to slice Fang Yong's arm in a swift manner. The other was even more ruthless, directly lifting his foot and kicking at Fang Yong's chest. In the moment he kicked out, Fu Ning even clearly heard the sound of Fang Yong's sternum breaking. TCH, it's a miserable thing, falling into Song Ye's hands. Fang Yong looked to his right arm, that deep visible scratches. The other hand to cover the chest has been a sharp pain. PFF sound spit out blood, rolled his eyes, and fainted. Those who were still up in arms a moment ago would have completely quieted down by now. They were a bit shocked as they looked at Fang Yong, who had fallen to the ground with a snow-white face and was no longer conscious, and their gazes towards Fu Ning and Song Yi became even more shocked. You know that Fang Yong is an official. How dare they say they'll kick him? And by the looks of Fang Yong, his ribs have been broken by Song Ye's kick, right? Chapter 96. If Song Yi had already shocked them with his strength before, but it wasn't until now that they could be considered to have truly realized just how strong Song Yi was. How explosive must one be to be able to break someone's ribs with a kick? Not to mention those who were carrying dried cockroaches ready to change their supplies. Even Zhou Jingwo was completely caught off guard by the behavior of both Fu Ning and Song Yi. Still, after the shock, the mess had to be cleaned up. The fault for this matter did not lie with Fu Ning and Song Yi, and he was in no position to blame them. If you want to blame, you can only blame Fang Yong for not being able to distinguish between the forms, and even presuming to use his power to suppress others at this time. But if this matter is completely ignored, will someone follow Fu Ning and Song Ye's example in the future? For a while, what to do with Fu Ning and Song Yi turned out to be a great dilemma. Seeing Zhou Jingwo's difficulty, Fu Ning took 2 steps forward with a cold face. Even if he's an official, he can't force us, right? If he does this, there's not much difference between him and a robber, and I'm rebelling against a robber, so there shouldn't be any problem. Before today, Zhou Jingwo still thought that Fu Ning was just a girl with a cold personality, but now he realized that Fu Ning was so eloquent. Especially after being spoken to so much by Fu Ning, he actually felt a little ashamed. Because it does. He didn't have any reason to punish Fu Ning and Song Yi. Defensive overkill? Don't tease. How can Fu Ning and Song Yi do anything at this time? Can't you see those people around them are staring at Fu Ning and Song Ye's every move? If Fu Ning and the others back down today, those people could tear them apart tomorrow. Meeting Fu Ning's pair of burning eyes, Zhou Jingwo pulled his lips apart and laughed twice. This matter is certainly not your fault. He also disliked Fang Yong for a long time, but because of the trade-offs between the forces of all parties, he currently cannot move Fang Yong. Can be someone to beat Fang Yong into this bird. Zhou Jingwo is actually still quite happy. He commanded 2 soldiers to carry the fainted Fang Yong away, then looked at Lu Qian, who was still having a hard time twitching on the other side, and said to another soldier, "Take 2 people with you, and take him to Dr. Wang's place for a look." Yes. The soldier saluted him, picked up Lu Qian, and got into a military vehicle, quickly driving away. The scene was quiet once again. Fu Ning didn't bother with the other people's strange gazes and took out the dried cockroaches they had collected and the ID cards of her and Chenrue. The soldier took the ID card and made a registration, giving Fu Ning and Chenru supplies to her. Xiao Xiao and Song Yi also quickly finished collecting their supplies. On the way back, Fu Ning was thinking about the note. She still didn't know if Song Yi had given that note to Zhou Jiangwo, but now that Xiao Xiao was also there, it wasn't too convenient for her to ask Song Yi. It was Song Yi who saw Fu Ning looking like she was about to say something. He nodded gently at her and made an okay gesture, signaling that he had already given Zhou Jiangwo the note. Seeing this, Fu Ning was able to put her heart down. With the military's involvement, I'm sure that clubhouse of Wang Cheng's and theirs will be wiped out. But whether Wang Cheng would take advantage of the confusion to run away, they did not know. In order to make sure, Fu Ning felt that it would be best for them to make another trip to the clubhouse, and it would be best if they could just kill Wang Cheng. Otherwise, such a man, he would have counterattacked. After returning to the 10th floor, Fu Ning talked to Song Yi about his plan. Song Yi didn't half hesitate. Then go over there tonight, kill early, and rest easy. Chapter 97. With Zhou Jiangwo and his people out of the way, Fu Ning and Song Ye's actions would be quickly covered up. In the middle of the night, the two of them quietly left Huatian Garden and followed their cell phone navigation to the magnificent imperial city once again. Unlike last night's calm, when they arrived at the magnificent imperial city, Fu Ning was keenly aware that there were people staring in the shadows. It was an instinctive instinct to face danger head-on, and once that instinct had saved her life several times during the end times. But Fu Ning stood at the opposite rooftop and observed for half a day, but he didn't see half a person's figure. Is it an illusion? It shouldn't. At that moment, Song Yi pointed several directions to her. They are lurking in these places. Following those directions that Song Yi pointed out, Fu Ning slowly aimed the binoculars at those directions. Sure enough, on closer inspection, those places were ambushed with figures in the shadows. It was just that after half a day of watching them, they hadn't moved an inch. But how did Song Yi know that there were people in those places? Fu Ning was a bit curious. Do you have eagle eyes? Can you see from so far away? Upon hearing this, Song Yi just glanced at her lightly. I've been in the military. I haven't lost my basic scouting skills. Fu Ning is not at all surprised Song Ye's answer. How to say, Song Yi body has a very serious military flavor. Remove the beginning of the defense. Fu Ning actually want to admit, if now let her in the 9th floor or the 10th floor to choose a person to go out to search for supplies, then she will choose Song Yi. His force value was better than Shun, Guliao, Xiao Xiao combined, and Fu Ning had a vague feeling that Song Yi would not harm her, at least for the time being. Now that it was boring to wait, Fu Ning simply had a chat with Song Yi. Then can you teach me about your scouting abilities as well? I can take supplies as tuition. Let's practice your flowery boxing skills first. Song Yi returned indifferently. Fu Ning pursed her lips. Well, the day was over before it even started. The night was dark and dreary, and only the stars and the moon appeared brighter and brighter at this moment. Fu Ning stared in the direction of the opposite doorway, occasionally raising his head to look at the bright moon hanging in the sky. As I recall, such a beautiful night view is almost impossible to see in the future. Just then, Song Yi changed his position as he gently reminded Fu Ning, Wang Cheng is here. Prepare to move. Fu Ning lowered her eyes and saw a black nanny car parked in front of the gate of the magnificent imperial city. From her angle, she could just see Wang Cheng, who had a conspicuous scar on his face, coming down from the car, and he looked around very vigilantly before striding inside the clubhouse, surrounded by the crowd. Fu Ning put her things inside her backpack and hid it in a small corner again, and Song Yi went down the stairs with her. The people on patrol were the ones who would slip around every 15 minutes. And what they had to do was to find a way to get into the Haotai imperial capital within those 15 minutes, and to find a way to kill Wang Cheng and leave, which also had to avoid the eyes of the military. How can I put it? It's quite difficult. But the question that Fu Ning felt carried a few points of difficulty was not a problem at all in Song Ye's opinion. He looked around alertly and gestured with Fu Ning, and a few minutes later, they had managed to elude the eyes of the military and sneak into the magnificent imperial capital. As expected, the inside of the magnificent imperial capital was still bustling, singing and dancing, and it didn't look as if it was much different from the peaceful world. Chapter 98. They were dressed casually, though, and looked a little out of place with the guys in either suits or cool clothes. Fu Ning and Song Yi were in the shadows, carefully staring at those people's every move. At this rate, we'll be discovered sooner or later. You stand guard here, I'll go cut off their electricity. Song Yi handed a whistle to Fu Ning. Whistle if there's an emergency. Good. Fernin put the whistle on the top of his neck, tucked his right hand into his coat pocket, and gripped the gun tightly. She had noticed, however, that the waiters who came and went were armed with guns on their belts. She didn't want to get Jade up here by an accident. It was a good thing that the place where she was hiding was a large pillar, and she was wearing black casual clothes, so it was hard to see her without paying attention. 5 minutes passed, and after the lights in the entire hall flashed twice, they suddenly went out completely. Not a moment later, Song Yi, who was wearing night vision goggles, came striding over. Fernin sighed in relief and got up and walked toward him. The surroundings had fallen into a brief panic, and in the midst of a chorus of boos, Song Yi fished a dagger out of his coat pocket, yanked over a waiter passing in front of him, and slashed the blade hard on top of his neck. Which room is Wang Qing in? The man shivered and replied, on the 5th floor, 5001 Imperial box. As he spoke, he had his hand on his waist and was about to draw his gun, when another arm, faster than he could move, drew the gun he had on his waist. Fu Ning held the loaded gun upside down in his hand and nodded toward Song Yi. Without hesitation, Song Yi raised his knife and slashed viciously at the waiter's neck. The waiter didn't even utter a single word before he lay softly on the ground, dead quite completely. Fu Ning was a little worried that this waiter was not telling the truth. She grabbed several more waiters to ask, and after getting the answer 5001, she cut the throats of those people and confiscated the guns before she said to Song Yi, it should be right, it is 5001. The electricity won't be out for long. By this time, someone has probably already gone to overhaul it. Zhou Jiangwo will also bring someone over after hearing the movement isn't right. We need to move fast. Song Yi clicked, the pistol loaded, and Fu Ning went straight to the stairwell. Unlike the people coming and going downstairs, the 5th floor was obviously much emptier, and there were quite a few people who were heavily armed with AKs patrolling around vigilantly. It was a good thing none of them had anticipated the possibility of a power outage and were not wearing night vision goggles. Fu Ning carefully avoided them and walked straight to 5001. Just as she pushed the door open, the obscenities from inside came inside her ears. How can I put it? That voice can sound quite hot to the ears. She was also really enough to admire Wang Chung. Touching the darkness, all looked like she could fight 300 rounds. She loaded the pistol with a silencer, aimed it at Wang Cheng's head, and knocked the trigger without hesitation. Whether it was in his previous life or this one, this was the first time Fu Ning had killed someone with a gun, but he hadn't expected the accuracy to be good. Song Yi, who was frantically outputting, stumbled and fell to the ground, his blood exploding all over the place. The woman hadn't reacted to what was happening. She gasped and looked back, but the room was so dark she couldn't see anything. It wasn't until she touched a handful of sticky blood that the woman snapped to attention what had happened. She clutched herself in horror and backed away from the wall, releasing her voice to scream in a harsh voice. Chapter 99. As pandemonium erupted in the clubhouse, Fu Ning and Song Yi had already quietly taken their bags and returned to Huatian Yuan. With one less person on the death list, Fu Ning only felt a sense of relief. As for Fu Jiao and Fu Rongchang, Fu Ning felt that their good days were probably coming to an end. For the next half of the month, Fu Ning and Song Yi and the others didn't go out again. The injury on Chen Ru's shoulder had also gotten a lot better under Qiao Qiao's careful care, and even the baby bok choy and lettuce that Chen Ru had planted in his room had begun to sprout and come out of the pen, a vibrant scene. Knowing that he was about to face even harsher survival conditions, Fu Ning drilled himself to death every day. After each practice, she felt achy and sore, but behind that soreness, her spirit was exceptionally content. Not only her, but Xiao Huang didn't escape Fu Ning's clutches either. Not only does it have to go to Song Ye's place every day to report on time for all kinds of physical tests and training, but after training and coming home, Fu Ning will also throw it into the space to let it have a good run around in the open area of the space. Since the army had been stationed in Deep City, the law and order was obviously much better than before. And they can also exchange supplies with the military after they go and catch cockroaches and dry them in the sun. No matter what way you look at it, the days are getting better and better, but Fu Ning is pushing himself harder and harder. Even the always pessimistic Chen Grain in to see the general environment favorable situation, the mood is obviously a lot better. See Fu Ning a day rob over a day of training efforts, she felt very puzzled. Fu Ning can't openly say with them that the rainstorm is almost here, and can only snort and laugh. After practicing for such a long time, I suddenly don't exercise and feel a little unaccustomed to it. Besides, isn't this idle? Do something to consume the physical energy, which I think is very necessary. Jojo's eyes widened. Then I'd rather lie down and expend my physical energy. During this time, she practiced various punches, often until she couldn't lift her arms. She really never wanted to work out again if she could help it. The incident was the nightmare of her life. Although Chenrue didn't say anything, her expression told Fu Ning that she also thought like Xiao Xiao did. Fu Ning snapped her fingers and asked Song Yi, who was keeping silent at the side, "What about you? Keep practicing, especially you, Xiao Xiao." Song Yi swept his gaze coldly at Xiao Xiao, who immediately felt like the sky was about to collapse. But Xiao Xiao had a natural fear of Song Yi, and besides, she knew that Song Yi and Fu Ning were both doing her good. All she could do was grit her teeth and continue to gesticulate. Another week passed. Waking up this morning, Fu Ning habitually pulled open the curtains to try to measure the temperature outside the window. But only when the curtains were pulled open, Fu Ning saw a sky full of yellow sand, and the whole sky seemed to be covered with haze, looking gloomy. She wrinkled her nose and put the thermometer to the window to take a measurement. "I can't believe it's only 41 degrees. Is this temperature dropping too fast?" Yesterday at this time, it was 73 degrees. However, in Fu Ning's memory, in his last life, it was about this time that the temperature started to drop, and within 2 days it started to rain. Initially, people were cheering for this timely rain, thinking that they had finally waited for the day when the natural disaster would end. But the torrential rain never stopped, and it rained for a month, leaving half of the deep city soaked in water. Fu Ning was not the only one. The others also felt the change in temperature. A burst of cheers rang out in the neighborhood, seeming to revitalize the heart of Huixianyuan, which had been dead for nearly 2 months. At that moment, the door to the room was suddenly thumped. Fu Ning collected the thermometer and walked over to open the door. Chapter 100. Chenru stood at the door with a face of surprise. She tugged hard on Fu Ning's hand. "Ning Ning, it's cooling down, it's cooling down." Just from Chenrue's eyes, Fu Ning could feel exactly how joyful she was at the moment. She smiled back and nodded. "Yeah, it's cooling down. It seems like the natural disaster is finally coming to an end." Chenrue's eyes abruptly reddened, and his voice began to become choked. "If only my parents and them could have survived until now as well, how good it would be." The joy in Chenrue's heart dispersed a trifle when he thought of his tragically dead mom and dad. Fu Ning couldn't help but sigh as well. She patted Chenrue's shoulder twice. Rue, Aunt and Uncle want you to live well. Especially Chenrue's mother. In order to be able to let her daughter live a better life, she chose to end her life by jumping off a building in such a determined way. Chenrue wiped her tears, crying and laughing again. She nodded her head vigorously. I will live well. Even for the sake of her parents, she must live well until the day the extreme heat ends." After the sadness, Chenrue smiled again and pulled Fu Ning's hand downstairs. "Today is a good day to celebrate. It just so happens that all those vegetables I planted can be eaten. Ning Ning, let's go to my house tonight to eat hot pot." Her face was full of joy, and Fu Ning was a little reluctant to tell Chenru Tian was far from over. At least in her last life, on the day she died, the apocalypse wasn't even over. However, Fu Ning did not stand in for this matter in front of Chenrue. Chenrue and the others had been suppressed for too long. It was good to be a little happier. "I still have a lot of tripe and goose intestines and ratfish at home. Since we're going to eat hot pot, let's have a good time." Fu Ning laughed along. She had thought of the absolute bliss of making hot pot at home in extremely cold weather before, so she went and stocked up on a lot of ingredients to be used for hot pot. Besides, even if she didn't have tripe and goose intestines, she still had cows and geese in her space. It's fresher when it's freshly slaughtered and eaten, isn't it? Chinjel heard that Fu Ning's family still had tripe and goose intestines, these essential hot pot treasures. His eyes lit up. "That's fine, I'll go call Quiet and Song Yi. We'll have a good celebration today." "No problem." Fu Ning went back to the kitchen and took out 2 large bags of tripe and goose intestines from inside the refrigerator and other things to be used for cooking hot pot. When they arrived downstairs, Chenrue was already in the living room simmering a hot pot. The strong aroma of the hot pot flowed through the air very dominantly, and Fu Ning immediately felt the cravings in her stomach being hooked. Fu Ning walked in carrying several bags of frozen goods and saw the living room full of ingredients. In addition to the ma and duck sausage she'd brought, there was a fair amount of canned fruit and being fat house happy water, and surprisingly there were a couple of good tomahawk steaks and quite a bit of lamb on the other side of the table. This Would it be a little too extravagant to cook fondue with tomahawk steaks? Seeing Fu Ning staring dumbfounded at those pieces of tomahawk steaks with a look of skepticism, Chenru also found it funny. Those pieces of steak were brought by Song Yi, and I also think it's a bit of a shame to cook the hot pot. There's nothing to be sorry about. Eating happily is most important. Song Yi was squatting aside to clean up a frozen duck, sniffing and speaking indifferently. Chow Chow from the kitchen inside the end out of a few cups of cold bubble juice, one of the cups stuffed into Fu Ning's hands. I also think there is nothing to pity. Eat something happy. Maybe that's how the really rich think. Fu Ning picked up the cup and sipped the bubbly water with a very complicated mood. Unexpectedly, though, Jojo was not a good cook, and the sparkling water she mixed was very tasty. My mom taught me to mix it. She went to a bar as a bartender for a while when she was young and rebellious. Seeing Fu Ning rave about the sparkling water, Chow Chow raised her neck with great pride. But thinking of her parents, who were still overseas, Jojo's good mood instantly hit rock bottom again. She and her parents were essentially in a state of disconnection since the communication breakdown. 2 months have passed, and I don't know how things are going with my parents. Chenru was simmering the hot pot base. When she raised her eyes, she noticed that Xiao Xiao looked a little sad. She sighed softly and held Xiao Xiao's fingers. It will be fine, Xiao Xiao. Everything will be fine. Infected by the motivation in Chenrue's tone, Xiao Xiao was no longer sad. She hooked her neck to look at the hot pot. When is it going to be ready? I can't wait to eat hot pot. Chapter 101. It wasn't just Xiao Xiao. Fu Ning was similarly gluttonous. Chenru was better at her craft than she was, and the pot of hot pot smelled and tasted very authentic. It had been a long time since Fu Ning had eaten authentic Sichuan hot pot. Not to mention fondue. She hadn't had much time to fire up the house in the past 2 months. The two swallowed their saliva with a look of impatience, and even the silent Song Yi, his eyes glanced towards the table from time to time. Chenrue momentarily cried and laughed a little. She stir-fried the hot pot base evenly and added a pot of boiling water into it. It's almost time. When the water boils, put the ingredients under it. Now adjust the dipping sauce first. When they went to the marina earlier, they not only got a lot of various hot cooking ingredients, but also a lot of dipping sauces. Even fragrant oil. Fu Ning's family has hoarded a full 50 boxes, enough for her to eat until the day she died. Not only Fu Ning, Chenrue, they have a lot of all kinds of seasoning. This time the dip can be said to be very perfect, except for the lack of small onions, slightly regrettable. Fu Ning used to not only love to play but also eat. Dipping sauce is a masterpiece. In less than 2 minutes, she had whipped up a bowl of colorful, spicy, authentic Sichuan-style spicy dishes. Chen Grain also quickly took care of his dip. Fu Ning looked at Xiao Xiao and Song Yi with the dip. Song Yi only poured a bowl of scented oil, a rather authentic dish of scented oil. Only Xiao Xiao was a serious waste of dessert. She hesitated for half a day and didn't know what she should choose. In the end, she handed the ingredient bowl to Fu Ning. Ning Ning, I'm relying on you for my dipping sauce. In the past, when she ate hot pot, the dipping sauce was specially mixed and served to her. This is something she really doesn't know how to do. Fu Ning had long guessed that Xiao Xiao Gray asked for help, and Wild was not surprised. She quickly mixed Jojo's dip, and when she turned back to the table, the pot of tripe was already flopping around for someone to hurry up and eat. Xiao Xiao and the others didn't realize that the environment in the future would be even worse than the present, and they were still fully immersed in the joy that the bad environment would soon be over. So the meal was very enjoyable for all. Even Yellow, who had fished out 2 tomahawk steak bones, lay on the ground and gnawed on them with gusto. After eating 2 bowls of tripe, Fu Ning wiped his mouth with a paper towel and brought over those bottles of beer that had been chilled and issued a bottle to one person. A big mouthful of meat has to be paired with a bottle of wine to be comfortable. Come on, cheers. She unscrewed the cap and took a very generous swig. No drunkenness. Song Yi followed and opened the beer, tilting his head back and gulping it down. Seeing this, Xiao Xiao and Chinjel also opened the beer in front of them and clinked glasses with Fu Ning. No drunkenness. It can be seen that these days Chun and Xiao Xiao are living a very depressing, they die drinking wine is really taken out to not drunk not return posture. Watching the two of them drink, neither Fu Ning nor Song Yi stopped them. These 2 months consumed time. Everyone lived too depressing. Chinjel usually did not show those worries and heartache, but many times when she woke up in the morning, Fu Ning noticed that her eyes were red. Chapter 102. A natural disaster caused her to lose her happy and cozy family of 3. However, it would just not be able to take it. And Xiao Xiao usually looks at the character of a big grin, heartless look. But Fu Ning also knows that she has actually been paying attention to the news abroad and through various channels and her parents to establish contact. If you've repressed too much, you need to release it properly so you don't get sick. Jojo drank 4 beers in a row. Finishing her drink, she heaved the beer bottle to the floor and suddenly slumped over the table, whimpering and crying out. This was the first time Fu Ning had seen Xiao Xiao cry, her shoulders shaking as she cried helplessly. Chen Rui was infected by Xiao Xiao's emotions. She also threw down her beer bottle and buried her head into her clothes, lowering her head and crying out in pain. The two drunks cried so much that they couldn't catch their breath, and Fu Ning looked a little heartbroken. She walked over and pulled the two to her, patting them gently on the back with one hand. Go ahead and cry. Have a good cry. The wine and everything will be fine. Song Yi wrinkled his brow and sipped his wine in silence. And when he heard Fu Ning say that everything would be fine if he cried a little, he just gave Fu Ning a faintly disgusted eyelid glance, but he didn't say anything. At the end of the day, Song Yi cleaned up the kitchen and washed the dishes, while Fu Ning took care of the two drunks to get a good rest. Finally getting everything done, Fu Ning returned to his own home, took a shower, and lay down on the bed, only to feel relaxed. It had been a long time since she'd let go of all the taut strings in her body like she was doing now. In her last life, Fu Ning had been busy collecting substances everywhere from the day the natural disaster began. She had to manage not only her own rations, but also Fu Rongchong and Fu Jiao's. In this life, she'd finally shed her affection and stopped thinking about that poor father's love, but it seemed she'd still be too busy to stop. Surrounded by wolves, Fu Ning could only think of ways to make himself stronger. Times like now, when I'm free all day, just drinking and eating hot pot and talking with a few friends, are so far away that it seems like a lifetime ago. She had some feelings in her mind, and it was a long time before she wandered off to sleep. What Fu Ning didn't realize was that not long after she went to sleep, people converged on the entrance of the 9th floor. Brother Mo, can you smell it? The smell is coming from here? Damn. Fu Ning and her bitches tell us every day that they don't have any supplies here. If they really don't have any supplies, can they still cook hot pots and eat them? The man who spoke gritted his teeth, a golden light flashing in his green bean eyes. These days, the supplies issued by the military were getting less and less every day, and what was issued was all brown rice. And with the lack of seasoning, there was no way for them, who did not dip their fingers in the water, to make a pot of delicious rice. Just like the man who spoke, he was also a general manager of a company before, and went in and out of high-class places. He never thought that one day he would eat worse than pig food. In just 2 months, he had lost a full 40 to 50 pounds. The others heard the man say so. They also responded, yes, Brother Mo, look at us all starving. They're the only ones in the neighborhood who are so dashing. It's this year, they even eat hot pot. I smelled it out. There must be meat inside the hot pot, and there is quite a lot of meat. They are eating so well, and they even watch so many of us starving. It's really a group of heartlessness. Yes, if I say we don't even need to get entangled here, afraid of a hammer, directly rushed up and fucked them. Aren't they just a little bit more powerful in Kung Fu? I don't believe that with so many of us surrounding them, they can still get us all killed. It's hard to beat 4 hands with 2 fists. Fu Ning and the girls aren't Superman. How can they get past so many of them? Chapter 103. He talked with a spit and a fist, but not many people responded to him. And of course they know that this man is telling the truth. But so what if it's true? No one wants to be the outlier. Fu Ning is a murderous female devil. Whoever commits a crime in the hands of Fu Ning will definitely not be able to get well. Song Yi, on the other hand, that was a character who was ruthless. He could break someone's ribs with one punch. Who knew if he would blow someone's brains out with one punch? Those who were screaming and chattering were quiet for a moment. The man spoke for half a day and saw no response. He rubbed the back of his head and felt a bit embarrassed, so he turned his head to look at Mo Deming again. Brother Mo, give us an idea. In a flash, more than 20 pairs of eyes looked at Mo Deming. Being stared at by so many people, Mo Deming also felt a little stressed. Fu Ning could have warned him more than once against hitting the 9th and 10th floors, and he was so spooked today that he followed the smell from one house to another when someone said someone was cooking hot pot for dinner. Obviously, he could guess with his toes that the only ones who could still cook hot pot so extravagantly now must be Fu Ning and the others. Mo Deming wiped his face after thinking about it. He still said, I think we all still have food on hand. There is no need to take this risk. Besides, the weather has improved a lot now. I think this extremely hot weather should end very soon, and by then the social order will be back to normal again, and we will still be able to go back to our previous state of life. and we will be able to feud with the people from the ninth and 10th floors for the sake of a mouthful of food. It's really not worth it." He spoke earnestly and looked as if he was very genuinely thinking about everyone. Some people listened to M.O. Deming's words and felt that he had a very good point, while others felt that M.O. Deming was just being hypocritical. M.O. Deming hadn't said this because he was afraid of Fu Ning and the others. But now everyone was still counting on M.O. Deming to help them out, so even though some people knew in their hearts that M.O. Deming would be scared, they didn't point it out. Wang Liming saw that even M.O. Deming was not willing to step in. He was a bit anxious for a while. "Brother M.O., who knows how long this natural disaster will last? Maybe today it's more than 40 degrees, and tomorrow it's more than 70 degrees? The supplies sent by the military are already getting less and less. I reckon that if it continues like this, maybe the military won't even send out any more supplies, and by then, if we want to get our hands on the 9th and 10th floors, it won't be as easy as it is now." Fu Ning and the others were able to be so relieved and bold to cook hot pots at home, and it seemed that they didn't expect them to come to their door to rob the supplies. The best time to strike is when they have removed all their defenses. Seeing that he was flirting with the idea of someone else wanting to be stupid, M.O. Deming simply became a shirker, and he spoke in a light tone. "Then what do you want to do? If you have the ability, open this electric door." Doesn't he crave Fu Ning supplies for them? These days, he does have to live a more nourishing life than some of the people in the neighborhood. But how long has it been since he has eaten meat is only clear in M.O. Deming's own mind. If he didn't crave meat, he wouldn't have been so obsessed to follow Wang Liming as they searched up one layer at a time. Now, Wang Liming also stopped talking. He frowned at the electric door a meter away. The electric door made a zipping sound, a warning. To get their hands on Fu Ning supplies, they'd have to find a way to remove this electric gate. Chapter 104. But what would it take to remove this electric door without alerting Fernin and the others? M.O. Deming has been lazy and they fooled around here. Before Fu Ning, they were merciful several times. M.O. Deming knows that this is not, because Fu Ning they have much respect for his building manager identity. More, he guessed more because Fu Ning they are afraid of the army. It was good that the extreme heat would soon be over, and he wouldn't have to be so wary when order was restored later. Seeing that Wang Liming was so tangled that his brows were furrowed, M.O. Deming lightly grunted. "Whatever you guys want to do with it has nothing to do with me, and you don't need to talk to me about the supplies you searched for in Fu Ning's hands and the rest of them. I'll just pretend that I don't know about this matter." After saying that, Deming turned around and went downstairs. Most of the people saw that Deming was not willing to hang around, and after hesitating for a while, they also followed them downstairs. Those who followed M.O. Deming to leave were in the majority, but there were also a few who followed Wang Liming and they stayed behind. Only after M.O. Deming and the others left did Wang Liming spit viciously on the ground. Coward. Had he known that M.O. Deming was such a gutless person, he shouldn't have chosen to follow M.O. Deming in the first place. When the others saw Wang Liming scolding M.O. Deming like this, they also followed suit and cursed a few times. After cursing, they rubbed their hands together and swallowed their saliva before asking Wang Liming, "Brother Wang, what are we going to do now?" Wang Liming ground his teeth, his eyes looking grimly at the electric door. Fu Ning and the others really think that they can rest easy by installing such an electric door in the hallway? He casually pointed out two men. "You guys go get some power isolation gear now, and we'll break this door down tonight." The two that were pointed at were both a bit confused. Having been starved for so long, their reflexes were now a bit dulled, and for several moments they couldn't think of any device that was electrically insulated and handy to have around. Looking at the two people's dumbfounded eyes, Wang Liming became even more angry. He held back the anger in his heart. Go find 2 marble tables, that one is insulated from electricity. People like them who had one foot in the upper class would have more or less good things on their hands. And a lot of people also install an outdoor drinking tea room on their balcony. Something like a marble table is not hard to find. The two men listened, then nodded in realization and turned to the marble table. The remaining one came up to Wang Liming. "Brother Wang, what can I do then?" "Wait, there will be a time to use you in a while." Wang Liming was also a big leader of a listed company before the natural disaster, speaking with a ruthlessness that unconsciously convinced people. The man was originally still a bit apprehensive, but when he heard Wang Liming's confident tone, he put all his worries into his stomach. Just after they had brought up the marble table, the electric door was suddenly opened from the inside. Wang Liming froze and subconsciously raised his head to look at the door. Song Yi coldly even stood in the doorway, looking toward Wang Liming's several people and the conspicuous marble table behind them, his voice faint. What do you want to do? Compared to Fu Ning, they were actually more afraid of this Song Yi, who usually didn't have a high presence. At this moment, Song Ye's flat tone of voice was a sentence that made Wang Liming's heart all a little scared. But he had just enlisted a few juniors. If he lost face in front of Song Yi now, would these people still follow him? Chapter 105. Wang Liming forced down the fear in his heart. He stalked his neck and rushed Song Yi gruffly said, Song Yi, brother, I say that you can't be too selfish to be a human being. You people on the 9th and 10th floors live so dashingly all day long, cooking meat and eating hot pot, but we don't even have enough to eat every day. Song Yi wasn't here to listen to him talk about this nonsense. He stood there quietly. So, what do you guys want? You give us some of your supplies. We definitely won't make things difficult for you. Wang Liming's eyes turned around a few times. It was full of calculations. Although you guys from the 9th and 10th floor are a bit of kung fu evening, but who can say what will happen in the future? In case it's dark and the road is slippery, and there's some kind of accident, I don't think you guys would like to see that result either. Song Yi raised his eyebrows slightly. He hadn't heard such a fresh threat in a long time. The last person who had spoken out loud and put harsh words in front of him was now afraid that the grass on his grave was almost half a man high. He was silent and didn't say anything, but Wang Liming mistook it for Song Yi being threatened by him. The few people beside him were also all happy. They hadn't dabbled in meat for months, but they were craving for it at this time. Song Yi stood at the entrance of the stairs and took in the eyes of several people clearly. He also did not expect that there would still be people who were not dead set on thinking about their rations when they were known for their ferocity. Since they wanted to seek death themselves, he didn't mind fulfilling them. Song Yi hooked his finger towards the few people. Yes, whatever you want, come up and get it yourselves. Wang Liming was heartened, but also worried if Song Yi was playing a bomb. Song Yi and the others were not so easily compromised. But the rest of the group looked at him, obviously waiting for him to step up. Wang Liming clenched his fists and weighed them before nodding his head forcefully. Okay. Anyway, he had already ruthlessly offended Song Yi today, and instead of being targeted by Song Yi and the others later, it would be better for him to take a gamble now. Wang Liming gripped the knife in his pocket tightly and took the stairs in his stride. When he was only 2 steps away from Song Yi, Wang Liming fiercely pulled out the knife in his pocket and prepared to accelerate towards Song Yi. But without waiting for him to touch Song Yi kicked the knife out of his hand. In the next second, Song Yi kicked again, viciously kicking above Wang Liming's neck. Wang Liming immediately flew out like a piece of rag, his body heavily smashed on the stairs, and after spitting out a mouthful of blood with difficulty, his body lolled and completely broke. Song Yi retracted his foot, his eyes looking over the faces of the remaining few panicked men one by one. The 9th and 10th floors are not what you should be thinking about in the future. Before you make a move, think about your own strength in the end if you are allowed to. Those few people were forced to lower their heads by the powerful aura on Song Ye's body, wishing they had never appeared here. Song Yi was giving them the slip. I can't believe he just kicked someone to death. Compared to this time, Song Yi had clearly shown mercy last time. They looked at each other in disbelief and hurriedly turned around ready to run. Take this person away as well. Song Yi pointed at Wang Liming, who was already dead through and through, with a grim expression and no trace of fear, as if killing a person was as rare as killing a chicken. 2 more people quickly came over and carried Wang Liming away. It wasn't until several people had left that Song Yi decisively slammed the electric door back shut. Tonight, Fu Ning and the others all went to bed early. Song Yi had a very strict biological clock and often held himself to high standards. He was practicing his kung fu at home as usual when he heard a rustling of voices from downstairs. Chapter 106. The killing of the man was not on Song Ye's mind. But except for the people on the 9th and 10th floors, almost the entire neighborhood was watching their movements. Especially Modem. He'd been keeping a close eye on the upstairs since he'd gotten home. Whether or not they could continue to be the building manager of the entire neighborhood depended on whether or not Wang Liming and the others could get their way tonight. There was the slightest possibility of the status being threatened, and at this point in time there was no way that Modemin could go to bed with a clear conscience. He was still a little panicked when he heard a clanking movement coming from upstairs. It wasn't until half an hour later that 2 pale-faced men carried Wang Liming, who had obviously gagged, down the stairs. This is the first time that someone from the 9th and 10th floors has killed someone. The situation was dire, and once again, Modem was glad for the decision he had made. If he had listened to the compulsion of these people at that time, perhaps he would be the one being carried down the stairs now. The news of the murder on the 9th and 10th floors quickly went viral inside the neighborhood. Those who were originally afraid of Fu Ning and the others, even more afraid to act rashly, and those who originally hid some hidden thoughts, this will also completely rest. This matter Fu Ning did not know. She slept until dawn. Upon waking up, Fu Ning was acutely aware of what seemed to be a change in the sky. She lifted the curtains, and without even having to take a thermometer to measure it, it was obvious that compared to yesterday, it was safe to say that the temperature had plummeted again. The entire sky was overcast, with dark clouds hanging low, as if they could barely pocket the raindrops about to fall. After looking at it for a while, Fu Ning was still ready to take out the thermometer to measure the outdoor temperature. She pulled the thermometer out of her space and had only just pushed the window open when a raindrop hit her hard on top of the back of her hand. It's raining. Fu Ning stood there and watched as the rapid rain poured down as quickly as if it had stabbed through the sky in just a few minutes. With such a big commotion, there were soon others who reacted as well. In no time at all, a number of people rushed downstairs with various buckets and tubs from their homes, crying and laughing, running wildly through the rain like mad. Fu Ning stood by the window and couldn't help but feel emotional as he watched them cry tears of joy in the rain. She remembered that in her last life, after seeing the rain, she was just as happy as they were and couldn't wait to roll around in the rain a few times. At that time, she also thought that the natural disaster was over. But 1 day passes, 2 days pass, 3 days pass. The storm was still pounding the city hard, with absolutely no intention of stopping. Ning! Ning! The door was suddenly slammed hard, and Jojo's loud call came from outside. Fu Ning had guessed what Xiao Xiao wanted to do. She pinched her brow and opened the door with a helpless sigh. Just after opening the door, Xiao Xiao tugged on her hand and ran downstairs. It's raining, Ning Ning. I told you, this natural disaster will definitely end. By the time he reached the 9th floor, Chinjel was also beaming with joy. His face had completely lost the disheveled look he had before, and his eyes were also bright. Let's go down and play in the rain for a while. The joy on Xiao Xiao's face couldn't be concealed as she tugged on Fu Ning's sleeve. We can finally live a normal life. Ning Ning, Grain, we must celebrate. Chapter 107. Fernin didn't want to celebrate, but Chun Rue and Xiao Xiao were both excited, and they had already gone inside the kitchen to look for something they could use to hold the water. Having no choice, Fu Ning could only follow them down the stairs. Inside the neighborhood, there were already many people all holding various kinds of pots and buckets to splash each other with water. The joy on their faces couldn't be blocked. Fu Ning was watching when a pot of water was suddenly poured on his face. Jojo smiled and ran away with the basin. Well, it looks like she's really having fun. Fu Ning somewhat helplessly wiped away the rainwater on his face. The harm did not take a breath, and there was water splashed on his face. Chinrui also didn't have the disheveled look she had before. Her pair of eyes were so bright that they were scary. Ning Ning, I think you're straining yourself too much right now. Relax your mood a little bit. Too much straining and one's spirit can go out of whack. Fu Ning felt that what Chinrui said made sense. Because in her last life, she lived every moment of her life depressingly when she wasn't looking for food. In just 2 minutes, Fu Ning felt that he suddenly wanted to open up. What she had now was much more than what she had in her last life. She no longer worried about food, and she had stocked up on so many hot weapons. At least when her supplies were being targeted, Fu Ning didn't have to fight others with only her 2 fists like she did in her last life. Live in the moment, she should have enjoyed it. Who cares what happens in the future? 1 day of being happy is 1 more day of earning. Her wrinkled brow loosened, no longer dwelling on the end of the natural disaster after the end of the world. Fu Ning felt that all the knots in her heart followed and put down. Surrounded by joyful faces, Fu Ning raised the water basin above her head and quickly caught a full basin of water. She rushed over to Jojo and doused her head with water. Xiao Xiao let out a scream and accused Fu Ning with Chinrui. Without realizing it, half an hour had passed. Suddenly, Fu Ning frowned and looked around. A lot of other people used to hang out here before, because it was a large open-air swimming pool before the end of the world, and the terrain was very open. But now the men had left the pool, each hating to be 100,000 miles away from them, and were watching from the shore. The eyes of those who looked toward them now and then were tinged with fear and dread. Fu Ning touched the tip of her nose. Although they had acted a little viciously before when these people were thinking about their supplies, they weren't so scared that they were scared even now. Were they? Chunrui and Xiao Xiao were also quick to notice something wrong around them. Jojo wiped a handful of rainwater from her face. And what are they doing? There's no need to treat us like jackals, wolves, and tigers, is there? As a jackal, tiger, and leopard, there is nothing wrong. Fu Ning said faintly, She lowered her eyes, looking at the rain that in less than half an hour, the wine had already drowned up to her knees, and said from Chenru and Xiao Xiao, "Don't play, go back first." Chenrue also frowned. Just now the rainwater was only up to my ankles. Is this rain too heavy? After the two spoke, the afterthought Jojo finally realized that something was a little off. She bit her lip. It's raining so hard. You guys don't think it's going to flood Deep City, do you? Of course it will. Deep City is a seaside city, which in a previous life was fallen after being washed away by torrential rains for several days in a row. Or Hua Tian Yuan terrain is high. Only O finally escaped. But because of this, Hua Tian Yuan became one of the few places that had not been flooded. Those whose homes were flooded were forced to move to higher floors, and they eventually set their sights on Hua Tian Court. Chapter 108. It didn't take long for Hua Tian Yuan to be occupied by those people, and many of the aborigines in Hua Tian Yuan were killed by them. Fu Ning that time fists hard, hand down no mercy, so those people did not hit her again. Chen Rue looked at Fu Ning worriedly. Ning Ning, will Deep City really flood up? I don't know when, but Fu Ning had become their backbone. Fu Ning looked around at the people who looked at them from time to time. Go back first, go back. This time the playful Xiao Xiao had no interest in continuing to play in the water, and the few people quickly returned to the 9th floor. Before he dared to go upstairs, Song Yi was waiting at the door. Seeing that several people were drenched like a drenched chicken, Song Yi did not have much of a reaction. He looked very serious. I have something to tell you. Seeing this expression on Song Ye's face, Fu Ning's heart thumped, instantly having a not-so-good premonition. What's wrong? After waiting for Xiao Xiao's house, Fu Ning hurriedly asked out. She thought of the fear-filled eyes she had just seen those people looking at them downstairs. Could it be that it had something to do with that thing Song Yi was going to say? Someone tried to force their way onto the 9th floor last night, and I heard the commotion and went down and killed the one leading the way. Song Ye's tone was very calm, and Fu Ning's expression was also very bland. No wonder they looked at us with that kind of look, so it really has something to do with us. Chen Ru and Xiao Xiao weren't scared when they heard Song Yi had killed someone. They hadn't killed anyone yet, but if it really came down to it, they would show no mercy. Song Yi took in all of the reactions of the several people, and he continued, in the future, when we go out to look for supplies, we'll have to leave people at home. What Wang Liming did last night gave Song Yi a wake-up call. While an electric door is a deterrent, it may not be impossible to break the door down if they use something with an insulating device. This was something Fu Ning had indeed not expected. She also thought that if she had an electric gate and surrounded her home, it would be hard for anyone else to get in. But she underestimated human nature. When hungry to the extreme, those people are capable of doing anything, not to mention an electric door. For fear of two more, those people can also open the door. After thinking about it, Fu Ning spoke. If they get hungry and anxious, ordinary weapons won't be able to deal with them anymore. I think from now on, we should learn to shoot as soon as possible. She used to play shooting, but it was just for fun, and she wasn't very proficient at it. Fu Ning thought of Song Ye's out-of-this-world marksmanship and inexplicably got a little greedy. He was able to shoot the snake's head off with a single shot while the snake was moving at high speed. Such a terrifying ability. If she learned it as well, then she would probably really be able to walk around the world without fear in the future. Chen Grains, however, was not as optimistic as Fu Ning. We have a few guns in our hands right now, but if we want shooting training, that's definitely not enough. Neither she nor Jojo had ever been exposed to something like a gun, and there was no telling how many bullets would be wasted when the time came. I'm just afraid they'll waste all their bullets before they learn to shoot. Jojo nodded along. Yeah, but if all they do is slash their way through the crowd with their knives, and right now people don't have enough supplies at home to go to the extent of fighting for their lives, what if later on they are so short of supplies that the only two ways they can go are to starve to death and to be beaten to death? Who can be sure that these people will always choose to starve to death? The situation would be even more dire then, and once they crashed through the electric gate, they'd lost a very important layer of defense. Now not only Chenrue, but even Xiao Xiao was getting a little anxious. Song Yi, however, was not alarmed. You can learn to use the crossbow first. The gun will wait until you get used to using the crossbow. Chapter 109. A bow. That was indeed a good one. And if a bow is fitted with iron arrows and used well, it is no less effective than a gun. Fu Ning had read a news story before about a man who shot a buffalo through the head with a single sword from a crossbow. Fu Ning had already thought of what it would feel like to put on night vision goggles and kill someone unknowingly with a bow after encountering danger. Must be cool. Chun Grain and Xiao Xiao, however, were worried. I don't know where I can go to find a crossbow. This kind of thing wasn't even something that easy to find before the apocalypse, let alone where one could find a crossbow now that the apocalypse was over. Don't worry about this. I'll do it. Songyi didn't take their worries to heart at all. His words were like a sea pin, which again made Chin jelly and the others dispel the doubts in their hearts. Now that they've decided to make bows, they should have gotten to the tools earlier. Fu Ning felt that they should set out while the rain was still light, so that many places were not buried and they would not be unable to find their way. Ning Ning! A sudden cry of alarm came from Chenru beside her as she tugged Fu Ning to the window, frowning as she looked down. Why do I feel like this rain is falling a bit abnormally? Fu Ning stood by the window and looked toward the pool where they had just played in the water. The pool, which had been dry for months, would be absorbing water like crazy, and in just less than half an hour, the entire pool was filled with water. How did the water get so big? Fu Ning was a little worried. A lot of things are not quite the same as in his last life, and Fu Ning is not sure if this time will still be like the last time, only flooding to the third floor. So are we still going now? Jojo's brow furrowed in some anxiety. She had thought it was bittersweet before, but now she felt as if things were moving towards a more serious point. What happens if it keeps raining? Will Watson Court be flooded? And if that happens, what are they going to do? She stirred up her fingers. Ning, do you think it will keep raining? Who can say at this time? Even Fu Ning couldn't guarantee it. Songyi was not as sad as they were. He accepted the rainstorm very openly. The first priority is to find the materials needed to make a bow first. Fu Ning sighed slightly. Go now and try to get as much as you can back. They had gone to the docks earlier and stocked up on assault boats, and now they finally came in handy. Several people dragged the punch bowl downstairs, and a number of people were looking out of the windows, seeing that it was Fu Ning and the others. Although these people would show various complicated expressions on their faces, they didn't dare to get their hands on Fu Ning and the others. It wasn't like they were tired of living. They didn't want to mess with Fu Ning, this female devil. Besides, Deep City is a seaside city, and there are people whose homes are equipped with assault boats. Fu Ning didn't care what these people were thinking, and after taking the submarine downstairs, he handed the car keys to Songyi. You drive. I remembered that I still have something I haven't taken. Chun Grain stood beside Fu Ning holding the machete. What are you going to take? I'll accompany you. Tian looked as if he was on the verge of an enemy. Looking at Fu Ning, he laughed. There's no need for you. You guys wait. No one dares to mess with us at this time. They went to play in the water this morning. Didn't you see all those people avoiding them like the plague? Chapter 110. Chenrui also thought of the way those people hated to avoid them like the plague when they went down to play in the water to celebrate just now, and he couldn't help but touch his head, also somewhat amused. Fu Ning turned toward the building. I'll be back soon. After disappearing into the stairway, Fu Ning, however, didn't head upstairs, but went straight to the basement. She'd paid a high price to modify her bulletproof car, and she couldn't afford to let it get waterlogged like that. Previously, Fu Ning did not expect the rainstorm to come so quickly, so he did not put the car away at the first time. Now that she thought about it, where else could she leave the car alone? This is her big baby. When they arrived at the garage, Fu Ning went straight to his Hummer and put it away in his space. After collecting the car, Fu Ning dawdled for a while longer, which led him out of the garage. She pulled out a chainsaw and strode over very invitingly. Seeing the somewhat rusty chainsaw in Fu Ning's hands, Songyi raised his eyebrows slightly, somewhat surprised. I stocked up on it on a previous trip out and didn't think it would come in handy at this time of year. Fu Ning did not lie to them. She had been to the primitive jungles of South America once before. The locals there sawing would to make a fire to cook. Fu Ning into the local customs. So in the local guide's guide to go and buy a chainsaw to facilitate sawing wood. When he returned home, Fu Ning brought that chainsaw back with him, so it looked a little old. But she had stocked up on a lot of new chainsaws in her space is all. Xiao Qiao already knew that Fu Ning was an explorer since she had gotten acquainted with him. Not only does she know a lot of survival skills that they don't, but she also uses a lot of tools. Xiao Qiao declared right then and there that Fu Ning was the best friend she had ever had in her life. She opened her arms and gave Fu Ning a big hug. Ning Ning, you are truly the best treasure friend in my life. I really love you to death. The second before Xiao Qiao's saliva was about to kiss on Fu Ning's face, Fu Ning pushed her away in disgust. Less poor, go mess with the wood first. Bows and crossbows are best made from sour jujube wood, which is a tree with a long growth cycle, making the wood very hard and not easily damaged. Fu Ning does not know where there is sour date wood, but he knows where there is big date wood. She used to know an orchard owner whose car broke down on the road when she was driving in the Tibetan area. And since the two of them were from the same deep city, they were quite chatty. Fu Ning remembered that the boss, and she said his family is open orchard. The west side of the city side of the orchard are his family opened, which is Big Jujube. After returning to the deep city, Fu Ning went to his family's orchard to play in his enthusiastic invitation. And it is indeed the same as what the boss said. His family has a complete range of fruit trees. Fu Ning opened the infinite navigation, skillfully typed in Nanping Mountain Plantation, and when the navigation showed up, she put on her life jacket. Let's go. The group made a mad dash towards the Nampai Onsen Plantation. It took about 2 hours before they finally reached their destination. Song Yi drove the car to a place where the ground was high and parked the punching boat. Fu Ning jumped out of the boat carrying a chainsaw, and after looking around, walked to the left. Follow me. Not surprisingly, the large date palm should be in this direction. Without walking for long, Fu Ning saw a familiar signpost. Her eyes instantly lit up. It's this way. Let's go in. Several people followed Fu Ning into that orchard, and indeed saw quite a few large date palms that had already been sunburned into dead wood. Fu Ning turned on the chainsaw and began to zigzag saw. If it wasn't because the conditions didn't allow it, Fu Ning really wanted to saw down all the wood and pile it up into space. After a rainstorm comes extreme cold, and at that time of year, these unassuming timbers can be a good thing. Chapter 111. Despite the urge to saw all the lumber here home, Fernine had to keep his sanity. Keeping his sanity was too difficult, and Fu Ning could only continue to saw wood to vent his anger. Song Yi and the others also took axes and machetes, and a few of them squinted as they worked in the torrential rain. Fernine has a chainsaw and moves the fastest. But the rare thing was that Song Yi wasn't much slower. Beside him has been useful rope bundled large wood. Fu Ning stood behind him to look at the meeting, see him swinging the axe around. An axe down could be Big Jujube would cut down a deep crease. Cannot help but once again admire Song Yi to the explosive force. With each of Song Yi's movements, the muscles in his arms bulged out. The lines were very dry and crisp, the kind that looked good but didn't look exaggerated, just the kind of muscle growth that Fu Ning loved the most. After watching the beautiful man chopping down trees for a while, Fu Ning went around to see Chen Rue and Xiao Xiao again. Chen Rue and Xiao Xiao didn't have cheating tools like she did, nor did they have as much strength as Song Yi. Although the two men also had a lot of wood piled up in front of them, it was still much less compared to them. Fu Ning pulled the switch on the chainsaw and said to the two Chen grains, "The rain is already getting heavier and heavier. You guys move the stuff to the top of the submarine. I'll take it from here." Jojo's first time cutting down a tree. There is no skill. It's all about emotion. And her point of gravity is not enough. Each time cannot cut in the same position, so the shock of the tiger's mouth are swollen, but the tree did not saw to. Chen Rue is slightly better than Jojo, but not much better. Watching the two of them work, Fu Ning felt a bit of a headache. Xiao Xiao and Chun Zhel heard Fu Ning say this, and both let out a huge sigh of relief. Xiao Xiao shook her arm that had already been numbed by the shock, miserably showing Fu Ning the bloody slit that had been rubbed out of her tiger's mouth, spitting out her tongue with a helpless face. "I really don't want to be lazy. It's that I'm just too unhelpful." Got it. Fu Ning stopped the movement of his hand and stroked her head. "You guys haul this stuff to the submarine." When she finished, she sawed down the unfinished wood. In less than 2 minutes, a log was sawed. Chen Rue gave Fu Ning a thumbs up. It's still Ning Ning who's great. Fernine had a chainsaw and quickly sawed a bunch of lumber down. Chun Grain and the girls sorted out the wood that had been sawed down by Fu Ning and Song Yi and dragged it down the hill to the charge boat. The submarine wasn't big, so Fu Ning and the others didn't saw too much. An hour later, Fu Ning collected the chainsaw and went out of the orchard with Song Yi. But just after leaving the orchard, Fu Ning was shocked. The orchard is in a place of very high ground. Just now they did not feel, but out of the orchard, only to see the orchard below, a large area of low slow area has been completely flooded up. In the past, people often describe the rainstorm will say how many Westlake dumped down at the same time. Fu Ning think probably the deep city was also in an hour was dumped dozens of Westlake in. The only fortunate thing was that they had just hidden the submarine in a place with slightly higher ground in order to prevent it from being stolen, so that the submarine would not be flooded and could not be found. Chun Grain and the others had already organized all the wood and put it away. Just now they were concentrating on the work at hand, and the rain was so heavy that they didn't notice the movement down the hill. It was only now that they noticed that where only a little water had accumulated a moment ago, it was now so piled up that they could not see their way down the hill. Chapter 112. It's been less than 2 hours in total. How did the water rise so much? Chinrue frowned with some concern. Why is it raining so heavily? Can we still make it back? Of course I can. Fernine took the lead and headed for the submarine. Let's go first. We don't know what's going to happen later. Chinjel and the others didn't dare to delay, and hurriedly followed to push the submarine into the water. And after a few people sat on the submarine, they headed in the direction of Huatianyuan. The sky was dark, and the thick clouds were pressed so low that it gave the illusion that you could raise your hand and touch the sky. At the same time, the sky looked like a large slit had been torn open, and the bean-sized rain slammed down out of control, landing on the skin in raw pain. A few of the men, wearing waterproof clothing and pulling the brims of their hats extremely low, trudged through the rain. As we entered the main city, it came as no surprise that the main city had fallen. Especially those with slightly lower ground are now flooded to the second floor. There were a number of men, women, and children with backpacks who struggled to march forward through the murky rain. They must have gotten up early in the morning, decided it wasn't as unbearably hot as usual today, and went out looking for supplies to come. But today, they are stuck in a rainstorm with a high probability of not being able to swim home. At the same time Fu Ning was sizing them up, the men also turned their envious, jealous, and angry eyes toward the submarine. A few unsuspecting men crept closer to them. Two were blinded by the waves from the submarine and stopped where they were, while the others gave the submarine a wolf-like glare and swam toward it. They thought they were being careful, but Fu Ning was staring at them from beginning to end. As the men came a little closer, she picked up a stick and swung it like a gopher without hesitation. The middle-aged woman who was hit howled out, and her body sank uncontrollably into the water. But instead of scaring the others, what happened to the middle-aged woman caused more people to swim their way. Anyway, we're either going to drown or die of exhaustion today. So instead of waiting here to die, we should go ahead and gamble charge, and as long as we grab the submarine, we'll be able to go home. In the rain, I don't know who shouted, and the others perked up and quickly drew closer to the submarine. Deep City is by the sea, and most people have grown up in the water and are generally pretty good at it. After hearing that man say that, the others were also swimming towards Fu Ning and the others, their eyes full of greedy calculations. Watching them flop around in the water, Fu Ning only felt amused. Not to mention whether or not he could snatch the submarine from their hands. Even if they were really that lucky and snatched the submarine, would they be able to break out of the pile in the end? It seems they really have had their brains in the water too long and have lost them. Fu Ning swung a long pole in his hand, and one by one, he knocked down those who approached to the ground. Chunzhou and Xiao Qiao would both be pumped up by this point, stabbing back all those who approached. Song Yi looked back and frowned slightly, then cranked up the horsepower and accelerated the submarine out. There were originally people who were prepared to swim over from the front of the submarine who had wanted to continue swimming forward, betting that Song Yi wouldn't dare to run right over them. But until Song Yi got very close and showed no signs of slowing down, these people turned pale and hurriedly swam to the side. The rain got heavier and heavier, those people surging like a tide of corpses converging over. Fu Ning gently exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and then pulled the gun out from the backpack. Chapter 113. After Fu Ning pulled out his gun, those people had a momentary freeze. Then a man blurted out, "Her gun must be a fake dash." Bang! Song Yi got up, took the gun from Fu Ning's hand, and quickly aimed it at the man, pulling the trigger and hitting the man squarely in the center of his brow. A large smear of blood rippled through the murky water, and the man, his mouth wide open in disbelief, quickly sank into the water. The originally noisy place was instantly quiet, as if the mute button had been pressed. Song Yi returned the gun to Fu Ning and went back to controlling the steering wheel, quickly driving the submarine out of the main city. It was noticeably less crowded coming out of the main city. There were also a number of people swimming towards the punch bowl, but they weren't hard to deal with. Fu Ning's few people were all pumped up, and it didn't take long for them to return to Huatianyuan. Unlike other places where a large area fell and flooded to the second floor in a while, Huatianyuan is very high ground, and at this time has only accumulated less than a thigh on the first floor. When they reached the stairway, Fu Ning and Song Yi combined their efforts to carry the submarine up to the 9th floor, while Chinzhou and Xiao Qiao dragged the fiddled lumber up the 9th floor with difficulty. During this time, a number of people were surveying their movements through the windows, but no one dared to go out and ask. It was good for Fu Ning that they were so fearful, and she didn't bother to care what those people were spying on and thinking. Back on the 9th floor, Fu Ning had just entered when Xiao Huang pounced towards her. Fu Ning rubbed Little Yellow's head. "Be good, Little Yellow. Reward you with a big jerky." She fished a piece of beef jerky out of her backpack and slipped it to Yellow. Xiao Huang took a bite of the beef jerky and walked around Fu Ning several more times. Unfortunately, Fu Ning couldn't understand the beast language, so she stroked Little Yellow's head again, signaling him to go aside and eat the jerky. Waiting for Xiao Huang to shrink in the corner and gnaw on the jerky, Fu Ning, before they organized the big jujube, went to dry above the corridor. With this rainy weather, there is no telling how long it will take for the large date wood to dry. The rain crackled against the glass outside the window, and it felt incredibly depressing and gloomy. At that moment, there was a sudden cry from downstairs. Fu Ning happened to be standing by the window. She looked down, only to see a young woman in the building across the street holding a child who was probably only 2 or 3 years old crying on the hallway. "Is there any kind person who could take us in? Our home has been flooded more than a meter high. The beds and quilts in the house are all flooded. There is no way to live." No one answered the woman except for the sound of the storm crackling and washing over the entire neighborhood. She stood in the hallway of the second floor, crying at the top of her lungs. She looked so small in the vastness of the world. Fu Ning withdrew his gaze and didn't look that way again. She was naturally cold in character. Compassion was something she had, but not much. So when she sees this woman holding her child and crying miserably, she gets emotional, but doesn't reach out for help. But what Fu Ning didn't expect was to look at the big-hearted Xiao Qiao and the delicate-minded Chinjeli, who also had absolutely no idea that they were going to lend a helping hand to help. Chapter 114. Chinjel frowned, a little intolerant, but still sighed and rationally analyzed. "Earlier, we all thought that the extreme heat would end very soon. In our minds now think, but the heavy rainfall that immediately followed shattered all of our illusions. The world won't be good, at least not for now. And then again, before this, there probably aren't many people who can get people to come to their homes to live. And who knows how long these people will live for how long." Xiao Qiao nodded her head fiercely as she listened to Chenjel's analysis. "I agree with Jel's point of view. These days, being able to ensure one's own safety and security is already very good. Not many people would take in people to live in their homes at this time." Who knew that Song Yi was lightly snorting and shaking his head? For the vast majority of people, it's true that no one would be willing to take in someone to live in their home in such a situation. However, you guys overlooked the fact that this is a woman. And a young and beautiful woman. Almost the instant Song Ye's words fell, a man with a big belly approached the woman. And without knowing what he said, the woman nodded and quickly followed him away. Chun Rui and Xiao Qiao both looked at each other. There's nothing to be surprised about. This is reality. Fu Ning smiled, not feeling anything wrong. In the wake of a natural disaster, more than a few people trade what little resources they have for food and shelter. The only thing a good number of defenseless women could get their hands on was their still young flesh, something that happened very frequently during times of food shortages. Other countries have chosen to lie down when food is in short supply. Even when extremely hot food isn't too hard to find, Fu Jiao and the others have chosen to lie down. Thinking of Fu Jiao, Fu Ning was suddenly a little curious about her current situation. But with such heavy rain, Fu Ning didn't have that kind of effort to go see Fu Jiao at this time. Wait till later. Hopefully Fu Jiao will give her a big surprise. After they had organized and stacked all the large date palms, they went back to their respective homes. It's raining now, and the only good thing about it over the extreme heat is that it's not hot. Fu Ning basically hadn't cooked during the extremely hot weather, and now that the weather had dropped back down to more than 20 degrees, Fu Ning thought of all the fresh vegetables and various meats that had been hoarded in the space, and was suddenly a little itchy to make something to eat. She'd only lived a total of 5 years in her last life in the post-apocalyptic world, and there was no telling what it would be like after that. Anyway, now idle is also idle. Fu Ning simply go to the space inside the previous hoard of those vegetables and meat out, ready to take advantage of now do more food hoarded into the space. First, she panned the rice and cooked it, and she steamed a pot full of it. During the cooking period, Fu Ning took out another fat old crow chicken, ready to stew a crow chicken soup and take it out to eat later when he didn't want to cook or was less convenient to cook. She wasn't slow and soon had the old crow's nest simmering in the casserole. After stewing the black chicken, Fu Ning continued to make braised pork and tomato beef brisket, and then stir-fried 2 small green vegetables. Lunch is complete. She first divided the finished food into several portions in disposable lunch boxes and put them into the space, and only then did she begin to slowly enjoy her lunch. Little Yellow sat cross-legged beside Fu Ning, his eyes staring straight at the food in Fu Ning's bowl. Xiao Huang. Surname Fu? I want some too. Fu Ning didn't even cook these days, and Xiao Huang ate processed food. Those foods were certainly tasty to eat initially, especially when hungry, but after a long time, Xiao Huang got a little tired of eating them. It also didn't expect Fu Ning's cooking to be so delicious, and it was only smelling the flavor that its harumph was about to flow down. Looking at its pitiful appearance, Fu Ning couldn't help but giggle out loud. She pulled a large chicken thigh from the bowl and gave it to Yellow. Eat. Eat the big piece. More than people, Little Yellow was Fu Ning's most trusted companion, and she was not at all stingy in sharing her food with Little Yellow. Chapter 115. After dinner, Fu Ning went to the bathroom and boiled a bathtub of water with a hot water heater, soaking comfortably in a hot bath before returning to the bedroom. Lightning flashed and thunder roared outside the window, and torrential rain smashed down so densely that the whole earth was drowned out by the sound of rain. After standing by the window and looking at it for a while, Fu Ning pulled the curtains closed and lay down on the bed to take a nap. When I woke up, the window was still gray. Fu Ning did not go out. She made another big pot of Kung Pao chicken, divided the diced chicken and rice into good portions and put them into the space, and feasted on another full meal. After eating, Fu Ning laid on the couch for a while, still debating whether to go to the space to organize supplies or go to the gym to work out. Just then, there was a knock on the door. She went over and opened the door. Song Yi stood in the doorway, holding a large jujube wood. Is it convenient? I'll teach you to make a crossbow. Fu Ning had just finished lunch, and the Kung Pao chicken had a pungent flavor that wouldn't dissipate in the room for a long time. It is also because of living in the top floor, there is no tenant above, plus the rain can close a lot of smell. Fu Ning can be so assured and bold in the home cooking food. She was pretty sure Song Yi smelled it, but Song Yi didn't even bat an eyelid, much less look curiously into her house. The longer she spent with Song Yi, Fu Ning realized that Song Ye's character was really hard. At least now, she wouldn't be as defensive of him the whole time. Fu Ning wiped the grease stains from the corners of his lips and was a bit curious. Already able to make bows and crossbows? Try it first, Song Yi whispered. Do it at my house? She nodded. Good. Saying that, she was about to close the door, but Little Yellow saw Fu Ning's intentions and quickly scurried out, scratching her pants leg with her claws in dissatisfaction. Xiao Huang. The surname Fu, you want to leave me a tiger again? Don't even think about it. Rarely did Fu Ning read Little Yellow's beast language. She smiled and bent down to rub Little Yellow's head. Fine, you're with us. She believed that Song Yi wouldn't let Xiao Huang be idle either. The poor Little Yellow still didn't know that he had already been arranged for a long time, and when he saw Fu Ning agreeing to take it out, he couldn't wait to even put up his tail. Going with Song Yi to his house, Song Yi immediately pointed to the barrier device next to him, signaling Xiao Huang to go over. Little Yellow's tail, which had been erected straight a moment ago, instantly collapsed upon seeing Song Ye's command. It wailed and hid behind Fu Ning in protest. Fu Ning revealed a loving look and touched Xiao Huang's head. Just when Xiao Huang thought that Fu Ning would let it be lazy, Fu Ning picked it up and personally brought it next to that obstacle device. Cheer up, oh Xiao Huang. You're the best. Little Yellow is still small. She can still barely hold it. When Little Yellow is a little bigger, she will not be able to hold it. Yellow, I'm not a real person, but you're a real dog. But Little Yellow didn't dare to resist, and it could only cross over the obstacle over and over again in aggravation. Only when Xiao Huang reluctantly went to exercise did Fu Ning walk over to Song Yi and squat down. What do I have to do? Chapter 116. Song Yi handed Fu Ning a large jujube with the thickness of a baby's small arm, and handed her a wooden arrow. Sharpen the stick into an arrowhead. I'll teach you how to do it when it's done. Okay. Fu Ning nodded, fished out his Swiss Army knife from his coat pocket, squatted on the ground, and began to seriously handle the stick. While Fu Ning was sharpening the sticks, Song Yi wasn't idle either. He quickly made the things in his hands into something fine and put them away, and every now and then he would still glance over to Fu Ning's side to see how she was progressing. After chipping all the sticks in the pile into wooden arrows, Fu Ning looked up only to see that Song Yi had already made a small crossbow. He was tautening a string on it, then took one of the crossbow arrows from Fu Ning's sharpened crossbow and walked over to the archery target in the living room, pulling it full with all his might, then letting go. He hadn't even aimed much at the bullseye, but the arrow was right on top of it. Fu Ning, who had already seen Song Ye's accuracy, was still handsome by Song Ye's move. Who knew that Song Yi was frowning? The force is not enough. This kind of string is too soft and not powerful enough. Fu Ning didn't know much about these things, but she was also clear that if the force wasn't enough, then even the bow made wouldn't have much deterrent power. She racked her brain, but was a bit frustrated that she didn't stock up on strings for her bow inside her space. We'll have to make another trip out to find the right string. Song Ye's long, slender fingers flicked twice on the string, his brows knitted, not quite satisfied with the bow. Fu Ning did not resist the matter of going out. She twisted her head to look at the sky outside. If you go out, then go while you can. This environment is not safe outside, especially at night, is even more crisis. Fu Ning does not want to take risks. Song Yi didn't hesitate. Okay. He casually set the finished bow aside. Go now then. When they arrived at the 9th floor, Fu Ning spoke to Chen Grain and Xiao Xiao about it, and both Chen Grain and Xiao Xiao responded very positively. But this time, Song Yi shook his head. In the future, when we go out, we will all leave one person at home, so that we can always use the walkie-talkie to contact each other in case of any emergencies. The environment now was only more treacherous than before. An electric gate might have been able to prevent those people before, but if someone was really desperate to rush upwards, an electric gate wouldn't necessarily be able to stop them. Someone had tried to break in hard before, and no one dared to take it lightly this time. Jojo exhaled a mouthful of cloudy air. Chen Grain is at home then. It's better for Xiao Xiao to be at home. Chen Rue shook her head and rejected Xiao Xiao's proposal. Both of them knew that the safety factor would be a little higher at home. Fu Ning and Song Yi both had quicker reactions than they did in the face of danger and handled it with more skill than they did, so they both wanted to leave the physically weaker person at home. Seeing the two humble themselves for half a day, Fu Ning was a bit helpless. Don't think that it's more dangerous for you guys to be at home. There's no real safe place in this situation right now. Chen Rue and Xiao Xiao instantly fell silent. It was indeed as Fu Ning had said, in this world nowadays, it was impossible to find any truly safe places. Seeing that both of them are a bit bereft, Fu Ning lightly patted on the shoulders of both of them. There is no need to be so anxious. We learn more skills on our hands, and the chances of surviving in this kind of apocalyptic end of the world will be greater. Today, Granules will watch over it in the house, and Xiao Xiao, and we will go out, and in the future go out, and you guys take turns to do so. Chen Grain is more attentive and keeps her in the house, so that if anything happens, Chen Grain will be the first to find out. With Fu Ning arranging it, neither Chen Rui nor Xiao Xiao had any objections, and the two of them nodded in response. Only after Chen Rui stayed behind did Fu Ning and the others carry their kayaks downstairs. It had been raining all day, and this time the rain was about to flood the entire first floor. Fu Ning was suddenly a little curious to know what M.O. Deming's situation was now. Chapter 117. Just as he was talking about M.O. Deming, Fu Ning narrowly met with M.O. Deming at the stairway on the 2nd floor. M.O. Deming grimaced, carrying a suitcase in his hand. His pants legs were wet, and his whole person looked wretched to the core. The first floor was basically flooded, and there was no way for M.O. Deming to live on the first floor anymore, so he definitely had to find a way to move upstairs. I just don't know who will be kind enough to take Modemin in. Thinking of M.O. Deming's articulate mouth, Fu Ning felt that there was no shortage of people to take in a M.O. Deming. Seeing Fu Ning's few people carrying the submarine down the stairs, M.O. Deming's mouth twitched twice, his grip tightening on the grip of his suitcase, his gaze falling gloomily on Fu Ning and the others. Fu Ning looked back defiantly. Now that the rainstorm was unrelenting and those army men were caught off guard, there was no time to deal with these disputes at the moment. Therefore, even if she killed M.O. Deming right now, she was only afraid that no one would find any evidence. I think M.O. Deming had thought of that too. His eyes stared at Fu Ning sorrowfully for half a day, but in the end, he dragged his suitcase and left. Only after M.O. Deming left did Xiao Xiao wrinkled her eyebrows and asked Fu Ning, Ning, M.O. Deming wouldn't be trying to do something in the dark again, would he? He can try. Fu Ning hummed lightly. As long as M.O. Deming didn't provoke her, then M.O. Deming could live a little. If M.O. Deming couldn't think of anything else, she would fulfill M.O. Deming. Downstairs, Fu Ning, they drove the car punch boat to leave the neighborhood. The strings used for bows and crossbows, to be powerful, also need to be a material like steel wire. This is the kind of stuff that steel processing plants must have plenty of. Now that Deep City has become a city on water, coupled with the heavy rainfall, makes the visibility of the field of vision very low. It is good that Fu Ning downloaded the offline map in advance. Fu Ning pulled down the brim of his hat to shield his eyes and positioned his cell phone in an industrial park on the outskirts of the city. The entire city's water level was rising rapidly at a rate visible to the naked eye, and Jojo frowned as she watched. This rain is too much. It is important to realize that Watin Court was built on a hillside on very high ground, and now it is all flooded to the first floor by the heavy rain. The buildings that were built on flat bottoms would have been flooded up to 4 or 5 stories by now. Under such circumstances, Huatianyuan would become even more conspicuous, and by then Huatianyuan would only be even more unsafe than it is now. Xiao Xiao hadn't quite understood before why Fu Ning and the others would have to make bows in such a short time and would have them bring up their physical abilities. By now, Xiao Xiao finally understood Fu Ning and Song Ye's use of bitter conscience. She clenched her fists hard. Ning, I've been practicing my physical fitness properly from now on. I won't hold you guys back. And Fu Ning noted now. Fu Ning is also very clear at the beginning is her deadbeat pestering Fu Ning to make friends. But after Fu Ning took her as a friend, really taught her a lot, but also protected her a lot. She can't enjoy this with a clear conscience. Earlier, Jojo would have held on to the illusion that the world would always get better, but now she was prepared for the worst. But no matter what, Jojo knew she had to live well. She still didn't know what her parents were up to now, and until then, she had to stay alive. Chapter 118. The submarine splashed a circle of water, and it was a good thing it was raining so hard now that no one would be out at this time of day anymore. But Fu Ning looked at the body floating in the water that had already soaked white with a somewhat complicated expression, sighed slightly, and quickly moved his eyes away. These are the same people who were out looking for supplies when it first started raining. They were so hungry they wanted to go out and get something to eat while it was no longer extremely hot, and they ended up getting completely killed because of that thought. Even Xiao Xiao, who had seen a lot of life and death since she was a child, looked very heavy. Song Yi drove silently, carefully avoiding the bodies of those people. The sound of crackling rain was all around them, and the three of them were silent and did not speak, the only sound being the coaxing of the punch bowl. There were quite a few steel factories in the industrial park, one of which was a very famous brand in Deep City, and Fu Ning and the others parked their submarine in front of the workshop of that factory. Looking at the workshop that had flooded to the 4th floor, Fu Ning frowned. In this situation now, we have to find out where those steel wires are stored in the shortest time very precisely. She could dive, and there were many diving devices in the space, but Fu Ning had no way to take those out. Those diving devices were too big for her to use her backpack as cover. Song Yi wiped a handful of rainwater from his face and looked around. A lot of the things made in this factory will be sold overseas. I think there will be containers or trucks of sorts here. We can look in those places and we should be able to find the wire. Fu Ning slapped her head. She hadn't even thought of that. Right away, they pulled into the parking lot. It's a large factory covering thousands of acres, and the zoning is very clear. After driving the submarine to the parking lot, Fu Ning took out a nylon rope and oxygen mask from inside his backpack and asked Song Yi, "Will you go down first or will I go down first?" "I'll go." Song Yi didn't even frown. He took the oxygen mask and put it on his face and quickly put that nylon rope over his ankle and hit a deadbolt. "I'll pull the rope if there's a situation, and pulling it twice means that I've encountered an emergency, and you guys will pull me up when the time comes." The bottom of the water is now full of unknowns, and diving in these conditions is a very dangerous thing to do. Fu Ning's face was grave as she listened to Song Yi. She nodded her head earnestly in response. "You be careful as well, and give us timely feedback if anything happens." Jojo also looked worried. "No need to be too risky. We can still look at other things if we can't find them." "I know." Song Yi stood on the side of the boat and jumped into the water in one leap. "I'll measure up, don't worry." His figure quickly disappeared into the water. Fu Ning sat on the submarine, looking at the circles of ripples rippling through the murky water, and clutched the nylon rope hard. She didn't dare to take it lightly, fearing that something might happen on Song Ye's side. Xiao Qiao was also tightly pulling on the other nylon rope, and both of them were concentrating on the water, waiting for good news from Song Ye's side. But at that moment, Fu Ning suddenly heard a did-a-did-a paddling sound. She frowned slightly, that sixth sense of straight-up danger, making her turn her head at the first sign of perceived danger. Only 3 bare-chested men and a woman so skinny she was about to lose her shape were swimming up ahead. As they approached, Fu Ning fished out a small knife from inside his coat pocket. "All back off, or don't blame me for not being polite." The bare-chested man at the head of the group actually laughed out loud when he heard Fu Ning say that. "How nonchalant are you going to be?" Chapter 119. The eyes of those few people landed very revealingly on Fu Ning and Xiao Qiao's faces. Fu Ning swore that she hadn't seen such a disgusting look in a long time. After experiencing those years of natural disasters and the end of the world, her fierceness almost seeped into her bones, coupled with her tallness. Those people would only think that she was a clean-cut guy who was not to be messed with even if they saw her, and no one would treat her as a woman. It was probably the fact that now that she wasn't focused on searching for supplies every day like she had been in her last life, she had more time to train and soak in the baths, making the brown and tough aura of her much lighter, and giving these people the mistaken impression that they had the ability to challenge her. It would never occur to them that this is a very stupid idea. In Fu Ning's increasingly cold eyes, those people were not taking it seriously at all. One of them hemmed and hawed as he moved closer to the man at the head of the group. Brotherly, this black one, I think we can give it to Boss Sean. I guess this one she will surely like. As for the other one, his eyes looked Jojo up and down, and that revealing look gave Jojo goosebumps. Even though she already knew that experiencing the end times, this kind of thing would happen often in the future, she still found it unbearable. It seemed that it was really like what Fu Ning had said. Only when her own fists were hardened would these people not dare to bully her. Xiao Qiao clenched her fists fiercely, her gaze glaring at the men with the same ferocity. Get out of the way! All of you! Fu Ning was already thinking about what death method she wanted these people to use to relieve her more, and when she heard Xiao Qiao yell this, she looked at Xiao Qiao with some surprise. On weekdays, Xiao Qiao was a girl with a relatively soft and cuddly personality, and Fu Ning had yet to see Xiao Qiao get angry. Seeing the fierce cold light all over Xiao Qiao's eyes, Fu Ning's eyes flickered slightly. Jojo's family protects Jojo so well that Jojo maintains her good nature even in such a natural disaster. This character is a very fatal flaw in the end times. It would certainly be best if she herself could come to her senses and correct this characterization sooner rather than later. Thus, Fu Ning just held the rope tightly without directly finishing off the guys. I don't know if Fu Ning and Xiao Qiao's reaction gave them the wrong impression, but those people brought the inflatable boat closer and closer until the two boats were less than a meter apart. The man in the lead stared at Fu Ning with a lustful look. Little sister, your submarine looks pretty good. Do you want to lend me the submarine for 2 days? Yes. Fu Ning's mind was not on the man at all, and she didn't care about the man's disgusting gaze that was glued to her, slightly lifting her chin, then come and get it. She looked into the slightly murky water and frowned. It's been so long. Why hasn't Song Yi come up yet? Was there an accident? Then why didn't Sano pull the rope? Song Yi did not pull the rope, and Fu Ning did not dare to pull him up rashly. The man didn't see Fu Ning's absent-mindedness at all, and when he heard Fu Ning say this, he rightfully felt that Fu Ning had already given up resisting. He laughed out loud. Good sister, I'll be right over. With that, he plopped into the water and swam in the direction of the submarine. Seeing him grinning in the water and darting forward, Xiao Qiao tugged at Fu Ning's sleeve with a look of horror, whispering Fu Ning's name. Ning Ning. In the face of danger, Xiao Qiao instinctively still wanted to rely on Fu Ning. Chapter 120. But this time, Fu Ning didn't stand in front of her at the first opportunity as usual. She just gave Jojo a quiet look. Jojo, I can't stand in front of you every time you're in danger. There are times when you have to deal with danger on your own. Now is a great opportunity. Jojo always has to take the first step. Not expecting Fu Ning to say this, Xiao Qiao froze for a moment before biting her lip and nodding. And the man had swum over, bracing his hands on the submarine, and with one mighty leap, he jumped aboard. Jojo's legs and stomach shook with fear as the man grinned and approached them. She clenched her fists tightly and yelled at the man in a shaky voice. Get out of my way! Little beauty, why do you have such an attitude? Seeing as you're still good-looking, I'll forgive you. Come over and give me a kiss. Don't worry, follow me, and I definitely won't treat you badly. He reached out to grab Xiao Qiao. The two men on the other inflatable boat were also laughing. Yes, our brotherly is generous. He would never treat his women badly. The phrase women reveals that these scumbags oohed an auto lot. You can hear from their conversations that not only do they play with women themselves, but they also send them to others. At times like these, the disparity in power between men and women leaves women in the end times to be traded as tools and commodities more often than not. Xiao Qiao heard the implication of these people's words and was so angry that her face changed with them. She did not move and pressed the knife in her coat pocket. Her face became more and more ugly. If you don't go down, I really won't let you go. Before Jojo could finish, the man yanked Jojo's arm and pulled her into his arms. The man's big greasy hands pinched Xiao's delicate little face. "I'd like to see what you want to do." Fu Ning had already fished out her gun from her space and was ready to load it. She narrowed her eyes and looked coldly at the scene in front of her. She had now taken Jojo as a friend, and no matter what, there was no way she could watch her friend suffer. Just then, Jojo suddenly pulled out a knife and viciously stabbed into the man's chest. She grew up studying medicine, touching scalpels with her grandparents before she could hold a pen and practice. Something like killing someone with a single slash might be difficult for others, but for Jojo, it couldn't be simpler. The man fell into the water and quickly sank without even struggling. The two people who had been laughing wildly a moment ago were now looking at Xiao in incomparable horror. None of them thought that it was such a delicate and soft-looking girl who could kill someone in the middle without changing her face. Xiao gripped the scalpel tightly, her gaze moving inch by inch from the two men's disbelieving faces, her voice deep and cold. "Anyone else want to come and try? I don't mind if you all go together." Jojo thought that she would be very accepting when she killed someone. But when it came to killing that man, Xiao realized that she was surprisingly not nervous or scared at all, as if it was a perfectly normal thing to do. The more she acted aloof like this, the more those two felt scared. They looked at each other and immediately turned the inflatable around and prepared to leave. "Want to run?" Fu Ning laughed coldly as she pulled out her knife and stabbed it hard at the inflatable.